Chapter 1 Dreams Must Awaken. In New York, on Wall Street. The dazzling bell-ringing Karamani. Mestsya, some say your company successing going publicis Elijah Toyorte kun husband, others claim Heismerlia house husband, unworthy of mention. What is your perspective? My husband, Chenyu Isendida Tycoon, both willing lay sacrifice of Erathan form. When I am drunk from socializing, Hiko mesto take me home. When I am unwell, heste supple night to care form. Isukala thus husband is simply his way of expressing his love for him sorry, but to mustring thibel no excuse him. In the live broadcast, a stunning woman clad sleek black suit walked gracefully on the illuminated stage amid stay flurry of flashing lights. The camera capturing her charming visage Andrade and smiley in full detail. A Cernon Dipe company in Dragon Nation leading media operated celebrated productions such as Shinawanjuan, The Shanghai Women's Guide, and Tonight Seattle. After its debut, the company quickly made waves in the entertainment industry, unearthing numerous top-tier ice and nurturing countless rising stars. In an industry dominated by traffic, it merged as refreshing current, reshaping perceptions within the circled among the audience with its exceptional thematic works. Now it had finally rung the bell in Wall Street, naturally attracting numerous industry magnates to lend their support. After the ribbon-cutting Karamani, Xiaolaying beamed at the crowd, her joy palpable. This moment was precisely what she had long anticipated. A dream realized. Yet beside her stood no husband to share in the joy. For before her trip abroad, she had declined Chenyu's request to accompany her. She had insisted that the complexity is of the stripe and the bell-ringing Karamani warito amik. That the husband wasn't familiar with the new and soft public listings. And that she would handle all matters concerning the company, leaving him to it for Harathome. Amidst Heshir softe crowd, shepiked up the small wooden hammer sting gun theta but engine light appeared against the bronze bell, producing a clear resonant sound theta code through the air. Suddenly, celebratory fireworks erupted, and colorful confetti rained down from above, land engine her hair and framing her face, rendering her even more breathtaking Gesiba Kamathi focal point oft world. Her beautiful eye sparkled with tears of excitement. Not far away, a handsome man in a whitey suit gazetted her, his face alight with joy, his eyes brimming with admiration. Hua Xiaoxiao, a longtime friend of Xiaolaying, a top-tier strength Dragon Nation, and Dansa Herslove. Xiaolaying smiled and nodded at him, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Her years of hard work had vanilla borne effort. Yet in this momentous occasion, the person chevalier must was thousands of miles away, unable to celebrate with her. At this instant, life felt complete. Although Xiaozaya hadn't been invited, she lacked the courage to refuse her husband or her former love. Liang Media has successfully completed its bell-ringing on NASDAQ, with an initial share price of 20 yuan within an hour that resurged past 50 yuan mark. By 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, Liang Media's market value soared to over 3 billion USD, becoming Jadar Corsaid he media sector. The host's impassioned voice resonated from the television. In Alex Urias spent this. Chenyu sat surrounded by cigarette butts, the earthquake with smoke. Reclining in a large soft sofa, his emotion satindledness, the Mijiave asleep from the building still hunting him. Just to a horsebreer he had jumped from Agrise, ending his life. Viewed upon reopening Heise's theater mento fires felt like a fleeting dream as if nothing had happened. Thrug had higher marriage, Habeli evd ha done nothing wrong to his wife, yet the never anticipated the depth of her hatred. Their reunion had stemmed from a years of family acquaintance, blossoming from their childhood bond. But now she despised him for shattering her happiness, for wasting decades of her life. Thus, after Liang Media spell ringing, she had gradually consumed its over the years, stripping even turning him into a fugitive. She had said, Chenyu, after all these years sharing a bed with you, I have often wished to kill you. You quandered me precious youth from 25 to 37 and you sullied me body, causing metal vein. Do you know how painful my years have been? No. You have no idea. The harm I have inflicted upon you policing comparison to the devastation you have caused me. Yet she had forgotten that it was you who had facilitated his marriage. When Zaya family faced a severe financial crisis, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, it was a hosotach to arrange the reunion, rescuing Zaya family. After their marriage with Chinyu's assistance, she transitioned to the entertainment industry, assembling Gatam to establish her media company. The popularized hat catapulted her to famuere gifts from Chinyu. The capital hat fueled heresy kama from Chinyu. To support their growth, all the groups under Chinyu had suffered consecutive losses, even thought Jose Sheldon and Sebalu, they incurred losses amounting to billions. She possessed a talent for business. It was Chinyu's financial backing that propelled her success. Yet she barely ever thighs was a the result of her own efforts. And thought to numerous fromlying media already to her keen insight into the industry. She had joined the bell ring in Golon, claiming it was inconvenient to bring Chinyu. In interviews, although her words showed never to stain, they dripped with dissatisfaction and contempt for Chinyu. Everyone in the company knew that leading media was entirely reliant on Chinyu's group for support. Yet she remained oblivious. Perhaps she had risen too high. Or perhaps Chinyu had sheltered her tool. Due to Nana case. It was Timito awakened from this dream. Chinyu stepped onto the balcony, cigarette in mouth, gazing at the dazzling nightscape fluching. Hepasteta fatuf sele and gone fatment over social media. Effective immediately, Juan Uniana's indefinite lipist pwned. As soon as she posted, the Dragon Nation's entertainment industry trembled. An avalanche of messages flooded in. Phones rang anxiously. As on the year's most anticipated productions, Juan Union had invested during 200 million in production and nearly 300 million in promotion. Everyone knew it was destined to be a phenomenal underlying media. Just the and Greats alone required a terrifying 300 million. Yet the shell anticipated drama was no facing indefinite postponement, it was simply unimaginable. The gazdeth photograph of lying in an intimate epos with a top molesterin begin to pisatagather the story. Rumors had circulated that the popular star Shaozaya was Xiaoying's first love, but no one dared to believe. Now, this photo. This social media post had confirmed it. Otherwise, why would Chinyu notating the bell ringing Kuramani while Xiao Xiao the actor stood beside Xiaoying? Bang! A cigarette butt fell from the balcony. Theglo and Jember assembling Xiaoying's life on the verge of extinguishment. In that moment, Chinyu Shirt felt as if it were shattering Galizier's soft devotion had merely been unside defection, leading to his own destruction. He felt utterly exhausted. Please vistoy your book shelf and follow for updates the data during the new book period crucial, Eisenkerlith and Calder readers. Chapter 2 Perhaps you should apologize to your husband. Lying in bed, Chinyu faced the barrage of messages and funny calls, feeling gutter-ly drained, yearning for a moment of peace. For some years, he had never experienced a moment of tranquility. Upon arriving in this world, his spirit had put away, and the group was thrown into chaos, beset by internal and external strife. He had rallied the trusted aides of his parents to restore order. Compared to the past, the group had undergone over 90 turnover, with its direction and strategic goals completely transformed. Al toxicus it stripped away. What remained were a Sandra lat investment businesses. Yet, more than half of his years of hard work had been squandered in Xiaoying, only to be met with resentment. Chairman, Ari outrulicertana buten definite lipus poning one union? Hasio Yorwigana Tufer, should intervened Werner, or perhaps blacklist Xiao Xiao? A calcamine. Agent to Iatink Sias Femolevoicent Heline. Chenyas lumped against the phone, his eyes already closed in exhaustion, muttering, I'm tired, when I woke up, let's discuss asset divestment. Moments later, soft snores escaped deeps. Even as the immense blow of his thoughts lingered. A look of wistful relaxation settled on his face as he closed his eyes. This all must come at end. Meanwhile, Xiaoying was attending the celebratory banquet for the bell-ringing Kuramani, Cladina Karim Colorejon that accentuated her graceful figure. Holding a glass of champagne, she turned to the handsome young man beside her, her radiant smile captivating gal around. As if she had zeized the entire world in her laughter. Her gown seemed to complement the unman switset, leading don lookers to mistake and believe they were a couple. Ringing. Ringing. Just as Chenyas phone was turned off, a series of calls redirected to Xiaoying. A nearby Skritera Rushadover Herfasi a mask of Fangsi, displaying the social media posts he had seen. Imas Siad Eurus Bandis Furious, Hespest Poning Awan Unayan Watchold Wado? The secretary was on the verge of tears. She had warned Xiaolaying not to bring Xiaozai along, but Xiaolaying had insisted, claiming it was a gesture of goodwill from him. At the bell-ringing ceremony, not bringing her own husband but instead bringing him in with rumors as whirling around him. What must their husband think? What would others think? She was clearly married, yet she appeared in public with Anna Thurman. If the roles were reversed, could she accept the husband being with another woman? Chun yu hot doas thismian? When did I say I wanted to postpone one union? Xiaolaying's smile froze, her mind momentarily blank. Huan Unionitan lay involved massive investments but also featured significant trolls for Xiaoxiao. From the outset, she had envisioned Xiaozai as the Moliliad. After all, as a topster, his popularity made him a perfect fit. However, Chen Yu had vehemently opposed these, and in fiend, she had no quasabata cast Xiaozai in a supporting role, proceeding without his approval. Shabeli Evathetun said his Arias was completed. Even if Chen Yu reacted strongly, it would not matter. Especially as her intentions were to ensure the show's success. Yet, Chen Yu failed to understand her. Imest Xia have I forgotten that our husband is not unlike the producer Boodles of the investor? Just for Huan Yunyan, Eurospan's Oriental Group invested 300 million has implied trust at the decision-making Toywan doesn't interfere. The own secretaricies were reared with urgency. Ignothis but in the chairman of the company, even if Chen Yu is me husband, he cannot interfere in company decisions. Xiaolaying presaid Amaldicals, clarifying the situation with her secretary to facilitate her arrangements. Huan Yunian wastes the company's first major production post listing. It must make her sounding success. The stock price needed to continue rising. If Huan Yunian were to obey definite lipest bond, Liing mediastic price would plummet. Imest Xia do you truly not understand or Arias implying the facts? Liing Media and Oriental Group may be quantities, but Liing Media has grown up Oriental Group. Do you think Eurus band sword should know it? The secretary was nearly exasperated. Every the company held Chen Yu in higher guard, yet Xiaolaying said it to do us lukewarm. They had assumed Thais was merely couples dynamic, believing Chen Yu was content to be behind Thesina's figure, but how old have I thought it was like these? Moreover, those hop knew Chen Yu spast understood the Thu was making way for Xiaolaying. Otherwise, if Chen Yu stepped forward, what place would Xiaolaying have? Xiaodao, I understand this matter, please quickly clarify in the company's name. If news leaks, deny it. Everything must prioritize stabilizing the company's price. Xiaolaying spoke earnestly. Ms. Xia, I feel it is futile to discuss this with you. You should prompt likely our husband and apologize. Secretary Xiaodao said, her face filled with worry. Xiaolaying immediately frowned. We shall they apologize. Immorella Kamito Wall Streetering Thebali haven't done anything wrong to him. The secretary pointed a the social media post. Her anxiety causing her to break into sweat. Imest Xia don't you understand yet? You left our husband at home but brought Xiaozai with you. What do you expect them to think? She want to say the say Chen Yu was disappointed in Xiaolaying. But she dared not. After all, she was just a secretary. Xiaolaying's expression darkened, her mood souring significantly. Even with her phone temporarily silenced, the incessant vibration sunlight added to her agitation. Xiaotao, after all these years of working Bisadim, you should know my temperament. This is the fear stand last time. I do not wish to hear such words from my wagain. Xiaolaying said coldly. Seeing the ranger, Xiao Zhao approached, inquiring about the situation. Up and learning the full story, he toward Jadur call Chen Yu. There was indeed nothing between him a phone call could clarify matters, but failing to call wouldn't lead to misunderstandings. Xiao Zhao reassured her that their relationship was innocent. And Chen Yu should be able to understand. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolaying dialed Chen Yu's number. Believing that if Chen Yu was upset of Era Maret photo, it would birth pity. Today was the company's listing. Couldn't I even take photo? Yet, when she tried to call, the number was blocked and she could not get through. When she tempted Toriacum via WeChat, Femament she pressed the button, exclamation mark popped up, indicating she had been delete das contact. This left her momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend. Shoutao, try calling Chinyu instead. I can't get through. Xia Liang clutched her phone, frowning. Miss Xia, it's over, my Fanny and WeChat have been blocked, Secretary Shoutao exclaimed, her sepal in an instant. If Thekal could still go through, it wouldn't be that serious. Boot with both their Calsals and WeChat blocked. It called in la me anything. Chenyu wanted a divorce. Chapter 3. After 4 long years, she finally felt the chill. Xia Liang's heart raced for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Even if she were blocked, she did not believe it would pose a significant problem. After all she had endured many years, could Chenyu truly contemplate divorce over a mere photograph? Xiaozong, while the situation remains manageable, I advise you to return and apologize promptly. The matter of Huan Yunyan is currently circulating only within social circles. But once the Dongfang group officially confirms it, it will be irretrievable, Shoutao urged anxiously. She feared that if Chenyu proposed divorce, the freshly listed Liang media could not only collapse but might also face scrutiny. On the very first day of its listing, a major upheaval could compel the New York Stock Exchange to demand the company repurchase all stocks and compensate shareholders, as well as cover the losses incurred by the exchange. If mishandled, bankruptcy would be a real possibility. Shoutao, do you not comprehend my words? Enough, you've worked tirelessly during this time, I'll arrange for someone to buy you a ticket back home, you should take a few days to rest. Xia Liang was on the verge of exploding with anger but restrained herself. Her secretary had been with her for many years, knowing her inside and out. Even if she felt displeased, she could not dismiss her over a few words. Especially since Shoutao was merely looking out for her. Shoutao nearly ground her teeth in frustration, but what could she do? After all, the other party was her boss. Liang, perhaps you should return home. The celebration banquet is undoubtedly important, but family takes precedence. You can trust me to handle matters here, Xiao Xiao gently advised. Xia Liang gazed at her, letting out a heavy sigh. Xiao Xiao, wouldn't it be wonderful if Chenyu could be as understanding as you? Xiao Xiao waved her hand dismissively. Liang, please do not say such things. If those words were to reach back, it could lead to misunderstandings. Xia Liang sighed again, but she was resolute in not going back. The company had only just gone public, with numerous matters needing her attention and several prominent figures to entertain. What would it signify if she returned at this juncture? Shoutao, you head back to Lu City first. Once you land, please find Chenyu and explain the situation. I'll return to accompany him within 3 days at most. This should suffice, right? Xia Liang still regarded Chenyu as a child throwing a tantrum. Even if he had misunderstood due to a photograph, how grave could the issue be? At worst, she could lower her pride and soothe him. Having married Chenyu at 25, 4 years had passed, what could not be clarified? Yes, she had not given him a son or daughter, but had she not been busy? Xiaozong, you, Shoutao, gritting her teeth, felt utterly helpless. As Xia Liang's secretary, her only recourse was to comply with her directives. The outcome was no longer within her control. Xia Liang returned calls regarding the previously mentioned matters. All inquiries about Huan Yunyan were met with her vague responses. Huan Yunyan could not be postponed. Absolutely not. This incident had soured Xia Liang's mood considerably. She attempted to add Chenyu as a friend on WeChat, but her efforts were met with silence. Then, her father's call came, and he unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon her. Calling her foolish and despicable. He scolded her for knowing the Xia family relied on Chenyu, that substantial funding required his support, yet she had brought Xiao Xiao, an actress, to Wall Street. Had she concealed it well, it might have gone unnoticed, but she brazenly took him to ring the bell. What was she thinking? Did she wish for Chenyu to divorce her, thereby leading to the Xia family's downfall? Before hanging up, her father issued an ultimatum. Xia Liang, I do not care what transpired between you and Xiao Xiao, return immediately and appease Chenyu. Xia Liang nearly broke into tears, her eyes reddening with sorrow. This was a misunderstanding of Chenyu's own making. What did it have to do with her? Moreover, she had been striving to contact Chenyu, but he refused to answer her calls. What could she do? The celebration banquet ended abruptly due to her father's call. She had to cancel all subsequent engagements and board the flight home. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao was there to help wrap things up in New York. Otherwise, she would not have known what to do. She could not fathom why Chenyu was causing such a ruckus. Was she not acting in the company's best interest? Moreover, Chenyu was also a shareholder. She was aiding him in earning profits. Why could he not understand? Ding dong. Upon landing, Xia Liang's WeChat finally buzzed with activity. It was Chenyu's assistant, Su Sihui, sending a message. Her profile picture depicted a youthful girl. Slightly chubby-cheeked and quite pretty, Xia Liying had a favorable impression of her, as Chen Yu often distanced himself from the company's affairs, leaving most matters for her to handle, compared to Xia Liying's secretary. Xiao Tao, Su Sihui was notably more competent. She had been with Chen Yu since she was 18, and they had even been classmates for over 2 years in high school until Xia Liying went abroad. Xia Zone, do you have a moment? I need to coordinate some matters on behalf of the chairman. Su Sihui's tone was official and cold, leaving Xia Liying momentarily stunned. I just arrived in Lu City and am at the airport. What is it? She inquired, puzzled. Do you have transportation at the airport, or is someone picking you up? Su Sihui asked. If possible, please return to Yunding Mansion within the hour. I will be waiting for you with the lawyer. Su Sihui replied almost instantly. Xia Liying was taken aback, unable to comprehend the icy words on her screen. She sensed Su Sihui's frosty demeanor and immediately called her. Sihui, what is happening? Why has Chen Yu arranged for a lawyer to come home? Su Sihui's response was unyielding. Xia Zone, the legal matter was personally ordered by the chairman. It is not convenient to explain over the phone. Please return as soon as possible. Xia Liying's heart skipped a beat. Then send someone to pick me up. Su Sihui declined. I'm sorry, the company's vehicles are in short supply. You may take a taxi back. The expenses will be reimbursed by the group. With that, the call ended, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. At that moment Xia Liying could no longer remain composed. A wave of dizziness washed over her, yet she still believed that Chen Yu was merely in a foul mood and that a little coaxing would suffice. She had rushed back from New York. Surely Chen Yu would understand her plight. Moreover, as a man, he should not be so petty. With a stern expression, she took a taxi back to Yunding Mansion. But just as she was about to ascend the stairs, she found herself unable to access the entrance. Chapter 4. What are you exactly? Yet you still remain his wife. Xia Liying felt it was merely a malfunction with the access control system. The facial recognition technology in the community was particularly advanced, but it occasionally failed to recognize individuals. She adjusted herself in front of the camera several times, even lifting her bangs, yet it continued to display a failed recognition alert. When entering the community, the security guard had assisted her, but now, unable to gain entry, she took out her phone to call Su Sihui for assistance, but at that moment, a neighbor happened to descend from upstairs and opened the ground floor entrance for her. Entering the elevator, she pressed the button for the 26th floor, yet her anxiety and apprehension grew stronger, an instinct warning her that something unfortunate awaited her after she ascended. Indeed, as the elevator doors opened, she was met with a bewildering sight. The door to Unit 2601 was ajar, with numerous movers bustling in and out, carrying cardboard boxes. Even her Steinway piano, which she had placed in the living room, was being disassembled by professionals and laid out in the expansive hallway. Her clothes and belongings lay forlornly on the ground. Chen Yu, are you here? What is happening? Are we moving? Such a significant event? And you did not think to inform me in advance. Xia Liying walked past the workers and entered their marital home, a duplex exceeding 1,000 square feet, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. She could overlook the cross-sea bridge of Lu City, enjoying the view of ferry boats below at night. Sihui, whereas Chen Yu, Xia Liying did not see Chen Yu in the living room. Only Su Sihui and several lawyers in suits seated there. Upon her entrance, Su Sihui and the others turned to look at her, yet the respect they once held for her had vanished. Xia Zong, the chairman is currently in his study occupied with matters. We will handle the coordination with you. Su Sihui stood up, stating, whatever it is, we can discuss it later. I need to see Chen Yu first. Xia Liying suddenly felt a sense of avoidance, for she already sensed what was about to unfold. However, as long as she could meet Chen Yu, there was still room for negotiation. Su Sihui stepped forward to block her. Shaking her head, Xia Zong, our chairman is very busy right now. Please do not disturb him. Xia Liying, in a moment of panic, retorted, I am his legal wife. Do I need your permission to see him? To her surprise, Su Sihui nodded. You may view it that way. The chairman has entrusted us with all matters, including your request to see him. Xia Liying clenched her silver teeth tightly, feeling utterly bewildered. How could a single photograph escalate matters to such an extent? Was it truly necessary? The incident regarding the photo led to Chen Yu's misunderstanding. She could apologize, but it was certainly not her doing that brought Xiao Xiao into the picture. The long legs belonged to someone else, and he ran over on his own accord. What could she do? Even though she had turned Chen Yu down before going abroad, he could have approached her himself. If Chen Yu genuinely cared for her, he should have taken the initiative. Ms. Xia, please have a seat. We shall now explain the situation to you. Su Sihui gestured for her to sit, unwavering in her stance. Chen Yu, what exactly is your problem? Just because of a photograph, you assume I am that kind of frivolous woman. I, Xia Liying, am not so base, she shouted towards the study, her eyes reddening and brimming with tears. She truly felt aggrieved. Shen Yu did not understand her at all. After all these years of marriage, he still could not discern whether she was the type to stray. Suddenly, the door swung open. Shen Yu, cigarette in mouth, brushed past her indifferently, heading towards the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and retrieved a bottle of latte. For years, he had grown accustomed to this flavor. At that moment, he held a tablet in his hand displaying details about a new book signing event for a prominent author under his wing. Requiring his approval, Shen Yu, how can you smoke at home? Have I not told you that even the faintest whiff lingers for ages? Xia Liying questioned as she approached him. You did mention it. But so what? This is my home, not yours. Shen Yu exhaled a puff of smoke dismissively, signing his name on the tablet. The stench nearly overwhelmed Xia Liying, who had a severe obsession with cleanliness. Even a speck of ash on the floor was intolerable, let alone Shen Yu's blatant disregard for her discomfort. If you misunderstood me because of that photograph, I am willing to apologize, but I am swamped with work every day. Why can't you show some understanding? Xia Liying pleaded, her voice strained. You needn't play the victim, and when have I not been understanding of you? Shen Yu interrupted impatiently, raising his hand. Su Sihui positioned herself in front of Xia Liying, stating, Ms. Xia, our chairman has always been very considerate of you. It is rather you who has taken advantage. Xia Liying glared angrily. What do you mean? How have I taken advantage? One should speak with evidence. How could she be so unaware of her shortcomings? She acknowledged her neglect of Shen Yu's feelings due to work, but she had never crossed any lines or done anything to betray their marriage. Su Sihui's expression turned icy as she continued, Ms. Xia, your Liying Media was established with the chairman's assistance. It is also due to the chairman that it has reached its current scale. Every script at your company has been personally approved by the chairman, and he has even modified them according to your specifications. Initially, Huan Yunyan was to receive an investment of 800 million. As the chairman believed quality should outweigh marketing, yet you insisted on spending 300 million on marketing. If you wish to pursue that path, so be it, but you have employed the dubious artist Xiao Xiao and used group resources for his promotion. Now, we not only seek to reclaim the Huan Yunyan IP but also to hold you accountable for the losses incurred by our group. In an instant, Xia Liying was struck dumb, her mind racing in confusion. All these years, the scripts had been modified by Shen Yu. How could that be possible? Shen Yu had always seemed idle at home, either gaming in the study or scrolling through Douyin on the couch. Surely he couldn't even comprehend a script. Ms. Xia, you have never shown any concern for the chairman over the years. Even a slight inquiry would have revealed that he is the revered Yushin, who controls a significant portion of the entertainment industry in Longhua, yet you treat him as a mere househusband and even stated so in front of reporters. What are you really? And yet, a person like you is the chairman's wife. Is it not laughable? Chapter 5, Clean Break. No harassment. Su Sihui's scolding left Xia Liying's complexion pale. These were matters she had been completely unaware of. Their family had distanced itself from the Chun family for a time, coinciding with the latter's troubles. I in the entertainment circle, who did not know the name Yushin, even she knew he was affiliated with the Dongfang group, but she had never imagined it would be Chen Yu. How could it be him? Why had he concealed this from her after so many years of marriage? Had he revealed it sooner, she would not have harbored so many misunderstandings, yet she had never considered that the fault lay with her. After all, Chen Yu had never hidden this matter. Chen Yu's study was adorned with trophies, and there were numerous photos of him receiving awards online. The reason he had remained out of the spotlight over the years was due to his stepping back to allow others to shine. This was to pave the way for Xia Liying and to cultivate new talents for the group. He was low-key, but not to such an extent. Most of the top-tier IPs in Longhua, from the already famous Shenhuan Zhuanan Mo Du Nu Z2 Jian to the ongoing projects like Huan Yunyan and Wen Wu Bai Ji, were all connected to him, because these authors were nurtured by him. He directed their trends, effectively influencing the entertainment landscape of Longhua for 3 years to come, and the next 3 years would also be shaped by his vision. Chen Yu, are you truly Yushin? Xia Liying still found it hard to accept. Yes, indeed. It seems you are the last person in the world to find out. What a surprise! Chen Yu nodded faintly, acknowledging the truth. He recalled that in the early days of their marriage, Xia Liying had been very respectful and had revolved around him, but this was likely just a ruse to ensnare him into marriage. Even more absurd was that such a tactic had now become a reason to harm him. Xia Liying, you need not explain anything. You never loved me. You married me merely to rescue the Xia family with my wealth. Over the years, I have lost hundreds of billions due to you. The valuation of your Liying Media is partly due to my investments, yet I never expected that my contributions would lead you to resent me. You believe I have stolen your youth and caused you unrequited love. Do you not see yourself as an independent individual? Do you not think everything you have is a result of your own efforts? If I withdraw my investment, would you have any objections? Shen Yu extinguished his cigarette, locking eyes with her. After all these years of affection, all he received was her absurd pursuit, a bid to strip him of his entire fortune, even pushing him to the brink of despair. Since fate had granted him a second chance, he intended to sever ties decisively. Let the Xia family perish. If she wished to harbor hatred, then let it be even more thorough. Ms. Xia, we now seek to reclaim all IPs, including Huan Yunyan. For the previously authorized IPs, we will merge and demand 1.95 billion in licensing fees, and with the losses from Huan Yunyan, that totals 2.25 billion, the next stages of Yu Zuianmei Gong Hejian will all cease authorization. With the losses borne by you, works like Xinhuan Zhuan and Mo Du Nu Z2 Jian will be transferred to the group, and any subsequent income will have no relation to you. Su Sihui's words left Xia Liying in a whirl, as she had never imagined Shen Yu would propose divorce, nor had she anticipated such a heart-wrenching severance of ties. All compensations combined totaled a staggering 375 billion. The critical point was that with Chen Yu withdrawing his investment, Liying Media would be left in ruins. A market value of $3 billion would vanish entirely. Su Sihui, regardless of whether Xia Liying had any objections, instructed the lawyer to present a divorce agreement. Continuing, Ms. Xia, you should be quite familiar with this document. Yes, indeed, this is the divorce agreement you drafted yourself and concealed in the cabinet. The agreement states you wish to leave with nothing but refuse any harassment from the chairman. We have added a clause. This provision applies to you as well. If you have no objections, please sign. As for your belongings, we will arrange for a moving company to deliver them to your residence. Su Sihui's frigid demeanor sent Xia Liying's mind into a frenzy. This agreement had been secretly drafted shortly after their marriage, and she believed she had destroyed it, yet here it was, still in the cabinet. Chen Yu not only exposed her disdain for the marriage but also unearthed her drafted divorce agreement. There truly seemed to be no turning back. Yet she could not comprehend when Shen Yu had transformed into this version of himself. Before she went abroad, though he seemed somewhat disheartened, it had never reached this extent. She resented Shen Yu for ruining her feelings, causing her unfulfilled love, yet now that her thoughts had been laid bare by him, she was willing to change, but Shen Yu did not even wish to grant her the opportunity for change. Shen Yu, was it necessary to escalate matters to this point? After all, we have been married for 4 years. Is there nothing we cannot discuss? It was my fault for unilaterally allowing Xiao Xiao to join the cast of Huan Yunyan, but was it not all for the success of Huan Yunyan? You are undoubtedly aware that after a company goes public, it will inevitably face pressure regarding its stock price. Who am I doing this for? Xia Liying exclaimed anxiously. If Chen Yu genuinely wishes to divorce her, she could accept it, but she absolutely could not tolerate him withdrawing his investment. Even more intolerable would be him taking away the intellectual property. For whom? Of course, it is for yourself, and even more so for the sake of money. After the company's IPO, do you intend to devour my assets and send me to prison with your own hands? After all, you know better than anyone how much you despise me. Shen Yu sneered. I do not. Xia Liying was taken aback and quickly retorted. She had harbored such thoughts, but were they not merely thoughts? If thoughts were to be held accountable, would dreaming then be considered a crime? Enough, Xia Liying, we truly have nothing more to discuss. Sign the agreement quickly and leave my house. Chen Yu interrupted impatiently. I agree to the divorce, but I do not consent to the withdrawal of investment. Moreover, if you withdraw your investment at this juncture, your Dongfang Group will face immense losses. Xia Liying exclaimed urgently. The company had only just completed its IPO. Should a significant upheaval occur now, she would be faced with astronomical compensation and fines. This was something she could not endure. Continuing to collaborate with you would only exacerbate my losses. Xia Liying, you do not genuinely believe yourself to be some commercial genius, do you? With so many premium intellectual properties in my possession, how could you possibly incur losses? It is truly more shameful than being a mere dog. Just uttering it brings disgrace. Chen Yu scoffed. Of the intellectual properties entrusted to Liying Media by Chen Yu could easily yield tens of millions in profit if handed over to any random shell company. Were it not for her foolishness, Chen Yu would not have suffered such significant losses. Chen Yu, how can you say such things about me? Chapter 6. The dignified President Xia, cast aside by the roadside. Xia Liying gasped, her eyes reddened. Countless individuals had praised her, claiming her vision was sharp and her business acumen unparalleled, yet in Chen Yu's words, she was rendered so insignificant. Even if they were to divorce, even if Chen Yu was angered by a mere photograph, was it necessary for him to speak so harshly? After all, she had been his wife for 4 years. Moreover, they had grown up together as childhood friends. Sihui hastened to have her sign, then escort her out. Chen Yu impatiently gestured with his hand. Over the years, Xia Liying had destroyed countless intellectual properties, and the online readers who had read the original works berated him, causing him to feel guilty towards the authors under his wing. At this moment, he truly wished to no longer see Xia Liying's face, for her presence only reminded him of the despair before the final leap. Yes, Chairman, Su Sihui nodded and immediately complied. Having followed Chen Yu for so many years, all her abilities had been cultivated by him. In the past, they had merely been classmates, but due to a family misfortune, her father's bankruptcy and disappearance, she and her mother had been driven to desperation. In that dire situation, she had hopelessly borrowed money from Chen Yu. Despite the internal and external troubles faced by Dongfang Group at that time, Chen Yu had still been willing to take out 5 million from the group to rescue her. Even her funds for studying abroad had been supported by him. President Xia, you may have had enough. Our chairman's time is precious. Please do not continue to waste it. If you do not acknowledge these two agreements, we shall mobilize the group's legal team to litigate against you, and it will not merely be 40 billion, Su Sihui coldly asserted. They had proposed a compensation of 43.75 billion merely to expedite Liying Media's repayment, allowing for the mobilization of funds to initiate other projects. The group's finances had deteriorated tremendously due to the years of being dragged down by Liying Media, yet fortunately, Chen Yu had been there to support them. Chen Yu, we have known each other for so long, why must you be so heartless? We have been married for 4 years, do you truly feel no affection for me? Xia Liying breathed rapidly. Beyond playing the emotional card, she had no other recourse. Moreover, she was unwilling. Her misunderstandings of Chen Yu were entirely due to his erroneous portrayal of her. Had Chen Yu spoken to her sooner, things would not have come to this. President Xia, when the group was in turmoil, where were you and the Xia family? When the chairman fell gravely ill last year, where were you? You constantly use your busy schedule as an excuse. Yet when have you ever fulfilled the obligations expected of a wife? When has Dongfang Group ever relied on you to generate profits? Su Sihui questioned. The Dongfang Group not only did not look to her for profits but rather hoped she would incur fewer losses. Chen Yu's immense talent in film entertainment and intellectual property operations had generated substantial cash flow for the group, yet it was all tied to Xia Liying. Xia Liying attempted to speak again but was interrupted by Su Sihui. Enough. President Xia, no more words, sign the document. Xia Liying was thoroughly agitated, declaring, I will not sign, this is utterly unfair to me, why should I bear the losses while not receiving any assets? Su Sihui scoffed, you still wish to claim assets? Do you believe you are worthy? I address you with respect purely out of professionalism. Do you truly think I hold you in high regard? Since Xia Liying married Chen Yu, Su Sihui had always held disdain for her, merely refraining from voicing it due to Chen Yu, and now that a divorce was imminent, the pent-up fury within her could finally erupt. What was Xia Liying worth, relying on Chen Yu for her position? Yet lacking any self-awareness, externally proclaiming her independence was simply laughable. Were it not for the support of Dongfang Group, she would not know which factory she would be toiling in. Tightening screws, sign the document. Su Sihui pressed. Her anger rendered Xia Liying acutely aware of the formidable presence before her. In Xia Liying's mind, Su Sihui was a gentle girl who spoke softly. She would never even raise her voice in anger. Yet at this moment, she was as frigid as an iceberg, instilling a chill in Xia Liying. I will not. Xia Liying stubbornly pouted like a child, believing that by throwing a tantrum, she could gloss over the matter. But as Su Sihui raised her hand, several lawyers seized her and escorted her out. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving her abandoned at the entrance. She stood in a daze, bewildered, tears of grievance streaming down her face as she failed to comprehend what she had done wrong. Before she could gather her thoughts, the security personnel from the community approached, physically escorting her out. Gazing at the luxurious entrance of the community, Xia Liying appeared disheveled and utterly aggrieved, and simultaneously, her resentment intensified. She believed she was in the right and felt justified in her years of resentment towards Chen Yu, such a cold-hearted individual. When useful, he treated her like a treasure. When no longer useful, he cast her out onto the street. The pressure and grievance within her exploded like a nuclear bomb, leading to an emotional breakdown as she crouched by the roadside, weeping like a fool. The once illustrious President Xia, who had recently basked in glory on Wall Street, now found herself reduced to a state of utter desolation, evoking a sense of lament. Chairman Xia Liying has already been expelled, and I have notified the property management to deny entry to anyone from the Xia family into the community, Su Sihui announced as she knocked on the door and approached Chen Yu. Returning to her gentle demeanor, Sihui, why must people be so complicated? I have given her so much, yet she remains unsatisfied, and in the end, I am the one at fault. Chen Yu sighed bitterly, reflecting on the turmoil within his heart. All he ever desired was a relationship characterized by mutual support, believing that his affection for Xia Liying would ensure their enduring companionship, yet he was mistaken, gravely mistaken. Chairman, you are too weary, let go of everything and go out for some fresh air. I will handle the group's affairs. Su Sihui gently embraced him and spoke softly. Sihui, promise me, no matter what happens in the future, you must never bear the burden for me, you must never sacrifice yourself for me. Understood, Chen Yu sighed, his voice laced with bitterness. In his past life, before Xia Liying forced him to leap, she had first eliminated Su Sihui, for Su Sihui was the one who stood by Chen Yu's side. If Su Sihui had not perished, many matters would have remained unresolved. At that time, Su Sihui had died abroad, and before her body could be returned, Chen Yu was reported by Xia Liying and placed on the police's wanted list. He could not even bury Su Sihui's body. Overwhelmed by a multitude of blows, he ascended to the rooftop and jumped. Upon hearing this, Su Sihui's delicate figure trembled slightly, and her beautiful eyelashes fluttered. Yet she did not respond to Sihui. Promise me. Chen Yu gently pushed her away, gazing at her with utmost seriousness. In this life, they must cherish one another. All right. Su Sihui nodded, having always been obedient to Chen Yu's words. Yet whether she acted upon them was her own decision. Before departing, she meticulously and tenderly organized Chen Yu's desk, tossing Xia Liying's framed photographs into the trash and covering the weary, slumbering Chen Yu with a blanket. Click, the door closed softly, and her slender, jade-like fingers caressed the photograph of Chen Yu at 21, her heart aching to the point of nearly suffocating. 3 days later, the Dongfang Group convened a press conference that sent shockwaves throughout the internet. Clad in a tailored suit, Chen Yu ascended the stage, greeted by a barrage of flashing cameras, and announced 3 pivotal matters. First, he had initiated divorce proceedings against Xia Liying through his attorney, severing all ties between the Dongfang Group and Liying Media. Second, the group had reclaimed the intellectual property rights to Huan Yunyan, intending to invest 1 billion for a complete remake. Third, in a bid to bolster cash flow, the group was preparing to venture into short dramas. That day, Liying Media was suspended from trading on the U.S. stock market, receiving a warning letter from the New York Stock Exchange demanding that Liying Media rectify the situation and resume operations. However, in a week's time, Chen Yu would seek to freeze all assets of Liying Media. Chapter 7. Exhaustion. The financial state of the Dongfang Group was dire. Only short dramas could significantly revive the company's fortunes. Yet, as the announcement of this new direction was made, not only the journalists present but numerous industry insiders expressed their bewilderment at the concept of short dramas. The Dongfang Group's approach had always been distinct from others. While others chased after traffic, they focused on production. As others were compelled to engage in production battles, they ventured into the innovative realm of short dramas. Employing a plethora of grassroots actors, leading many to doubt their strategy. Grassroots actors, lacking both fame and skill, what impact could they possibly have in a film or television production? Mr. Yu, online rumors suggest that your divorce from President Xia is due to her infidelity with the rising star Xiao Xiao. She even treated you like a mere house husband. What is your response? A reporter inquired from the audience. Response: what response could I offer? In her eyes, I have never amounted to even 1/10,000th of her white moonlight. I introduced her to the entertainment industry and assisted Liying Media in going public. Yet I was deemed unworthy to attend the ringing of the bell for its IPO. She claims I lack business acumen, that I fail to understand operations, yet she poses for intimate photographs with her white moonlight. Thus, I am weary. Chen Yu smiled, yet a sense of resignation enveloped him. Is it truly the case of President Xia's infidelity? My heavens, what could she possibly be after? The reporter below exclaimed in astonishment. I do not know. During our marriage she frequently flew to film sets and often went to bars, returning home at dawn, Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. The crowd erupted in uproar. The scene was undeniably explosive. No one anticipated that the chairman of Liying Media would be embroiled in such scandalous behavior. Having risen to prominence through the Dongfang Group, how could she behave in such a manner? Has she lost her mind? Liying Media arose because of me and should ultimately be concluded by my hand. Henceforth, the Dongfang Group shall not only sever all collaboration with Liying Media but also initiate a comprehensive boycott. Simultaneously, I will ensure that my acquaintances within the industry also blacklist Xiao Xiao. Such unscrupulous artists deserve to be shunned by the entire internet. Chen Yu's words dropped like a bombshell at the event, effectively blacklisting 2 prominent figures in one fell swoop, poised to trigger a seismic shift in the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, at the Xia household, Xia Yuanshan was seething with rage, smashing the tea set on the table. The withdrawal of investments from the Dongfang Group had a profoundly detrimental impact on the Xia Group, directly leading to a severe cash flow crisis. Xia Yuanshan tried every means possible to contact Chen Yu, but his calls went unanswered. Even through intermediaries, Chen Yu told him to get lost. The IPO of Liying Media was supposed to be a moment of glory for the Xia family, yet all was ruined because of a mere Xiao Xiao. Xia Liying, how could I have given birth to such a foolish creature? You and Xiao Xiao have a scandal, yet you flaunt it openly. As long as there is no evidence to catch you. Even if you shared a bed, it would not matter. But why did you have to take him to Wall Street? Why did you publicly pose for photographs with him? Now look at the mess. Chen Yu has pulled his investments, affecting not just your company but also our family's group, Xia Yuanshan shouted in exasperation. Following the incident, it was not just Xia Yuanshan who was furious, even Xia Liying's mother, Wu Guilan, was lamenting the severity of the situation. Everyone knew the Xia family relied on Chen Yu, and they understood this truth better than anyone, yet Xia Liying seemed unfazed. You were already acting like a harlot. Why did you think you could establish a facade of virtue? Dad, why do you have to speak so harshly? This was a trap set by Chen Yu to harm us. How could it possibly be my fault? Xia Liying protested, collapsing to the ground, her once beautiful face now swollen from slaps. Design. Then why did Chen Yu not concoct his scheme earlier or later, but precisely when you and Xiao Xiao were in Wall Street? If your rear end were clean, what could Chen Yu possibly do to you? Xia Yuanshan scolded angrily. Though he was shrewd and calculating, he had not risen to his current stature by being a fool. Given the relationship between the Xia family and Chen Yu, if Chen Yu wished to take action, the Xia family would have no recourse, as they were firmly grasping onto Chen Yu's coattails. I have said it, I have nothing to do with Xiao Xiao. He is simply upset that I maintain a friendship with him, thus he is deliberately targeting me. I am an independent person. Must I not be allowed to have friends? If only he possessed half of Xiao Xiao's understanding, he would not have gone this far, Xia Liying retorted, choking back tears. She maintained that her relationship with Xiao Xiao was purely platonic. So why did everyone misunderstand her? Why did Chen Yu seek to tarnish her reputation? The cold ground sent shivers through her body, igniting both anger and frustration. She had never realized how significant Chen Yu's influence was. Nor did she comprehend that he was the illustrious Yu Xin within the industry, otherwise she would not be in such a predicament. Despite her relentless efforts to manage the company and generate income, Chen Yu ultimately turned on her, denying her contributions and publicly defaming her. Xia Yuanshan, in a fit of rage, could not fathom that in such a dire moment, she still defended Xiao Xiao. He raised his hand and slapped her across the face. The sharp sound echoed, nearly stunning her. That hurts. How could I not understand why Chen Yu was taking such drastic measures? You foolish girl, if you treat us this way, I cannot imagine how he perceives you. For the sake of a mere actor like Xiao Xiao, you offend our benefactor. How could I have given birth to such an imbecile? Xia Yuanshan raged, struggling to catch his breath, his chest heaving violently, his gaze almost murderous. Originally, he had planned to seize as many of Dongfang Group's assets as possible after Liying Media's IPO. After all, Chen Yu seldom took charge. Whenever he spoke, Chen Yu would surely comply. But who could have anticipated that Xia Liying's reckless actions would crush his plans in their infancy? The Dongfang Group was a veritable cash cow. Once he had it firmly in his grasp, he could easily cast Chen Yu aside. Would that not be ideal? By then, even if Xia Liying wished to be with Xiao Xiao, he would not oppose it as long as their family was sufficiently wealthy. There would be no cause for concern. And Dad, Xia Liying, enduring the pain, attempted to speak, but Xia Yuanshan interrupted her angrily. Enough, you caused this mess, and you must find a way to earn Chen Yu's forgiveness. If you cannot resolve this with him, I will have someone eliminate Xiao Xiao. Xia Liying was taken aback, her heart racing. Dad, what does this have to do with Xiao Xiao? Why target him? Xia Yuanshan shouted. This all stemmed from him. If I do not confront him, who else should I seek out? Hurry and apologize to Chen Yu. He could not comprehend Xia Liying's logic. If she were to cheat, why not keep it under wraps? He himself had maintained relationships with numerous university students without his family ever discovering. If it were revealed, he would surely face divorce and the division of assets. Moreover, as a woman, why was she so impatient? Now everyone knew of Xia Liying's indiscretions with Xiao Xiao. The Xia family's reputation had been utterly tarnished by her actions. Chapter 8, A fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken. Xia Liying felt utterly aggrieved, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sank to the ground. It was clearly not her fault. Why must she bear the consequences? She had insisted that her relationship with Xiao Xiao was innocent. And though others did not believe her, how could her own parents doubt her? Liying, listen to your father and go quickly. The group has already been affected, and if this drags on further, the situation will only worsen. Her mother, Wu Guilan, urged to I will go, Xiao Laiyin cried, stumbling to her feet, her teeth nearly cracking from the pressure. At that moment, she longed for Xiao Xiao to be by her side, at least he understood her and would surely offer comfort. Yet, she could not allow him to come, the matter remained unresolved, and his appearance would only exacerbate the situation. Unfilial daughter, if you cannot secure Chen Yu's forgiveness, do not return, Xiao Yuanshan shouted at her retreating figure. With swollen eyes, she sat in the car and sobbed uncontrollably, her cries turning into choked gasps. She was utterly exhausted, yet Chen Yu showed no signs of relenting. She recalled the last time she had cried so desperately was due to the imminent bankruptcy from the group's failed investments. Compounded by her parents' quarrels that escalated to the brink of divorce, subsequently upon learning that the Chen family had renamed their conglomerate to Dongfang Group, which was now profiting immensely, her parents turned their attention to Chen Yu. At that time, she was exceedingly reluctant, yet her parents' coercion left her no choice but to seek Chen Yu out. Initially, she merely intended to borrow some money from him, but her parents pressured her into marrying him, which ignited her disdain for Chen Yu. For at that moment, her heart was solely occupied by Xiao Xiao. Unable to enter the community, Xiao Laiyin could only wait at the entrance of Yunding Mansion. She requested the community's property management to relay a message, hoping to arrange a meeting with Chen Yu, but they completely ignored her. She then went to Dongfang Group in search of Su Sihui. But as soon as she arrived at the entrance, the security personnel forcibly escorted her away, forbidding her from approaching Dai. In the past, entering and exiting Dongfang Group would have garnered her countless admirations. People would either greet her or bow in respect, yet now all they harbored was contempt. Truly, a fallen phoenix is not as good as a mere chicken. While waiting outside the building, a bucket of dirty water was suddenly splashed down from the third floor, drenching her like a drowned rat, leaving her once charming visage marred with filth. In that moment, Xiao Laiyin completely broke down, screaming in despair by the roadside, but as she screamed, tears streamed down her face. She cried with a heart-wrenching intensity. Concurrently, as Dongfang Group announced the termination of their partnership, they also blacklisted Xiao Xiao, although this was not an official ban, lacking the full efficacy of an official decree. The influence of Dongfang Group was immeasurable. A single announcement resulted in the cancellation of all Xiao Xiao's shows, contracts, and endorsements. Once a blazing star, he found himself cast down from his pedestal overnight. Xiao Xiao rushed back to the capital with his manager to address these issues, but upon returning, his agency presented him with a contract demanding he compensate them 750 million, including 500 million in penalties. Should he pay this amount, he would instantly find himself destitute and burdened with considerable debt. In a frenzy, he called Xiao Laiyin, only to find her phone in the hands of Xiao Yuanshan. Upon answering, Xiao Yuanshan unleashed a torrent of insults, ordering him to stay far away and not disturb the Xiao family. Bang! Xiao Xiao collapsed weakly into a chair, his gaze vacant, his complexion pale. Even Xiao Laiyin wouldn't assist him. He truly felt lost. He couldn't fathom why Chen Yu would be so petty. It was merely a photograph, not a grave matter. Was it necessary? Moreover, he and Xiao Laiyin had been friends for many years. Why couldn't Chen Yu show some understanding? Suppressing his helplessness and fury, he dialed Chen Yu in a desperate attempt to ease the tension, but the call connected only to a message stating the number was busy. Clearly, he had been blocked. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Xiao Xiao smashed his phone, which shattered into pieces. Over the years, he had relied on Laiyin Media's resources and support to finally rise to the status of a top star. Yet this position seemed as fleeting as a flash in the pan, vanishing without warning. He still aspired to win the title of Best Actor and earn substantial wealth. How could he resign himself to the end of his career in such a manner? Speaking of earning money, he appeared to have a way out. With over 50 million fans online, more than 20 of whom were die-hard supporters, he could easily rally them for funds to alleviate his immediate crisis. After all, Chen Yu's ban was merely an internal industry restriction. He could still operate independently. If he could pay off the company's debts, all future earnings would belong to him. He wouldn't even need to pay the compensation out of his own pocket. Viewed from this perspective, perhaps it was fortuitous. Normally, he would never be so ruthless, but he was being pressured. His die-hard fans would surely empathize with him. Manager, come here, since the company no longer wants us. We shall venture out on our own, contact my entire fan base and clarify my situation. They must understand that Xiao Laiyin and I are merely friends, and we must shift the blame onto Chen Yu. More importantly, we need to solicit their financial assistance. Even if it means they take out loans, we must gather the compensation funds. Xiao Xiao gritted his teeth. The manager, initially despondent, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope upon hearing Xiao Xiao's words. Indeed, they still had this group of supporters to exploit. Even if Xiao Xiao had only 5 million diehard fans, if each contributed 100, that would amount to 500 million, moreover many would likely contribute more than that. If executed well, they could not only cover the compensation but potentially profit handsomely. Great, I understand, I will get on it right away, the manager responded excitedly. Leave it to you, ensure this matter is handled properly. Xiao Xiao replied coldly. Rest assured, Xiaoji, I'm adept at exploiting fans. The manager made an okay gesture, brimming with enthusiasm. In fan groups, many leaders actively engage with their followers daily, ensuring that rallying support would be straightforward. In Lucheng, within a small tavern, Xia Liying was utterly intoxicated, tears streaming down her cheeks in sorrow, while a woman before her diligently wiped away her tears. Class monitor, why does Chunyu treat me this way? Xiao Xiao and I have always been friends, he knows that. We are more like best friends. Why would he misunderstand me over a photograph? Her choked sobs were heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy. The woman in front of her was her high school class monitor, with whom she shared a close bond, though past misunderstandings had strained her relationship with Chunyu. Despite Chunyu having clarified the matter multiple times, she still harbored resentment. Lying, I've always said that Chunyu was not a decent person. I knew he would tire of you and cast you aside. When you were to marry, I opposed it, but you insisted, leaving me powerless, Huang Min said with indignation. Xia Liying was taken aback, her eyes vacant as she murmured. Yes, he must have grown weary of me, wanting to discard me otherwise. Why would he be so extreme? Boohoo, what a scoundrel! Chapter 9, You a personal scoundrel, get off my car. Huang Min, seeing her weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom, held her tightly, feeling her pain deeply, recalling her own despair when Chunyu had seen her undressed in the equipment room. She had harbored a grudge against him for over a decade. Even the fact that she had struggled to find a boyfriend was attributed to Chunyu. If he hadn't seen her, would she have been unable to find a partner? Lying, that scoundrel not only kicked you to the curb but also publicly slandered your reputation, accusing you of having an affair with Xiao Xiao. This cannot be left unpunished. If he wants to pursue legal action, so be it, even if it means divorce. We must ensure you receive your fair share of assets. Otherwise it won't cover your compensation, Huang Min declared through clenched teeth. When Chenyu's parents had passed away, she had rejoiced, and upon learning that Dongfang Group was on the verge of collapse, her joy had only intensified. However, when Chunyu returned to the company after the college entrance exams, he not only shed the bad assets but also steered the group back on course. Dongfang Group not only revived but also ventured into the entertainment industry, flourishing within a few years, driving her nearly mad with jealousy and anger. After Xia Liying's return and her impending marriage to Chunyu, she had to reacquaint herself with the situation. Yet, we cannot afford to engage in this battle if it involves asset division. Even if judgment is rendered, he could appeal. The appeals process could stretch on for 2 or 3 years, and by then, the company would be bankrupt, Xia Liying lamented, her body trembling from sobs. The most critical issue was that Chunyu intended to apply to the court to freeze Liying Media and all her personal assets in a week. Is it truly necessary to go through second and third trials for a divorce? Huang Min frowned. While it shouldn't be necessary for ordinary individuals, Chunyu had the backing of Dongfang Group and its legal department. If they wished, they could accomplish anything, Xia Liying uttered despairingly, and not to mention the appeals. Even the initial trial following the asset freeze would be overwhelming for her, due to significant changes in the company. The NYSE had given her little time. If she didn't resolve the issue swiftly, the company would face bankruptcy. This Chunyu is truly a scoundrel. Does having money make one superior? Can wealth justify bullying others? Huang Min cursed angrily. Class monitor, could you please persuade him to meet with me? If he wants a divorce, I can accept it. If he demands I leave with nothing, I can accept that too. But could he grant me a little more time to manage the company? Xia Liying wept, her little nose quivering, her body numb from crying. Why should you leave with nothing? Haven't you earned him enough money over the years? Why should you bear the debts while he reaps the benefits? No way. I shall assist you in resolving this matter. I am determined to procure justice on your behalf. Huang Min ground her teeth once more, viewing Chunyu as a nemesis akin to a father's murderer, filled with a fervent desire to rend his flesh. Class monitor, I truly have no one to rely on, she lamented. Not only are those people on the internet berating me, but Chunyu is also disparaging me, and even my parents and relatives are scolding me. Whoa, I am utterly heartbroken. I wish to end it all. Xia Liying wept, feeling utterly aggrieved. Do not fret, you still have me. Huang Min reassured her. Let us return home. I shall confront Chunyu tomorrow. Huang Min supported her friend's arm, guiding the inebriated Xia Liying out of the tavern, summoning a designated driver to take her car back to her rented apartment. Huang Min's accommodation was modest, shared with others. Upon their return, Xia Liying rushed to the toilet, expelling the contents of her stomach violently. Witnessing her distress filled Huang Min with compassion, after inducing her to purge. She tenderly wiped her face, washed her feet, and helped her into bed. Huang Min gently tucked her in, yet in the darkness, the drunken Xia Liying clung to her, weeping repeatedly, soaking the sheets with her tears. The following morning, Huang Min awoke, but Xia Liying remained in slumber. After readjusting the blankets and the air conditioning, Huang Min quietly washed up, dressed, and stepped outside. She hailed a cab to Dongfang Group, only to find her phone had also been blocked. Registering at the front desk, she received a perfunctory response indicating they had no intention of allowing her access. In a fit of frustration, she dashed to the parking lot entrance to intercept anyone. At 9 a.m., a white Porsche Panamera approached, driven by Su Sihui, with Chen Yu seated in the passenger seat, engrossed in something. Despite the uproar surrounding the situation, Chen Yu appeared unperturbed, dressed impeccably in a suit, which incited Huang Min's indignation. She rushed to the front of the car, startling Su Sihui, who slammed on the brakes. The sudden stop caused Chen Yu to be jostled by his seatbelt, nearly losing his breath, while the tablet he held slipped from his grasp. Su Sihui instinctively checked on Chen Yu before inquiring if he was alright. Chen Yu waved her off, assuring her he was fine. But upon looking up, he found Huang Min glaring at him with fury, circling the car and tapping on the window. After regaining his composure, Chen Yu rolled down the window, irritation evident in his voice. Huang Min, what is the meaning of this commotion so early in the morning? Thankfully Sihui hit the brakes in time. Had she not, would you have preferred a trip to the hospital? He harbored no desire to engage with Huang Min, but since she was a friend of Xia Liying, he felt obligated. Years ago, an incident had transpired when he was merely following the teacher's instructions to move equipment from the storeroom, accompanied by others. Yet Huang Min had harbored a grudge against him ever since. Enough. Huang Min seized Chen Yu by the collar, her voice a fierce demand. You scoundrel, get out of the car. Chen Yu shrugged off her grip, discontent flashing in his eyes. Huang Min, can you not act irrationally this early? I know why you are here, but your behavior is frankly deranged. Xia Liying has sought to go abroad for her listing. I have warned her multiple times about the chaos overseas, yet she repeatedly rejected my concerns, opting instead to bring Xiao Xiao along. Am I to blame for this? Huang Min disregarded his words, retorting, her situation with Xiao Xiao is not as you describe. The esteemed Xiao is quite capable of making her own decisions. Furthermore, they were aware of her plans to go abroad to celebrate Liying's success, while you, instead of celebrating, sought to drag her down. What is your true intention? Chen Yu, astounded by her audacity, chuckled in disbelief, recognizing her inability to reason. Su Sihui, aware of Huang Min's obstinacy, promptly called for security to intervene. Chen Yu, you come down this instant. Huang Min insisted, her hand thrusting into the car, attempting to drag him out. In the scuffle, her fingers grazed his face, leaving a distinct red mark. You are truly insane. If you require psychiatric assistance, I can arrange for you to be committed. Chen Yu typically refrained from engaging in altercations with women, even one as volatile as Huang Min, but this time, he could no longer restrain himself. Get out, Huang Min persisted, tugging at him. You, a vile wretch, deserve to descend into hell. How dare you, Su Liying? You are the one who ought to depart with nothing. You must publicly clarify all slander against Liying, restore her reputation, and leave with nothing, and I may spare you. With a resounding slap, Huang Min recoiled, disbelief etched across her face as she beheld the furious Su Sihui beside her, whose icy glare could almost pierce through flesh. The sound of the slap was deafening, momentarily silencing the world around them. Chapter 10. A direct collision. At worst, I'll compensate. Huang Min, Chen Yu, Su Sihui, and Xia Liying were all classmates, yet Su Sihui stood firmly by Chen Yu's side, causing Huang Min to avoid her company. In Huang Min's perception, Su Sihui was the epitome of gentility, possessing both beauty and a soft-spoken demeanor. Despite her affiliation with Xia Liying, Su Sihui treated Huang Min with respect. Yet now she had struck her. Sihui, what are you doing? As Chen Yu's secretary, do you remain unaware of his treatment of Liying? By associating with such a person, are you complicit in his misdeeds? Shouldn't we women support one another? Su Sihui had endured Huang Min's provocations, especially since Xia Liying was still Chen Yu's wife at that time. Had it not been for that, would Su Sihui have tolerated Huang Min's repeated slanders against Chen Yu in front of Xia Liying? Xia Liying's brazen demeanor was undeniably linked to Huang Min's influence. Why do you stare at me like that? Huang Min inquired. Su Sihui, as Chen Yu's secretary, have you not already? Huang Min's expression morphed into one of disbelief, though it was not entirely unexpected. If Su Sihui had no ulterior motives with Chenyu, why would she remain in his employ as his secretary? Miss Huang, I must insist that you leave this place immediately, should you continue to harass the chairman. Our legal team will have no choice but to charge you with public disturbance. Furthermore, do not project your sordid imaginings onto my relationship with the chairman. Su Sihui's voice was as frigid as ice. Huang Min's understanding of her stemmed solely from her connection to Chenyu. Had she taken the time to truly comprehend her, she would have realized that Su Sihui's cold demeanor was her norm. Indeed, you are involved with Chenyu in an improper manner, otherwise, why would you be so protective of him? Huang Min accused vehemently. Chenyu, you are truly despicable. How could you marry Lai Ying yet maintain such an ambiguous relationship with your secretary? It is one thing to be unclear yourself, but to tarnish Lai Ying's name is unconscionable. Huang Min's fury mounted, the sting of the slap igniting her indignation further. Madwoman, Chenyu snapped impatiently. There are few sane individuals around Xia Laiying and indiscreet Xiaoxiao constantly clinging to her, and now this volatile Huang Min, you dare call me insane? You are the one who is truly deranged. Just wait, I shall expose your shameless deeds, Huang Min threatened, trembling with rage. Very well, go ahead and expose me. If you cannot provide evidence, I will ensure your family faces ruin. Sihui, ignore her, let us proceed inside. If she does not step aside, I shall ram through. Chenyu's expression was icy as he spoke. Su Sihui nodded, turning to re-enter the car, restarting the engine and intentionally pressing the accelerator. Chenyu's Porsche Panamera was a performance model, equipped with a sports exhaust, creating an intimidating sound when revved in neutral. Huang Min attempted to issue further threats, but security swiftly overpowered her, pulling her away despite her reluctance. Chenyu, you wait, I will uncover your secrets and reveal to the world what kind of person you truly are. Lai Ying is the real victim, her furious cries echoed from behind the vehicle. Chenyu bore scratches on his neck, his mood soured from the morning's events. Su Sihui parked in a designated spot, her heart aching for him as she retrieved a small emergency kit from the trunk to tend to his wounds. Carefully applying band-aids to his face and neck. Does it hurt? She asked softly. No, it's nothing, he replied dismissively, unbothered by the minor injuries. Chairman, we are at a critical juncture in severing ties with the Xia family. The situation is chaotic and they will undoubtedly seek you out. You could remain at home while I handle the affairs of the company. Su Sihui spoke gently. You have borne the burden for years in my absence, managing everything in my stead. Now that I have returned, I cannot allow you to continue shouldering such a heavy load. Chenyu sighed deeply. In recent years, he is indeed wrong. Su Sihui, although Su Sihui was merely his secretary, she managed all affairs of the company. The Dongfang Group is a conglomerate encompassing various sectors such as film and television, intellectual properties, novels, animation, and investments. Each department under the group operates as an independent entity. During the time when the group faced significant setbacks, it even established a streaming website, boasting 27 million membership users, with an endless array of tasks to accomplish. Yet, all of this burden fell squarely on Su Sihui's shoulders. Chairman, this is what I ought to do. As your secretary, it is my duty to ensure everything runs smoothly in your absence. Su Sihui's head hung low, her delicate visage tinged with a faint blush. Unable to meet Chenyu's gaze, silly girl, Chenyu chuckled, ruffling her hair as they both exited the car and entered the elevator lobby. Chairman, good morning. To celebrate Chenyu's return, many longtime employees of the group organized a welcoming committee, rallying new employees to greet him in the lobby. During Chenyu's absence from the group, the new employees had lost touch with his legacy, their faces filled with curiosity as they gazed ahead. Upon seeing Chenyu, so youthful and handsome, many were taken aback. They had certainly heard the illustrious titles associated with the chairman, godfather of the entertainment industry, the pinnacle of cultural and entertainment sectors, the top underdog who has surpassed countless titans. All these titles collectively referred to him as the Yushin. Chenyu had joined the group at the tender age of 18, leading it into the entertainment realm. Initially, he faced skepticism from all quarters, with many believing he was merely struggling against the inevitable, questioning what achievements a mere high school student could possibly attain. Yet, the empire he ultimately built silenced all doubters. This prejudice was hardly surprising, considering how a mere high school student could contend with seasoned veterans of the industry. Volchen Ertzi, Huachen Shufjezi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Chenyu clasped his hands together, bowing to them. The applause erupted like thunder as the longtime employees he had nurtured were visibly emotional. A bespectacled young man, somewhat portly yet adamant about wearing a suit, approached him, choking back tears as he embraced him. What a relief, it's good to have you back. With your return, we finally have a solid foundation. Chapter 11. Xia Liying truly wants to cry. A woman clad in a pristine white suit and skirt approached, gently hugging Chen Yu as her eyes glistened with tears. Over the years, they had all been awaiting his return. Although many newcomers had joined the group, they only recognized Chen Yu. He was their deity. Before Chen Yu's ascent, the entertainment industry in Longguo was stagnant, rife with all manner of dubious characters. Even though such phenomena persist today, things have improved significantly. Everyone is striving for quality, delivering satisfactory results to the audience. This is the greatest contribution Chen Yu has made to the industry. Numerous veterans and high-ranking officials of the group came forth to greet Chen Yu. Engaging in warm exchanges, the welcome event lasted for half an hour, with many moved to tears. Amidst another round of applause, Chen Yu bowed once more, expressing gratitude for their steadfastness over the years and their unwavering dedication to the group. The second bow was to honor their trust throughout the years. Since I have returned, Dongfang Group shall set sail once more. I acknowledge that my obsession over the past years has imposed a significant burden on the group and on all of you. This is my fault, and I shall bear it. From this day forth, I will resume control of the group, leading us back to our former glory. Chen Yu's promise was both solemn and grave. The cheers echoed through the building, and everyone's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Regardless of the challenges the group faced, even if it teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, as long as Chen Yu was back, they believed they could reclaim past splendor. Alright, everyone return to your posts and get to work. Senior management, follow me to the conference room for a meeting on our upcoming strategic plans. Those who need the restroom, go ahead. We wouldn't want a repeat of last time. Chen Yu flashed a smile, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Given the diverse industries the group engaged in, most of the senior management were relatively young, with the oldest barely in their late 30s. Su Sihui, by Chen Yu's side, had already prepared the PPT and handed him the remote to advance the slides. Once everyone was seated, everything was set. Su Sihui, with her hands poised over the keyboard, nodded at Chen Yu. In previous meetings hosted by Chen Yu, she had always taken on the role of a diligent secretary, swiftly documenting the proceedings. She was the one who understood him best and had a good grasp of the topics to be discussed. Therefore, the notes she took would be distributed to the heads of various departments post-meeting, ensuring they executed Chen Yu's plans. It had been a long time since she had occupied this position, and she found herself nostalgic. She had been with Chen Yu the longest and had witnessed the group's growth firsthand. Chen Yu inhaled deeply, entering the zone as he began presenting a detailed analysis of the current market trends in accordance with the main line of the PPT. Following his in-depth analysis, he outlined the overarching strategies. Xia Liying awoke in Huang Min's rented apartment. Although Huang Min's room was clean, the shared bathroom made her cringe looking at the slightly yellowed toilet, with dark stains at the bottom. She recalled the prior night spent vomiting into it, which made her gag anew. As someone with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, she could hardly tolerate such an environment. The trash bin was overflowing with used tissues and sanitary pads, and the stench of urine pervaded the air, nearly bringing her to tears. Yet, when she considered her current predicament, despair washed over her. If both her company and family went bankrupt, her situation would only worsen. To prevent her from contacting Xiao Xiao, her family even confiscated her phone. When she drove downstairs, she realized she couldn't even afford parking fees. The mounting pressures overwhelmed her, and she broke down in tears in the car. What had she done wrong? Why did Chen Yu treat her this way? Meanwhile, within the Dongfang Group, a young man with dyed yellow hair was shouting angrily and attempting to assault the security guard at the entrance, trying to storm inside. He was Xia Liying's brother, a spoiled child accustomed to the protection of his parents and sister, unafraid of anything. Having dropped out of high school, he now spent his days mingling with a dubious crowd. With Chen Yu's influence over the Xia family for years, he had become a stranger to the family, only appearing to demand money. His monthly expenses were substantial, funding a luxury sports car and a model girlfriend. The divorce between Chen Yu and Xia Liying had the most significant impact on him. In a fit of rage during a quarrel, he pulled the fire alarm, causing a cacophony that sent many scrambling for the exits. What is going on? Chen Yu, currently in a meeting, furrowed his brow and turned to Su Sihui. Su Sihui immediately called downstairs, gathering information. Chairman, the Xia family is causing another ruckus. Xia Liying's brother not only assaulted the security guard but also pulled the fire alarm. I'll handle it. Chen Yu shook his head, saying there is no need for that. Just let the logistics department call the police. Xia Liying's brother was nothing but a troublemaker. During the years he sought money from Chen Yu, he had spoken sweetly, but his demeanor changed drastically when he was refused. Chen Yu had scolded him before, yet even as his brother-in-law, he had the audacity to vandalize Chen Yu's car. Su Sihui went downstairs, but Chen Yu worried about the potential danger. Chairman, the main issue is that Huang Min woman, she has turned the tables, claiming our people initiated the altercation and even recorded a video against us. Attempting to extort us, bang, Chen Yu slammed his palm on the table, infuriated that he had no deep-seated enmity with Huang Min, yet she had escalated matters to this extent. Was it Xia Liying's instigation? After pausing the meeting, he unblocked Xia Yuanshan's number and dialed beep beep. The call connected but was immediately hung up. Trying again, the phone rang endlessly without being answered. As Xia Yuanshan was feeling guilty, it was his idea to have his son create a disturbance. He believed that by causing a scene, Chen Yu would be deterred and willing to meet, regardless of circumstances. Chen Yu was a businessman, and someone like his son, who thrived on chaos, was easy to manage. After all, their families had shared a long-standing connection. Even if his son caused trouble, Chen Yu would likely refrain from involving the police and escalating the situation. At least, that was his belief. Xia Yuanshan, I am giving you a chance, right now, immediately, have your son leave my group, or face the consequences. Chen Yu sent a text to Xia Yuanshan, but it vanished into the void, receiving no reply, even after threatening him. Xia Yuanshan remained unfazed. He knew that Chen Yu was not the type to involve the authorities. He understood him too well. After waiting for a while with no response, Chen Yu could no longer contain himself and decided to go downstairs to address the situation. However, at that moment, a person rushed over anxiously and knocked on the door, exclaiming, "Chairman, something terrible has happened. One of our security guards has been knocked unconscious." Chapter 12, You truly make me sick. Chen Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the immense anger that surged within him, and inquired, "Have the police been notified?" The individual, visibly tense, replied, "Yes, the police have already arrived downstairs, but that bastard from the Xia family picked up a flower pot and smashed it over someone's head right in front of them." The fury in Chen Yu's eyes was on the verge of erupting. He instructed everyone to remain in the conference room while he took Su Sihue downstairs. In his previous life, after the Xia family's true nature was revealed, Xiaobo had trampled all over Chen Yu, even going so far as to have him kidnapped and coerced him into relinquishing his remaining shares. At that time, the Xia family had not yet framed him, and the police had not issued a warrant for his arrest. Su Sihue had reported his disappearance to the police, but the Xia family had retracted the report since he was still Xia Liying's husband at that time. As long as Xia Liying spoke a few words at the police station, Chen Yu's disappearance could be dismissed. Xiaobo had imprisoned Chen Yu for over a month, subjecting him to beatings and confining him in a cage. Ultimately, he surrendered his shares, after which Xiaobo beat him again and dumped him into the river. He vividly remembered Xiaobo's mocking words, declaring that he deserved it and that everything should be taken from him by the Xia family. Xiaobo had left him submerged in the frigid waters for an entire night, and the next day, he did not take him to the hospital, allowing him to remain unconscious on the shore for a whole day. When Su Sihue finally found him, she was covered in injuries and stained with blood but still carried him to the hospital. Later, he learned that Su Sihue had been struck by Xiaobo's car, as he had coerced her into standing in the middle of the path for him to hit her. Only then could she come and take Chen Yu away, and that girl actually agreed. Downstairs, the police had already subdued Xiaobo, along with several thugs he had brought with him. Huang Min, witnessing this, was genuinely anxious. Initially, the security guard from Chen Yu's group had acted first, which was indeed a mistake on Chen Yu's part. But now that Xiaobo had assaulted someone with a flower pot, the situation had changed. Upon seeing Chen Yu approach, she hurried forward and said, "Chen Yu, you know Xiaobo is impulsive, but at his core, he is not a bad person. He only acted this way because your security guard said something particularly offensive." Chen Yu raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to her face with considerable force, causing her to fall onto the ground. "To get out of here. Do you have any right to speak?" he exclaimed. "If you wish to go mad, I can tolerate it, but now Xiaobo has assaulted my people, and you still want to slander me. He smashed someone with a flower pot, and you still insist he is not a bad person. Does he need to kill someone of mine for you to finally keep quiet?" "Huang Min, you truly make me sick." Huang Min, seated on the ground, glared at him with venomous eyes and shouted, "Clearly your people struck first and insulted him," which made Xiaobo furious, as Xia Liying's best friend. Huang Min was entirely on Xia Liying's side, and indeed, she had seen the security guard attacking someone when she arrived, so what was wrong with her recording a video stating that Chen Yu's security guard had assaulted someone? "Get lost." Chen Yu strode past her, and as he did, a nearby police officer quickly approached to intervene. However, upon seeing that Chen Yu had ceased his aggression, they proceeded to handle Xiaobo's situation. Xia Liying, having temporarily pawned a valuable gold necklace from her bag to cover the parking fee, drove over, only to find a bustling scene at the Dongfang group, with many people gathered, including police officers. Huang Min, with a swollen and painful cheek, was angrily accusing Chen Yu in front of the police, casting aspersions on him. Xiao Liying, momentarily taken aback, rushed over and grasped Huang Min's hand, asking, "Class monitor, what happened?" Huang Min, who was mid-rant, was momentarily stunned, but upon realizing it was Xiao Liying, her grievances and anger surged anew. "Liying, you came just in time. Chen Yu's security guard assaulted someone, and not only is he blaming us, but he also wants to send your brother to jail. Look at my face. I was slapped by him. I merely approached him to explain, yet he struck me." As she spoke, Huang Min nearly broke into tears, for her face truly hurt. "Sister, save me, this lunatic Chen Yu genuinely wants to send me to jail." Xiaobo panicked and hurriedly interjected. He initially thought he could leave here unscathed since Chen Yu's divorce proceedings had not yet been finalized. Thus he was still the brother-in-law. Moreover, Chen Yu had always been mild-mannered, rarely escalating matters, especially when dealing with his own people. He believed that Chen Yu was easily bullied and could be treated however he wished. "Chen Yu, is this really necessary? After all, everything stemmed from a single photograph. Not only do you want to ruin me, but you also wish to imprison my brother." Xiao Liying's voice was filled with grievance, her eyes reddening once more. She could not comprehend why Chen Yu was acting this way, especially since he had never been like this before. Furthermore, she had been aware of Xiaobo's relationship with Xiao Xiao for quite some time. Chen Yu had always known they were very close, like best friends. "Enough of this useless talk, officer. Let us handle this at the station. The company has all the surveillance footage, and I can provide it to you. I do not seek any compensation, only that Xiaobo be dealt with to the fullest extent of the law," Chen Yu stated coldly, cigarette in hand. "Chen Yu, are you truly insane? If you imprison me, do you know the consequences? What if my sister abandons you? Where will you go to cry? Even if I do end up in there, it will only be for 15 days. By the time I get out, you will be finished." Xiaobo shouted in frustration. "Are you threatening me?" Chen Yu laughed. "I am threatening you. So what? If you dare send me to jail, once I am out, I will kill you," Xiaobo blustered. Xiao Liying appeared visibly anxious. No matter how much Chen Yu pressured them, her brother should not have uttered such words. This was a public place, with surveillance and police present. If anything happened to Chen Yu, the Xiao family would undoubtedly be the prime suspects. Moreover, her brother's words at this moment could be recorded and used against them by the lawyers of the Dongfang Group. "Sihui, go call Luo and the others upstairs down. Bring all the surveillance footage to the police station. We do not want a single penny in compensation, but we insist on the maximum penalty for Xiaobo. We will not accept 15 days of administrative detention for intentional injury." Chen Yu ordered coldly. Su Sihui turned to call the legal department of the group, requesting the most experienced lawyers to come down. Xiao Liying, in a panic, rushed over to snatch Su Sihui's phone. Knowing that if Chen Yu gave such an order, Su Sihui would indeed follow through, this matter was not significant, and she wanted a simple resolution. Additionally, Huang Min had stated that it was clearly Chen Yu's people who had acted first, and they were the ones being bullied. Resolving this matter simply would not only provide an escape route for both sides but also maintain the dignity of the Dongfang Group. Did Chen Yu not understand this? "Sihui, have Luo and the others prepare the materials tonight. Tomorrow, I want Liying Media to declare bankruptcy." Chapter 13. With Liying in such a state, what more do you want? Chen Yu had given the Xia family a week to prepare because many procedures required time, and the submitted evidence must be reviewed by the court. However, after this incident, Chen Yu no longer wished to wait. After all, Liying Media had little to no assets left. Declaring bankruptcy was the simplest course of action. "Chen Yu, what are you doing? What do you want?" Xiao Liying was taken aback, her eyes red with anger and grievance. It was as if she had been driven to a dead end by Chen Yu. Yet he was still intent on forcing her into bankruptcy. How could he be so heartless? They said that a day as husband and wife equated to 100 days of kindness. Even if Chen Yu was so unfeeling, should he not consider the sacrifices she had made over the years? She had earned so much money for the Dongfang Group and had taken Liying Media public. If Liying Media went bankrupt, what benefit would that bring to Chen Yu? "Chen Yu, please don't do this. I'm sorry, I was wrong. If you dislike it, I won't associate with Xiao Xiao anymore. This matter is ultimately ours. We will handle it ourselves. Just don't try to sabotage him. And about my brother, I understand you want to pressure me through him. I admit my mistakes. Let us not go to the police station." "Okay." Xiao Liying gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger as she spoke with a quavering voice. At that moment, she felt utterly wronged, as if she were the perpetrator in this situation. "Chen Yu, with Liying in such a state, what more do you want? If you continue to hold your ground like this, do you still possess even a shred of manliness? Clearly, it is all your fault, yet you insist on making Liying bear the brunt of everything. You are simply inhumane." Huang Min pointed a finger at Chen Yu, shouting in anger. Chen Yu, cigarette in mouth, could not be bothered to continue responding. He merely awaited the arrival of the lawyers. Before long, several impeccably dressed lawyers approached. Chen Yu conveyed only one instruction to them: send Xiaobo to prison. Xiaobo, infuriated, continued to issue threats, proclaiming he would kill Chen Yu and everyone around him. Chen Yu instructed the lawyers to handle it while he refrained from intervening. After all, as long as there were witnesses and surveillance cameras, it made no difference whether he was present or not. If he went, once Xia Yuanshan arrived, there would inevitably be another round of disputes. The injured security guard's compensation shall be borne by the company, classified as a work-related injury, and he will be granted paid leave for recovery. Ultimately, the singular aim is to compel him to cooperate in sending Xiaobo behind bars. Upon witnessing the police preparing to take Xiaobo away, Xia Liying hurriedly approached Chen Yu, pleading with him not to escalate the situation. However, Chen Yu paid her no heed as he entered the elevator, leaving no room for further dialogue. In that moment, she felt utterly shattered and filled with resentment. It was Chen Yu who had derailed her life for so many years, thwarting her love, and despite her willingness to humble herself. What more did Chen Yu desire? Throughout their years of marriage, when had she ever wronged him? Her body had only ever been touched by Chen Yu. Huang Min, seeing that Chen Yu was genuinely serious, became frantic, and even after being ejected from the premises, she unleashed a torrent of invective at the company's entrance. When Xia Yuanshan received a call from the police station, he instinctively found it hard to believe. As he could not fathom this being Chen Yu's style, he couldn't conceive that Chen Yu would act in such a manner. Yet, the events unfolded as they did. Xiaobo not only assaulted someone but also engaged in provocation, even brandishing a flower pot before the police and sending someone to the hospital. The extent of injuries unknown. Should the victim be diagnosed with a concussion, Xiaobo would undoubtedly face imprisonment. Slamming his palm onto the table in fury, Xia Yuanshan's face flushed crimson, grappling with the audacity of Chen Yu, who, despite their family's long-standing relationship and his acquaintance with Chen Yu's parents, would dare to send his only son to jail. Xia Yuanshan spent the night at the police station, making countless calls and summoning numerous lawyers. The police suggested that the Xia family reconcile with Chen Yu, but Chen Yu was utterly unwilling to entertain any notion of reconciliation. Whether through financial compensation or by groveling, it was all in vain. Wu Guilan wept while cursing Xia Yuanshan's ineptitude. She declared that if anything were to happen to Xiaobo, she would no longer wish to live. Due to having blocked his number, Huang Min shared Chen Yu's contact details in a class group, asking classmates to call him and urge his presence. Surveillance footage proved Huang Min's claims to be fabrications. The incident did not originate with the security guard of Dongfang Group. Rather, it was Xiaobo who instigated the chaos with a group of accomplices. Upon learning the truth, Huang Min felt no shame whatsoever. She brazenly accused Chen Yu of being overbearing and taking advantage of his wealth to bully others. The matter concerning Xiaobo required procedural adherence and necessitated a medical report on the injuries. Until that was obtained, Xiaobo could not possibly be released. The lawyers from Dongfang Group were equally resolute in ensuring he remained detained. The following morning, at Liying Media, Chen Yu arrived with a legion of supporters, intent on coercing the Xia family, including Xia Liying, into submission. Dad, Chen Yu has truly come to the company, aiming to force us into bankruptcy. He had once been the company's largest shareholder and a creditor. Xia Liying had just returned home from the police station, utterly exhausted, yet scarcely had she settled when she received a call from her secretary, Xiao Tao. She was taken aback to realize that Chen Yu had been serious yesterday. He indeed sought her ruin. In that moment, her hatred for Chen Yu reached a fever pitch. For years, he had tormented her, and now he aimed to stab her in the back at the last possible moment. Was Chen Yu even human? What kind of monster was he? When his parents perished in that car accident, how could they have left behind such a wretch? Would it not have been better for him to have perished instead? Xia Yuanshan, in a state of fury, had yet to recover from his son's predicament when another calamity struck. However, he had forgotten that the Xia family had been at fault from the outset. Emboldened by Chen Yu's return to the right path, they had even contemplated seizing Chen Yu's shares and assets post-listing of Liying Media. Dad, what should we do? Though Xia Liying was incensed, she felt more helpless. Even with her extensive experience in handling numerous cases and navigating the business world, she could not devise a solution. Let us ignore him, as long as we don't go to the company. I want to see what he can do, Xia Yuanshan thundered in rage. Even if Chen Yu withdrew substantial investments from the Xia family, as the saying goes, severing a bone still connects the tendons. On many levels, even if Chen Yu wished to withdraw, it would not be feasible so swiftly. Moreover, Liying Media's bankruptcy would serve no benefit to Chen Yu. It would merely exacerbate his losses. Chen Yu, You truly lack humanity. After 4 years of marriage, I never imagined you would be the one to push me off the cliff, Xiao Liang lamented. The resentment she harbored towards Chen Yu had dwindled to nothing more than pure loathing. Had it not been for Chen Yu, she would have married Xiao Xiao by now. Surely their married life would have been filled with happiness. Suddenly, a frantic call interrupted her thoughts, echoing through the landline. It was her secretary, Xiao Tao. Once more, chairwoman, we have a grave situation. You need to come quickly. The company has been undermined. Chapter 14. Damn it, I quit. Xiao Liang was momentarily stunned. The company has been undermined? What does that mean? She was the chairwoman, the primary controller of the company. How could Chen Yu possibly undermine her? You truly do not know. All the key departments of the company are now filled with personnel from Dongfang Group. Our own staff consists solely of finance, logistics, and a handful of executives. Secretary Xiao Tao was on the verge of vomiting. How could Xiao Liang be so oblivious to such a critical matter? What had she been doing all these years? Once Chen Yu whisked away all the key personnel, Liang Media would inevitably face bankruptcy, for it could not generate enough funds to fill all positions. From top-tier directors to various artists, even the IP department, screenwriting division, and marketing department were all staffed by Dongfang Group. For her to apologize to Chen Yu was out of the question. She would not bow down. You think you can maintain your pride? The company is on the brink of collapse. Do you even realize that? How could it be that all the critical personnel are from Dongfang Group? Why didn't you inform me of such a dangerous situation beforehand? Su Tao, what exactly are you doing? I didn't hire you as my secretary to sit idly by. Xiao Liang snapped, her patience wearing thin. Did I not say? I did. When have you ever taken my words seriously? Xiao Tao retorted angrily. Previously, during Chen Yu and Xiao Liang's grand wedding, Chen Yu had treated her exceptionally well, thus many matters seemed trivial. But who could have anticipated that Xiao Liang would be so foolish as to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Xiao Xiao and even bring him to ring the bell at Nasdaq? Poking a hornet's nest? What capabilities did Xiao Liang possess? Before Dongfang Group's personnel arrived, the company had been suffering losses year after year. Even the most booming IP projects were operating at a deficit. After the group intervened, all metrics appeared favorable, yet she had become complacent. Did she truly believe herself to be a remarkable business genius? The company's IPO was not her accomplishment. No, it was the result of Dongfang Group's efforts. Xiao Liang, you fool! Chen Yu had already laid the feast before you, yet you chose to smash the bowl. Are you out of your mind? Even a dog could have led Liang Media to an IPO. Damn it, I quit. Xiao Tao cursed vehemently before hanging up. The busy signal that followed momentarily fractured Xiao Liang's fury. Initially stunned, she soon became even more enraged. She had yet to question Xiao Tao's actions. And instead, Xiao Tao had the audacity to scold her? As chairwoman, she was responsible for overseeing the company's overarching strategies. It was impossible for her to be aware of every detail, thus, it was the secretary's duty to inform her. Such a human resource structure is a grave misstep in any company. It is exceedingly perilous, for should a crisis arise, the current situation could spiral out of control. Liang, what has transpired? Xia Yuanshan inquired from the side. Dad, that scoundrel Chen Yu has actually siphoned away all the key personnel from the company. He is using this method to force us into submission. Xiao Liang exclaimed in despair. Look, this is all the result of your nonsensical antics. If it weren't for your ambiguous relationship with Xiao Xiao, how could Chen Yu have become so disappointed in you, leading to divorce and taking such drastic actions? Initially, we could have leveraged Liang Media's IPO to assimilate Chen Yu's assets. But now if we don't go bankrupt, it would be a miracle, Xia Yuanshan shouted. He scolded Xiao Liang repeatedly, using the most derogatory language, while she felt deeply aggrieved, transferring all her resentment toward Chen Yu. It was only today that Xiao Liang realized the IPs belonged to Chen Yu, the funds were from Chen Yu, and even the personnel were from Chen Yu. In the end, Liang Media was but an empty shell. Chen Yu truly harbored ulterior motives, having orchestrated these events to bring her down. Was it truly necessary? Had she erred? Did she regret it? Was that permissible? With no other options available, Xiao Liang and Xia Yuanshan had no choice but to rush to Liang Media, where they found Chen Yu reclining with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette, surrounded by a cadre of financial auditors and lawyers from Dongfang Group. Upon their arrival, Chen Yu showed no inclination to lower his feet. Continuing to smoke and flicking the ash, the meeting room was shrouded in smoke, intensifying Xiao Liang's already simmering resentment. You two have arrived a full 2 hours and 37 minutes late. This irks me greatly. Hence I shall find a way to extend Xiaobo's sentence by 2 years. The company is in disarray, as you can clearly see. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated this. I understand that you are quite upset. But please refrain from anger for now, as what follows may provoke even greater fury. Chen Yu flicked the cigarette butt from his fingers, and it landed precisely before Xiao Liying, regarding the woman who had brought her own demise. Chen Yu harbored no benevolence. To treat her with kindness would be akin to surrendering himself. Chen Yu, do not overstep your bounds, Xiao Liying coldly commanded. Command? What authority do you possess to command me? Have I been too lenient over the years, giving you a false sense of security? Chen Yu retorted with a mocking sneer. Chen Yu, actions have consequences, and heaven is watching. What benefit do you derive from driving us to despair? Xiao Liying shouted in rage. The benefits are numerous. First, there will be no one wishing for my demise day in and day out. Second, there will be no one plotting to strip me of my assets. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed Xia executives? Chen Yu jested, glancing at them. For a moment, Xia Yuanshan was rendered speechless, staring in shock and anger at Xiao Liying, unable to believe she would openly admit such matters. Fool, utter fool, no wonder Chen Yu not only seeks to sever all ties but also to eradicate us completely. Xiao Liying felt utterly wronged. She had never discussed asset deprivation with Chen Yu. Nor had she ever shown her fangs in his presence. Son-in-law, you misunderstand. Given the relationship between our families, how could we ever wish for your demise, let alone discuss stripping you of your assets? This matter rests solely on Xiao Zhao's shoulders. Your actions in silencing him were justified. We too employed our own means to silence him. Such a disgraceful artist deserves to vanish, Xia Yuanshan said with a sycophantic smile. Indeed, by the same token, someone like you should also meet their end. I rescued the Xia family from peril, single-handedly uplifting you, yet you repay me with betrayal, Chen Yu replied, his tone calm and detached. Chen Yu, how dare you speak to my father in such a manner? You have saved our Xia family, but when have we ever denied that? Xiao Liying questioned. Oh, Chen Yu's single utterance was laced with sarcasm. At that moment, the conference room door swung open, and the former secretary, Su Tao, rushed in to serve Chen Yu tea. Standing behind him, this was infuriating. Chapter 15, playing such high stakes, to brazenly sell off another's property. Xiao Liying's beautiful visage twisted in fury. Just minutes before she had dismissed Su Tao, who had instantly defected to Chen Yu's side. How could she possibly accept this? Moreover, Chen Yu's actions were simply outrageous. He left no avenue for survival. After all, she was still his lawful wife. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Su Tao smiled shyly and said, Chairman, please ignore me. I'm merely a bystander. You may continue. Su Tao, Xiao Liying exploded, her patience fully exhausted. What is it, Ms. Xia? Are there any instructions? Su Tao playfully blinked, feigning confusion. Since you are all X's now, it matters not. After all, the former boss is also an X, so X's are for venting frustrations. Otherwise, why keep them around? Well, after all my years of nurturing you, I have truly wasted my efforts, Xiao Liying retorted, her anger turning to bitter laughter. Chairman, did I just hear a dog barking? Su Tao chimed in. Chairman, it seems that Liying Media truly cannot even manage its pets, bringing them into such a serious setting. How can such a company thrive? Su Tao expressed with a face full of skepticism. Turning to Chen Yu meanwhile, Su Sihui's lips twitched, nearly unable to contain herself. This Su Tao was indeed a master of stirring the pot. She would suggest to Chen Yu that he promote her slightly. Ahem, little Tao, report to the chairman's office tomorrow. You will serve as Sihui's assistant, Chen Yu said, almost choking on his tea, bemused. Thank you, chairman. Su Tao beamed, immediately expressing her gratitude, but she also prudently fell silent, aware that her humor had sufficed for the moment and not wishing to delay the proceedings. Chen Yu turned to Xia Yuanshan and Xiao Liying, gesturing for them to take their seats. However, he did not lower his leg resting on the table, instead cradling the hot tea with an air of authority. Esteemed Xia executives, let us commence officially. Sihui, please proceed. Chen Yu sipped his tea, continuing having Su Sihui take the lead further highlighted the class disparity. Even with Xia Yuanshan present, he was directly overshadowed, striking down a drowning dog. Was this not the essence of the moment? Let us get straight to the point. First and foremost, should Miss Xiao Liying continue to delay the divorce proceedings, the Oriental Group has prepared litigation materials amounting to 10 billion. While we pursue the divorce lawsuit, we will simultaneously seek damages of 10 billion. Secondly, the Xia Corporation and Liying Media, your family can only retain one of them. We have already established connections with the New York Stock Exchange across the ocean, as well as the securities exchange that will recommend Liying Media for listing. If you both wish to retain your companies, then both shall face bankruptcy. Furthermore, you will not escape the responsibility of compensation. Thirdly, please return the car keys and keys to all properties. We have contacted institutions to auction your assets. The villa you currently reside in already has a buyer, and you are required to vacate by tonight. The new owner will send someone tomorrow for cleaning and to move in swiftly. As Su Sihui's words echoed, the room erupted into chaos. Even Su Tao was left wide-eyed in astonishment. What? Playing such high stakes? You intend to sell off my property? I demand to know what authority you possess to auction my house. Xia Yuanshan could no longer contain himself, slamming the table in outrage. Mr. Xia, here is the mortgage agreement for your villa. Fortuitously, it is in our possession. How does that make you feel? Su Sihui raised a hand, and a nearby lawyer promptly presented the mortgage agreement. Xia Yuanshan gazed at the mortgage agreement, his complexion shifting from blue to red. Nearly succumbing to the urge to vomit blood. Mr. Xia, do not struggle any longer. The situation with Lying Media has inflicted significant losses on various capital stakeholders, with the intervention of my friends on the board. Should you refuse compensation, capital will swiftly drive the Xia Corporation into bankruptcy. To recover their losses, Lying Media will immediately collapse, and our group will be the primary creditor. This is the entire process following bankruptcy. Please review it. Su Sihui tossed a document onto the table, offering no semblance of courtesy. Xia Yuanshan opened it, immediately feeling dizzy, nearly driven to the ICU by anger. Following Lying Media's bankruptcy, all assets would be allocated to repay the Oriental Group. However, that would not suffice. Thus, after bankruptcy restructuring, the Oriental Group would emerge as the majority shareholder. Simultaneously, the Xia family would be compelled to liquidate shares of the Xia Corporation to repay 375 billion to the Oriental Group. Yes, this disregards all compensatory payments and mandates the Xia family to cover 4.375 billion out of pocket. The remaining funds after repayment must be fully injected into the restructured Lying Media to revitalize the company and provide other investors with a justification. The process of listing a company is particularly complex, involving numerous stakeholders. Typically, the securities agency that recommends the listing will hold a stake in the company, even if these shares are of minimal value. They still represent capital. Should the Xia family dare to deny this compensation, these investors will annihilate the Xia family. Mr. Xia, let me clarify once more. Following Lying Media's bankruptcy, the Oriental Group will be the majority shareholder, and the Xia family must compensate 4.375 billion. After restructuring, you will continue to operate this company, repaying compensation to various stakeholders. Moreover, a crucial point, the company's name must be changed. This is the new name post-restructuring. Su Sihui once again tossed a document onto the table, containing a sheet of paper inscribed with 4 bold characters, Xia by Media. This is simply intolerable. This is truly an affront. Xia Yuanshan grasped the document, nearly gasping for breath. Mr. Xia, if you wish to retain the Xia Corporation, you will still need to pay. The calculations indicate that the Xia family would be completely bankrupt. However, if you proceed according to the proper channels, you may at least preserve one company, and it will even carry a listing license. If managed correctly, the company can be revived and generate profit. Of course, should you wish to buy out the Oriental Group's shares, that too is an option. We would price it at 2 billion, and it would be yours. Su Sihui reminded him. Yu had no intention of retaining shares in such a worthless company. Under the premise of adequate compensation, 2 billion could easily be offered to the Xia family. If following their plans and operations, it was highly probable that the Xia family would acquiesce to acquiring all shares. After all, they could not allow Yu to profit from the revival of the company, could they? This initial strike would incapacitate the Xia family. Once they resolved all matters, Yu would deliver subsequent blows. Not only could he bring the Xia family to bankruptcy, but he would also ensure they remained deeply in debt. Ironically, these very tactics were learned from the Xia family, unless they were pushed to the brink of despair. How could Yu claim that his rebirth had any significance? Chapter 16. Do you wish to perish outright, or struggle a little first? In the realm of conventional business, even in the event of a company's bankruptcy, the true helmsman of the company remains unscathed, for it is a limited liability entity. Once the company undergoes liquidation, shareholders cannot be pursued for liabilities, inevitably leaving some resources for the Xia family. What Yu seeks is to provide them with a glimmer of hope for a turnaround, only to subsequently burden them with insurmountable debts, leading to despair and potential tragedy. He intends to repay the Xia family for their transgressions against him in kind. Why should I adhere to your demands? If you so fervently desire to see Lying Media perish, then let it meet its demise. At worst, I shall liquidate my shares in the Xia Group and flee abroad with my family. What can you do to me? Xia Yuanshan, shedding all pretense, openly severed ties, flee abroad. Then take a look at this. Su Sihui delivered a third file, containing a substantial stack of documents that left Xia Yuanshan profoundly alarmed. Within it lay the details of how to turn Lying Media's listing into a significant financial fraud case. Once the case is set into motion, the Xia family will find themselves unable to leave the country. Instantly captured. Furthermore, the operation is particularly straightforward, as the fund's personnel and intellectual property of Lying Media all belong to Dongfang Group. It is merely a shell company, Mr. Xia. I urge you to contemplate this carefully, should you dare to refuse compensation. Within a single day, your entire family shall face imprisonment, Su Sihui declared, taking a seat. The matter of compensation for Lying Media had already been settled by Dongfang Group with those capitalists the previous night, with Chen Yu's associates involved, thus making Chen Yu the sole arbiter of all matters concerning Lying Media and the Xia family. Wielding absolute authority, Xia Yuanshan's gaze remained fixated on the document in his hand. And to further extinguish his hopes, the lawyers from Dongfang Group presented numerous documents, each a crushing blow. It felt as though a wound had been opened in his heart. Chen Yu's methods were terrifyingly effective, primarily due to the Xia family's over-reliance, making it all too easy for Chen Yu to demand retribution when the time came. Mr. Xia, have you finished reviewing the documents? Once you have, I shall grant you 2 minutes and 37 seconds to make your decision. Do you wish to succumb outright or fight back? Chen Yu lit another cigarette, inquiring nonchalantly. At that moment, even Xia Liying was drenched in sweat, oblivious to the stench of Chen Yu's smoke. Xia Liying yearned to ask Chen Yu what compelled him to act thusly. Why drive their family to the brink of despair? What benefit could it bring him? Yet, she could not voice her thoughts, for she knew it would bear no fruit. Xia Yuanshan's expression oscillated through a myriad of emotions: rage, resentment, despair, and utter helplessness. Regret consumed him. He lamented not having acted against Chen Yu sooner. If only the control of Dongfang Group had been secured earlier, would the situation have unfolded in this manner? Lying Neil, Xia Yuanshan unleashed his frustration entirely upon his daughter. What is Xia Lying, momentarily stunned, utterly bewildered? I commanded you to kneel, do you not comprehend? All of this mess is your doing. It is you and that fool Xiao Xiao who have brought this upon us. Kneel, I seek Chen Yu's forgiveness, Xia Yuanshan bellowed, his emotions so heightened that saliva sprayed from his mouth. But no, I cannot bear the weight of the Xia family's great gift. Furthermore, she has done nothing wrong by me. After all, it was I who caused her unrequited love. White Moonlight, a close friend, a person of her caliber is beyond my worth. Chen Yu shook off the ash from his cigarette, hastily declining, yet the derision in his words was painfully sharp. It was akin to a dagger to the heart. Chen Yu, must you be so acerbic? Please, slap. Xia Liying's words went uncompleted as Xia Yuanshan struck her down, his face flushed with fury, pointing at Chen Yu. He roared once more, I told you to kneel before Chen Yu. Are you devoid of reason? Kneel. Xia Yuanshan still hoped for Chen Yu's mercy. Even the slightest chance would suffice, if only they could be granted enough time to breathe. Xia Yuanshan had a plan. He would then abscond abroad with his funds, surely eliminating Chen Yu. I will not kneel. Why should I kneel to him? Xia Liying choked back tears, her defiance unwavering. It was Chen Yu who had wronged her. Why must her father force her to kneel before him? Fool, dimwit. How could I have birthed such a simpleton? Xia Yuanshan, in a fit of impotent rage, struck Xia Liying once more, venting his frustration upon her. Xia Liying, in excruciating pain, collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face, feeling utterly wronged, truly wronged. Chen Yu, you despicable bastard, one day retribution will find you. Under the wrathful hand of her father, Xia Liying was sent spinning. Her once beautiful and delicate visage now flushed and mottled. Ultimately, she knelt before Chen Yu, filled with resentment and an unwilling spirit. Once she found an opportunity, she would repay him 1,000-fold. Good son-in-law. All of this is the folly of my foolish daughter. From this day forth, keep her tethered at home, do as you please. She is incapable of managing the company, better that you oversee it. Every fault lies with us, and I too shall kneel, pleading for your forgiveness. Xia Yuanshan gritted his teeth, his knees buckling as he too prepared to kneel before Chen Yu. A momentary concession can avert greater disaster. Having recognized Chen Yu's fangs, he must now employ every means to buy time. Once abroad, a mere 1 million would suffice to secure Chen Yu's demise. Mr. Xia, your knees hardly touched the ground, are you attempting to deceive me? Chen Yu provocatively stood, surveying the scene. Xia Liying opened her mouth to retort but was silenced once more by a slap from Xia Yuanshan, urging her to be quiet. She had only exacerbated the situation. Good son-in-law, does this arrangement meet your approval? Xia Yuanshan, suppressing his emotions, managed to smile at Chen Yu. Indeed, your knees have touched the ground, yet your attitude is inadequate. Here is the deal. You have wasted 2 hours and 37 minutes of my time. Thus you and Xia Liying shall kneel for the same duration to demonstrate your sincerity. Chen Yu stroked his chin, stating, all right. Xia Yuanshan gritted his teeth, forcing a smile, groveling like a dog. Xiao Tao, keep an eye on them. If they do not kneel for the required time, do not permit them to rise. Once they have fulfilled their penance, call me. Tonight, we shall dine together, Qinyu commanded as he stood. What, dine together, am I? Aloud, Su Tao stood stunned. Yes, you are now an employee of Dongfang Group. Of course, you must join us for the company dinner tonight, Qinyu explained with a nod. Wonderful, how splendid. Thank you, Chairman, Su Tao exclaimed, elated. Qinyu's willingness to grant her this opportunity filled her with gratitude. And she was eager to cling to his coattails, especially having grown weary of the foolish Xia Liying. With a clamor, the group stood and departed, however, after kneeling for 2.5 hours. Xia Yuanshan and Xia Liying received no forgiveness from Chenyu. Instead, they were met with an immediate audit and settlement. Liying Media was declared bankrupt, all assets of the Xia family were auctioned off. And both Xia Yuanshan and his daughter were closely monitored by bodyguards, ensuring they would not escape prior to settling their debts. Their kneeling was self-imposed. Chenyu had not granted them forgiveness. Xia Yuanshan went mad, howling at the sky in helpless rage. Chapter 17. Let us marry. That very night, the Xia family was cast out like wild dogs, all their belongings discarded at the doorstep. Their villa locked with new locks, and their access to the community revoked, leaving them homeless. Their vehicles were towed away, and even Xia Liying's limited edition LV handbag, worth 500,000, was seized. The only remaining asset of any value for the Xia family was the Xia Group's stock. Yet even the sale of those shares was under strict surveillance. Presently, the only path before them was clear: repay the debts and reinvest in Liying Media to revitalize the company. Yet, on that very day, the approval materials for renaming Liying Media had already been submitted to the Ministry of Commerce. The new name, Shabi Media. Mr. Xia, my chairman inquires whether you will jump or not. If not, you must comply. The chairman will lift the ban on Shabi Media, for the chairman has stated that he targets Liying Media and will not quibble with Shabi. A bodyguard accompanying them remarked. Xia Yuanshan, infuriated, spat a mouthful of blood. Father! Xia Liying, tears streaming, panicked, gritting her teeth, supported her father to the hospital. The once resplendent Xia Liying, a titan on Wall Street, had been utterly toppled by Chenyu, leaving her disoriented, while the Xia family wallowed in despair. On the other side, Dongfang Group reveled in camaraderie. A group of individuals drank, chatted, and boasted, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Xia family's 4 billion compensation, which would restore the group's cash flow, allowing many projects to unfold. Chenyu felt elated, allowing himself to be intoxicated by the group, sinking into a stupor in his chair, and to be honest, Chenyu still felt somewhat dreamlike, fearing that he might awaken to find it all merely a figment of his imagination. The enmity from the previous life has been avenged halfway. What remains is my own leap from the building and the hatred for the murder of Su Sihui by their hands. The Xia family must perish in despair, and Chenyu's heart is tumultuous. Sihui, you must stay by my side, do you understand? Without my consent, you cannot die, and certainly cannot die before me. I end my past life. It was I who wronged you, who caused you harm. Since heaven has granted me a chance to start anew, I shall. Chenyu reclined in the back seat, utterly lost in a haze, unable to discern between dreams and reality. Muttering nonsensical words to himself. Su Sihui, seated in the front passenger seat, initially focused on the designated driver but was rendered speechless by Chenyu's words. In her beautiful eyes, a peculiar light shimmered. Although the car's interior was dimly lit, her gaze sparkled like gemstones, yet she could not comprehend Chenyu's references to a past life. If they truly had a previous existence, she wished to be Chenyu's beloved. At the break of dawn the following day, Chenyu was awakened by the urgent ringing of his mobile phone. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Su Sihui sitting on the carpet, leaning against the bed. Her delicate profile breathtakingly beautiful. Before Chenyu's marriage, every time he got drunk, she would vigilantly keep watch by his bedside, just as she was doing now, and now everything had returned to its original course. Chenyu picked up his phone, silenced it, and gazed at her sleeping visage, smiling faintly as he lifted her onto the bed and tucked her in, after Chenyu stepped out and closed the door. Su Sihui remained with her eyes shut, but the corners of her mouth had already curved into a lovely arc. Chenyu retrieved a bottle of latte from the refrigerator, settled into a swing chair on the balcony, and returned the call from earlier. Hello, what urgent matter requires my attention this early? Chenyu sipped his latte, cigarette in mouth, as he admired the breathtaking view of the distant cross-sea bridge. Let us get married. A woman's voice on the other end nearly caused Chenyu to topple over, supporting himself with one hand on his waist and the other on his forehead. He cursed, damn it, can't you refrain from acting crazy this early? My heart can't take it, I'm serious, let us get married, I love you. Besides, with my delicate frame and long legs, how could I not be worthy of you? The woman replied cheerfully, get lost. If there is no urgent matter, I'm hanging up, Chen Yu retorted irritably. The girl on the other end was a platinum author under Chen Yu's wing, initially writing for a female audience but later recruited to write for a male audience due to her exceptional talent. Huan Yinian is one of her blockbuster IPs, earning her $70 million. She is indeed quite beautiful and youthful, but Chen Yu had no interest in her, as she often attempted to push her foot. Clad in stockings, into his mouth. Wait, don't hang up, I haven't slept all night, and I'm stuck on my writing, otherwise, why would I be calling you at this hour? Qin Mengyao pleaded anxiously. As a professional author, her nocturnal lifestyle was the norm. She would work until 3 in the morning and womb tea rise until noon. Many professional writers have the terrible habit of becoming so engrossed in their work that even the urge to relieve themselves is neglected. Fearing that a brief bathroom break might sever their creative flow, stuck. When did you start writing a new book? Chen Yu inquired, puffing out smoke rings in confusion. Below the cross-sea bridge, ships passed by, creating ripples on the water's surface, while numerous seabirds flew across the sky, painting a picturesque scene, especially as the morning sun cast its golden rays upon the ocean. Darling, it's Yuzue. The group assigned tasks to many authors, and I was the only one to pass the first draft, but now I'm stuck on the outline. This is driving me to madness, Qin Mengyao exclaimed in despair. What did you say? Chen Yu asked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I said I'm stuck on the outline and am on the verge of a mental breakdown. Qin Mengyao reiterated, the previous line. Chen Yu shouted. Darling, Qin Mengyao chuckled. To get lost. Chen Yu felt as if he might strangle her on the spot. Day after day, she only thought of teasing him. Having just divorced, she was already letting loose? The Yuzue she mentioned was the group's next key project, which had been assigned to numerous authors for trial drafts. This was the rule for participating in major projects, regardless of one's status. All were treated equally. Darling, I feel like I'm dying. Hurry and come over to help me out. I'm the only one who passed among dozens of authors, and they're all top-tier writers. If you don't hurry, I might just perish, and then you'll have to reckon with it, Qin Mengyao threatened fiercely. Don't call me darling, and I'll come over, Chen Yu replied, speechless. Okay, darling, Qin Mengyao giggled. Goodbye, click. Chen Yu hung up, utterly speechless, but still washed up, and headed downstairs to buy breakfast, leaving a portion for Su Sihui before heading to Qin Mengyao's luxurious residence. Day after day, she just wants to take advantage of me? Qin Mengyao was not a local of Luqing. She had saved a substantial sum to settle there. Luqing is one of the renowned tourist cities in the country, classified as a second-tier city. The lavish apartment she purchased was even more extravagant than Chen Yu's. She acquired a 200-square-meter flat in a prime area of Luqing Island, where the average price was 130,000 per square meter. Boasting one of the best views in the city, facing the ocean, with the golden island of Kinmen across the water. As Chen Yu drove up to the neighborhood, he spotted a girl wearing a Lolita outfit, white stockings, and twin ponytails, almost dozing off while standing at the entrance. This was Qin Mengyao. Not only was Qin Mengyao beautiful and well-shaped, but she also possessed a youthful visage that seemed perpetually 18. Inciting envy among countless women. When Chen Yu first met her, she appeared just as she did now. Even 10 years ago, at the company's annual meeting, she looked identical, despite being only 16 at the time and one of the few underage authors. The most infuriating part was that her debut female-oriented work had made it to the homepage of the website, ranking her as a minor deity, earning her over $1 million from a single book. One day, feeling bored, she accepted a short story task from the website, and due to its outstanding performance, Chen Yu personally brought her to Luqing for a 3-month one-on-one training session, leading her to success in male-oriented literature. Huan Yinian was a key project for the company at that time, and she managed to emerge victorious from a sea of talented authors, creating a top-tier blockbuster. Generally, authors at her level would be offered substantial guaranteed salaries, typically calculated per 1,000 words, yet all her contracts were profit-sharing. Even though the profit-sharing ratio was similar to a guaranteed salary, she didn't mind, as writing was purely a passion for her. Largely because of Chen Yu, over the years she had been courted by other capable websites on numerous occasions, one even offering a 3-year, 200 million guaranteed package, but she never switched. Ding ding, Chen Yu arrived before her, honked the horn, and Qin Mengyao jumped like a startled rabbit, her body trembling, her pupils widening in confusion as she looked up. Get in the car. Chen Yu chuckled at her reaction. A joyful expression suddenly illuminated Qin Mengyao's beautiful face as she skipped to the passenger seat. Darling, you're here. Chen Yu restarted the car, heading toward the garage entrance, and placed a hand over her mouth. Damn it, be quiet. Day after day, you're just taking advantage of me. I just divorced. And you're already letting loose? To his surprise, Qin Mangyao extended her little tongue, licking his palm, leaving Chenyu speechless. That he quickly withdrew his hand and wiped it on his pants, casting her a disapproving glance. How old are you? Isn't that disgusting? Qin Mangyao wrapped her arms around Chenyu's arm, playfully pouting. But I'm only 8. Chenyu rolled his eyes. 8? Does that imply you're mentally challenged? Qin Mangyao puffed her cheeks in indignation, glaring at him with a wounded expression. You're the one who is mentally challenged. Your ex-wife's whole family is mentally challenged, Chenyu. After exiting the underground garage, Chenyu parked the car in a designated guest parking space within the community. Qin Mangyao rarely ventured out, had no driver's license, and showed no interest in obtaining one. When the weather was nice and she felt bored, she would go on trips, snap a few photos, and quickly return home. One memorable instance was when she mentioned wanting to explore Tibet for a month. After just 2 days, she flew back, claiming it was too exhausting and unbearable. Although she owned a robotic vacuum cleaner, she would sometimes be too lazy to even turn it on, leaving clothes scattered about her home. Every week, a cleaning lady would come to tidy up and organize her clothes, and asking her to cook was akin to asking for her life. Yet, ironically, she often invited Chenyu over for meals. Click, the smart lock clicked open, and as Chenyu stepped inside, he facepalmed in disbelief. Even though he was already accustomed to such scenes, he was still astounded by the sight before him. For Qin Mangyao not only left her clothes strewn about but even her undergarments were carelessly tossed in the living room. She particularly enjoys drawing the curtains in the living room to change her clothes. For within that space lies an exceptionally large full-length mirror that she has meticulously arranged. Darling, I'm not wearing anything, Qin Mangyao giggled playfully. Get lost. Chenyu shot her a glare, exasperated. Is it appropriate to discuss whether you're dressed or not? Do you think I'm an idiot? If you weren't wearing anything, how could you possibly fit into a Lolita outfit? Though Chenyu grumbled and scolded her, he nonetheless helped gather her clothes. Taking some to the wardrobe and tossing the dirty ones directly into the washing machine. However, upon opening the washing machine, he nearly collided with the wall in frustration, for she had forgotten the clothes already washed. The garments had become foul in the machine. She possessed far too many clothes. Despite changing daily, they would pile up before being washed, only for her to forget them again. Chenyu had no choice but to wash the clothes once more. And after they were clean, he placed them in the dryer. Mangyao, if this continues, perhaps you should call your mother to Luching. Or else I could help you find a boyfriend, Chenyu lamented in despair. Find a boyfriend? Why would I do that? I already have a husband. Qin Mangyao stood nearby, her slender fingers playfully resting on her lips, feigning innocence. Do you truly not regard me as a man? Chenyu clenched his fists, teeth gritted. No, darling, do you wish to devour me? If so, I'll go take a shower and then we can sleep together. Qin Mangyao blinked her beautiful eyes, giggling. Alright, enough of that. Go to bed, I'll tidy up a bit, Chenyu sighed, pressing his forehead each time he visited. He felt like a housekeeper having to organize countless items for her, yet, despite her laziness, she remained remarkably attentive to cleanliness. Preferring not to hand-wash her lingerie, she opted for disposable ones, discarding them after bathing. The takeout she consumed would also be disposed of daily, but her habit of carelessly tossing clothes around was quite vexing. Alright, darling, I'll take a break first, wait for me. Qin Mangyao nodded obediently and slipped into the bedroom, shedding her clothes without closing the door. Chenyu, exasperated, rushed over to yank the door shut, after repeatedly washing her clothes and putting numerous items back in order. He finally had a moment to relax. Sitting before her computer, her desk was a pink, height-adjustable gaming desk, accompanied by a matching pink chair, headphones resembling feline ears, and a round pink mat beneath, although she didn't play games. Her computer was equipped with high-end specifications, adorned with various RGB lights and charming figurines. Chenyu settled into her chair, donned the headphones, and began listening to music while accessing her meticulously labeled documents. Chapter 19. Why not just take her in? Yuzue is one of the company's key projects for the next phase. The reason it's in the next phase is that the current stage is still in preparation. There exists a temporal gap between novels and film adaptations, first the shooting, then editing, and finally promotion. If it's a short series, the gap can be shortened to a few months, but for a standard film, it typically exceeds a year. Before arriving in this world, Chenyu had been a professional in the IP industry, having encountered numerous scripts. Titles like Yuzue and Huan Yunyan have already proven to be market successes. Even if he couldn't recall every detail, he could still remember the main storyline, key moments, and points of conflict. Hence, the Oriental Group adopted an approach of introducing projects and allowing the author to iterate. Even if the project deviated, with Chen Yu at the helm, it wouldn't stray too far. Moreover, the entertainment industry in this world resembled a chaotic mess, with many aspects that Chen Yu found unacceptable. Yet they remained commercially viable. Chen Yu, with a cigarette in his mouth, annotated the text. The general direction of Qin Mengyao's work was correct, but there were discrepancies in certain details. Her writer's block was a common ailment among authors lacking confidence in specific plotlines. They would feel something was off, repeatedly revise, and eventually become stuck. The phone on the desk rang. Chen Yu answered, finding it was Su Sihui inquiring about his whereabouts, after sharing his situation, not long after. The group S. Hua Qianshu called to discuss various matters. As he became engrossed in work again, most of his time was spent coordinating tasks, after which others would handle the details. Approaching noon, another call came through. Chen Yu answered, only to hear a string of Cantonese on the other end, leaving him momentarily bewildered, before realizing it wasn't he. His phone. Mengyao, you haven't returned in ages. Your father and I miss you dearly. When will you come back? Auntie, it's Chen Yu. Mengyao is sleeping, and her phone was left on the table. Chen Yu responded with a smile in Cantonese. Before arriving in this world, he had specifically learned Cantonese. The two worlds not only shared a language but also a similar level of technological advancement. Is it you, Chen? Is Mengyao with you? Qin Mama sounded surprised. Yes, she is dealing with some work issues, and I came to assist her, Chen Yu explained with a smile. This wasn't the first time Mengyao's parents were aware, so Chen Yu had no need to hide it. Chen, you're working so hard. As a group president, you still come to help Mengyao. You must be very busy. I hope it's not too much trouble for you, Qin Mama expressed her concern. Not at all. Mengyao is currently engaged in the group's next key project. I've returned to the front lines, so naturally, I must personally handle these matters, Chen Yu replied, extinguishing his cigarette. The group's operations were managed by Su Sihui and the executives. Chen Yu's primary strategy had always focused on the group's IP and overarching direction. After chatting for a few moments, Qin Mama hesitated before saying, Chen, if you have the time, could you persuade Mengyao to come home for a blind date? She is already 26, if this drags on, it won't be good. Mengyao had avoided returning home for a long time, fearing blind dates, but his parents, their children's lifelong happiness was always on their minds. Although Mengyao possessed excellent qualities, they worried that delaying could hinder her chances of marriage once she reached her 30s. Auntie, I will discuss this with her, but the chances are slim, after all. I've tried persuading her before, Chen Yu replied helplessly. Chen, what do you think of Mengyao? Qin Mama suddenly asked, catching him off guard. She is quite wonderful. Why do you ask? Chen Yu responded. If you think she is good, why not consider accepting her? I've heard you divorced, and Mengyao seems to have feelings for you. As the saying goes, a mother knows her daughter best. Qin Mama was well aware of Mengyao's feelings for Chen Yu. However, since Chen Yu had been married before, she had refrained from saying anything. Now that he was divorced, her daughter had an opportunity. Ahem, Auntie, what are you suggesting? You want me to accept Mengyao? Chen Yu's lips twitched, nearly choking on his own saliva. While Mengyao might jest, he was taken aback that Qin Mama would say such a thing. Indeed, Mengyao has known you since her teenage years. It has been nearly a decade. You two are well acquainted. If you were to marry her, it would alleviate our concerns as parents, Qin Mama stated. Auntie, Mengyao is a wonderful person, but I just recently got divorced. It's truly inappropriate. How about this? Once Mengyao wakes up, I'll have a proper talk with her and ensure she returns home for a blind date. Chen Yu hurriedly declined. Qin Mama understood that Chen Yu was refusing her request and sighed in resignation. Ultimately agreeing, she realized that should the two marry, it would indeed be her daughter reaching for someone out of her league, but since her daughter had feelings for Chen Yu, she was willing to take the risk. President Chen, I'll leave this to you. If she could return soon, that would be ideal. Her father and I could make arrangements in advance, Qin Mama stated. All right, I'll ensure she returns as soon as possible. Chen Yu nodded. After hanging up, he looked at his phone, feeling a lingering sense of apprehension, and his eyelids twitched. When he glanced up, he found Qin Mengyao standing a short distance away, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of resentment. She had been eavesdropping for quite some time, and from snippets of the conversation, she realized her mother wanted her to marry Chen Yu. Joy filled her heart, and a radiant smile adorned her face. However, Chen Yu not only rejected the idea but suggested she return home for a blind date. Mengyao, when did you wake up? Chen Yu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I've been awake for a long time. I've been staring at you for over half an hour, Qin Mengyao pouted, her lips nearly curling towards the heavens. Her sense of grievance was overwhelming, and she stomped over, defiantly declaring, I don't want to go on a blind date. And don't you dare try to persuade me to. Chen Yu, feeling a headache coming on, could only comfort her. All right, no blind dates, no blind dates. I only said that to brush it off. Qin Mangyao fixed her gaze on him, her eyes brimming with tears. I like you, I want to be with you. Chen Yu found himself with a weighty silence lodged in his throat, unable to rise or fall. In this matter, he had rebuffed Qin Mangyao more than once. Each time she regarded him with that pleading gaze, he felt utterly at a loss for words. In the past, he could deflect her with mention of Xia Liying, but now, Chapter 20, come and witness. Behold this pair of treacherous lovers. Chen Yu had always been aware of Qin Mengyao's affections for him. In their younger years, he dismissed it as mere youthful infatuation, yet time had flown by. And as her feelings deepened, he found himself increasingly powerless. All that needed to be said had been spoken long ago, yet she stubbornly persisted in her affections. Mangyao, you know that throughout these years, I have always regarded you as a sister. Chen Yu sighed with resignation. It was precisely because he had always viewed her as a sister that he helped her tidy her home whenever he visited. This very dynamic had enabled a shift in their relationship. I am already 26. Why do you still see me as if I were 16? I am a woman too. Why can't you simply like me? Qin Mengyao's voice trembled with grievance, and crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks. Unable to bear it any longer, she threw herself into Chen Yu's embrace. He gently stroked her hair, saying helplessly, Mangyao, you are aware of my circumstances. The reason I married Xia Liying was twofold. We were childhood friends, and then there is Su Xingyue. Alright, let's discuss the outline. I have made numerous annotations for you, and I would like to go over them now. Before Chen Yu could finish, Qin Mangyao sealed his lips with her own, clutching his face with both hands, kissing him amid her tears. The salty droplets slid down her face and onto the corner of Chen Yu's mouth, evoking a pang of sympathy within him, yet he found himself incapable of softening his resolve. He pushed her away gently a few times, but she refused to release her hold. Ultimately, he had no choice but to lift her and place her upon the sofa. Mangyao, I have not called Su Xingyue for a full 4 years. However, regarding Xia Liying's bankruptcy, I did make a call to her. Chen Yu wiped her tear-stained cheeks and whispered. At his words, Qin Mengyao's delicate form trembled slightly. Su Xingyue, she was well aware of who that was, the daughter of a prominent family in the magical city. She possessed not only wealth and beauty but also an unimaginable background, even in novels. She would be the quintessential top heroine. Qin Mangyao understood the implications of that phone call all too well, yet she struggled to come to terms with it. She had already failed to compete once, and if Su Xingyue returned, her situation would only worsen. Chen Yu's ability to bring about the swift downfall of Liying Media was thanks to Su Xingyue's assistance, who had placed Xia Liying on the blacklist for dishonesty and imposed consumption restrictions. Should the Xia family dare to act recklessly, the threats Chen Yu had issued would be swiftly realized. In his past life, when trouble arose, Chen Yu had contemplated seeking her out, but the Xia family had played their cards too ruthlessly, leaving him with no allies to turn to. Not to mention, the Su family had also encountered their own troubles at that time. Mangyao, please listen, I cannot offer you any promises. If this matter could be resolved, it wouldn't have escalated to such a deadlock, nor would I have ended up marrying Xia Liying. Chen Yu sighed. Then, what if I don't seek a title? Qin Mengyao's voice was filled with even greater sorrow. Her words struck Chen Yu's mind like a nuclear bomb, leaving him momentarily stunned, utterly unsure of how to respond. The living room fell into silence. The two remained quiet for a long time. But Qin Mengyao's grip on his clothing tightened, clearly on the verge of overflowing with emotion. I am hungry. I want to eat boiled beef. Though Qin Mengyao's voice quivered, she deftly shifted the topic. Alright, Chen Yu nodded. As the refrigerator held scant ingredients, he took her to the supermarket. The incident from years ago had involved her as one of the key participants, causing upheaval that rippled throughout the city. Even though Chen Yu's connections with them had long since severed, the repercussions of that event lingered. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Qin Mangyao seemed to come alive again, linking her arm with Chen Yu's. Skipping joyfully like a yellow oriole, she tossed package after package of snacks into the shopping cart, selecting whatever she desired without a glance at the prices. They had yet to procure any actual vegetables, yet the cart was already bursting at the seams. Huang Min had come to the city center to shop with friends, seeking relief from the frustrations Chen Yu had caused her. However, she was taken aback to see him emerging with Qin Mangyao. Laden with bags, Qin Mangyao was entwined around Chen Yu's arm, a bag in hand, their closeness unmistakable. Chen Yu? Huang Min froze, a surge of anger igniting within her. How could he be so intimately associated with another woman while maintaining ambiguous ties with Su Xingyue? His secretary, Min, what's wrong? Her friend, startled by the fury radiating from her, inquired. Judge, you all continue shopping, I will catch up with you later. Huang Min tossed a remark and charged toward Chen Yu, feeling vindicated to have caught him red-handed. It was evident that he had amassed a mountain of debts while engaging in numerous affairs, all the while slandering Xia Liying. he had even driven lying media to bankruptcy, forcing the Xia family into a position where they could not even return home. This scoundrel, Chen Yu, are you even human? You, who have been unfaithful in countless ways, dare to malign lying. As your wife, she has been driven to bankruptcy and desperation by your actions. Do you even comprehend her current plight? Huang Min rushed forward, reaching out to grab him, her voice raised in outrage. Chen Yu furrowed his brow in distress, stepping back hastily. He never anticipated that a simple trip to the supermarket would lead him to encounter this madwoman. What do you intend to do? Qin Mangyao stepped forward, glaring coldly at Huang Min. What do I intend to do? You are truly something. Knowing full well he is married, you still choose to be the other woman. How shameless, Huang Min scoffed. How am I the other woman? Even if I were, it's my choice. What business is it of yours? Qin Mangyao retorted, her anger bubbling to the surface. She had faced such situations before and had long since devised a strategy. Huang Min stared, incredulous. In this day and age, those who play the role of the other woman are so brazen. It seems your lack of shame knows no bounds. Everyone, come and see. This shameless hussy is seducing my friend's husband. And to top it off, this man is none other than the renowned entrepreneur of our city, the chairman of Dongfang Group, Chen Yu. Huang Min's loud proclamation immediately drew the attention of many passers-by. Chen Yu set down the bags he held, took out his phone to call the police, and pulled Qin Mangyao away from Huang Min, determined to shield her from any potential harm. Come and see. Witness this treacherous couple. This man is the one who flirts around, yet he dares to slander my friend. He is utterly inhumane. Huang Min continued her tirade. Chapter 21. Huang Min, your reasoning is simply incomprehensible. As Huang Min's ruckus escalated, more and more onlookers were drawn to the scene. Even those on the upper floors of the mall began to take notice. Dongfang Group, is that not the one embroiled in the recent turmoil surrounding lying media? Indeed, are you not aware? The owner of Lying Media is the wife of the chairman of Dongfang Group. They were on the verge of going public on Nasdaq, only to face imminent bankruptcy. I recall now, she is the very same CEO who was accused of infidelity with Xiao Xiao. Yes, indeed, Xiao Xiao has never had a great reputation, but it seems there might be more to the story than what has been reported. If this incident is indeed a slander, the power of capital is truly terrifying. A company poised for an IPO brought to its knees. How shocking. The majority of the crowd remained unaware of the full context. But the spectacle drew many to film the unfolding drama, with some even beginning to live-stream the event. Everyone, my friend is the chairman of Lying Media. She worked tirelessly to bring the company to IPO status while married. Only for this man to utter a few words that led to its suspension. Not only that, but he also forced my friend into bankruptcy and demanded a compensation of 10 billion. He sold her villa outright, leaving her with nowhere to return, and even had her brother taken to the police station. Their family is on the brink of being destroyed. Huang Min addressed the crowd. Intent on amplifying the situation, Chen Yu wielded considerable influence within the industry, but Huang Min believed that if she could stir enough public sentiment, he would not be able to withstand the pressure. You managed to bring a company to IPO status while married, yet you demand 10 billion in compensation. What manner of person could commit such acts? The most despicable part is selling off someone's villa and sending their brother to a police station. This is what capital does, engaging in extramarital affairs while pushing your wife into this predicament. Truly inhumane. As the crowd buzzed with indignation, all their words were directed at Chen Yu. Huang Min, have you not caused enough of a scene? Chen Yu's expression darkened, his face a mask of fury. Chen Yu, you were truly audacious. If you were afraid, you should not have driven Lying to such a state. Huang Min stood her ground, her spine straightened. Having captured his misdeeds, she refused to let him escape unscathed. Your hatred for me due to that incident in the equipment room all those years ago. Clearly, everyone was summoned by the teacher to the equipment room to move things. And several individuals were present. Why is it that you single me out for your disdain? Chen Yu furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Are you still trying to argue? I spoke to the teacher, and they claimed there was no such incident. You deliberately brought people here, intending to ruin me. Huang Min seethed through clenched teeth. The individuals who accompanied Chen Yu were all his close friends, and regardless of their explanations, Huang Min remained unconvinced. That incident completely shattered her high school experience. She had been a top student in her class, but after that she fell ill for a long time, weeping day and night, and was too afraid to return to school. I ruined you. What motive would I have for such an act? Chen Yu chuckled, questioning her. He simply could not comprehend Huang Min's irrationality. Why would he seek to destroy a girl's innocence? Was it merely for amusement? A scoundrel like you, with the heart of a beast, is capable of anything. There is no need to defend yourself. Moreover, the fact that you cheated is irrefutable, a mountain of evidence. If you had no involvement with her, Why were you so intimate, shopping together as well? Huang Min crossed her arms with a cold laugh. She is my sister. Furthermore, Xia Liying has already signed the divorce agreement and the divorce proceedings are underway. Do I need your permission to go shopping with anyone? Chen Yu frowned. It is precisely because Liying has signed the divorce agreement that you feel so emboldened. A scoundrel like you deserves to be utterly disgraced and bankrupt. It is truly unfair that someone like you has wealth, Huang Min retorted angrily. As she spoke, she exaggerated the events involving Xia Liying, knowing that the world is rife with those eager to stir up trouble. As long as they record videos and disseminate them online, the situation would quickly escalate. It was utterly absurd. Chen Yu's gaze turned icy. Oh, is this already unbearable for you? Yet, this is just the beginning. This pales in comparison to what you have done to Liying. Huang Min, believing she had the upper hand, adopted an even loftier demeanor. Chen Yu attempted to leave with Qin Mengyao, but Huang Min stubbornly blocked their path. Soon after, the police arrived. Although the commotion had been considerable from the police's procedural perspective, it was merely a minor issue, even if the matter spread widely, causing significant repercussions for Chen Yu. Legally, he could only sue her for defamation. Huang Min was well aware of the consequences of her actions. Even if Chen Yu sued her, what would it matter? She was undeterred. Moreover, if she were indeed sued, it would only provide her with more ammunition to criticize Chen Yu. After all, if Chen Yu had no guilt, if she had not struck a nerve, why would he even consider suing her? Huang Min, I truly do not know whether to commend your courage or bemoan your lack of intelligence. Do you genuinely believe that by causing a scene in public, you are aiding Xia Liying? In the police mediation room, Chen Yu coldly mocked her, shaking his head in derision. Are you feeling guilty? Afraid? Had you anticipated that things would escalate to this point, you should never have resorted to underhanded tactics against Liying. Huang Min crossed her arms defiantly, retorting with sarcasm. The situation has already spiraled out of control. And undoubtedly many have uploaded videos online. Now we just await the fallout. Huang Min, you would do well to pray that the events at the mall do not gain too much traction online. Chen Yu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. Since Huang Min desired chaos, he would indulge her in it. What do you mean? Are you planning to harm Liying again? Huang Min furrowed her brow in anger. Chen Yu, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, bring them on. I will bear the consequences alone. It has nothing to do with Liying. Chen Yu nodded, mocking her. Truly, you are the epitome of a loyal friend. With a swift motion, Chen Yu tossed his phone towards her, displaying his and Xia Liying's WeChat conversation. Huang Min, take a good look. I have already backed up the records. Deleting them will be futile. Should this matter escalate, I will make these chat records public. At that point, Xia Liying will understand that it was you who orchestrated her downfall. Huang Min picked up the phone, initially dismissing it. Thinking it was merely a chat history, what could it signify? However, as she continued to read, her brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 22. Do not use this to threaten me. The WeChat exchanges between Chen Yu and Xia Liying were remarkably mundane. Almost suspiciously so, with Chen Yu dominating the conversation while Xia Liying's responses were minimal. There was no trace of insults or reproaches, yet her words conveyed a palpable sense of resistance. When she was out drinking, Chen Yu offered to pick her up, but she continually deflected his advances, not even informing him when she went to visit Xiao Xiao's class. It was only after Chen Yu inquired that she mentioned needing to meet Xiao Xiao. Going to a bar and not returning until the next morning, merely notifying Chen Yu and casually recording a video to show she was alone in her hotel room. At first glance, such conversations might seem innocuous, but when pieced together, even a fool could discern the underlying issues. Xia Liying did not love him. This was evident from their messages. Huang Min believed it was only natural that Xia Liying did not love Chen Yu. After all, a scoundrel like him was unworthy of lifelong devotion. However, if such chat records were to leak, the fallout from the mall incident would be monumental. In that moment, Huang Min felt a pang of panic. Initially thinking she was defending Xia Liying, she now found herself at a loss. Chen Yu, do you think such chat records can represent anything? Do not use this to threaten me. Huang Min's voice trembled. Oh, then please return my phone, Chen Yu replied coolly. Why should I give it back to you? Who knows if these records are fabricated? You must delete these records. Huang Min insisted vehemently. Officer, may I retrieve my phone? Chen Yu turned to the mediating officer. The officer nodded in affirmation. Of course. Qin Mengyao immediately stepped forward to retrieve the phone, but Huang Min clung to it tightly. Only after the police intervened did she reluctantly let go. Just as Chen Yu stood to leave, Huang Min grew increasingly anxious. Chen Yu, where are you going? Chen Yu placed a cigarette between his lips, stating, regarding the mall incident, I will not pursue it with you. So can I leave now? Huang Min urged. You must delete these chat records. Liying is already divorced from you, and you still bring this up. your intentions are clearly nefarious, Chen Yu laughed, saying, so now you acknowledge that Lai Ying and I are divorced? Just a moment ago you claimed I was her husband and accused me of cheating, Huang Min quickly countered. Hurry and delete the chat records. Chen Yu shook his head. On what grounds? Moreover, is this not the scenario you wished for? What if someone stirs the pot and this becomes trending online? Would that not be even more thrilling? If there were no chat records, Huang Min would certainly hope for the incident to trend online. But if it did, and Chen Yu produced the records, Xiao Laiying would be finished. She was there to help Xiao Laiying, not to harm her. Simultaneously, she silently berated Xiao Laiying for being so careless. Even if she did not love Chen Yu, she should not have spoken so freely in their chats. Huang Min, tell me, is this what a good friend does? You claim to act for Xiao Laiying's sake. Yet you are the one pushing her into hell. Chen Yu scoffed derisively. I did not. Chen Yu, could you refrain from being so disgusting? Even if these records are authentic, you have hurt Lai Ying time and again. I know precisely what kind of person Lai Ying is. Had you not wounded her deeply, how could she speak to you in such a tone? Huang Min was exasperated. Fine, let us say I have hurt her. I would prefer she despise me even more. Chen Yu coldly smiled and prepared to leave with Qin Mengyao. Huang Min rushed forward, refusing to relent, insisting Chen Yu delete the records. Chen Yu then summoned the police. Intending to have her forcibly removed, gritting her teeth, Huang Min exclaimed, Chen Yu, as long as you agree to delete the chat records, I will agree to any terms you propose. You and these women have unclear boundaries. I will pretend not to know. You can continue your affairs. We will not interfere with one another. Chen Yu was instantly incensed, pondering what not interfering even meant. When had his matters ever been of concern to her? Moreover, even if he and Qin Mengyao had a relationship, did he need her approval? Chen Yu, I have already offered this. What more do you want from me? Do you expect me to sleep with you as well? How shameless can you be? Chen Yu found it impossible to grasp her reasoning. He had never even touched Qin Mengyao, let alone someone like Huang Min. It was Huang Min who made such an outrageous claim. Yet she deemed Chen Yu's very existence a transgression. Huang Min, weren't you willing to go to great lengths for Xiao Laiying? Didn't you demand I delete the records? Very well. Go book a hotel room and wait for me. I will come by later. Chen Yu cast her a dispassionate glance, his expression dripping with mockery. With that, he disregarded Huang Min's thoughts and turned to leave with Qin Mengyao. You, stop right there. Chen Yu, you scoundrel, you are inhumane. Desiring nothing more than the company of another in slumber, one could only wish for their demise. Huang Min was restrained by the police, her curses growing increasingly vitriolic from behind. Yet internally she felt herself unraveling further. It was over. What was she to do? If Chen Yu truly made their chat history public, Xiao Laiying would undoubtedly loathe her. Moreover, when the inevitable insults came, they would surge forth like an unrelenting tide. To think of actually sharing a room with Chen Yu was utterly unacceptable. It was her first time, and she was acutely aware that he was merely toying with her. Brother, do you truly intend to go to the hotel with that woman from earlier? Qin Mengyao inquired from the passenger seat, her beautiful eyes blinking at him. Though she knew the likelihood was slim, even the slightest possibility unsettled her. Go to a hotel with her? Am I out of my mind? Chen Yu chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head. Huang Min was not mistaken. Chen Yu's words were indeed a jest at her expense. Joy flickered in Qin Mengyao's captivating eyes as she remarked, with a lunatic like her, whoever marries her is bound to suffer. She is utterly unlovable, unlike me. Chen Yu, both speechless and amused, affectionately ruffled her hair and said, you are truly self-absorbed. Qin Mengyao flashed her pearly whites and giggled. Hee, I am a stunning beauty. What's wrong with a bit of self-love? Suddenly the shrill ring of Su Sihui's phone pierced through the atmosphere, delivering alarming news. Chen Yu and Huang Min had made headlines. Their escapade at the mall having been purchased and propelled to trending status, Su Sihui had thoroughly investigated the connections behind this scandal. It was Xiao Xiao who had orchestrated this elaborate scheme. As for how Xiao Xiao obtained the video so swiftly, that remained a mystery. Upon seeing the trending topic, Huang Min's mental defenses crumbled entirely. She could not comprehend how this situation escalated so rapidly. Surely it would take at least a day or two to gain traction. It had to be Chen Yu's doing. Yes, it was undoubtedly his machination. That scoundrel, Chen Yu, capable of any treachery, with such a golden opportunity at hand. How could he not seize it? Gazing at the hotel sign not far ahead, Huang Min felt her heartache intensify, nearly on the verge of tears. Chapter 23. Chen Yu, do you truly intend to seek me out for? Huang Min clutched her phone tightly, gritting her teeth, her eyes welling with tears. She understood that public opinion would take time to ferment, as long as Chen Yu could swiftly remove the trending topic. The repercussions would not be catastrophic. Ultimately, summoning her courage, she stepped into the hotel. Hello, I would like a room. Huang Min, on the verge of tears, bit her lip as she uttered those words. The receptionist was taken aback. Perplexed by her vengeful demeanor, typically those checking in during the afternoon were tourists from afar. Without further consideration, the receptionist presented her with room options. She presented her ID and booked a large bedroom for 300 yuan. The thought of relinquishing her first experience to a scoundrel like Yu made her feel despairingly hopeless. What tormented her most was that, due to being blocked on her phone, she had no choice but to borrow the receptionist's phone to send a message to Yu. Green Source Hotel, room 303, you have 1 hour. With the receptionist's bewildered gaze upon her, Huang Min trembled as she typed out the message, tears cascading down her cheeks, causing the receptionist to worry whether her phone might suffer water damage. After sending the message, she hastily deleted it, fearful that the receptionist might misconstrue her intentions. I want to die. It's all Yu's fault. It's all his fault, idiot. Upon receiving the message, Yu rolled his eyes and tossed his phone into the center console. Ignoring it, with this debacle delaying their lunch, he and Qin Mengyao had already missed the noon hour. It was now 3 p.m. Huang Min had waited in vain, unable to find solace, feeling as if she were exposed and scrutinized by countless gazes in the pristine hotel room. Reminiscent of that fateful day in the equipment room, after an hour, she descended once more, borrowing the phone to call Yu. Hello, who is this? Came Yu's voice, accompanied by Qin Mengyao's playful laughter. Yu seemed to be on the brink of exasperation, lowering his voice. Qin Mengyao, take your feet off me. Huang Min's words were abruptly cut off, leaving her with a swirl of resentment, loathing, and sorrow. A cacophony of emotions welled within her. Hello, Yu, noticing the silence on the line, questioned again. Yu, when exactly will you come? Huang Min seethed through gritted teeth. Come for what? Who are you? Yu feigned ignorance. Relishing in her frustration. Not isn't this what you said? I'm already here waiting for you. Huang Min felt herself on the verge of collapse, wishing to tear Yu to shreds. Oh, Huang Min, what did I say? Yu continued to play dumb, awaiting her response. You. Huang Min's chest heaved with fury, tears of shame and anger streaming down her face. Huang Min, what do you think I want with you, if you won't say? How would I know? If you have nothing else, I will hang up now. Qin Mengyao, can you stop shoving your foot in my lap? Don't look at me like that, it's useless. As Yu spoke, his patience waned. Yu, do you truly intend to seek me out for a room? Huang Min uttered the words, her mind momentarily blank, as if the world had collapsed around her. What had she just said? How could she utter such shameless words? Go to hell, smack. Yu abruptly ended the call, leaving Huang Min on the brink of fainting from rage. She had resolved herself to a do-or-die situation. Yet how had Yu treated her? He had played her from start to finish. Was this entertaining for him? Wailing, Huang Min crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The receptionist, bewildered by the scene, approached to offer comfort. Shortly thereafter, Xia Liying arrived, appearing considerably more haggard than before, her once lavish designer attire nowhere to be seen. Liying, Huang Min threw herself into Xia Liying's embrace, weeping inconsolably. What happened? Class leader, Xia Liying, though weary, felt compelled to gather her strength. The more Yu treated her this way, the more resolute she became. He awaited her downfall, and she could not permit him the satisfaction. Liying, I am so sorry, Huang Min choked out, recounting the earlier events. Upon hearing her tale, Xia Liying was left stunned. Before coming here, she had been preoccupied with other matters. With Liying Media having gone bankrupt, the Xia family had ceased to confiscate her phone, as it had lost all significance. Xia Liying never anticipated such chaos could unfold in a single afternoon. Yu's eagerness for divorce had pressured her to sign the agreement, only for him to turn around and frolic intimately with another woman. Even involving the police, and now sending Huang Min to the hotel to mock her. Liying, I am truly sorry. I never imagined there would be such chat records between you two, nor that this matter would escalate to trending status so swiftly. This mess was my doing. I will confront Yu. I will ensure he does not release those chat records, Huang Min vowed, her voice choked with emotion. Class leader, this isn't your fault. You were only acting in my interest. Xia Liying replied, feeling utterly drained, shaking her head with a bitter smile. She understood all too well the authenticity of the chat records, and the emotions that had driven her to send those messages. Yet she could not believe Yu would dare to release them. Setting aside Yu's resoluteness, the contents of the chat alone would obliterate his reputation, the esteemed chairman of the Oriental Group. Reduced to such humility before women, and considering it was merely chat records, she could claim he had coerced her into sending them. After all, it was a fact that he had pushed her to this point. All right, class leader, stop crying. I will handle this matter. I have a substantial following on social media. Should Yu dare to release those chat records, I will undoubtedly have countermeasures ready. You really? Huang Min questioned, her eyes swollen and doubtful. Indeed, Chen Yu's tyranny cannot continue unchecked. If I remain despondent, I will only fulfill his desires. My father and I are already devising a strategy to liquidate stocks and revive Liang Media, if I can take the company public. I will ensure his downfall, Xiao Liang declared fiercely. She had granted Chen Yu countless opportunities, had bowed and submitted to him, yet he continued to drive them to the brink. She would not let him escape unscathed. Liang, you must strive to ensure he faces the consequences. Such a scoundrel does not deserve to breathe the same air. Huang Min ceded. Rest assured. Xiao Liang nodded resolutely to in this matter. She would ensure Chen Yu paid the price. Even if he begged for her forgiveness later, she would not relent. Ring ring ring. A call from the capital interrupted them. It was Xiao Xiao. Liang, how are you holding up? Xiao Liang forced a smile. Masking her struggles, I'm doing much better. How about you? Xiao Xiao replied with a hint of bitterness. Still gathering funds, a total compensation of 750 million yuan. I'm working on it, but we've made some progress. Liang, once this matter is resolved, I will come to Luqing to find you. The company may be in disarray, but it's not the end. I still have connections in the industry, and I will find a way to assist you. I will also join the company. Xiao Liang was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Xiao Xiao to wish to join her. Despite being blacklisted by Chen Yu, Xiao Xiao still wielded considerable influence online. As the saying goes, a dead camel is larger than a horse. If Xiao Xiao is willing to join, it would undoubtedly be monumental news. No, this would have too great an impact on you. Although Xiao Liang felt a surge of emotion in her heart, she resolutely declined, for she could not bring harm to Xiao Xiao. Liang, we are friends. Besides, I no longer have a company. Joining yours would be akin to offering me refuge. Xiao Xiao spoke with great difficulty, yet his mind was elsewhere. The incident involving Chen Yu made him acutely aware of the true horrors of capital, prompting him to devise a means to become capital himself. Liang Media was currently at a low ebb, presenting him with an opportune moment. In recent days, he and his manager had been reaping profits, having garnered a significant amount, with capital already invested. Simultaneously, he was also reaching out to various business owners to entice them into investing. He must find a way to revitalize Liang Media. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liang felt an even deeper sense of gratitude, as a warm current surged within her. This was indeed her truest friend. The most worthy person by her side. In contrast, Chen Yu was hardly even comparable to livestock. Chapter 24. Bring your household registration book. You should belong to me, by the way. Liang, the reason I called you is that I have something to discuss. Xiao Liang sniffed, momentarily suppressing the overwhelming emotion within her, and asked earnestly, what is it? I'm listening. Xiao Xiao replied, Liang, I have brought in some investors to support you. Meanwhile, I will personally find a way to gather 500 million to help you revitalize the company. Xiao Liang was utterly stunned, filled with disbelief, yet a profound excitement stirred deep within her. Is that true? If this were indeed the case, it would be monumental news. Xiao Xiao smiled and said, of course it's true. Why would I deceive you when our bond is so strong? His ardent fans, upon learning the truth, were nearly driven to madness. They raged against Chen Yu while desperately raising funds, with one even stealing her parents' savings to contribute 11 million. Regardless of the circumstances, Liang Media was far superior to other small companies. Even if it meant undergoing bankruptcy restructuring, as long as they could expel Chen Yu, it wouldn't be a significant problem. Xiao Xiao's choice of Liang Media was primarily due to Xiao Liang. First, her history of public listing provided a reliable foundation. Second, even if the Xiao family were to liquidate assets to compensate Chen Yu, substantial funds would still flow into Liang Media. Third, Xiao Liang was familiar with Chen Yu's operations, and even in dire straits, they could simply replicate his strategies. Lastly, and most importantly, Xiao Liang was stunningly beautiful. If he acted at this moment, Xiao Liang would willingly share her bed with him. Once he secured Xiao Liang, he would effectively become the true master of Liang Media, thereby consolidating the capital invested by the Xiao family. Liang, once I finish these matters, I will hasten to Luqing to introduce you to those investors, Xiao Xiao solemnly promised. All right, Xiao Xiao, thank you. Xiao Liang tilted her head back, fighting back tears of gratitude. She did not wish to cry any longer. For crying resolved nothing, and moreover, she had already exhausted her tears over the past few days. Thank what? We are friends, aren't we? Xiao Xiao said with a light laugh. Xiao Xiao, having you is truly wonderful. Xiao Liang expressed her heartfelt sentiment. The more he acted this way, the more she felt that marrying Chen Yu was an egregious mistake. Had she married Xiao Xiao from the outset, things would not have turned out this way. Meng Yao, you are currently facing the issues I mentioned. If you diligently refine your work as I indicated, you will undoubtedly produce an exemplary piece with Yu Zue, which will surely become yet another phenomenon. Chen Yu settled into the car, rolling down the window to address Qin Mengyao. Brother, can we not leave? I'm afraid of the dark, Qin Mengyao pouted, bending down and speaking with a pitiful tone accompanying her movement. The neckline of her garment revealed subtle hints of her curves, and she exuded a sweet fragrance that was intoxicating. Chen Yu assisted her in fastening her collar, chuckling as he said, if you fear the dark, why not have your mother move in with you? She can take care of your daily needs. Qin Mengyao shook her small head vigorously, replying, I wouldn't want that. If she comes, she'll nag me about getting married every day. Chen Yu ruffled her hair and remarked, it's only natural for parents to worry about you. I will return to the group now. If anything arises, feel free to call me. As for the trending topics, the group will handle them. With a peck on his cheek when he wasn't looking, Qin Mengyao quickly giggled and scampered away, her little hand waving excitedly as a farewell. Chen Yu chuckled wryly, waving back at her as he drove off in his Panamera. Qin Mengyao stood behind, watching until the taillights faded away before turning to ascend the stairs, gazing at the emptiness of her home. Her beautiful eyes fell into a daze, standing there for a long time, unable to snap back to reality. She always loved to clutter the house with clothes, as a messy environment seemed less desolate. And also because Chen Yu would help tidy up whenever he visited. This was her little scheme. But if Chen Yu could be home, why would she need to do this? She sat in the gaming chair where Chen Yu had previously sat. Resting her hands on the table, chin propped on her arms, staring at a group photo on the table. After a while, a bittersweet smile finally graced her lips. Ding dong, a text message arrived without any notes. Chen Yu stopped at a red light, freed a hand to unlock his phone, noticing the simple text. I will come to Luqing in a week. Chen Yu replied, perhaps I should visit Modu instead. This is a favor I owe you, but you cannot come to Luqing. The other side almost instantly responded, you are divorced now. Is that promise still so significant? Chen Yu sighed, what do you think? After that incident years ago, everyone except Qin Mengyao had departed. If Su Xingyue tore up the agreement and came to Luqing, then those who followed would not only be her, should they arrive. Chen Yu's life would revert to chaos akin to the past. Then bring your household registration book. I have given you 4 years. You should belong to me now. The tone from the other side was unyielding. I will repay this favor, but this matter is non-negotiable. If I marry you, even you would not withstand the consequences from the capital. Chen Yu replied with utmost seriousness, you needn't express this, I am aware. I will handle this matter, you need not worry. The other side asserted forcefully. Su Xingyue, you need not act this way. You know I do not harbor feelings for you. Chen Yu stated heavily. I do not require your affection. I only need you by my side. Her tone was so commanding, yet simultaneously perplexing and exasperating. If there were no feelings, then why pursue marriage? Indeed, Su Xingyue's outward appearance and family background were formidable. Marrying her would not only mean being with a stunning beauty, but also a swift ascent to the upper echelons of Modu. Yet disliking her was disliking her. Furthermore, she possessed a grave character flaw. She was a Yandere. Even if Chen Yu and she merely shared an acquaintance, she would bind him to her home. Once upon a time, she had held him captive for over 3 months. Chen Yu, if you refuse to marry me, I will support your ex-wife. You should be able to comprehend the consequences. She sent another message. Do as you wish. Chen Yu tossed his phone aside, watching the countdown of the traffic light. As the green light illuminated, he pressed the accelerator and chose to disregard it. Whether Su Xingyue would support Xiao Liying was irrelevant. Chen Yu owed her a favor, which he would repay, but not through marriage. The matters from the Su family in the previous life were not trivial. When the time came, Chen Yu would intervene. Chen Yu, do you think you can escape? I have waited for you for 4 years. Even if I must force you, I will bring you back to Modu. The screen flickered, but Chen Yu no longer glanced back. Chapter 25, Fool, what day is it today? After returning to the group, Chen Yu set about arranging for the public relations department to manage the online discourse. Alleviating the pressure on Qin Mengyao, Xiao Xiao would buy trending topics, and Chen Yu was not surprised at all, for Xiao Xiao was far from a good person. In the previous life, when Xiao Liying took action against Chen Yu, Xiao Xiao shamelessly moved into his duplex without a hint of shame. The ruthless nature of the Xiao family and Xiao Liying ensured that no matter their fate in this life, it would be well deserved. It was imperative to keep an eye on Xiao Bo, ensuring he remained in the shadows, lest he truly resort to underhanded tactics. Sihui, work is over. Chen Yu checked the time and knocked on her office door. Though she was merely Chen Yu's secretary, her management of the group's affairs warranted her own office chairman. What time is it? Su Sihui looked up, her gaze falling upon Chen Yu's figure. A strand of hair cascaded down her temple, accentuating her exquisite features. In Chen Yu's presence, she radiated warmth, imbued with a captivating scholarly aura. It's 6 o'clock, Chen Yu replied with a smile. 6 o'clock, chairman, shall I arrange for a driver to take you home? I still have plenty to wrap up. Su Sihui paused, a fleeting look of panic crossing her face. Chen Yu had been absent from the company for so long that she had temporarily forgotten this matter. What driver? It's not as if I can't drive myself. Moreover, Su Tao had just arranged something for me, but I turned it down. Chen Yu chuckled. As Su Tao served as the secretary to Xiao Liang. Her capabilities were naturally commendable, especially since her boss, Xiao Liang, was rather inept. She often failed to execute her own arrangements properly and would end up blaming Su Tao. Over time, this adversity honed Su Tao's skills. Oh, that's good, Su Sihui sighed with relief, offering him a faint smile. Then, Chairman, you should clock out for the day. Chen Yu shook his head, approached her side, and pulled a chair to sit down, since the tasks are incomplete. I shall assist you in finishing them. I just returned, and I cannot allow you to toil alone. Such a promise must be honored. Besides, have you forgotten what day it is today? Su Sihui pondered momentarily. Struggling to recall anything special about today, observing Chen Yu's expression, it was evident that today held significance. Curiously tilting her head, she inquired, "What day is it today?" Chen Yu gently tapped her head, exclaiming, "Silly, today is your birthday." How could you forget? Su Sihui was taken aback once more. Was today truly her birthday? How could she not remember? She dazedly retrieved her ID card and checked the time on her phone. Suddenly realizing, Chairman, today is merely my Gregorian birthday. I typically celebrate according to the lunar calendar. Chen Yu chuckled lightly. What difference does it make between the Gregorian and lunar calendars? Regardless, it is still a birthday. Once we finish these matters, I shall take you out to celebrate. A delightful blush crept onto Su Sihui's small face, her shyness preventing her from meeting Chen Yu's gaze. It's fine, Chairman, it's just a birthday. Whether I celebrate or not makes no difference. Chen Yu's lips curled into a smirk. That simply will not do. You've worked hard over the years. If I neglect to celebrate your birthday, rumors will spread that I am Chen Bapai. Su Sihui rebutted. Chen Bapai refers to your practice of withholding salaries. That is not the correct context. Chen Yu shrugged. I am the boss, and I have the final say. Now hurry and get back to work. We cannot let it reach 8 o'clock and still miss dinner. Though Chen Yu could have whisked her away at that moment, he understood her nature. If she didn't complete her tasks, she would be unable to relax and enjoy her birthday. Her mind plagued by unfinished business. Su Sihui nodded earnestly, a smile tugging at her lips, the blush on her cheeks deepening. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her head to focus on the documents before her. Her serious profile was truly captivating. As Chen Yu gazed at her, he found himself momentarily lost in memories of their student days, a desk lamp, a school uniform, and her short hair as she diligently studied. It had been over a decade since then, and they had journeyed from 18 to the cusp of 30. Chen Yu vividly recalled the time she had come to him in tears. Utterly distraught, it felt as if it had occurred yesterday. As he examined a document in hand, he turned to see Su Sihui, engrossed in her work while nibbling on a pen cap, resembling a silly child. With a light smack, he startled her, causing her to jump. She turned, bewildered, resembling a cute little hamster's. Chairman, what is it? Chen Yu retorted. Release the cap. Do you not feel any discomfort biting it? Why are you behaving like a child with such a bad habit? Having spoken, Su Sihui's mouth opened, her confusion evident. Release what? What did I bite? Chen Yu pointed at the chewed pen cap in her hand. What do you mean, what? Look, there's saliva all over it. Upon inspecting the cap, Su Sihui's face flushed crimson and flustered. She quickly grabbed a tissue to wipe the shiny saliva away, utterly embarrassed. Silly. Chen Yu lightly tapped her head again, amused. After finally completing their work, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Chen Yu's stomach growled, while Su Sihui seemed immune to hunger. He urged her to hurry, yet she insisted on meticulously organizing the documents before following him out. As they entered the elevator, she draped her bag over her shoulder and tucked her hands behind her head to tidy her hair. With her movements, her figure became even more alluring. As they descended, she glanced at her reflection in the elevator's shiny wall, applied some lipstick to her already tempting lips, and pressed them together, though she had intended to drive. Chen Yu summoned her to the passenger seat. With a smile, he said, Today, you are the birthday girl. How could I let you drive? Tonight, I will be your full-time chauffeur. She smiled back, her radiance blooming like a flower. Nodding at Chen Yu, colleagues from the group, taking different elevators, paused in their tracks, mesmerized by her smile directed at Chen Yu. Throughout their years in the company, they had never witnessed her smile so genuinely. In their eyes, she had always appeared stern and frigid, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through anyone, yet now, she resembled a celestial being, her smile akin to a pure and unblemished white rose. The sparkle in her eyes revealed unmistakable emotion. Chapter 26, A Clash of Gazes, Yet Mortal Enemies. As Chen Yu and Su Sihui got into the car, many colleagues from the group whispered among themselves. speculating about their relationship. Su Sihui, seated in the passenger seat, was restrained by a seatbelt, her beautiful eyes gazing forward while stealing glances at Chen Yu from the corner of her eye in his presence. She had always been like this. When he faced her directly she felt shy and averted her gaze, yet when he was distracted she would sneak glances at him. Chen Yu held immense significance in her heart, more important than anything else. However, she dared not reveal her feelings. Chen Yu had reserved a table at a high-end restaurant, and since they arrived quite late, it was as if they had the place to themselves, watching him pull out her chair and serve her food while engaging in conversation. She felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. She simply watched, ate, and smiled, her heart brimming with warmth and joy. Even if she could never have anything with Chen Yu, this moment alone was enough to satisfy her. A week later, Su Xingyue arrived in Luqing. Chen Yu, cigarette in mouth, waited at the airport exit, his expression heavy. Not far ahead, a throng of Xiao Xiao's fans brandished support signs and banners, eagerly awaiting her arrival. Among the crowd, Chen Yu spotted a familiar figure. Their gazes crossed, yet they had become sworn enemies. In the week apart, Xiao Liang had shed her previous despondency, dressed in formal attire, radiating the confidence she had on the day of her Wall Street debut. Yet all of this was merely a facade. She had become a dishonest executor, restricted from spending. During that week, the rumors of Chen Yu's infidelity had been suppressed, as if nothing had ever occurred. Though Chen Yu could counter with chat logs, he found no need to resort to such petty tactics. In his eyes, Xiao Liang was nothing more than an insignificant insect, one that could be crushed at any moment. She's out, Xiao Xiao, I love you. The uproar of cheers erupted like a tidal wave, even though Chen Yu was well acquainted with the entertainment industry and had seen such scenes countless times. He couldn't help but rub his ears at the overwhelming noise. Smiling, Xiao Xiao emerged from the terminal, flanked by her manager and a group of staff members, stepping into the spotlight. Brother, you're so handsome. I want to marry you. As Xiao Xiao reached the center of her fans, their cheers reached a fever pitch. Passers-by stared at them as if they were mad, thinking how they would be inclined to slap a daughter who behaved like that. Xiao Liang's gaze shifted away from Chen Yu to Xiao Xiao, her teeth gritting one moment, yet the next, a sincere smile graced her face. Just then, a woman donned in a faux designer blazer, white shirt, and black pencil skirt, wearing sunglasses, emerged from the terminal. A few suited bodyguards followed her, and though she didn't have as many fans as Xiao Xiao, her presence was equally commanding. Even Xiao Xiao was drawn to her aura. Turning to look, she approached directly, her destination clearly Chen Yu. During their flight in first class, Xiao Xiao had noticed this woman but hadn't had the courage to strike up a conversation. Given the bodyguards accompanying her, her sleek black hair was elegantly pinned up, and the sunglasses obscured her stunning features, leaving only her alluring, thin lips visible. As she approached, her hand instinctively intertwined with Chen Yu's arm. With a subtle gesture of her delicate fingers, the bodyguards behind her swiftly surged forward, parting the throng of Xiao Xiao's fans. Chen Yu's lips twitched uncontrollably, desperately attempting to extricate his hand, yet he was perplexed by the extraordinary strength that seemed to bind him as if welded in place. No matter how forcefully he struggled, he remained ensnared. Chen Yu, what are you doing? Xiao Liang's smile vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce anger. In an instant, all of Xiao Xiao's fans turned to gaze upon Chen Yu's face. Recognition dawning. It was Chen Yu, the scoundrel who dared to orchestrate a complete online ban against my brother. Chen Yu, you scoundrel, you beast, I advise you to immediately lift the ban on my brother, or I will ensure your demise. The woman beside Chen Yu had changed yet again. She seemed to be a different person from the one featured in the earlier online videos. Such a scoundrel could attract a succession of women, yet had the audacity to accuse others of infidelity. The flood of insults came crashing in like a tidal wave. The fervor of online fanatics spilling into the real world silenced them. Su Xingyue's lips parted slightly, issuing a command that brooked no dissent. Yes, Mississippi. The bodyguards nodded, with a group clearing a path ahead, while two others approached Xiao Xiao directly. From their stances and demeanor, it was evident they were seasoned soldiers, formidable warriors of exceptional prowess. What do you want? Xiao Xiao's heart raced with sudden trepidation. If a confrontation were to ensue, these few individuals might prove inadequate. After all, they had effortlessly navigated through the crowd to reach her. 10 seconds to silence them, otherwise, the airport police will be summoned to arrest you for disturbing the public order, one bodyguard stated coldly. What do you mean? Xiao Xiao was bewildered. Was merely making an appearance enough to invoke charges of public disorder? 10, 9, 8. The bodyguard began the countdown. The presence of these two bodyguards instilled immense pressure upon Xiao Xiao, and their countdown sent her into a near panic, cold sweat beating on her forehead. She had encountered bodyguards of this caliber before, but only from a distance. Despite her 50 million followers online, to the true power players, she was but an insignificant ant. What do you want? What are you planning? If you dare to harm my brother, you will regret it. Call the police, quickly, call the police. Someone is plotting against my brother." The fan group erupted into chaos. Xiao Liying hurriedly pushed through the crowd to Xiao Zhao's side, confronting the two bodyguards. "Please leave, do not take this too far." The bodyguard ignored her and continued the countdown. 6, 5, 4. Anger surged within Xiao Liying as she shouted, "Go back and tell that scoundrel Chen Yu, if he dares to act today, I will ensure his ruin." The bodyguard cast a derisive glance at Xiao Liying, a mocking smile gracing his lips, an expression of disdain that was unbearable for her to witness. How could even a bodyguard dare to display such arrogance? 3, 2, 1, time's up, the bodyguard declared dispassionately, then pulled out his phone and dialed. Amidst the furious accusations from the fans and Xiao Liying, the airport police arrived in under half a minute and more officers were en route. "Disperse, everyone disperse, this is an airport. Who allowed you to gather here?" barked the leading officer. In that moment, both Xiao Liying and Xiao Xiao were flabbergasted. They had not anticipated the police would actually come, let alone arrive so swiftly. Had it not been for that phone call, even if Xiao Xiao had not notified the airport in advance, the police would typically not interfere. "Mr. Xiao, please immediately instruct your fans to disperse. The airport is busy, and your gathering is disrupting their travel, as well as public order," another officer interjected sternly. A surge of fury erupted from the depths of Xiao Zhao's heart. He was a superstar. Yet this mere officer dared to speak to him in such a manner. He longed to retaliate but refrained, for the woman beside him exuded an aura that was evidently formidable. "Fine, I will have them disperse." Xiao Xiao inhaled deeply and replied, "They must disperse immediately. Large gatherings are not permitted at the airport, especially not at your scale of over 1,000 people," the officer reiterated. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of exploding with rage. In the bustling metropolis, he had similarly encountered fan gatherings upon disembarking, yet the airport police had never issued such warnings. "Damn it, where did Chen Yu find such a woman? Chen Yu, do not push your luck." Xiao Xiao was simply making an appearance. Having fans greet him is perfectly normal. What is your intention? Xiao Liying shouted towards a distance. "Making an appearance is enough to disrupt my exit. What kind of logic is that?" Chen Yu retorted with a cold laugh. Whatever his relationship with Su Xingyue was, it was their own affair, and he had no intention of divulging it before Xiao Liying. He was a superstar. Fans coming to welcome him was beyond his control. "You dare imply that I am not human?" Xiao Liying shot back. "I ask you, why should my situation be affected by his? You are utterly unreasonable. If you are deliberately seeking trouble with Xiao Xiao, just say so. There is no need for such pretentious excuses." Xiao Liying seethed a fool. Chen Yu dismissed her with 2 words, then turned to leave with Su Xingyue. However, his words ignited a fierce backlash from Xiao Zhao's fans, who barricaded the two men. "Chen Yu, who do you think you are to insult us? You think you can intimidate us, if you have the guts? Let the police arrest us. Yes, if you dare, let the police take us away." They scoffed at the notion that, with their numbers, the police would truly dare to apprehend them. Did power and influence make one invincible? They were determined to stand against Chen Yu. "Draw your weapons," Su Xingyue commanded calmly. Instantly, a series of black gun barrels were aimed at them, sending shivers down the spines of all present. These bodyguards were not ordinary. They were licensed special forces, authorized to brandish their weapons in such tumultuous situations. As for the consequences of brandishing their firearms, Su Xingyue was unconcerned. The fans were not the only ones left stunned. Even Xiao Liying and Xiao Xiao turned pale. Who could have imagined that in Longwu someone would dare to draw a gun in public, especially with the barrel pointed at them? Su Xingyue glanced at Xiao Xiao. Her gaze tranquil yet tinged with an edge of menace. The words "jumping clown" that escaped her lips were akin to a nuclear bomb dropped into a placid pond. The fans seethed with fury. Yet they found themselves powerless against her. The airport police, equally startled, rushed in to separate the two factions and expedite Chen Yu and Su Xingyue's exit. "Xiao Xiao, if your brain-dead fans dare to lay a finger on my man, I will ensure your demise." Su Xingyue's words were chilling. She was the type to act without regard for consequences, especially concerning Chen Yu. If anything were to befall him, she would eliminate any adversary, regardless of their background, and face the repercussions herself. "You truly wield such power." Xiao Liying could not help but exclaim in disbelief. "You are correct, ex-wife. I should never have allowed Chen Yu to be with you, subjecting him to 4 years of torment, while I waited for him for 4 long years. Behave yourself, or I will ensure your disappearance." Su Xingyue glared at her, her murderous intent palpable. Smack! Chen Yu swiftly covered Su Xingyue's mouth. Realizing the situation had already spiraled out of control. If Su Xingyue continued to speak and it made its way online, it would spell disaster. In that moment, Su Xingyue's beautiful eyes sparkled with a brilliance that was devoid of anger. Even as she registered the fact that Chen Yu had covered her mouth, this proud man claimed he had no feelings for her. Did he reject her because he preferred the dynamic of strong men and weak women? That would not do. No matter how much she adored him, she must always remain dominant. Click. Su Xingyue gently bit Chen Yu's fingers, which were covering her mouth. Chen Yu, at a loss for words, asked, "Why did you bite me?" Su Xingyue looked at him earnestly. "You like me, miss, do not flatter yourself. I could never like you, stop denying it. You are clearly fond of me. I truly do not like you. You are right, this should not be mere liking. It is love, you love me." Su Xingyue's methods of handling matters were consistently decisive. With just a word or a glance, her bodyguards would ensure everything was taken care of. All the Xiaoxiao's fans gathered there were dispersed, and any information regarding Chen Yu and Su Xingyue was promptly silenced online. What vexed Xiao Xiao and Xia Liying the most was the police station's audacity in requesting their assistance, forbidding any videos from leaking out of the fan group. Despite the fact that it was clearly Chen Yu and his companion who stirred up this trouble, they were the ones left to bear the consequences. Xia Liying was both furious and indignant, her face flushed with rage, and two crystalline tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, clearly overwhelmed with grievance. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's expression oscillated between shades of blue and red, ultimately yielding and agreeing to let their manager contact the various fan clubs in Luqiang. By the time they emerged from the police station, night had already fallen. Chapter 28, 4 years apart. Have you become disobedient again? Su Xingyue followed Chen Yu to the parking lot, her alabaster arms entwined with his, rendering any attempt to break free futile. Though her arms bore no muscle, their elegant and proportional lines were deceiving. If it came to a confrontation, Chen Yu would find himself at a disadvantage. During the 3 months he had been ensnared by her, he had devised countless schemes to escape her opulent villa. Yet all had proven futile. She insisted on dragging him to her room to sleep together. Even when he resisted and attempted to counter her, she needed no bodyguards to intervene. A single strike to his acupoint would incapacitate him, allowing her to effortlessly haul him into her chamber. Reflecting on those events, it was indeed stifling. "Darling, hand me the car keys." Su Xingyue extended her hand toward Chen Yu, yet he shook his head, replying, "You are not suited to drive, and it would be best if you refrain from doing so. I shall escort you to the hotel. You can return by tomorrow at the latest." A glint of mischief and mockery flickered in Su Xingyue's sparkling eyes. "You want me to go back? Are you truly willing to let me?" Chen Yu was momentarily speechless, retorting, "If I were to keep you here, what purpose would that serve?" Su Xingyue was akin to a ticking time bomb. The sooner she returned, the better it would quell the situation and prevent further complications. "The sweetheart, cease the antics and promptly hand over the car keys." Su Xingyue affectionately ruffled Chen Yu's hair, her expression one of indulgent affection. As if he were a cherished pet, she merely regarded his aloofness as a sign of pride, not realizing the depth of his feelings for her. Otherwise, he would not have come to the airport to receive her. Moreover, in her eyes, his proud demeanor appeared rather endearing. "Take the passenger seat." Chen Yu shot her a glance, frowning as he headed toward the driver's side. Suddenly Su Xingyue pushed him against the car, pressing his back against the driver's window with a playful wall slam. Her captivating, starry eyes fixed intently upon him, her lips curled into an enticing smile that radiated mischief. As she moved, the spectacle of her bosom was nothing short of mesmerizing, and she slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing her breathtaking beauty, accentuating her sensuous lips. "Lower your mouth," Su Xingyue commanded. "Are you out of your mind?" Chen Yu shot back, glaring at her. "I in all the world," only he dared to speak to her in such a manner. For anyone else would have been met with a swift intervention from her bodyguards. 4 years apart, and you still refuse to listen. Su Xingyue nonchalantly folded her sunglasses and tucked them into her collar, then grasped his chin with her left hand. With a swift motion, Chen Yu knocked her hand away, pushing her back. "Su Xingyue, that's enough. I am not your plaything." Unperturbed, Su Xingyue maintained her playful demeanor. "I told you. You cannot escape. If you dare run, I shall drag you back home and keep you tethered for life." Their acquaintance had originated from a ludicrous soiree, culminating in an equally absurd night. At that gathering, the titans of the film industry had besieged Chen Yu, coercing him to relinquish his resources for communal benefit. Chen Yu's prowess in literature, film, and IP management transcended the era, yet it had also threatened many vested interests. Those individuals summoned him, demanding his capitulation. Should he refuse, the Oriental group would face annihilation. That night, subjected to relentless humiliation and copious amounts of alcohol, Chen Yu staggered out of the private room. It was also that night that Su Xingyue, invited as a prestigious guest, bore witness to Chen Yu's indomitable spirit, choosing to stand resolute rather than yield, even in the face of threats to blacklist him from the industry, denying him any resources. He remained steadfast, vowing to challenge the entire industry single-handedly. Following that incident, Chen Yu established his streaming platform, and later that night, Su Xingyue visited his room, initially intending to discuss an investment in the Oriental Group. She found herself swayed by the sight of Chen Yu in tears, leading her to alter her intentions. That night, it was she who initiated the encounter, and the following morning, several of the prominent figures from that soiree found themselves hospitalized. Su Xingyue, darling, lower your mouth. Impossible, sweetheart, I offer you one last chance, obey me, she declared playfully. Su Xingyue, why act this way? With your attributes, why not seek someone better? It has been 4 years, why can't you let me go? Suddenly Su Xingyue stomped down hard on Chen Yu's foot, seizing his collar and pulling him closer as her cool lips pressed against his in a domineering kiss. Her lips tasted sweet, reminiscent of sugary syrup. While his bore the lingering essence of tobacco. He attempted to push her away, yet she clung to his neck, inciting his ire to the point he wished to kick her. As Chen Yu resisted, she bit down on his lip, causing him to grimace in pain, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. Enough, or I have marked, if you dare to kiss another woman, you are as good as dead. Su Xingyue, you are truly a lunatic. Chen Yu was exasperated, reaching to wipe the spot where she had kissed him, while simultaneously trying to soothe the area she had bitten. Not if you dare to wipe it. I will kiss every inch of your body, she countered. Chen Yu, gritting his teeth, found his hands suspended in midair, unable to act. Su Xingyue's eyes sparkled with mischief and dominance, her gaze akin to that of a sovereign surveying her untouchable possessions. As Su Xingyue toyed with Chen Yu, her bodyguards stood like mountains, forming a wall to shield them from prying eyes. Say you like me, Su Xingyue insisted, her gaze unwavering. I like you, my foot, Chen Yu could not help but retort. With a forceful shove, Su Xingyue pushed him against the car, pinning him to the rear window. With one hand, she swiftly located the car keys, unlocked the door, and shoved him inside, causing his back to collide with the center console. Eliciting a wince of pain, unfazed by his legs wedged in the doorway, she climbed into the car, settling herself on his lap, and once more leaned down to kiss him, with a swift movement. Chen Yu grasped her delicate neck, preventing her from advancing further, yet she pressed herself against his abdomen, tugging at his collar once more. The bodyguards dared not turn their heads, beads of cold sweat trailing down their temples as they silently mourned for Chen Yu. Their son-in-law, for a full 3 seconds. Chapter 29, not allowed to leave, even his phone was snatched away. 10 minutes later, the Porsche roared to life, trailed by a convoy of Rolls-Royces, as they exited the parking lot. Drawing the gaze of many onlookers, ordinarily, the lead vehicle would be a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a multi-million-dollar marvel, yet a Panamera led the procession, with the Rolls-Royces relegated to the role of subordinates. The window on the driver's side was rolled down. And at the traffic light, a breathtaking profile was visible alongside a disheveled man in the passenger seat. The Caston Hotel was among the most luxurious in Luchang. As the Porsche came to rest on the red carpet, a swarm of bodyguards rushed from the Rolls-Royces to open the doors for Su Xingyue and Chen Yu. The doorman, frozen in place, wore a stunned expression, clearly taken aback by the spectacle before him. Retreating a step, when the door swung open, a woman radiant and enchanting emerged from the vehicle, and the man who exited the passenger seat was none other than Chen Yu, the chairman of the Oriental Group. His expression anything but pleasant, with visible bite marks on his face. As Chen Yu stepped out, he surveyed the surroundings, but the bodyguards were acutely aware of his intentions, denying him any chance to escape. Standing before him, Su Xingyue turned to look back at Chen Yu, extending her hand towards him, evidently expecting him to take it. Though he was clearly reluctant, the bodyguards pushed him forward, bringing him to her side. Su Xingyue, you. Chen Yu attempted to voice his thoughts, only to be interrupted once more by her. I know what you wish to say, but there is no need for you to feel embarrassed in my presence. A fire of frustration ignited within Chen Yu as he shot her a glare. Do you really think that is what I was going to say? Su Xingyue nodded. What else could it be? Enraged, Chen Yu strode into the hotel. Since escape was not an option, he resolved to accompany Su Xingyue upstairs first, and then devise a plan to leave. After entering the presidential suite, Chen Yu disregarded Su Xingyue beside him and flopped onto the lavish bed as if surrendering to its embrace. His body descended heavily, yet the exceptionally high-end and soft mattress cushioned him entirely, providing no sensation of being thrown back. Prior to arriving, Chen Yu had already discussed his itinerary with Su Xingyue, mentioning his intent to pick up Su Xingyue from the airport. However, whether or not he had conveyed this information held little significance, as Su Xingyue had no power over Su Xingyue. Su Xingyue gracefully walked into the room, her bodyguard closing the door behind her. She regarded Chen Yu with a mocking smile, curious to see how long he could maintain his facade. If this man, so full of contradictions, were to indulge in a moment of playfulness and converse with her. She wondered what that scene would be like. Instead of seating herself beside Chen Yu, she chose a nearby sofa, her view split between Chen Yu's sprawled figure on the bed and the vast blue sky visible through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. A smile lingered on her lips. With Chen Yu silent, she felt no urgency to speak. Gradually, the soft sound of his snoring filled the room, indicating he had fallen asleep. Chen Yu was acutely aware that there were bodyguards stationed outside, and unless he were to leap from the upper floors, there was no escaping the room anytime soon. Given this reality, what else could he do but sleep? Moreover, his phone had been seized by Su Xingyue. As night fell, the city of Luqing illuminated with countless lights, creating a breathtaking panorama when viewed from above. Xiao Xiao and Xia Liying had just exited the police station, their expressions decidedly grim. Particularly, Xiao Xiao's face had turned a shade of deep pallor under the immense pressure. Xiao Xiao, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for that scoundrel Chen Yu targeting me, you wouldn't have been dragged into this mess. Xia Liying expressed with a heavy heart. Xiao Xiao, though infuriated, could only suppress her emotions and replied, It's all right, Liying, this is not your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's Chen Yu for being so shameless. During your marriage, how much have you done for him? Not only did he fail to appreciate your efforts, but he also forced you into this situation, despite his numerous affairs and the many women around him. He still dares to slander our relationship and even uses his connections to suppress us. Xia Liying's feelings of grievance were suddenly ignited. She desperately tried to appear strong, yet in front of Xiao Xiao, she found it difficult to maintain her composure. Xiao Xiao understood her pain, her sorrow, and the depths of her despair, but compared to Chen Yu, what did he matter? What did her sacrifices over the years mean in the grand scheme of things? Liying, do not be disheartened. Someone like Chen Yu is simply not worth it. I have arranged to meet with an investor at the Caston Hotel Sky Restaurant. If we can secure this investment today, Liying Media will be revitalized, Xiao Xiao gently reassured her. Xia Liying nodded earnestly, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes, for it was during her time of need that Xiao Xiao stood selflessly by her side. Xiao Xiao contacted their investor once more from the hotel lobby and learned that he was already at the Sky Restaurant, prompting them to hurry upstairs. Xia Liying meticulously adjusted her appearance, ensuring she was in her optimal state. As she stepped out of the elevator and gazed at the opulent Sky Restaurant, she inhaled deeply and took a confident stride forward, radiating renewed self-assurance and pride. The investor and several prospective financiers were seated at a table closest to the glass wall in the members' area. The Sky Restaurant lacked private rooms, but there was a grand entrance that marked the stark divide between the restaurant's elite patrons. Xia Liying didn't even need to present her membership card to pass through the entrance, for her very visage was her ticket. When the Xia family secured Chen Yu's investment years ago, she had hinted at her desire to obtain a membership card for the Sky Restaurant, which Chen Yu had readily facilitated. She frequented the establishment, always accompanied by Xiao Xiao and indulging in lavish expenditures. With Chen Yu having preloaded her card with 5 million, she had long forgotten that it was he who had arranged it, although the membership card was indeed a gift from Chen Yu. She had never once brought him along. Once seated, Xia Liying and Xiao Xiao greeted the investor and the other financiers in a bid to secure funding and demonstrate her capabilities. Xia Liying boldly ordered 20,000 worth of food and drink. Remembering the substantial balance on her card, she recognized that today's investment could potentially reach hundreds of millions. Securing this deal would make the 20,000 expenditure seem trivial. Just then, a group of figures entered. Without her contributions, the Dongfang Group would have collapsed long ago. The Sky Restaurant, with its lofty prices, was not particularly crowded. Xia Liying and Xiao Xiao attracted attention from the adjacent table. When they turned to look, they were met with the sight of a figure Xia Liying loathed. Chen Yu appeared unwilling, while Su Xingyue clung to his arm, dragging him forward. Their demeanor seemed perfectly normal and intimate, devoid of any sense of coercion. Primarily due to Su Xingyue's overwhelming strength. As their gazes locked, Xia Liying glared at Chen Yu with unbridled fury, while Xiao Xiao was entirely captivated by Su Xingyue's breathtaking beauty. He had encountered many stunning women, yet none compared to Su Xingyue's caliber. In contrast to Xia Liying, the disparity was striking. A woman scoring 90 points could be deemed a top beauty, yet the greater difference lay in their respective auras. Su Xingyue exuded an ethereal quality that rendered everything else dull in her presence. Simply standing there was enough to overshadow all. Xia Liying, on the other hand, had much of her confidence and charm artificially constructed, all stemming from the support Chen Yu had once provided her. It was precisely Su Xingyue's unparalleled beauty that made Xiao Xiao reluctant to associate her with the woman in sunglasses he had seen during the day. As Su Xingyue led Chen Yu past them, they settled at a table beyond the glass wall, which revealed a grand overpass, a crucial transportation hub within the city. Surrounding the hotel were several iconic buildings of Lucheng. And further in the distance lay an expanse of pitch-black sea. The Sky Restaurant was renowned as one of the finest in Lucheng precisely because of its unparalleled views, which would only be more breathtaking during the day. "Darling, what would you like to eat?" The usual. Su Xingyue casually opened the menu, directing her question at Chen Yu. "Whatever you choose," he replied, one hand resting on the back of his chair, gazing out the window. Allowing Su Xingyue the liberty to order, yet he would handle the bill, for that was his bottom line. This scene inadvertently reminded him of 4 years ago, when there was Su Xingyue and Shangguan Ling. Both equally domineering and unreasonable, yet one remembered Chen Yu's habits, while the other imposed her own expectations upon him. Next door, seeing that Chen Yu had no intention of challenging her, Xia Liying chose to ignore him for the moment. Yet Su Xingyue's beauty was enough to incite profound jealousy within her. As Xia Liying resumed her animated conversation with the investors, Xiao quickly redirected his gaze, still astonished by Su Xingyue's allure. On Chen Yu's side, Su Xingyue occasionally engaged him in conversation, but he remained disinterested, responding minimally. "Mr. Lin, are you willing to invest 300 million in cash to help us revive our company? That's splendid news." "Truly splendid," Xia Liying exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she grasped Xiao's hand, eager to share in the joy of this investment. Even before the bankruptcy of Liying Media was substantial, let alone given their current predicament. "Liying, congratulations, I knew that if you put in the effort, you would succeed." Xiao smiled, though while speaking, he cast a provocative glance at Chen Yu, considering the 500 million from these investors, along with Xiao's own earnings. The total would exceed 1 billion. Once the Xia Group's stocks were fully liquidated, an influx of cash would follow. By then, Liying Media's cash flow would soar beyond 2 billion. Such funds would not only suffice to operate the company but would also comfortably support the production of a blockbuster like Huan Yunyan. Liying Media was alive again. "Darling, I want to be one of the producers for the reshoot of Huan Yunyan. I will invest half of the 10 billion budget, taking only 35% equity. And I will also introduce some heavyweight production partners for your upcoming projects Yuzui and Mekong River Battle. I can directly connect you with the police and national defense," Su Xingyue remarked, looking up at Chen Yu. Her statements rarely came as questions, they were mostly assertive declarations. Yuzui was a drug enforcement drama that required police collaboration, while Mekong River Battle, also centered on drug trafficking, demanded coordination with border defense and law enforcement. Necessitating a greater degree of influence, I will handle these negotiations myself. The promises made back then are indeed binding, and I cannot allow myself to become entangled with you again. Chen Yu resolutely shook his head in refusal. Should he acquiesce at this moment, his relationship with Su Xingyue would revert to its former state, and she might impose even greater constraints upon him. "Are you feeling a bit emotional again? I will provide you with 2 billion. For these 3 dramas, I only require a 30% stake, regardless of the distributor, producer, cinema chain, or official channels. I can handle it all for you." Su Xingyue delicately picked up a piece of sea cucumber and placed it in Chen Yu's bowl. "There is truly no need for that," Chen Yu replied, shaking his head. At present, the capital still remains unaware of Su Xingyue's arrival, but once the promotional posters are released, his days of ease will come to an end. 2.5 billion, 30 out if my name is not included. Huan Yunyan won't even be able to premiere," Su Xingyue asserted. Her soft voice, however, carried an undeniable authority that reached the ears of Xia Liying and Xiao nearby. 2.5 billion, 30, how could this woman possibly possess such wealth? Wasn't she supposed to be supported by Chen Yu? In that fleeting moment, both Xia Liying and Xiao wore expressions of sheer disbelief. For they recalled the events of the day. Compared to their recent negotiation for a 500 million investment, Su Xingyue's figure was merely a fraction. "Su Xingyue, please don't be this way. I genuinely cannot marry you. Furthermore, even if I were to agree to your investment, the Dongfang Group would inevitably be dragged down by you. The agreement we made back then was my proposal. If I were to violate that agreement and accept your investment, the capital would undoubtedly take action." Chen Yu's expression was gravely serious. Based on his understanding of Shangguan Ling, should he dare to undertake such actions, it would be tantamount to betrayal, even with the backing of the Su family from Modu. Every subsequent step he took would be fraught with peril. "Just agree, and I will take care of the rest," Su Xingyue said. "No need. The Dongfang Group has been dragged down by Xia Liying for so many years. And now is a crucial juncture for its resurgence. I cannot, and will not, allow you to meddle and hinder the group." Chen Yu rejected her with unwavering resolve. If the Dongfang Group were caught between 2 rival factions, It would be akin to a fragile boat upon a tempestuous sea, at constant risk of capsizing. Yet, his words instantaneously provoked Xia Liying next door. What do you mean by dragging down? What resurgence? Without my contributions over the years, the Dongfang Group would have collapsed long ago. Chapter 31, Xia Liying, you remain as self-assured as ever. Xia Liying, unable to contain her temper, was about to explode when Xiao Xiao hastily intervened. They had witnessed Su Xingyue's power earlier that day. Whether at the airport or in the various online blockades, they represented immense power, after being repeatedly rebuffed by Qinyu, who had even accused her of being a burden. Su Xingyue was utterly incensed. She snapped her fingers, summoning her bodyguards. Young miss, 2 bodyguards rushed over, filled with respect, awaiting her orders. I am extremely angry right now. Go and overturn that table next door, Su Xingyue commanded coldly. Exuding an aura of chilling menace, upon hearing this, Xia Liying nearly lost her mind. How could she be affected by Su Xingyue's fury without having done anything? Why should she endure this? Crash, the 2 bodyguards approached and, in the terrified gaze of Xia Liying and her companions, swiftly overturned the dining table, sending various dishes and drinks crashing to the floor, startling many patrons. Chen Yu, Xia Liying seethed with a mixture of fury and shock. Su Xingyue, even if you were to strike Xiao Xiao today, I would never agree to you. Chen Yu lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly. Xiao Xiao, puzzled, thought, why am I being dragged into this? Make your move. Su Xingyue did not even bother to reply. Her bodyguards immediately took action. Bang! Xiao Xiao struggled in terror, but his head was forcefully slammed onto the table, leaving him feeling disoriented, as if his mind were about to shatter. Shen Yu, what exactly do you intend to do? This is intentional harm. Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities? Are you not going to stop this woman's bodyguards, if anything happens to Xiao Xiao? I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Xia Liying raged impotently. What does it have to do with me? I never asked her to strike. Chen Yu shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Chairman Chen, you and your associates are truly going too far. As the chairman of the multi-billion Dongfang Group, do you so brazenly disregard the law? Investor Lin coldly remarked. He had a keen interest in the Liying media project, which was at a low point, and investing would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. Yet, just as they were finalizing their collaboration, Chen Yu intervened. Xiao Xiao was on the verge of joining the company. His face was a veritable treasure for them. Everyone, I advise you not to get involved. Even if this matter escalates, there will only be one outcome. Xiao Xiao will be the first to act, and then he will be beaten, plain and simple. Chen Yu flicked the ash from his cigarette. Given the Su family's influence domestically, even if Xia Liying and her table of people banded together, they would be no match, even if the restaurant had surveillance. A single word from Su Xingyue could render all evidence null, allowing restaurant employees to testify on her behalf. This is the formidable foundation bestowed upon Su Xingyue by her power. Simultaneously, she was the kind of person who acted with reckless abandon. Slap! Su Xingyue tossed a business card onto the table, and as it landed before Investor Lin and his associates, they were left trembling, their bodies shaking in fear. The card bore the words, Chairwoman of Moto Group. Su Xingyue, Green Shadow Group? That is one of the few trillion-dollar enterprises in the country. They wield immense power, controlling numerous industries, including real estate, finance, transportation, and media. One individual, skeptical, quickly searched online, confirming Su Xingyue's public photo. It was indeed her. Su Zong, we apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. We shall take our leave. The man who found Su Xingyue's photo immediately broke into a cold sweat, bowing deeply, his tone now exceedingly humble. Lao Zhao, what is going on? Another nearby businessman whispered nervously. Just look at this. The businessman displayed the news on his phone, causing the others to break into a cold sweat, feeling as if a thunderbolt had struck them. Shen Yu was actually dating the chairwoman of Green Shadow Group, who would dare to provoke her. Even if they were to be struck down, the outside world would claim it was a suicide. Right, we sincerely apologize, Lin and his associates exclaimed frantically, nearly in tears. Leave, Su Xingyue said coldly. Yes, we shall take our leave. Lin and his associates wasted no time, grabbing their belongings and hastily departing. Chairman Lin, don't go. We haven't signed the contract yet, Xia Liying cried out in desperation. Sign your mother's contract. You ought to die. We don't want to die. Lin and his associates vanished in an instant, leaving behind a chaotic scene and the beaten Xiao Xiao. Xia Liying stood frozen, feeling utterly despondent. Just moments ago, she had been overjoyed, only to be plunged into despair by Chen Yu in an instant. The investment they had just negotiated had evaporated. Chen Yu, you bastard. What must I do for you to let me go? Are you not afraid that I will never forgive you for the rest of my life? Xia Liying choked out in anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks despite her earlier resolve not to cry it out. Never forgive. do you think I care? Xiao Liang, you remain as self-assured as ever. Chen Yu extinguished his cigarette, a cold smile playing on his lips. Who is truly self-assured? Chen Yu, do not think that just because you are being supported, you can act with impunity. If it weren't for my support over the years, keeping the company and the Dongfang Group afloat, your Dongfang Group would have collapsed long ago. Do you understand? Xiao Liang shouted, for these years, you have caused the Dongfang Group to suffer continuous losses. And you claim to be its support, reverse support. I must sincerely thank you for that. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Yu's eyes. After Xiao Xiao was beaten, Chen Yu instructed Su Xingyue to cease her actions. For Xiao Xiao's face held significant value for the Xia family. If it were ruined, it would adversely affect Chen Yu's subsequent plans. Chen Yu, you leech, useless, you are not even human, without this woman backing you. What would you amount to? Moreover, you flirt around, surrounded by women, and I have tolerated you for so many years, only to find that I was the one in the wrong. Xiao Liang roared with a twisted expression. If you believe that, then there is nothing more I can do, Chen Yu replied coldly. Xiao Liang was momentarily speechless, for in the past, Chen Yu would never have spoken to her in such a manner. Previously, he would have spent days explaining himself, apologizing, and doing everything to placate her. When did Chen Yu become so utterly unhinged, or has he always been this way? Chen Yu, what wrong has Liang committed to deserve such treatment from you? Xiao Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, questioning in frustration. That is a question for you to ponder. Chapter 32. Take your beloved Bai Yue Guang and disappear before me. Xiao Xiao, do not think yourself wronged. For all these years, Xiao Liang has flown to visit you, gone to bars with you, and stayed out all night. The membership card for the Sky Restaurant, which I loaded with 5 million, was mostly used by her to entertain you. As her former husband, I was unable to participate in such a significant event as ringing the bell for the IPO, yet you flew to New York to be by her side. What do you mean by that? Yet more absurdly, she actually intends to kill me because of you. Chen Yu's expression darkened as he lit another cigarette, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. It was an event from a past life, and he had already avenged at least half of his grievances, yet merely recalling it ignited a fury within him. A single drop of rain fell from the sky, reminiscent of his desperate leap from a building in the previous life. A powerful suffocating sensation surged within his heart. The one he once loved most dearly, to whom he had devoted his feelings, was met with such a dire conclusion. I absolutely did not. Chen Yu, spare me your insinuations to frame me. Xiao Liang, as if her tail had been stepped on, instantly erupted in anger. Whether you did or not, you know in your heart, take your beloved, your most cherished white moonlight, and vanish from my sight. Chen Yu raised his hand, his eyes betraying a hint of bloodshot rage. It is indeed laughable, Chen Yu. I have never once contemplated killing you. If you dare to slander me like this again, I will ensure you pay the price, Xiao Liang declared frantically. Whatever. Chen Yu inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that seemed to reflect the tragedy of his past life, for someone who never loved him. He had sacrificed so much. Furthermore, he had never realized he was ensnared in the so-called trap of love. From another perspective, was this not a predicament of his own making? Chen Yu, what does your expression signify? Conceal the desolation in your eyes. I will not permit you to display such an expression for another woman. Su Xingyue's countenance darkened in an instant, her tone both domineering and indignant. As she spoke, she grasped Chen Yu's collar. I am fine. Chen Yu smiled with a sense of melancholy, pushing her hand away. Put it away, Su Xingyue commanded. Chen Yu's expression, even when directed at her, was intolerable, let alone for someone utterly unworthy. It is all in the past. I truly am fine. Chen Yu smiled and waved his hand, presenting a facade of nonchalance while concealing his gaze. He was not mourning for Xiao Liang, he was merely commemorating his past life. Observing Chen Yu's expression, Xiao Liang inexplicably felt a surge of panic, as if she had indeed erred. But she was not wrong, the one at fault was that scoundrel Chen Yu. Get them out of here. Su Xingyue's voice rang coldly, prompting the bodyguards to comply immediately. Amidst the fury of Xiao Liang and Xiao Xiao, they were unceremoniously ejected from the restaurant, the manager emerging to collect their bill. Xiao Liang was utterly exasperated, yet still suppressing her ire. She produced the diamond membership card Chen Yu had previously arranged for her, for it contained over 1 million. However, upon swiping the card, it displayed as frozen. In a villa on the outskirts, Xia Yuanshan had just dismissed the cleaning lady, gazing at the old furniture that had adorned the villa for over a decade, his heart filled with agitation. This villa was rented through a loan, and even if all his assets were auctioned off, he had to ensure a quality of life, especially since he still held stocks in a conglomerate worth billions. If he sold off the stocks, Lying Media could not only be revitalized, but they would also have the funds to maintain such a lifestyle. Xiao Lying, filled with concern, took Xiao Xiao to the hospital for treatment. And upon seeing the bandages wrapped around his head and body, tears of grievance welled up once more. This was entirely an unwarranted calamity, and it was because of her. With a creak, the door opened. And Xia Yuanshan, seated on the sofa, puffed on a cigarette while brewing tea, attempting to calm himself from the anger of having his assets stripped away, but just as he turned his head, he saw Xiao Lying returning with Xiao Xiao, reigniting the flames of rage within him, akin to a nuclear explosion in his heart. Xiao Lying, have you gone mad? It is all because of Xiao Xiao that our family has come to this. How dare you bring him back? His thunderous roar echoed through the living room, instilling fear even in Xiao Lying. Lying, what on earth are you thinking? Hurry and send him away. That beast Chen Yu has already targeted our family. If he finds out you brought Xiao Xiao back, he will undoubtedly ramp up the pressure on us. Her mother, Wu Guilan, was equally frantic, urging her to reconsider. She believed Chen Yu's current retribution was solely because Xiao Lying had gone too far, and he merely sought an outlet for his anger. Once Chen Yu's fury subsided, he would remarry, yet after their remarriage, they would surely seize all of Chen Yu's assets, forcing him to leap from a building to his death. Dad, Mom, please don't do this. Xiao Xiao is here to help us solve our problems. Xiao Lying implored anxiously. Solve problems? What can he possibly solve? Xiao Yuanshan slammed his palm on the table, his face flushed with anger. Xiao Xiao too felt displeased, yet he suppressed his anger, smiling as he said, Uncle, I specifically came to invest in you. I have gathered 500 million in cash, intending to invest it all in Lying Media. Simultaneously, I've contacted several industrial tycoons in other regions, all of whom are eager to invest in Lying Media as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan transformed as if he were a character from a Beijing opera, his face flushed with rage one moment, and grinning ear to ear the next. Xiao Yuanshan quickly approached, placing a hand on Xiao Xiao's shoulder while gesturing for him to sit. Xiao Xiao scoffed inwardly, his smile not reaching his eyes. In reality, beyond the industrial tycoons, he had another investment route, crowdfunding. The recent experience of exploiting his fans had made him acutely aware of the immense potential within his fanbase. If he could rally them to crowdfund for Lying Media, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial sum. If the interest from crowdfunding was not enticing enough, he could offer equity in return. However, crowdfunding was a last resort. The reason was simple: resources. The first priority for investment should naturally be enterprises within the industry, as they control vast channels of resources. The second priority would be those industrial tycoons, who possess extensive connections that could provide assistance in other areas. Since Xiao Xiao aimed to become the behind-the-scenes controller of Lying Media, he was determined to ensure its success. Only with Lying Media's strength could he aspire to rival Chen Yu's formidable capital. Chapter 33, Good Nephew. What a truly admirable nephew. Nephew, do you really intend to invest such a sum with us? Were you not blacklisted by that scoundrel Chen Yu? Do you have such funds? Xiao Yuanshan inquired with a grin. Dad, do not doubt Xiao Xiao. Moreover, he has brought us a 500 million investment, only thwarted by Chen Yu. Xiao Lying, knowing her father's character, stepped forward to defend Xiao Xiao, recalling the earlier scene that made her grit her teeth in frustration. Thwarted? What do you mean? Xiao Yuanshan was taken aback, his urgency palpable. Xiao Lying relayed the events that had transpired, causing Xiao Yuanshan to erupt in anger once more. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched, nearly shouting, This Chen Yu is truly overstepping. After all our efforts to secure the investment, he dares to interfere. Xiao Lying refrained from mentioning Su Xingyu's terrifying influence, partly due to her ignorance of the specifics, partly fearing her father would retreat upon learning. Her father was naturally timid, to put it kindly, cautious. To put it bluntly, he was a weathercock. If her father were to learn of Su Xingyue, he would undoubtedly reject Xiao Xiao's investment outright, for there was a formidable figure looming above. In truth, she underestimated Xiao Yuanshan's fury towards Chen Yu. Unless Chen Yu exhibited a friendly demeanor and relinquished the majority of his assets, there would be no peace between Xiao Yuanshan and Chen Yu. He was no fool. He certainly realized that Chen Yu was no longer reliable. Uncle, rest assured, even if Chen Yu is tyrannical, I have ways to gather several billion, even tens of billions in funds. Xiao Xiao boasted, eager to impress Xiao Yuanshan and secure his esteem. Very well, good nephew, you truly are our savior. Lying is fortunate to have such a friend who comes to our aid in times of need. A blessing for the entire Xia family. Xiao Yuanshan laughed heartily, his laughter brimming with arrogance. Even if he had to liquidate most of his stock to repay Chen Yu, there would still be sufficient funds to inject into Lying Media. With Xiao Xiao's investment and the additional funds he could procure, they would have at least 3 billion. with such a sum, what project could not be initiated? Lai Ying Uncle's group stocks will take time to sell. I have 500 million in cash for you to operate. I will seek further means, aiming to gather 4 billion as company cash flow. With such a substantial amount, Lai Ying Media can apply for a relisting. Xiao Xiao declared, excellent. Xiao Lai Ying nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude welling up in her eyes, her heart swelling with emotion. With 4 billion resting in the company's account, they could indeed apply to restore their listing on the New York Stock Exchange without needing to repurchase stocks or compensate shareholders. This would save a significant sum, Xia Yuanshan exclaimed excitedly. This is monumental news. As long as Lai Ying Media can operate smoothly thereafter, their family would be able to obtain citizenship in the United States. At that time, once they eliminate Chen Yu across the ocean, there will be no need for any reservations, as long as Chen Yu is dead, even if Xiao Lai Ying is merely Chen Yu's ex-wife. She can legally claim his assets. With Chen Yu having no legal heirs, the entire Dongfang group will belong to the Xia family the moment he breathes his last. My dear nephew, having traveled all the way from the capital to Lucheng, you must stay at home. You're injured after all. Tomorrow, I will have your aunt buy some high-quality supplements for you to recuperate, allowing you to recover swiftly and become the top star of Lai Ying Media. Xia Yuanshan exclaimed excitedly as he embraced Xiao Zhao's shoulders, bursting into hearty laughter. Dad, Summer Lai Ying discerned the implication behind her father's words, feigning annoyance, yet her cheeks flushed with shyness, the individual she cherished most being acknowledged by her parents. Was it not an immense happiness? Su Xingyue indeed did not linger long in Lucheng. During the 3 days she stayed, she engaged in 3 activities daily, watching Chen Yu, dining with him, and tying him to the bed for sleep. Chen Yu adamantly refused to enter the bathroom with her, nor would he undress to sleep beside her, let alone comply with her requests to hold her. After she entered the airport, Chen Yu fled as if escaping from a demon. Observing his retreating figure, Su Xingyue's lips curled into a playful smile. Their parting this time would not be prolonged. When they next meet, significant events would unfold in Lucheng. Chairman, where have you been these past 3 days? You haven't been kidnapped again, have you? Upon entering the group, Chezi, Lao Chen, and Zhou Bu gathered around, grinning as they regarded Chen Yu, their eyes devoid of any concern, for he still bore the heavy scent of perfume. As veterans familiar with Chen Yu, they certainly recognized the source of that fragrance. It belonged to Su Xingyue, a stunningly beautiful, exceedingly domineering woman of formidable status. Anyone who could attach themselves to her would ascend to great heights in an instant. Scram, 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 are you also idle? Don't you have any serious business to attend to? Chen Yu rolled his eyes and responded irritably, TSK. The crowd groaned in disdain, dispersing in a rush, yet as soon as they turned away, they began to whisper among themselves. What do you think happened to the chairman during those 3 days of being kidnapped? I bet he was tortured. I guess. Damn, Zhou Bu, can you keep your thoughts clean? How can it be torture? I'm still young, don't corrupt my innocent mind. The chairman has been missing for 3 days, he must have, cough cough, look at him, he is all worn out. Damn, that's a vivid image. Chen Yu, exasperated, kicked Zhou Bu's rear and scolded, if you keep rambling in front of me, watch out for your bonus this month. The crowd immediately turned, their eyes pleading as they looked at him. Chairman, you wouldn't be that petty, would you? Chen Yu clenched his fists and cursed. What do you think? The group promptly fell silent, dispersing like birds startled from their perch. Chairman, good afternoon. Su Tao bounced over with several documents in hand, greeting him with a cheerful smile. After joining Dongfang Group, she became Su Sihui's assistant, handling various matters for her. Although busy, her spirits had improved significantly. What is my schedule for today? Chen Yu inquired, with Su Tao's assistance. These trivial matters were now managed by her. Chairman, you have no arrangements today, however, Sister Sihui is meeting with the investors of Huanin tonight. Would you like to join? Su Tao paused, flashing a bright smile. Then please arrange it. I will accompany you all tonight. Chen Yu nodded. Alright. Su Tao noted it down, saying, Chairman, I'll get back to my duties now. I'll come to get you tonight. Chen Yu turned to Su Sihui's office, knocked on the door, and heard a voice tinged with indifference call out, come in. The door was unlocked. Su Sihui's demeanor towards others starkly contrasted with how she treated Chen Yu, especially with the veterans like Chezi, who were already accustomed to it. Sihui, have you had lunch yet? Chen Yu smiled as he asked. Her dressing style mirrored his, often donning formal attire, and she would buy several identical outfits to rotate through. Not yet. I ordered a diet meal for the past 2 days, waiting for the delivery. Su Sihui raised her gaze and smiled at him. Why bother dieting? You're not overweight, you look just fine as you are. If you slim down to a stick, it would look unappealing. Chen Yu chuckled as he sat across from her. Her face had a hint of baby fat. It was not that she was fat but rather had a charmingly plump appearance. As long as her expression remained warm, she was quite adorable. Who said I'm not fat? I weighed myself the day before yesterday, and I was already 105, Su Sihui said, a hint of grievance in her voice. 105 kilograms? Shinyu joked playfully. Su Sihui's eyes suddenly turned mournful as she fixed her gaze on him. Do I look like someone that heavy? If I were, I would be a globe. Shinyu laughed heartily. No worries, being a bit plump is good. Plump people enjoy good fortune. Su Sihui retorted indignantly. If I gain more weight, I won't fit into any of my clothes. What if my belly starts to show? Shenyu's words faltered abruptly as a vivid image surfaced in his mind. Su Sihui's face, paired with a body resembling a ball, her shirt stretched by excess flesh, and a small mound of fat peeking out. He shuddered involuntarily, shaking his head to dismiss the disturbing vision. Chairman, are you thinking of something strange? Su Sihui poked him with her pen, sensing that he had been imagining her. No, Shinyu quickly responded with utmost seriousness. Still denying it? Are you picturing me as chubby? Su Sihui huffed, her small mouth pouting adorably, nearly capable of holding a soy sauce bottle. I swear, I truly wasn't, Shinyu said, breaking into a cold sweat. The image that had just crossed his mind was a definite taboo for a man. If he dared to admit it, Su Sihui would likely ignore him for an entire day. Really? Su Sihui asked skeptically. Really? Shinyu affirmed. Alright, I believe you. Su Sihui scrutinized Shenyu's expression, noting his relief, and then shifted the conversation. Chairman, you were indeed imagining me as chubby. Now tell me, what exactly were you thinking? Shinyu felt a wave of despair wash over him. Well, I was just thinking of how you looked in high school, with your student hairstyle, often sporting little bunny hair clips, Shinyu hastily replied. And how thick was my waist back then? Su Sihui inquired. Inching closer to Shinyu. About this thick, Shinyu instinctively gestured, but it was wider than his shoulders. In that moment, Su Sihui felt exasperated, wishing to bite Shinyu in frustration. You're the one who was that thick. I'll strangle you. Su Sihui pinched Shinyu several times but dared not exert force, only using this method to vent her frustrations as a young girl. I was wrong. Shinyu quickly pleaded for mercy. What is the point of dieting when everything is perfectly fine? Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was peeking through the door. Su Tao bent over with her rear end in the air. Swore she hadn't meant to, it was merely because the door was not shut tightly. The slap. Hua Qianshu approached and slapped her backside. Xiao Tao, what are you looking at? Wow. Su Tao was startled. Her body jolting as she lost her balance, tumbling into the office. The door swung wide open, and Hua Qianshu, witnessing Su Sihui's flushed cheeks and Chen Yu's soft grip, was momentarily stunned, realizing the situation. She quickly shoved Su Tao inside and closed the door. Oh no, witnessing this scene is a disaster. If Su Sihui holds a grudge, she could make things difficult for me. Chairman, Sister Sihui, I just came to deliver lunch. Sister Sihui's takeout has arrived, can you believe it? Su Tao cursed Hua Qianshu in her heart 100 times. If it weren't for her slap, would she have been so startled, let alone this awkward situation? Moreover, how could Hua Qianshu leave her behind? Why must women make things difficult for one another? Xiao Tao, what did you just see? As Su Sihui's expression darkened as she indignantly exclaimed, I saw nothing at all. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Right, it appears I still have documents to deliver. Su Tao feigned ignorance. With that, she stood up, scratching her head, and prepared to leave. During her time beside Xiao Liang, she had never witnessed such explosive scenes. Shinyu was not particularly favored by Xiao Liang whenever he visited the company, but at this moment, should we ship this couple? Su Tao left Su Sihui's takeout behind and dashed away. Chairman, it's all your fault. You've made me furious. Su Sihui pouted playfully, yet her tone was almost endearing. Not it's all my fault. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, but I said I'm on a diet. What can I eat? And besides, I have to meet investors tonight. Yes, I almost forgot. Then I'll accompany you, but there will be alcohol tonight. Will you drink? I will drink. Chapter 35, A Serious Person. Who writes daily life? Su Sihui asked Su Tao to fetch a meal from the cafeteria to have lunch with Chen Yu in the office. After their meal, Chen Yu suggested that Su Sihui take a short nap. While he went downstairs to the novel department, also known as Tomato Media Company, Limited, the company's film, novel, public relations, and IP operations were all conducted within a single building. This arrangement not only facilitated coordination but also reflected the fact that these departments were originally part of the same entity before being split into separate companies. Chairman, your timing is impeccable. I'm nearly at my wit's end. A chief editor, initially about to head out for lunch, quickly approached upon seeing Chen Yu. What is the matter? Chen Yu inquired, puzzled. It's about the author of Cultural Relics Notes. She hasn't updated in several days. And you need to coax her. Numerous readers have lodged complaints. the editor lamented the author of Cultural Relics Notes was a female, unlike Qin Mengyao, and her writing had always been targeted towards a male audience. Additionally, due to her roots in Chang'an, she had a natural affinity for cultural relics given that historical sites were frequently unearthed there. If it were merely a delay in updates, readers wouldn't complain. Right, after all, authors are human and occasionally face special circumstances, Chen Yu remarked, but therein lies the problem. Not only has she stopped updating, but she has also filled her chapters with nonsensical content, the chief editor replied. Exasperated, what kind of nonsense has she written? Chen Yu asked. Bewildered, the editor awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Chairman, perhaps it's best if I refrain from elaborating, you'll understand when you see it. Since she is your author, you'll have to manage her yourself. Chen Yu borrowed the chief editor's computer, opened the web page, and found Cultural Relics Notes. The initial chapters were quite normal, but the recent updates were all titled with dates. Resembling a diary, moreover, these entries were dated 4 years ago. The prose was particularly flowery, starkly contrasting with the simplistic style of the main text, filled with ornate language, as if it were love letters. The earlier diary entries were relatively tame, but they soon took a turn for the bizarre. For instance, that sudden night rain mirrored the unspeakable sorrow within my heart, profound and intense, under the influence of alcohol. I lost myself in the dark streets, allowing him to carry me home. It felt like a dream as I silently buried a watchful eye in his home, while others might find this completely incomprehensible. Chen Yu, upon reading it, nearly slammed his head against the computer desk. The translation of this message conveyed a singular meaning. Under the influence of alcohol, she had been carried home by someone, and subsequently installed a camera in that person's house. Damn it. Chen Yu nervously lit a cigarette, his hand trembling as the sound echoed in the office. The chief editor beside him shuddered, looking at Chen Yu with a mix of sympathy and helplessness. It was quite absurd for a grown man to be outsmarted by a young woman in such a manner, and to boot, he had no idea where to raise such a grievance. Fingzi, hurry, and get the tech team to delete all of Bianwu's ridiculous diary entries. Also disable her illustration feature in the chapters, Chen Yu exclaimed, exasperated. Bianwu is already quite eccentric, and her phone is filled with many of my private photos. If she publishes those images, it would be disastrous. Chairman, I must say, it's probably too late to delete the chapters. However, disabling the illustration feature is feasible. Those chapters have already amassed over 2 million views. Deleting them might only draw more attention, the chief editor awkwardly explained. She didn't mention my name in those chapters, did she? Chen Yu asked anxiously, still not having finished reading. No, the chief editor shook his head. But I sense it's imminent. At this point, the chief editor leaned closer to Chen Yu and whispered, Chairman, did Bianwu really install a camera in your house? Chen Yu felt a wave of frustration and shot him a glare. Fingzi, are you itching for a fight? Do you want me to get someone to buy you some ointment? Fingzi shivered again, clearing his throat. Chairman, I know nothing. I'm going to eat now. You carry on. Chen Yu called after him, go find the tech team and arrange what I mentioned. Understood. Fingzi exited the office, closing the door behind him. Chen Yu, holding his cigarette, understood that Bianwu was attempting to force his hand to go to Chang'an. But he simply could not. He must not retrieve Bianwu back to Luqing. This girl was a cunning manipulator, full of ulterior motives, and if she were to return, Chen Yu's life would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos once more. For the sake of Bianwu's trivial antics, it was best to feign ignorance. At worst, he could keep a closer watch on the website. Yes, that would suffice. Chen Yu closed Bianwu's diary notes and turned his attention to the Battle of the Mekong River. This book was being handled by a celebrated author under another chief editor. An 80s-born former police officer who transitioned to full-time writing. The Battle of the Mekong River was crafted with great finesse. Even with just 80,000 words, it had already climbed to the top 3. Chen Yu had previously reviewed this project before his rebirth, and it was quite mature, thus he finalized the project, given that the Battle of the Mekong River was a mid-length novel, spanning 200,000 to 300,000 words. The group would wait for its completion before handing it over to the scriptwriting department for adaptation. With the novel completed, the adaptation's quality would only improve. Furthermore, the author could be involved as the project's executive screenwriter. Chen Yu opened his Tomato novel app and, using his special account, rewarded the author with 1 million. His endorsement was immensely significant for the site's authors, since the Battle of the Mekong River was already a project for adaptation. His financial backing would likely propel the book to immense popularity across the internet. Upon receiving the reward, the author was taken aback and promptly opened a chapter to thank Chen Yu for his generosity. The amount was one aspect, the key was that this was Yu Xin. Thanks to Chen Yu's endorsement, the Battle of the Mekong River swiftly ascended the rankings, attracting a flood of readers, many of whom were drawn in by Chen Yu's reward. However, 80,000 words was merely a few hours' read for them, and upon finishing, they were nearly cursing aloud, as it was far too short. They were left wanting more. Through the authoress' pen, the clashes between narcotics officers, undercover agents, and criminals were vividly brought to life, and the plot was utterly captivating. Even just reading the lines conjured the sensation of watching a film. Chapter 36. Oh no, Su Sihui is angry. Ah Hua, Chen Yu found the chief editor of the Battle of the Mekong River in the cafeteria, where he was chatting with colleagues. Upon seeing Chen Yu, he nearly choked in surprise. He hurriedly stood up, his face a mix of respect and seriousness. Chairman, I'm here. Chen Yu patted his shoulder, gesturing for him to sit. Keep a close watch on the Battle of the Mekong River. The drama will come first. Then prepare for the film. If this project succeeds, the group will reward you with a Land Rover by the end of the year, along with a bonus. Ah Hua was ecstatic, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, Chairman, I bow to you. Chen Yu chuckled, playfully kicking him. Enough with the nonsense, just work hard. But if you don't keep an eye on the Battle of the Mekong River, I will hold you accountable. Ah Hua thumped his chest, solemnly assuring Chairman, rest assured, I will do my utmost. The group was brewing several blockbuster projects, thus the editors at the site enjoyed remarkable benefits. Having a hit title could secure them a house. Moreover, the editors were compensated based on the author's royalties, generally earning 2 to 5 of the total, with year-end bonuses calculated separately. Of the website and authors shared a 50-50 split, and factoring in various expenses and operational costs. A 2 to 5 cut was quite substantial. Colleagues at the table looked on with envy at Ah Hua, but they had to admit that their authors had not achieved the same success. Such was the nature of projects within the group. Merit came first. Fingzi, you all need to step up too. Once the compensation from the Xia family comes through, the group has many more projects lined up. Chen Yu smiled at them. Rest assured, Chairman, we will definitely strive to do our best. The hearts of the crowd thumped loudly, with even the women giving a couple of taps on their chests, rendering the scene somewhat absurd. Yet, one must remain vigilant about those authors under your command. When writing, focus solely on the narrative. There is no need to clutter the chapters with nonsensical diaries. Chen Yu fixed his gaze upon them, remarking, Rahem, Chairman, we understand. The crowd coughed in unison, evidently aware of the situation. As Chen Yu prepared to depart, they hastily rose to see him off. Chairman, take care. We hope to see you often. However, in reality, only the platinum female authors under Chen Yu's wing were capable of writing such trivial diaries, which had little to do with them. Moreover, who among respectable individuals would pen a diary? Chen Yu had arranged a meeting with the investors for 6 p.m., with the counterpart being Ueda Media. Arriving from Pengcheng, the party consisted of 4 individuals, 2 of whom were the leading actresses from Ueda Media, accompanied by their agent. To facilitate their navigation, Su Tao specifically drove to the highway exit to greet them. At Miayuan Private Cuisine, Chen Yu, feeling rather idle, stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Sihui at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. They did not arrive excessively early, merely a few minutes before 6. After all, the Dongfang group held a significantly larger stature than Ueda Media. Yet Chen Yu had already finished 2 cigarettes, and Su Tao had yet to bring the guests. Su Tao, where are they? Su Sihui inquired, dialing Su Tao. Sihui, I called them 10 minutes ago. They claim to be 2 kilometers away from the highway exit, but they still haven't arrived. Su Tao expressed her frustration. Over 40 minutes prior, she had been waiting at the highway exit, as their estimated time of arrival at the Lu Island exit was approximately half an hour ago. Yet, as the minutes dragged on, it was nearly 6:30, and they still had not descended from the highway. Could you call again to inquire if something is amiss on the road? Su Sihui suggested, leaving enough room for the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Given that they were traveling from afar, they are coming. Sihui, they've finally arrived. I'll bring them over immediately. Su Tao replied, exasperated, just as Su Tao hung up. Her phone rang again within 2 minutes. Sihui, I'm about to lose it. The leading actress from Ueda Media has such an inflated ego. Upon meeting them, she insisted on going to the hotel for a shower before coming over. She claimed the car ride was too exhausting, and she needed to unwind first. Su Sihui's elegant brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure shadowing her gaze. What about the others' attitudes? Su Tao lamented from the car. The 2 from the investment department are quite anxious and urging, but I can tell they are hesitant to push too hard. One of them even implied that they should have been traveling at 110 or 120. But they maintained a speed of around 100 the entire way. They claimed it was due to fear of accidents, but I suspect it's merely that actress causing the ruckus. Initially, Su Tao had joined lying media out of admiration for celebrities, but over time, she had grown desensitized to their antics, as many stars have considerable airs. On television, they appear gracious and approachable, even engaging with sanitation workers to deliver gifts and garner goodwill. Yet anyone who has interacted with them knows that it's merely a facade. Inviting stars for commercial appearances or high-exposure events requires the coordination of a dozen or so individuals, including catering, makeup, bodyguards, and drivers. Beyond these personnel, there must also be dedicated staff to liaise for the events. If arrangements are not made properly, invited stars might very well refuse to show up on the spot. Xiao Tao, send the restaurant's address to the investment department personnel from Ueda Media and have them come over. As for that leading actress and her agent, you should take them to the hotel first. Su Sihui's gaze turned icy as she spoke. If she were to wait an hour or two, it would not pose an issue. After all, in her capacity, she was merely the chairman's secretary, but Chen Yu was present. For the sake of one actress, making Chen Yu wait this long is simply inappropriate. This is not a matter of whether one can afford to wait, but rather one of the group's dignity. Fortunately, the two from the investment department maintained a proper demeanor, otherwise Su Sihui would have sent them back whence they came. However, the upcoming blockbuster, even without Ueda Media, could still be produced by Xingda Media or other production companies. The reason Su Sihui had singled out Ueda Media was due to their hit web series Dynasty 1499, which featured several established actors from their own roster, and Su Sihui had her sights set on those seasoned performers. Sihui, I'll go take them to the hotel. Sihui, I'm at my wit's end. That actress's agent stated that since we are discussing investment, they must be present, otherwise, they have the right to refuse negotiations. Su Sihui felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Who does she think she is? Su Sihui's words had grown harsh, for she was indeed angry. Rumor has it that this woman is the mistress of the behind-the-scenes head of Ueda Media. To some extent, her words do carry weight. Su Tao took a deep breath, restraining her irritation. Given your position, contact the head of Ueda Media and inquire about the situation. Are we negotiating or not? If not, they can leave. With a sharp click, Su Sihui hung up the phone, her aura chillingly formidable, causing even Chen Yu beside her to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 37, As a $1 million celebrity, is it too much to expect someone to greet me? After a couple of Chen Yu's cigarettes had passed, a van finally arrived, albeit belatedly. However, Chen Yu and Su Sihui had already entered the private room and begun dining, simply because the leading actress from Ueda Media had arrived. Since she showed no respect for the Dongfang group, Chen Yu and Su Sihui would not extend her any either. The only reason they remained was due to the earnestness of the two from the Ueda Media investment department regarding the collaboration. What is going on with your Dongfang group? We have come to discuss investment, yet no one has come to greet us. The agent's expression fell as she exclaimed angrily, Sister, I'm right here. I am the one who came specifically to greet you, Su Tao replied with a forced smile. Given Chen Yu and Su Sihui's status, they could confront her, but Su Tao could not thus, regardless of how foolish this leading actress and her agent were. Su Tao had to endure. I meant the individuals responsible for this project. Why haven't they come out? What status does Xian hold? Must she go in by herself? Furthermore, shouldn't a prominent group like yours choose a more upscale restaurant for business discussions? Rather than such an ordinary one, shouldn't we be dining at a 5-star hotel or a Michelin-rated establishment? The agent retorted coldly, All right, Wang Jia, that is enough. Doesn't this project hold immense significance? Are you not aware, it is not the Dongfang group eager for investment, rather, we are the ones keen to invest in them. Manager Lin from the investment department was on the verge of a breakdown. He had not intended to bring these two fools along, but the night before, the boss had insisted on their presence. Fine, they arrived in the company van, yet they had to wait in the basement for 2 or 3 hours before the others finally descended leisurely from upstairs. They had initially scheduled a meeting at 3 p.m. with the Dongfang group, followed by a meal for networking, which is the proper protocol, but because of their delays, several hours were lost, not to mention they couldn't drive too fast on the way. As they feared accidents, Manager Lin was desperate to vent his frustrations, as even if an accident occurred, what would it have to do with them? If anyone were to perish, it would be those in the front row. They were seated in the second row. Manager Lin, as a prominent group in the industry, should not they be more courteous? Moreover, to Xian, as a star with millions of fans, is it too much to ask for a few people to come greet us? The agent, Wang Jia, interjected displeasedly. Su Tao almost rolled her eyes to the heavens. Sister, it's already 6:50, if you truly valued courtesy, you should have arrived punctually, instead of dragging it out to this hour. Alright, Wang Jia, we were late, so let us hurry inside. Su secretary is not just any secretary, she wields significant authority. Manager Lin pressed his hands on Wang Jia's shoulders, smiling as he nudged her toward the entrance. In reality, he was cursing her internally. What does a celebrity with millions of fans mean to the Dongfang Group? Don't take yourself too seriously, don't push me. Wang Jia angrily shrugged off Manager Lin's hands, glaring at Su Tao, and said, "Little assistant, immediately have your people come out to greet us, otherwise, we are leaving." Su Tao ignored her, turning instead to the big star, Chen Ziyan, and asked, "Miss Chen, what is your stance?" Chen Ziyan adopted an extremely aloof demeanor, arms crossed as she replied, "We've traveled a long way, and this is the attitude we receive?" Su Tao gestured for Manager Lin to proceed, saying, "Manager Lin, please, you may enter." Manager Lin's face was awash with embarrassment as he spoke. "Miss Chen, Sister Wang, would you kindly wait here for a moment? I need to have a few words with Secretary Su." Caught in a difficult position, Manager Lin felt utterly helpless. The company had insisted that he secure the investment for Huan Yunyan, or he would be held accountable. Discussing investment is one thing, but having the president of the company send these two fools my way is clearly an attempt to thwart my efforts. What am I to do? I can only plead with Secretary Su to come out. As Manager Lin attempted to enter, Sister Wang firmly obstructed him, exclaiming, "Manager Lin, we represent the dignity of Ueda Group. Our stance has already been made clear here, yet the Dongfang Group behaves so arrogantly. What gives you the right to enter? Are you intent on bringing shame upon the company?" Su Tao took a deep breath, striving to maintain her smile, and asked Manager Lin, "Manager Lin, do you intend to go in?" Gritting his teeth, Manager Lin decided to disregard the two fools, stating resolutely, "I will go in. Please step aside." Su Tao gestured for him to proceed, and as they entered, Manager Lin, undeterred by their obstruction, insisted on going in, leaving Sister Wang and Chen Ziyan momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for how the situation had unfolded. With the others inside, the two were left standing there, unsure whether to follow. Sister Wang, incensed, stomped her feet in frustration, muttering through clenched teeth that once they returned, she would certainly have Chen Ziyan report the incident. Manager Lin, the traitorous scoundrel, should be suspended. With a sharp click, the private room door swung open. Upon witnessing the scene within, Sister Wang and Chen Ziyan's anger surged, particularly for Sister Wang, whose fury seemed ready to erupt. "Ah, splendid, so this is the attitude of your Dongfang Group, now I see it clearly. Do you think your subordinates can act with such impunity? Does your chairman even know about this?" Sister Wang screeched. Chen Yu, with a stick of chopsticks, rudely pointed at her, asking, "Xiao Tao, who is this?" Su Tao respectfully clarified, "Chairman, this is Sister Wang, the manager of Miss Chen Ziyan. She was just insisting that you come out to greet her." Outside, Su Tao had refrained from pressing the issue, but here, the dynamics were different. She had backing. "Sister Wang, you wish for me to personally escort you?" Chen Yu slammed his chopsticks onto the table, startling both Sister Wang and Chen Ziyan into a shiver. In that moment, their faces turned pale. They had assumed that the investment discussion would be led by Su Sihui, but who would have thought that the chairman of Dongfang Group himself would come? For the chairman to personally receive them, even leading actors in the industry would not dare to make such demands. "I waited for you outside for over half an hour. What more do you expect? Do you really think Huan Yunyan cannot move forward without Ueda Media?" Chen Yu's expression darkened. "Chairman, we never intended for this to happen. Ziyan didn't mean it that way. We were just delayed by circumstances." Sister Wang nearly cried, her posture curving as if she were an ancient courtesan encountering a high-ranking official, unable to afford even the slightest negligence. The crucial point was that she didn't even know Chen Yu's name. She couldn't even elevate his status with an appropriate address. "Leave, do not disturb me while I dine," Chen Yu said dismissively, clearly indicating it was time for them to go. The four from Ueda Media were completely thrown into disarray. Chapter 38, From Despondency to Ecstasy. So unfeasible. Chen Yu was not one to arbitrarily make things difficult for others, yet Sister Wang and Chen Ziyan's audacity to act imperiously before him was simply too much. The time had slipped from afternoon to evening, and even though they were late, it was understandable, considering they had traveled from afar. One could even be forgiving in such circumstances, but what attitude had they displayed upon disembarking? Did they expect to take a bath? Did they expect Chen Yu to wait for them? Upon reaching the restaurant, they demanded that Chen Yu and his party come out to greet them? And upon entering the private room to find Chen Yu and his party already dining, they had the audacity to confront him. As the saying goes, there is patience, and then there is none. Given their displayed attitude, anyone would find it intolerable. Had Chen Yu not been present today, would they not have taken the opportunity to bully Su Sihui? "Chairman Chen, I sincerely apologize, this matter is largely my fault. Please forgive us, Manager Lin bowed deeply to Chen Yu. Their attitude had been acceptable. They were merely dragged down by the incompetence of Sister Wang and Chen Zian. Chairman, we have kept you waiting for so long. It is our fault. I will drink 3 cups as penance and humbly request another chance, Manager Lin pressed on, while also trying to gauge the atmosphere. Some situations could be resolved with 3 cups. Yet others, the parties involved simply would not want to drink. After all, it was still his liquor. Manager Lin, I understand that you are caught in a difficult position, so I do not hold it against you. However, you need not drink this time. Having these 2 here must have been your boss's intention. They likely seek to secure an important role for this Chen Zian. Chen Yu said coldly. I will allow the 2 of you to stay for a meal. But tell your boss that if he wishes to secure the investment in Huanyuan from me, he must personally come and drink 3 bottles of baijiu. Chen Yu's demeanor was always focused on the matter at hand, rather than the individuals involved, except for a select few whom he found particularly insufferable. The owner of Ueda Media undoubtedly recognized the characters of Chen Zian and Sister Wang, yet still summoned them. That was a failing on the part of the owner. Regardless of any past achievements or potential collaborations, such a company would be immediately dismissed by Dongfang Group. Dongfang Group lacked neither resources nor partners. As soon as a blockbuster project is released, investors would be scrambling to find him. Chairman, I implore you, grant us another chance. My drinking capacity is only 1 gin, but I am willing to drink 2 gin to express my remorse. Sister Wang's complexion was ashen. She understood the dire consequences that would follow. If the repercussions of this incident reached her boss's ears, both she and Chen Zian would face grave consequences. Chen Zian, being a major star, might only suffer punishment and be gradually sidelined, but as a mere manager, Sister Wang held far less significance. What awaited her could be exorbitant penalties and a ban from the industry. You wish to moralize me over drinking? Is it not your liquor? Is it not your hospitality? Chen Yu's expression grew colder as he questioned. Chairman, I did not mean it that way. I only wish to apologize. Sister Wang said, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling. Chen Yu, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, stating, enough. Were you not supposed to check into a 5-star hotel? Were you not supposed to bathe? Then hurry along with your affairs. Chen Zian, feeling anxious, interjected with flattery and even sweetly pouted at Chen Yu, reminding him that she was merely an actress. Putting on a show before the common folk was manageable, but in the eyes of a capital mogul, she was simply a replaceable ornament. If Chen Yu wished to support an actress like her, casting her as the lead in Huanyuan would easily catapult her to fame. Their purpose for coming was not to vie for the lead role, but merely to secure a significant female character. However, in the end, not only had they failed to secure a role, but they had also jeopardized their company's chance to obtain the investment in Huanyuan. Bang! They were unceremoniously ejected, and what did it matter that she was a star with millions of fans? Chen Yu had no qualms in silencing even top-tier stars like Xiao Xiao, so what chance did Chen Zian stand? Chairman Chen, I am truly sorry, deeply sorry. This cup is for you. Please calm your anger. Manager Lin was on the verge of tears, hastily sitting down, barely touching his food, and fervently pouring drinks. He desperately desired to secure this investment. If he could invest in Huanyuan, it would undoubtedly become a highlight of his career. Manager Lin, I am not making things difficult for you. It is your boss who sent these 2 to assert dominance. Had I not been here today, my secretary would have been bullied by you. How could I possibly collaborate with a company like yours? Chen Yu sighed. Manager Lin could drink the toasts offered to him, and even casually provide cigarettes to Chen Yu, but the matter of collaboration was off the table. Despite Manager Lin's endless flattery, he could not change Chen Yu's mind. He knew that this matter had to end here. Upon exiting the restaurant, Manager Lin called for a designated driver to return to the hotel, feeling utterly dejected. Ironically, on the way back, his boss called to inquire about how the negotiations were progressing, pressing him to secure the project. Upon learning that the investment had fallen through, his boss lambasted him profusely over the phone, demanding he finalize the collaboration or face termination. Bewildered, Manager Lin pieced together from his boss's words that Chen Zian and Sister Wang had gone to the hotel but had neither revealed the truth nor failed to shift the blame onto him. Sister Wang, speaking on behalf of Chen Zian, claimed he had deliberately stalled, provoking Dongfang Group's ire, asserting that he was fully aware that Su Sihui was the chairman's secretary, wielding significant power, yet he had audaciously kept them waiting. And now, with Chen Yu present, the situation had escalated to this point. Manager Lin felt as if he might vomit blood. How was it that this was not his fault, yet he bore the brunt of the blame? And no matter how he tried to explain, his boss refused to listen. Chairman, I sincerely apologize for bothering you again. Could I kindly request you to call my boss and explain the situation? I know this is quite abrupt, but I am out of options. Chen Zian and Sister Wang, those two wretches, actually dumped all the dirty water onto me. Manager Lin in the car, called Chen Yu, filled with myriad sorrows. What is there to explain? However, Chen Yu's voice, upon reaching him, plunged Manager Lin into despair, leaving him chilled to the bone on this sweltering summer day. He knew that someone of Chen Yu's stature as a chairman of a conglomerate would certainly not come personally to address his trifling concerns. Yet, the outcome still pained him greatly, for this was his career, to bear the stigma of causing trouble for others, resulting in the failure of Huan Yunyan investment, would undoubtedly render him unemployable in the industry. Manager Lin, from our earlier drinks I already have a general understanding of your character. I will give you 2 hours to prepare. Come to my house in 2 hours. I will personally interview you. Furthermore, the investment for Huan Yunyan will be entrusted to you, as well as the subsequent projects Yuzui and the Mekong River incident. If you fail, consider it my treat for a late-night meal. Chen Yu's words left Lin Hui feeling dizzy. Transitioning from despondency to euphoria, it seemed utterly surreal. Today, I have added more content. I seek your support in my bookshelf and humbly request free gifts. Chapter 39. You've come again. What brings you here? Huan Yunyan is already a massive hit. And Yuzui and the Mekong River incident are the next strategic announcements from the Eastern Group. I can handle the investments of these 3 top-tier projects. I truly cannot believe it, even if I lose my job after these 3 projects. I fear not, for with such a resume, I will possess a perfect springboard. Lin Hui's exuberance was uncontrollable, his face flushed with excitement, struggling to articulate his emotions. Manager Lin, are you still there? Chen Yu's voice broke through. I am here, Lin Hui hurriedly replied, his tone increasingly cautious, even bending slightly as if in humble submission. Yet amidst his exhilaration, a concern lingered in his heart, that of his subordinates beside him. Chairman Chen, may I bring my subordinates along for the interview? Due to Chen Zian's slander, we are being held accountable together. Lin Hui asked anxiously. Bring them along. The group is at a pivotal moment of strategic expansion. And I need talent. However, the individuals you bring must be your responsibility. Once in the group, you will need to compete with others in the investment department to excel in the key projects, including Huan Yunyan, are not lacking in funds. To put it bluntly, in due time, the group will be able to finance the entire production and operation of the drama itself. You know this is not feasible. Therefore, what I need are investors who can be utilized rather than merely the amount of investment. Do you understand my point? Chen Yu advised. Lin Hui, invigorated once more, nodded vigorously. Chairman Chen, rest assured, I fully grasp your intentions. And I will bring my subordinates over right away. No preparation needed. Chen Yu inquired. Lin Hui, brimming with confidence, replied, since Chairman Chen is giving me this opportunity, I shall exert my utmost effort to demonstrate my capabilities. No preparation is necessary to showcase my strength. Very well, I will send you the address now. Call me when you arrive, and I will have Xiao Tao come down to meet you, Chen Yu stated. Lin Hui nodded emphatically. Understood, Chairman Chen, thank you. The opportunity provided by Chen Yu felt like a rebirth. On one side was the unjust vilification, and on the other, a desperate olive branch extended. The distinction between right and wrong was glaringly evident. However, with such generous treatment from Chen Yu, he could not betray Chen Yu's trust. He immediately took out his phone, displaying his resolve, and called his boss to inform him about Chen Yu's invitation to his home. Without needing to elaborate, the implication was unmistakable. If his boss still sided with Chen Zian and Sister Wang, he would mention the invitation. This was not merely using Chen Yu's influence to slap his own boss in the face. Rather, it was an act of safeguarding Chen Yu's reputation. He was there to negotiate an investment and ended up being poached by Chen Yu on the same day, entrusted with the investment affairs of Huan Yunyan. Such a narrative would not reflect well. To the uninformed, it would appear as if Chen Yu was deliberately making things difficult for you to media, slapping them in the face before stealing their talents. Would he need to explain this situation? Moreover, even if he did, many would remain skeptical. After listening, his boss fell silent for a moment before finally regaining composure, asking, is there still room for investment in Huan Yunyan? Lin Hui decisively responded, there is no longer any opportunity. The Eastern Group initially valued our actors, but with your insistence on bringing Chen Zian and Sister Wang, the situation has become strained. His boss sighed, alright then, return to your posts. I will handle Chen Zian and her manager. With that phone call, Lin Hui secured his position, yet he knew he could not remain in such a company for long and would seek to transition elsewhere. As for Chen Yu's kindness, he would find a way to repay it by joining the Eastern Group in the future, at least not within the next 6 months, even if Chen Yu were to hand over Huan Yunyan to him. He would have to endure the pain, for this was his way of reciprocating the respect Chen Yu had shown him. Master, take me to Yunding Mansion, please stop at the snack street ahead. I need to pick up some dishes, Lin Hui instructed. All right, the designated driver readily agreed, understanding that even a half-hour wait was worth the extra 50. At Yunding Mansion, Su Tao descended to greet them. Initially believing Lin Hui and his team had come for an interview, thus adopting a formal demeanor upon ascending, Lin Hui and his companions brought along wine and dishes, including 2 fine bottles of liquor. After explaining the situation, Lin Hui sensed Chen Yu's regretful gaze, yet it was precisely Chen Yu's attitude that earned Lin Hui's respect. Despite Chen Yu being younger, his capabilities had undoubtedly surpassed countless others. Without official duties to attend to, they simply sat down for drinks and conversation, allowing Su Tao to relax and indulge in some crayfish. With Su Tao's lively personality, the gathering became quite animated. They continued drinking until past midnight. Lin Hui, not wishing to disturb Chen Yu's rest, took the initiative to bid farewell. Moreover, since Su Sihui and Su Tao had consumed alcohol, Chen Yu offered them a room in his home for the night. 5 days later, a team of auditors from major corporations arrived in the capital, making a grand entrance into the Xia Group, paving the way for a potential acquisition. On that day, Su Xingyu had called Chen Yu. Darling, what are you up to? At that moment, Chen Yu was reviewing the script for Huan Yunyan. Upon hearing his phone ring, he casually answered it, knowing that the script had previously led to issues for Lying Media. Firstly, a significant portion of the filming budget had been allocated to the actors, with just one supporting role played by Xiao Xiao costing tens of millions, resulting in poor visuals and makeup. Secondly, the climactic scenes were indeed lacking in strength. Hearing Su Xingyue's voice, Chen Yu glanced at the caller ID showing an unmarked number, cold sweat instantly breaking out had he realized it was Su Xingyue's call earlier. He would certainly not have answered. Now that he had, there was no way he could hang up. The consequences would be dire. Darling, you aren't thinking of how to brush me off, are you? Su Xingyue teased. Sensing his silence, her tone dripping with playful sarcasm, clearly reading his thoughts. I'm busy. What is it? Chen Yu replied, mustering his courage and taking a deep breath. Busy with what? Are you busy thinking of me? Su Xingyue chuckled, delivering cheesy lines. In their interactions, their dynamic was completely reversed. She was like a domineering, wealthy, and attractive LSP, while Chen Yu resembled the strong-willed female protagonist in a Mary Sue narrative, striving for independence yet always overshadowed. As long as he disobeyed, Su Xingyue could wall him up at any moment, and if they were in bed, she would pin him down, gazing at him with her striking amber eyes, like a rose. Beautiful yet perilous. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. I still need to head downstairs for a meeting with the script team of Huan Yunyan. Also, please refrain from calling me without a purpose. The debt of letting Lying Media go bankrupt will be repaid, but we really aren't suited for each other, Chen Yu exclaimed in exasperation. I'll give you a few hours to wrap up your tasks. Be at Lucheng Gaochi Airport to pick me up by 4:20 p.m., Su Xingyue commanded, disregarding his sentiments. Pick you up? What brings you here? Of course, to find you for a role in the hay. Chapter 40, Darling, do you know who you particularly resemble? Su Xingyue was currently seated in the VIP lounge of Hongqiao Airport in the Magic City, her bodyguard seated a few meters away on a nearby sofa. Under the stark white lights, she lifted her slender fingers, adorned with sparkling nails, appreciating her reflection while a smile danced on her lips. This morning's hairstyle paired perfectly with her deep blue denim shirt and white pencil pants. Harmonizing flawlessly with her exquisite manicure, the pair of perfectly rounded and elongated legs, at this moment, were lazily stretching out. The tips of her black ankle boots made contact, and she could already envision Chen Yu standing before her. With a pitiful, vulnerable gaze, his head drooping as he looked at her, she believed Chen Yu was simply tsundere, clearly enamored, undeniably longing, yet adamantly refusing to admit it. Su Xingyue, please refrain from coming. I've been swamped lately. Genuinely lacking the time to entertain you. Moreover, I will not permit you to return to Lucheng. Chen Yu lamented as he set down the script in his hands, feeling an overwhelming headache. It was already a stroke of luck that Su Xingyue hadn't been discovered by the capital last time she visited. Does it matter whether I come or not? You truly believe your words hold any weight? Besides, I've made it abundantly clear that you will never escape the grasp of my palm. Su Xingyue declared with an air of dominance. Su Xingyue, I genuinely do not harbor any feelings for you. You, a lady of such high standing, could effortlessly find someone far better. Why squander your time on me? Chen Yu ignited a cigarette, his tone tinged with resignation. Whether you like me or not is inconsequential. As long as you belong to me, that suffices. And darling, do you know what your current tone resembles? Su Xingyue inquired, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Don't say it, I have no desire to know, Chen Yu retorted, exasperated. Yet, Su Xingyue unabashedly continued, you now resemble the hamster I kept during my childhood, standing there, clutching your paws, baring your teeth, yet still wanting me to pet you, Chen Yu. As Su Xingyue pondered this, she couldn't help but chuckle, wishing fervently that Chen Yu were before her at that very moment so she could ruffle his hair. All right, darling, I will be arriving in Luqing in just a few hours, so remember to meet me at the exit. A well-behaved darling should possess the awareness of a well-behaved darling when we meet. I shall reward you with a kiss. The call ended abruptly, leaving no room for Chen Yu to decline. But could Su Xingyue's kiss truly be considered a reward? Absolutely not. This was nothing short of torment. Which man would allow a woman to pin him against a wall and kiss him? If he resisted, she would retaliate with a punch, leaving him powerless to resist her advances. 10 minutes later, Chen Yu, accompanied by the screenwriting team, made his way to the conference room. The climactic modifications for Huan Yunyan were relatively straightforward, primarily requiring the tightening of the plot's climax and enhancing its sense of conflict. To evoke deep emotional resonance within a narrative, the simplest approach is to escalate the stakes and involve a multitude of characters. The framework revolves around events, characters, and power dynamics, while the essence of the plot lies in the strategies and the interplay between opposing forces. The original structure of Huan Yunyan lay here. Their task was to refine the narrative and delve deeper into the conflicts. Chairman, do you have an urgent matter? You seem awfully restless, Hua Qianshu observed, puzzled by Chen Yu's demeanor as he intermittently glanced at his phone and scratched his head, his face etched with distress. In the past, he had been utterly serious during meetings. I'm fine. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively, yet, upon glancing at the time on his phone, which read 3:07, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He clearly did not wish to go to the airport. Yet here he was, entangled with Su Xingyue's impending arrival. Chairman, we understand what you've conveyed. If you have any matters to attend to, please handle them. I will ensure this part of the script is perfected. Hua Qianshu offered proactively. No, I truly have no pressing matters. Chen Yu gritted his teeth, resolute in his decision not to make the trip to the airport, otherwise it would become a recurring pattern, and Su Xingyue would only grow more audacious with each encounter. Yet, recalling the 3 months he had been ensnared by Su Xingyue, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His phone was nearly crushed in his grip, and with a stomp of his foot, he abruptly rose from his chair. Hua Qianshu, I must step out. You handle the script. Yes, Chairman. Hua Qianshu nodded, but the look of exasperation on Chen Yu's face reminded him of the past. Previously, whenever he had been coerced by Su Xingyue to undertake tasks, he bore a similar expression. Having followed Chen Yu for so long, Hua Qianshu couldn't resist quipping, Chairman, are you off to pick up Miss Su? With a clatter, Chen Yu nearly stumbled, casting her an irritated glare. While she quickly averted her gaze, feigning disinterest, though inwardly she was amused, for the man with the bloodline suppression had returned. After 4 years apart, they were still waiting for Chen Yu, yet, it was precisely due to their waiting that Chen Yu's post-divorce life had become exceedingly complicated. At the Luqing airport, Chen Yu stood at the exit, cigarette in mouth, his gaze calmly surveying the azure sky, where fluffy white clouds drifted lazily. The day was so clear that it felt as if one could glimpse the cosmos. Once upon a time, Chen Yu had stood beneath such a sky hand in hand with Xia Liang, yet it was also beneath this very sky that he had leapt from a tall building. Bringing his life to an end, the images from his previous life flickered in his mind. Though it had spanned over a decade, it felt as fleeting as the cigarette but beneath his feet. Tap tap tap, a series of footsteps approached, and Su Xingyue, adorned with sunglasses and exuding an imposing aura, walked towards him accompanied by her bodyguards. Just as before, her presence commanded attention, yet, as before, the eyes hidden behind her sunglasses greedily focused solely on Chen Yu. Darling, carry my bag. We're heading to the Xia group. Su Xingyue tossed her bag to him, seamlessly linking her arm with his. Chen Yu was taken aback, instinctively trying to withdraw his hand, only to trip over Su Xingyue's foot. His body leaning uncontrollably against hers. Thud, Chen Yu found himself crashing into her embrace, and she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Chen Yu felt as if his teeth might shatter from clenching them so tightly. He struggled to break free from her grasp, yet she only tightened her hold, almost as if trying to meld him into her being. Her dangerously alluring eyes were fixated on him. Darling, don't you want to know what I'm taking you to the Xia group for? Chen Yu's expression was one of utter despair, each word enunciated with reluctance. No, I do not. Yet he understood that for Su Xingyue to make a special trip for this matter, it was certainly of great significance, most likely concerning the acquisition of the Xia group. Kiss me, and I shall reveal a secret I have no intention of knowing, thus you needn't tempt me. Oh really, but what if I tell you this matter pertains to the capital? The capital? Could it be that Shangwan Ling has arrived? Chen Yu's brow furrowed momentarily, a sense of foreboding washing over him. It is and it isn't, so do you wish to know? Kiss me. Su Xingyue's face was lit up with amusement, her smile as radiant as the most exquisite jewel, her profile tilted, clearly awaiting his response. Chapter 41. One time is insufficient, so let it be two. If two is still insufficient, let it be forever. Su Xingyue's profile was so stunning that it evoked uncontrollable laughter from anyone who beheld it. However, Chen Yu had grown accustomed to it over time. Initially resolute in his defiance, he found himself succumbing as Su Xingyue tightened her embrace, causing his ribs to creak and his insides to feel as if they were being squeezed painfully, rendering him nearly motionless. Darling, why are you still dawdling? There are so many people watching, Su Xingyue urged, amusement dancing in her eyes. Let go. Chen Yu exclaimed in exasperation, kiss me, and I shall release you. Su Xingyue observed his rebellion with delight. Her eyes brimming with unspoken joy. Su Xingyue, please refrain from this, I still have my dignity, Chen Yu implored, feeling utterly defeated. As I said, when you are by my side, you need not worry about such things. The Su family behind me is your greatest support. Su Xingyue's smile deepened. If I truly desired to climb the social ladder, I would have done so long ago. Why would I subject myself to your whims? Chen Yu felt as though he were trapped, unable to move, as if caught in a rock crevice. With a sudden tug, Su Xingyue seized Chen Yu's tie, yanking him down and pressing her cool, alluring lips against his, determined to handle his tsundere demeanor in this manner. If one kiss was insufficient, then two would suffice. If two were still inadequate, she would continue kissing him until his defenses crumbled. She had read online that such tsundere young men, once tamed, would transform into the most obedient companions, akin to a little puppy. In her mind, the ideal version of Chen Yu was one who would eagerly rush to her side to snuggle after a long day at work. She was willing to try anything to turn him into that. Wow, look over there, someone is kissing in public, how embarrassing. Is that a girl kissing a guy? Is he being kept by her? If I were as attractive as her, I would willingly be kissed too. Envying voices echoed from the sidelines, as if the girls were shy and the boys were moved to tears. Meanwhile, the bodyguards dutifully spread out, forming a protective barrier around the two. Damn it! Chen Yu couldn't help but curse, feeling utterly humiliated once again in front of so many people. He was losing face. In a fit of emotional turmoil, he grabbed Su Xingyue and, to her astonished delight, hoisted her up, running off with her in tow, one hand secured around her waist, the other cradling her long legs. He resembled a character from a bygone era. As for the myriad of kiss marks adorning his lips and face, Chen Yu had no time to dwell on them. At this moment, all he yearned for was to flee. The echo of rapid footsteps resounded throughout the airport, an entourage of bodyguards sprinting alongside him. After hastily shoving Su Xingyue into the passenger seat, Chen Yu adjusted his attire and settled into the driver's seat. However, Su Xingyue crawled over, tugging at his tie and positioning herself on his lap. With one hand, she kissed him while reclining the electric backrest of the seat, clearly intent on instigating something more intimate. Her long, slender legs draped over the center console, her body angled in a manner that showcased a breathtaking curve within the confines of the vehicle. Su Xingyue, have you lost your mind? Chen Yu snapped, his temper flaring, gripping her pert backside firmly. He intended to teach her a lesson, only to be met with her involuntary whimper. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the car. Even Su Xingyue felt an urge to vanish from the face of the earth. Regaining her composure, she bit down on Chen Yu's lip, expressing her indignation and seemingly wishing to shroud his head in a sack. Chen Yu was on the verge of spitting blood, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with me? I didn't ask for this." Drive. Reluctantly, Su Xingyue slid off his lap, her tone laced with authority, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her embarrassment. Do you enjoy SM? Chen Yu regarded her with a peculiar gaze, his heart racing with trepidation. I think you want to die. Su Xingyue turned her head, a smile gracing her lips, yet the chill it sent down his spine was unmistakable. Chen Yu instinctively shuddered, avoiding her gaze as he hastily started the car and led the convoy away from the airport. However, en route to the Xia group, Su Xingyue exhibited an unexpected gentleness. The malevolence in her eyes vanished, replaced by a softness that felt ominous. Chen Yu had witnessed this look several times before, and each instance had cost him dearly. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other pressed against his forehead, he felt a genuine apprehension as nightfall approached, regretting his earlier inquiry. If I had just kept quiet, there would have been no trouble. Whatever, damn it, if something were to happen, I would just treat it as a dog bite. Upon arriving at the Xia Group's premises, Chen Yu parked the Porsche at the entrance, followed suit by the bodyguards. Blocking the entrance, the security personnel rushed over to intervene, but were halted by two bodyguards from the Su family. Facing a dozen security guards, the duo held their ground, for none of them were pushovers. The most formidable among them had a background in the armed police, having single-handedly taken on dozens of foreign adversaries in the past. With a cigarette dangling from his lips and a stern expression, Chen Yu followed Su Xingyue inside. He had visited the Xia Group numerous times and was familiar with the layout. It was Su Xingyue's first visit. Yet she seemed remarkably at ease. The finance department, with a similarly stern demeanor, Su Xingyue's piercing gaze emanated an aura of authority. In any other setting, individuals would shy away from such a presence. Fearing entanglement, yet within the confines of the Xia Group, it was their workplace, there was no retreat for them. Xingyu, what brings you here with such a grand entourage? Are you here to stir up trouble again? You've already withdrawn your investment and driven lying media to bankruptcy. Do you still intend to target the Xia Group? Are you even human? Don't push your luck, a chorus of angry admonishments echoed. Accompanied by a barrage of hostile glares in their eyes, Xingyu was solely to blame. Even if it wasn't his fault, it had to be his fault, for his recent actions had disrupted their work. Call the police, summon them here immediately, and contact the chairman to intervene, one person exclaimed anxiously. Chairman, we have a crisis. That scoundrel Chen Yu has brought people and blocked our entrance. Clearly he means no good. Another individual dialed the phone to inform Xia Yuanshan. That moment, Xia Yuanshan was in the finance department, dealing with an auditing team from the capital, wearing a forced smile, despite his desire to ingratiate himself. He struggled to do so. A woman clad in a Sharpawell outfit, her long legs elegantly crossed, sat poised in a chair, a ceramic teacup held delicately in one hand, her gaze fixated on the bustling finance department. Seemingly oblivious to Xia Yuanshan's presence, a name tag emblazoned with Sheng Wanqing, director of the investment department, Chanyu Group, rested prominently on her chest. Chanyu Group, a colossal state-owned enterprise in the capital, operated across numerous industries. Yet its most significant endeavor was investment. Sheng Wanqing, long time no see, a voice broke through, revealing it to be Su Xingyue initiating the greeting. Sheng Wanqing turned, setting down her teacup as she smiled warmly. Miss Su, it's been a while. Chapter 42, Shut up. What business is it of yours? At that moment, Chen Yu felt utterly bewildered, for Su Xingyue and Sheng Wanling were known to be at odds, making it improbable for her to greet anyone from the Shengwan family. Sheng Wanchang was Sheng Wanling's cousin, the daughter of her aunt. Chen Yu, long time no see. Sheng Wanqing smiled at him, nodding in acknowledgement. Xingjia, Chen Yu stepped forward, his brow furrowed in concern. Xingjia, what is going on here? Xia Yuanshan, Xia Liang, and Xiao Xiao were all present, yet they were treated as mere background figures, dispensable. Are you here for an audit? Capital intends to acquire the Xia Group, and we've been dispatched to facilitate the process. Sheng Wanqing explained with a slight smile, gesturing for them to sit. Chanyu Group indeed commanded respect, but even more formidable was its backing. Capital, another state-owned enterprise, yet one operating on a trillion yuan scale, in contrast to the billions of Chanyu. You know, I am not referring to that matter, I mean you and Su Xingyue, Chen Yu interjected. His brow furrowed. Xia Yuanshan had been on the verge of a tirade, but witnessing Chen Yu's indifferent demeanor and the dismissive reference to insignificance felt like a dagger piercing his chest. Xia Yuanshan's expression was a masterpiece of emotions: anger, shock, fear, and even murderous intent. Ultimately, all those feelings distilled into one word: cowardice. Having spent an entire day without managing a word, Xia Yuanshan lacked the standing to sit before Sheng Wanqing. Yet Chen Yu strolled in, directly taking his seat and prompting Sheng Wanqing to personally brew tea. Xia Liang nearly fainted at the sight. The prospect of a significant capital acquisition from the capital was ordinarily a cause for celebration. But with Chen Yu involved, it was anything but joyous. Xiao Xiao's face turned ashen, her lips twitching uncontrollably, her legs shaking. Chanyu Group. This was Chanyu Group, a behemoth intertwining wealth, power, and status in the realm of similarly scaled enterprises. Chanyu Group wielded the authority to crush any entrepreneur beneath its heel. But how on earth did Chen Yu come to know such figures? Chen Yu, prior to my arrival, I contacted Miss Su. We are both interested in acquiring the Xia Group, yet we wish to avoid competition. Thus, we have agreed to collaborate. Sheng Wanqing explained softly, her eyes appraising Chen Yu, clearly assessing the changes he had undergone over the years, thinner and imbued with a deeper maturity. Does Sheng Wanling know? Chen Yu inquired, his voice low. She is aware. Moreover, this matter was approved by her. Sheng Wanqing confirmed with a nod. Although Sheng Wanchang was Sheng Wanling's cousin, she was often beholden to her cousin's decisions. Despite retaining the Shengwan surname, it was merely because her father had married into the family. With her temperament, she would actually agree to such a thing. If she were so accommodating, why would things have escalated so dramatically 4 years ago? Chen Yu shook his head. It all boils down to you, Shang Wansheng stated. She has made it clear that regardless of her quarrels with Su Xingyue, she would never act foolishly in this matter. Nor would she allow the Xia family to profit from it. Qing Jia, please don't say that. If she truly cared for me, she wouldn't have initiated a confrontation with Su Xingyue while I was in Cannes. Furthermore, I have made it clear that I require nothing from her. In this lifetime, I shall not marry either of them, so why should she waste her time on me? Chen Yu stated earnestly. This logic was clear to both Chen Yu and Shang Wansheng, yet it remained incomprehensible to Su Xingyue and Shang Wanling, for they would not accept it. Chen Yu Ling is being pressured into marriage by her family. And her intended match is akin to us, a member of the Red Third Generation in the capital, a 30-year-old major general from the military district, Shang Wansheng revealed. Chen Yu nodded, and then, he understood that Shang Wansheng would not make such a statement without a twist. Indeed, Shang Wansheng sighed. However, Ling is refusing. This matter has caused a significant rift between her and her family, and she is unwilling to return. I know my words may be inappropriate, but I hope you can accompany me back to the capital and become a son-in-law of the Shangwan family. Su Xingyue crossed her arms, letting out a cold snort. Shang Wansheng, may I interpret your words as a provocation? Shang Wansheng raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. Miss Su, business is business, yet as Ling's cousin, I must speak my mind. Su Xingyue responded icily, then please convey to Shang Wanling that should she dare, she is welcome to return, be it in the capital or Modu, the choice is hers. Shang Wansheng, feeling utterly helpless, shook her head with a sigh and remarked, Miss Su, your Su family cannot possibly rival the Shangwan family. Su Xingyue, with a mocking expression, retorted, whether or not we are rivals is not for you to decide. Only through confrontation will we truly know enough. Su Xingyue, you should refrain from speaking. Do you wish to reenact the events of 4 years ago? Chen Yu admonished angrily. She provoked me first. Su Xingyue's tone faltered. Becoming unexpectedly subdued, aware of Chen Yu's growing ire, Shang Wansheng chose not to dwell further on the topic, recognizing that anyone who had lived through those events would understandably be upset. The names of Shangwan and Su families, along with the notion of a son-in-law, spun in Xia Liying's mind, causing her perception to unravel. Clearly, Chen Yu had known them for quite some time. Moreover, these were two distinguished young ladies vying for Chen Yu's affection? On what grounds? Why, how could someone like Chen Yu, a scoundrel, evoke such deep devotion? What pained Xia Liying most was the notion of first come, first served. How could Chen Yu, with such ambiguous relationships, dare to marry her? He had deceived her feelings, and after tiring of her, he wielded the connections of both families to torment her. What had she done to deserve such betrayal in her marriage? Scoundrel, beast, worse than an animal. Chen Yu, what do I truly represent in your eyes? Merely a toy to be discarded when you tire of it. Xia Liying could no longer contain her emotions, choking back sobs as she raged. Her fists clenched and body trembling uncontrollably. Silence, do you have any right to interject here? Chen Yu barked coldly, returning her previous haughtiness. Ha, you all see it, don't you? He is truly a despicable person, but I cannot fathom why you choose to support him. Xia Liying directed her question at Su Xingyue and her companion. What business is it of yours? Silence, the two women replied in unison, even Shang Wansheng's expression faltering. They understood better than anyone whether Chen Yu was a scoundrel. If he were, then the 4 years of anguished waiting would never have occurred. In this world, it seems you are the most wronged. Chen Yu, we cannot compete with you, we were in the wrong. If there is anything, let it be directed at me, but to unleash your fury on Liying, what kind of prowess is that? Xiao Xiao supported Xia Liying, steeling himself to confront Chen Yu. At this moment, even if he had to bow before Chen Yu, he knew Chen Yu would never spare him. Therefore, he resolved to stand firm, at least for the sake of the Xia family. Moreover, he did not believe that the Su and Shangwan families would dare to act against him so brazenly. Xiao Xiao, have you grown too bold again? Chen Yu shot him a frigid glance. Xiao Xiao, caught off guard, felt his face flush with indignation, still reeling from the beating he had received days prior. Xiao Xiao, I am quite pleased that you are willing to pick up my discarded scraps. Would you both like to go and register your marriage right now? I shall cover the banquet expenses for you. In fact, I shall not only cover it, but I will also organize a grand wedding for you, one that you must not dare to divorce from for a lifetime. Chen Yu reveled in the prospect of their union. Believing that a match made in hell would endure eternally. What do you mean by registering? Who needs you to arrange our wedding? What are you? What is your status? Do you think you are worthy? Xia Liying shouted, disregarding everything else. Xia Yuanshan was frantic, nearly losing his mind, wishing to cover her mouth, but the glare from Su Xingyue's bodyguard rendered him immobile. What is wrong with discussing this at home? They are clearly powerful and oppressive, bullying us, speaking such words to their faces regardless of whether it is meaningful or not. What if Chen Yu allows the Su and Shangguan families to strike us down? Such thoughtlessness, truly thoughtless. Wu Xiao Liang clung tightly to Xiao Zhao's hand, desperately holding back tears, yet they fell despite her efforts. At that moment, her faith shattered completely. No matter how much she loathed Chen Yu, no matter how much she wished for his demise, she still held some hope for their marriage. Yet, Chen Yu had treated her like a mere plaything, toyed with her for 4 whole years. Watching her strive to contribute, to fulfill her role as a wife, only to be regarded as a stray dog by him, reduced her efforts to a farce. She felt akin to a marionette on stage, performing her own life, yet everything was a sham. She finally comprehended why Chen Yu had chosen to act when Liang Media went public. The fundamental reason was simply that Chen Yu wished to see her struggle like a wild dog. Liang, do not weep for such a person, he is not worth it, Xiao Xiao said as he wiped her tears, yet she shook her head, choking back her sobs. I will not shed another tear for this scoundrel. I merely feel like a fool, having been played without even realizing it. However, her expression only served to infuriate Su Xingyue further. Xiao Liang, cease that pitiful countenance as if you are the most wronged in the world. Even now, do you not recognize your own misdeeds? He was once a man of great pride, but because of you he has become desolate. Were it not for the wounds you inflicted upon him, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Xiao Liang laughed, a scornful laugh. Ha, is it I who has harmed him? Is this your talent for distorting the truth? Yes, you wield power and influence, able to manipulate our fates at will, even orchestrating a multi-billion acquisition with ease. But have you ever asked him how much I have invested in him? From the very beginning, he has merely regarded me as a toy. From the outset, he has only desired to play with me before ultimately casting me into the abyss. Shangguan Qing could no longer bear it, summoning someone and, with a graceful gesture, tossing dozens of contracts at her. Xiao Liang, you may examine these documents for yourself. Is this what you call contribution? Your contribution consists of utilizing Chen Yu's funds to establish your own ventures elsewhere. Your so-called contribution has drained the Dongfang Group dry, lining your own pockets. In these years, the Xiao family had siphoned off 3.7 billion from Chen Yu, while your Liang Media had directly or indirectly caused him losses exceeding 10 billion. At this moment, the previously cowering Xia Yuanshan finally panicked, rushing forward to stamp on the contracts, tearing them apart. He had previously been unaware of the Long Yuan Group's connection to Chen Yu, so viewing these contracts with Shangguan Qing seemed inconsequential. But if they fell into Chen Yu's hands, he would surely pursue the matter. At that point, even if he sold the Xiao family, it would not suffice to compensate for his losses. Chen Yu found the scene both ridiculous and laughable. Choosing not to intervene, as it was unnecessary, Xia Yuanshan believed money was of great importance, but for Chen Yu, watching the Xiao family plunge into despair was far more critical. Have you finished tearing them apart? Chen Yu asked mockingly. After a moment, Xia Yuanshan's eyes reddened with fury as he snarled, Chen Yu, do not attempt to frame me. I have never done such a thing. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned, whether you did or did not, you alone know, and it matters little. Consume it. Let us put this matter of contracts aside. Chen Yu had long been aware of these issues. He had simply trusted in the long-standing relationship between the two families, and he could only blame his own foolishness for allowing this money to become a weapon against him. Chen Yu, do not go too far, Xia Yuanshan shouted. Smack! Chen Yu slammed his hand on the table, declaring, you have swallowed 3.7 billion from me. I am merely asking you to consume a few sheets of paper. What of it? If you refuse to consume them, so be it. Is such a colossal sum not enough to condemn you to death? Moreover, as the chairman of a group, how could you think tearing contracts would be of any use? If an investigation is desired, one can simply start with the finances. Cold sweat broke out on Xia Yuanshan's brow, chilling him to the bone. His body trembled as the emotions in his eyes shifted from rage to panic, then from panic to confusion, ultimately culminating in despair. Chen Yu was right. If a thorough investigation were conducted, no matter how deeply he hid his actions, it would be in vain. As long as there were financial transactions with the group, it could be traced back to him pocketing Chen Yu's investments through various means. Xiao, the 500 million you invested in Xia Liang was acquired through illegal fundraising, and if you wish to avoid demise, you will take 1/3 of the shattered documents on the floor. And Xia Liang, you shall take the remaining 1/3. Chen Yu coldly lit a cigarette. Who is truly tolerant of marriage? Who is truly enduring? Just because Chen Yu did not speak of these matters did not mean he was unaware. Xiao panicked, at a loss for words. Do you not wish to consume it, including the 750 million in compensation for your agency? The total amounts to 1.25 billion, and you are still in the process of fundraising. Personal illegal fundraising of 200,000 is already considered exceedingly large, yet you possess 1.2 billion. How do you think you will meet your end? Chen Yu's gaze was icy white. As his words fell, the financial department of the Xia family descended into an eerie silence. Xia Yuanshan's stature grew increasingly hunched, as if crushed beneath a mountain of despair, causing his knees to gradually buckle as he trembled while picking up the shredded papers. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, felt his body go limp, feigning unconsciousness. Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. Xia Liying knelt beside him, choking back sobs as she shook him vigorously, inadvertently revealing just how helpless she truly was, despite the fact that the Xia family did not embezzle a single cent from Chen Yu. Nor did they usurp any of his possessions. Chen Yu still felt compelled to speak so harshly. Accusations of framing and defamation, forcing her to consume paper. Indeed, Chen Yu was nothing but a scoundrel. After he grew weary of her, he discarded her like refuse, even contemplating throwing her into a trash bin, utterly ruining her life. Yet, upon witnessing her palpable anxiety, even Chen Yu's once silent heart stirred with a twinge of pain. When had Xia Liying ever been this concerned for him? When had she ever shown such care? In her eyes, there had always been only Xiao Xiao, even though Chen Yu was her husband. Even when he lay gravely ill, a mere word from Xiao Xiao could summon her from miles away. She claimed there was nothing between them, that she regarded Xiao Xiao merely as a close friend. Yet, could it really be that simple? Emotional infidelity is far more grotesque than physical betrayal. Still pretending? Very well, I shall call the police right now. Chen Yu retrieved his phone, preparing to dial for law enforcement. Hiss! Xiao Xiao gasped sharply, feigning a faint revival, groggily rising from the floor. A sense of guilt washed over him. How could he allow Chen Yu to involve the police? Should that happen, his fate would be sealed. Chen Yu, what kind of man are you? If you have grievances, direct them at me. What merit is there in targeting Xiao Xiao and my family? You wish for me to consume this? Oh fine, I shall eat it. I will eat it right before your eyes. Xia Liying's face flushed with indignation as she struggled to suppress her nausea, picking up the scraps of paper from the ground, yet her obsessive cleanliness prevented her from even touching the fallen items without first sanitizing them meticulously with disinfectant wipes. Scrubbing even the crevices of her nails, though she spoke with unwavering resolve, her action slowed considerably as a flicker of hope lingered in her heart regarding Chen Yu. In the past, he would never have forced her to eat something that had fallen to the ground. If food fell from her plate, he would swiftly pick it up with chopsticks and consume it himself, only to be scolded by her for being untidy, just as the paper neared her lips. Before it even grazed her teeth, she retched, heaving. Xia Liying gagged repeatedly, one hand on the ground, the other clutching the scraps, her face contorted in agony. For Chen Yu, she could never kneel on the ground, for she found it dirty. Once, when Chen Yu was engrossed in revising the script for Liying Media, working tirelessly for hours on end, he collapsed in the living room. When Xia Liying returned home to find him, she merely walked past him, and after an hour of unconsciousness, it was Su Sihue who ultimately took him to the hospital. The reason? She deemed him unclean, yet now, with Xiao Xiao merely pretending to be unconscious, she seemed to have miraculously overcome her cleanliness obsession, feeling no repulsion whatsoever. Liying, what is wrong with you? Are you unwell? Should we go to the hospital? At that moment, Xiao Xiao, like a fleeting flash of light, observed Xia Liying's retching with heightened emotion. Xiao Xiao, do not concern yourself with me. Did he not wish for me to eat? Then I shall eat for him. Gritting her teeth, Xia Liying once again brought the scraps to her lips. Yet before they could touch her teeth, she began to gag violently. She was filled with such hatred. How could Chen Yu be so cruel? If he were truly a man, could he not merely let her put on a show? Why must it come to actually consuming it? Stuff it, Su Xingyue commanded. Yes, miss. The bodyguards beside her respectfully complied, approaching Xia Liying and Xiao Xiao, collecting the scraps from the ground, and amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, forced the paper into their mouths. The two immediately began to struggle, crying out in protest, but to no avail. The scraps, mingled with the dust of the floor, were forcibly shoved inside. Salty and repugnant, Xia Liying continued to gag, her tongue lolling out, her eyes rolling back, saliva spilling from the corners of her mouth, and as she retched, she felt her stomach churning violently. With a loud heave, the undigested food within her erupted alongside the scraps, creating a scene of chaos. A bodyguard, disregarding Xiao Xiao's dirty mouth, thrust the scraps down his throat, forcing him to swallow. As Xiao Xiao gagged, he felt the sharp edges of the paper scraping his esophagus. Xia Yuanshan was rendered speechless by the horrific sight, standing frozen in shock until a glance from the bodyguard sent him shivering, prompting him to hastily grab the scraps and shove them into his own mouth. Not long after, Xia Liying lay sprawled on the ground, her gaze vacant, her eyes devoid of life, completely indifferent to the contact of her body with the floor, her head tilted awkwardly, her right hand pressed against the ground. Extending forward, her expression one of utter defeat. Lying, please pull yourself together. Xiao Xiao, unable to suppress his disgust and discomfort, rushed to support her. The first strike of the shore, to first sever the heart of the beloved. Xiao Lying muttered incoherently before fainting in Xiao Zhao's arms. In that moment, she recalled the document she had seen months prior on the coffee table, the cover boldly inscribed with the words, "The first strike of the shore." To first sever the heart of the beloved. At the time, she had felt a mix of curiosity and confusion, yet out of professional ethics, she had refrained from delving into its contents. However, now she finally comprehended its implications. It was a forewarning from Chen Yu directed at her, a harbinger of the torment he intended to inflict. Perhaps he sought to compel her to recognize the disparity of the situation, forcing her to suffer in silence until her spirit was utterly extinguished. Truly, such a cruel heart. The ambulance soon arrived at the scene, carrying Xiao Lying away. Before departing, Xia Yuanshan's shadowy eyes concealed a tempest of murderous intent. The audit of the Xia group by the Changyu group continued unabated, conducted in shifts around the clock to prevent any interference. Chen Yu was hazily escorted back home by Su Xingyue and Sheng Wancheng, his expression still etched with bitterness and helplessness, unable to find any joy, as memories of his impending demise relentlessly assailed him. Su Sihui's tragic death, his own fall from the building, the fate of the Xiao family should not conclude in such a hasty manner. Chapter 45. Now, we cannot possibly contend against him. As night fell, Xiao Lying awoke groggily on the hospital bed, and as soon as she regained consciousness, a wave of nausea washed over her, prompting her to urgently seek a trash bin to vomit into. Even while still hooked up to an 4. Xiao Xiao and her mother, Wu Guilan, stood vigil by her bedside, witnessing her retching to the point of exhaustion, one filled with disgust, the other with profound sorrow. As any mother would feel for her injured daughter. In an effort to resolve the situation, Xia Yuanshan had already set off for Pengcheng, seeking a new investor to restore the Xia family's fortunes. Lying, are you feeling any better? Xiao Xiao gently patted her back, unable to bear the sight of the trash can filled with her vomit. Xiao Xiao, why did Chen Yu have to be so excessive? Sob, I treated him so well. Xia Lying clutched Xiao Zhao's arm, her tears filled with rage. Lying, let us not dwell on him any longer, shall we? We cannot possibly compete with him now. We must think of a way to regain our strength, to restore the company so that we may hold our heads high in front of him, Xiao Xiao softly urged. Yet, his greater concern lay with himself. If Lying Media could not grow rapidly, he would remain forever beneath Chen Yu's heel. I truly loathe him. I have never encountered such a heartless individual. Xia Lying ground her teeth in fury. Xiao Xiao could only continue to persuade her, hoping to uplift her spirits, for he had invested a staggering 500 million in cash. He could not allow it to go to waste. Bang! A loud kick against the door resonated, revealing a stunning face that they wished not to behold. In the clash of their gazes, a palpable intent to kill hung in the air. Accompanying her entrance were 2 bodyguards at the door, while others followed suit. She exuded an aura of lethal intent that made both Xiao Xiao and Wu Guilan shudder involuntarily. What do you want? Wu Guilan, aware of the turmoil within the group, gazed at her in terror, her finger trembling as it pointed at her. Throw them out, Su Xingyue commanded coldly. Instantly the bodyguards complied, dragging Wu Guilan and Xiao Xiao away. Despite their struggles, and unceremoniously tossing them into the corridor outside the ward, the door slammed shut, but the next moment, Su Xingyue yanked Xiao Lying from her bed. Xiao Lying, do you know, if I could, I would kill you right now. I entrusted him to you for 4 years, and this is how you treat him. You have turned the once proud and radiant man, shining like a constellation, into this. Did you have any idea how glorious he was before you came along? Even in the most challenging of times, he has never revealed a visage of despondency or helplessness to anyone. Yet for you, he has displayed such emotions before me on 2 separate occasions. After Su Xingyue burst forth from the Yunding mansion, she made a direct beeline for this place. Chen Yu's expression, even if it was unveiled due to her, would shatter her heart, let alone when it pertains to a woman like Xia Lying. Moreover, Chen Yu's despair resembled that of someone who has faced death itself, akin to being betrayed by the most trusted individual, rendering him utterly powerless and in torment. Throughout your 4 years of marriage, his sacrifices for you have gone unnoticed. He once toiled day and night due to your affairs, collapsing before you, yet you did not rush him to the hospital. In his gravest hour of illness, when he needed you most, you chose to visit Xiao Zhao's film set even when Sihue called you. You treated it as inconsequential, showing no willingness to return even for a fleeting glance. Su Xingyue was infuriated. She had only just learned of these matters, otherwise she would have confronted Xiao Lying long ago. Had she been aware sooner, how could she allow Xiao Lying to wound Chen Yu so deeply? That is my man, I would willingly relinquish him, and yet you treat him thus. Do you not deserve to perish? Su Xingyue's grip on Xiao Liying's collar tightened, her exquisite face contorted in rage and ferocity, resembling an erupting volcano, instilling fear in all. I have not, you are merely twisting the narrative. When have I ever treated him poorly? Furthermore, Chen Yu clearly had you, yet he still sought me out. What does he take me for? In his eyes, what am I? Xiao Liying retorted through gritted teeth. Then let me ask you, is it not a fact that he fainted before you? Is it not true that when he was gravely ill and needed you, you went off to find Xiao Xiao? Su Xingyue demanded, her anger palpable. I thought he was merely asleep on the ground. So, I did not take it seriously. I had no idea he was in a coma. Xiao Liying fervently defended herself. And what of your visit to the film set? Su Xingyue pressed. I was there to discuss collaboration with Xiao Xiao. I had informed him beforehand. Who would have anticipated that he would feign illness midway? Su Sihui insisted that I return. That collaboration was of utmost importance. How could I abandon it, as it turned out? He was indeed fine. He was merely sulking, Xiao Liying exclaimed, her anger surging as she stood her ground. Precisely, Chen Yu revels in summoning her at will, otherwise, would he have fainted without a hint of warning? Did he not inform her beforehand? Just as she arrived at the set, Su Sihui suddenly called, saying that Chen Yu had collapsed from a fever. These events are not mere coincidences, Su Xingyue retorted coldly. Xiao Liying sneered, when it comes to this matter, I find it utterly ludicrous, such a significant event concealed from me all these years. The entire world is aware, and I am the last to know. What does he mean by this? Newly married, yet he hides himself away. He is clearly wary of me, unwilling to share any resources or benefits. He fears I might exploit his connections and has taken measures to guard against me. Su Xingyue's grip had nearly torn Xiao Liying's collar to shreds as she shouted, he fears you. Say that again. Unfazed, Xiao Liying found the audacity to meet Su Xingyue's icy gaze. He does fear me. Have I spoken wrongly? Bang! Su Xingyue forcefully slammed her against the headboard of the bed. The rigid plastic board struck Xiao Liying's back with a jarring force, causing the drip on her hand to ooze crimson blood into the transparent bag. If you have the courage, then kill me. Even in death, you cannot erase the fact that Chen Yu has betrayed me. Chapter 46. The collapse of adulthood often occurs in an instant. Su Xingyue found herself bemused by Xiao Liying's brazen attitude. When has Chen Yu ever been treacherous towards her? When has he shown her any favoritism? All of this was merely her delusion, yet, it is precisely because of her misconceptions that she has obliterated Chen Yu's kindness towards her over the years. Ironically, what she scorned and discarded is precisely what Su Xingyue has always desired. Very well, such a heartless betrayal. Xiao Liying, dare you stand firm in your beliefs and accompany me? Su Xingyue suddenly released her grip. For in that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. At that instant, true anger welled within her. Where to, after your treatment of me, and barging into my hospital room to threaten me, do you think I would willingly accompany you anywhere? Xiao Liying questioned, her fear of Su Xingyue's power evident, yet she understood that fear would yield no results. Would pleading for mercy lead to Su Xingyue's forgiveness? To your company, Liying Media. Su Xingyue stood tall. Adjusting her attire, regaining the demeanor of her previous arrogant self, with just a glance, she embodied the haughty superiority that Xiao Liying had always envied. What purpose do you have at my company? Xiao Liying asked, frowning. Liying, do you not believe that Chen Yu has been on guard against you, that he has been oppressing you all this time? All the truths lie within your company. Maintain your current attitude. I eagerly anticipate your reaction after seeing it all, Su Xingyue declared, striding out. The door swung open as if responding to her approach, akin to an automatic bank door. This was not merely a trivial detail but rather the very power that Xiao Liying had long admired. Even in that simple gesture, the chasm between them was starkly highlighted, a divide that could never be bridged. With gritted teeth, Xiao Liying descended from the bed, determined to follow Su Xingyue. There was no escaping this confrontation. She intended to demonstrate her resilience to Su Xingyue. Liying, where are you going? Xiao Xiao inquired, his expression filled with concern as he spotted her leaving. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Liying forced a smile. Xiao Xiao, please wait for me at home. I need to visit the company, Xiao Xiao urged anxiously. It's late. Why go to the company? No one will be there. Xiao Liying's gaze followed Su Xingyue's retreating figure. Her eyes now filled with determination and derision. There are matters I must witness for myself. With that, she arranged for her mother and Xiao Xiao before trailing behind Su Xingyue. A magnificent Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt before them. Its sleek dark body, the golden statuette symbolizing status, and the high-end wheels that moved with an elegance that belied their weight, all exuded opulence. Once Xiao Liying had dreamed of purchasing a Phantom worth millions after her own debut. Envisioning herself seated within a driver in white gloves at the helm, a scene of unparalleled prestige, and now that dream was within her reach. As someone held the door open for Su Xingyue, she entered gracefully. The dazzling starlight ceiling overhead casting a celestial glow reminiscent of a meteor shower across the night sky. "Get in," Su Xingyue commanded coldly, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Xia Liying nodded, taking her seat in the rear. Attempting to maintain an air of elegance, though such demeanor required status and experience to support it, in the presence of ordinary individuals she could hold her ground, yet before Su Xingyue, she felt like a mere clown performing for amusement. As Xia Liying reached for the door handle, Su Xingyue, with a mocking gaze, pressed a button on the seat pillar beside her, causing the Rolls-Royce door to close automatically with a whoosh. In that moment, Xia Liying's expression froze, her face devoid of color, akin to receiving a resounding slap, leaving her utterly humiliated. Though she had ridden in a Rolls-Royce before, this electric door was an optional feature, and one that came at a steep price. To Liying Media, Su Xingyue stated flatly, "Yes, miss." The bodyguard and driver in the front nodded, gradually starting the vehicle towards Liying Media. Su Xingyue opened the armrest refrigerator beside her, retrieving a $10,000 goblet, pouring herself a glass of soda. The ride was exceptionally smooth, the high-end chassis and the driver's expertise ensuring that not a single ripple disturbed the liquid in her glass. As the interior lights dimmed, Su Xingyue rested her delicate hand on the goblet. Reclining against the plush seat with her eyes closed, savoring the moment, "Miss, we have arrived," the driver said softly as the vehicle came to a halt. The journey, which should have spanned a mere 40 minutes, felt fleeting within the confines of this vehicle, rendering any sense of tedium utterly non-existent. With a click, even upon alighting, a designated attendant was present to graciously open the door. It was the first time Xia Liying discovered that the umbrella provided by Rolls-Royce was not merely for shielding against rain, but rather to prevent the rear seat female passengers from any embarrassing exposure. As for its purpose in shielding from the rain, that was simply out of the question, for a chauffeur of a Rolls-Royce would never allow the vehicle to remain halted in the rain, exposing the rear passengers to the relentless downpour. "Let us ascend," Xia Xingyue uttered softly, and a cadre of bodyguards followed them up the stairs. Meanwhile, a significant number of personnel from Liying Media retreated back to the Dongfang Group. Though the security guards at the entrance remained vigilant, upon witnessing Xia Liying and Xia Xingyue approaching side by side, flanked by their bodyguards, they were momentarily taken aback, suddenly filled with a deep-seated respect. Everyone was aware that the company was on the brink of bankruptcy, with the Xia family striving to salvage it, yet their boss had managed to summon such a prominent figure. The company stood a chance. Moreover, that woman was undeniably stunning, as if she had stepped right out of a television screen, even though Liying Media had previously seen its fair share of beautiful starlets coming and going. None could compare to her in the slightest degree. "All right, we have arrived at my company. What exactly do you intend to do?" Xia Liying questioned, furrowing her brow as she stood in the lobby. The once dimly lit hall was illuminated as she switched on all the lights, though this only accentuated its emptiness and desolation. "I and this vast company, it was but they alone. Bring forth all the contracts from your company," commanded Xia Xingyue, taking a seat on the chair brought by the bodyguards. "No," Xia Liying protested urgently. Chapter 47. Xia Liying, you truly are shameless. The company contracts were highly confidential. Even if the company had descended into such turmoil, they could not be divulged for Xia Xingyue's perusal. If Xia Xingyue sought to exploit this as an excuse to pry into confidential matters, she would never acquiesce. "Do not panic, I am well aware of your thoughts. I have no desire to review these contracts, as I wish to avoid anger. You may examine them yourself," Xia Xingyue interrupted coldly. "The contracts are my company's own. What interest do I have in them? Moreover, most of the contracts bear my signature." "I have already reviewed them," Xia Liying exclaimed, her brows furrowing in frustration. Xia Xingyue shook her head, fixing her gaze upon her. "Are you certain you have reviewed them?" Xia Liying nodded emphatically. "I am certain." Move." With a mere flick of her finger, bodyguards set off in search of the company's document room. Lacking a key, the door was violently kicked open by the bodyguards. "What on earth do you intend to do? If you have brought me here solely to mock me, I advise you to abandon this endeavor," Xia Liying fumed. Xia Xingyue paid her no heed, merely awaiting the bodyguards to return with stacks of contracts, which they unceremoniously dumped before her. "Take a look, examine them closely." A cold smile graced Xia Xingyue's lips, yet beneath it lay a chilling malice. Her gaze fixated on Xia Liying as if she were a hawk locking onto its prey. "I have already told you I have perused these contracts. What is there to see?" Xia Liying retorted. Exasperated, with a casual flick, Xia Xingyue opened a contract pertaining to Huan Yunyan, a document recently brought to light due to compensation matters, and deliberately placed atop the pile. As a domestic blockbuster IP drama. The licensing fee was set at no less than 50 million, and that was merely for the license. Profit sharing was additional, thus the licensing fee of 50 million, coupled with a 5% profit share, was entirely reasonable. Now do tell me, how much is stated on your contract? Following Xia Xingyue's direction, Xia Liying glanced over, momentarily stunned, for there lay a shocking zero. How much? Xia Xingyue's voice rose, pressing her eye. Xia Liying's lips twitched, her expression fraught with panic. A wave of guilt washing over her complexion turned pale, palms sweating profusely, utterly at a loss for words. How much? Xia Xingyue pressed further, her voice growing louder. 0.00, Xia Liying stammered. With a resounding thud, Xia Xingyue slammed her palm against the contract, her fury palpable. Is this what you call precaution? This is what you incessantly refer to as treachery? Xia Liying's face drained of color, but at the time, there was indeed investment from Dongfang Media. They minimized costs, providing a licensing fee of 0. Is that not normal? After all, they can recoup through dividends. Xia Xingyue scoffed, gesturing. Fetch the investment contract from Dongfang Group regarding Huan Yunyan, accompanied by a flurry of documents being shuffled. The specific investment contract was swiftly located. Given the substantial investment in Huan Yunyan, a contract was inevitably required. Smaller projects might be hastily amalgamated into a single contract. Ordinarily, this should not occur. But given the relationship between Dongfang Group and Liying Media back then, many matters were simplified. Xia Liying, take another look at this. With your industry knowledge, Dongfang Group provided a 300 million investment for the IP. Yet only claimed 10%. Even if Huan Yunyan under your management grossed over 1.5 billion, how much remains after costs? Is 30% of the profits substantial? 30% of 1.5 billion amounts to 450 million. And 10% of that is 45 million. Can that even compare to a licensing fee for Huan Yunyan? Xia Xingyue laid bare the facts, inching closer with each point. Xia Liying stammered, her mouth agape, desperately seeking an explanation, yet found herself at a loss. With these two contracts laid before her, the absurdity was undeniable. This was not investment, but rather a gift. Xia Liying instinctively thought that only this contract bore such terms. Perhaps a trap set by Qinyu, sacrificing some benefits to ensnare her. Yet, as she perused more contracts, she was bewildered. She had claimed to have reviewed them, yet she was oblivious to the fact that these contracts all bore zero-cost licensing terms. In essence, the investment contracts would yield some returns, primarily covering the salaries of the investment department and the shares for the authors from the IP sales. However, the so-called return ratios bore no relation to the risks borne by the investment funds. Within the contracts, Dongfang Group extended every courtesy, offering favorable loan conditions and policies, refraining from gambling against them, nor imposing profit targets. Yet, upon examining the clauses regarding herself, they dripped with suspicion and vigilance towards Dongfang Group. So who truly harbors treachery? Xia Xingyue seated, glaring at the contracts. This was all Qinyu's own doing. What does it have to do with me? Xia Liying clutched the contract, her voice hoarse as she argued back. Yet, upon uttering those words, she immediately regretted it, for this assertion was utterly shameless. Oh, what a fine excuse, what a splendid detachment. Xia Liying, you truly are shameless, just like your father. He would rather swallow those contracts than admit to stealing Dongfang Group's assets. Even more so, he refuses to bear the responsibility for compensation. Xia Xingyue was enraged to the point of laughter, wishing to slap Xia Liying, yet at this moment, she felt that striking her would only tarnish her own hands. Miss Xia, there's no need for such accusations. In this matter regarding the contracts, I indeed hold some culpability for not being aware of certain details, but does Chenyu bear no fault? He was fully aware of these matters. Why did he not inform me? Just like the issue with Yushin, the facts are as clear as day, yet he chooses silence. How was I to know? Xia Liying bit her lip, yet at that moment, her anger was not one of rage but rather humiliation. That he did not inform you, Xia Xingyue inquired. No, Xia Liying shook her head resolutely. During her tenure as your secretary, did Su Tao ever fail to inform you? Xia Xingyue's fury intensified, her beautiful eyes ablaze with a fiery light. No, Xia Liying reiterated firmly. President Xia, you have gone too far. When have I ever failed to inform you? I have said it, yet every time I tried to clarify, you would impatiently interrupt me, dismissing the insignificant details as a waste of your time. You clearly had time to video chat with Xiao Xiao, yet were unwilling to spare me a moment. A voice interjected, and the speaker was none other than Su Tao. Chapter 48. My sister Tao Tao is quite fierce when it comes to scolding. Hearing the voice, Xia Liying instinctively turned to the entrance. Witnessing Su Tao's approach. At the sound of Su Tao's words, Xiao Liying felt as though she had received a resounding slap across the face, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Indeed, she had previously uttered such sentiments, yet back then, she had believed that matters like contracts were best left to the legal department's scrutiny, though she was the leader of the company, a captain at the helm. She was utterly unversed in legal affairs compared to those lawyers. What necessity was there to meddle? It was precisely due to her ignorance of contracts that she failed to grasp the depth of the ties binding Liying Media and Dongfang Group. Nor did she realize the concessions made by Dongfang Group across numerous contracts. President Xia, it is good to see you again. In the days without you, I cannot express how joyous I have been. I ventured to the Dongfang Group accompanying Sister Sihui. Despite her being inundated with tasks even more than you, she manages to execute every directive with remarkable precision, and you, during my time under your supervision, I endured 9 reprimands in just 3 days. It was evident that the issues were not mine, yet you placed the blame squarely on my shoulders, claiming I was ineffectual. Conversely, Sister Sihui would extend her apologies for similar circumstances. Su Tao, with a teasing smile, exuded an air of provocation. Reveling in her newfound joy at working for the Dongfang Group, she felt as if she could live several more years. Here was someone overseeing an entire conglomerate, maintaining impeccable order, yet you, in comparison, you appear to be a complete failure. Su Tao scoffed dismissively with Su Xingyue backing her. What was there to fear? Worst case, she could simply cry out for her sister-in-law to rescue her. Surely Su Xingyue would be more than willing to help. Su Tao, is this how you treat your former employer after just a few days apart? Xiao Liying remarked darkly. Oh, I am merely here to vent my frustrations. What of it? Su Tao retorted, making a silly face. It seems I have truly neglected my duty to discipline you while you were by my side. Xiao Liying scolded. As your secretary, how dare you criticize me to my face? Where is your decorum, your professional ethics? Xiao Liying fumed. What do I care for your so-called decorum? I, Su Tao, am unapologetically lacking in it. What of it? You berate me for issues that are your own making. Are you not the one with the problem? Su Tao rolled her eyes dramatically. While she indeed was Xiao Liying's former secretary, she was not her personal assistant. Why should she be burdened with such matters? Besides, Xiao Liying often called her late at night, demanding overtime, which hindered her from pursuing her own romantic interests. Was that not absurd? As my secretary, is it not your duty to keep track of my menstrual cycle, if you cannot manage even this minor task? What use are you to me? Xiao Liying challenged. And yet, when you drive your Porsche, why not let me take it for a spin? When you received a substantial year-end bonus, why did you not consider me when purchasing a handbag or planning a trip? Su Tao shot back, left speechless by Xiao Liying's audacity. Your salary is not even comparable to that of the Dongfang Group, and your workload is far heavier. Why should I care? Enough of diverting the conversation. Su Xingyue interjected. Su Tao, as one of the few who understands Xiao Liying best, many matters are executed through her. What more do you have to say? Xiao Liying inhaled deeply. Even if Chen Yu provided me with significant advantages during our marriage, does that erase the harm he inflicted upon me? What wrongs have I committed against him? Divorce is one thing, but why must he pursue me with such vengeance? This conundrum haunted Xiao Liying, leaving her in a state of inner turmoil. If Chen Yu had not laid traps for her, she would have found it hard to believe. Yet, with all the contracts he manipulated, what was his true intention? Su Tao, please elucidate this for her. Su Xingyue smiled, beckoning. It was truly laughable that even the most elementary logic eluded Xiao Liying, requiring external prompting. Su Tao nodded and addressed Xiao Liying. You are already aware of the significance of Shabi Media to the Dongfang Group. Once the Dongfang Group withdraws its investment, Shabi Media will collapse. The chairman stated that half of Shabi Media's market value is attributable to his losses. This is absolutely true. The valuation in the capital market does not reflect the company's actual worth. Without the chairman's losses, Shabi Media would not have even reached the point of going public. For years, the chairman advised you against associating with Xiao Xiao and investing in him, yet what did you do? You squandered vast resources on him, resulting in billions in losses for Shabi Media. Su Tao's repeated mention of Shabi nearly drove Xiao Liying to anger. Despite her composure, that name was utterly unacceptable to her. Liying Media sounded far more appealing. Yet, Chen Yu's forceful command had transformed the company into that name. Xia, as I previously advised, you ought to apologize to the chairman. It was he who elevated you, yet you are intent on shattering that very foundation. For years, you have maintained an image of being a new-age woman, self-reliant and independent. How utterly nauseating. You, who built your career upon your ex-husband's influence, should refrain from proclaiming your independence, and do not claim to be self-made. My husband Chen Yu is a magnate. But he is more than willing to forego everything for me. The so-called stay-at-home husband is merely a testament to his love for me. How absurd! When the chairman cherished you, you were a treasure. When he turned away, you became nothing more than refuse that others discarded. Su Tao unleashed her pent-up frustrations. For too long she had harbored disdain, but as Chen Yu's wife, Xia Liang warranted a degree of respect. Compelling Su Tao to temper her actions. Su Tao, you have ranted endlessly. What is the crux of your argument? Xia Liang interjected, her expression darkening. No one could endure being berated by a former secretary. Yet she believed her poise allowed her to tolerate it. Did I not clarify? Because the chairman favored you, he was inclined to show you leniency now that he no longer holds you in esteem. It is only natural for him to retract the privileges he once granted you. Su Tao scoffed. He has never favored me. Xia Liang seethed, her teeth clenched, her anger bubbling beneath the surface. The notion that Chen Yu had any affection for her felt like a grave insult. What she had done and sacrificed, when had Chen Yu ever acknowledged that? Xia, have you forgotten? The time you were kidnapped abroad, it was the chairman who located you. Chapter 49, Xia Liang, do you now grasp how absurd you truly are? Upon hearing those words, Xia Liang was momentarily stunned, yet simultaneously she felt a strange amusement. Su Tao, your talent for fabrication has truly reached new heights. You no longer even require a script for your lies? When I was kidnapped, how could it have been Chen Yu who found me? It was clearly Xiao Xiao. He traversed great distances from the capital, tirelessly searching for me until he finally succeeded. Su Tao, unwavering and earnest, shook her head emphatically, her face etched with solemnity. What relevance does Xiao Xiao's involvement have in this matter? Was he the one to summon the entirety of London's police force? Did he deploy hundreds of helicopters for a citywide search? Local and external helicopters were all called into action. Do you grasp the cost of such an operation? At that time, could Xiao Xiao, with his paltry standing, afford it? The chairman personally drove through London for 5 continuous days and nights, scouring every corner of the city, ultimately paying £100 million in Bitcoin to secure your release. Yet, at the entrance of the warehouse where you were held, he collapsed from exhaustion. Does that mean you can erase his achievements simply because he was not present, just because he was absent? You feel justified in attributing this to Xiao Xiao. Su Tao wished fervently to crack open Xia Liang's skull to examine the contents inside. Utterly befuddled by her ignorance, Xia Liang's foolishness had always been apparent. Yet to believe Xiao Xiao was the one responsible for her rescue was beyond comprehension. This has nothing to do with Xiao Xiao. It was clearly not Chen Yu who saved me. I confirmed this with Xiao Xiao himself. Xia Liang faltered, her expression reflecting confusion, though she had harbored her suspicions all along, unable to accept the truth. Good heavens, are you truly that oblivious? Su Tao exclaimed. Exasperated, look at this. Su Tao opened her phone and showcased several video clips. One depicted Chen Yu in a London police station, passionately negotiating with the officers. Another showed him dejectedly exiting the embassy. And a third captured Su Tao in the passenger seat, recording a video while directing Chen Yu. What do you think after watching this? Is it all fabricated? So in the end, Xiao Xiao is the one who rescued you from that dilapidated warehouse? Su Tao offered her sardonic commentary. Could it be that Xiao Xiao deceived me? Xia Liang clutched her phone, replaying the videos repeatedly, her mind caught in a haze of disbelief and confusion. She found it increasingly difficult to accept. And the situation struck her as absurd. At that moment, the robbers inexplicably abandoned her and fled in disarray. Bound to a chair, she was rendered unable to see or hear anything, her mouth gagged with a towel, preventing her from uttering a sound. When Xiao Xiao personally removed her blindfold, she found herself in a daze, and in an instant, the entire world illuminated before her. Tears streamed down her face as she embraced Xiao Xiao, sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, her eyes held only Xiao Xiao. The chairman was merely separated from you by a large door. Both the chairman and Xiao Xiao were present, and it was the chairman's unconsciousness that threw us into chaos. Yet, just before he fell into a coma, he exerted all his strength to urge us to save you. Do you have any idea how desperate he was at that moment, right in front of him? And yet he could not reach out. Sister Si Hui and I carried the chairman to the car and rushed him to the hospital, but I truly never expected that you would believe it was Xiao Xiao who saved you. Su Tao remarked with a cold smile. Xia Liang's body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reddening, her heart filled with disbelief. Her worldview had crumbled. If it were indeed Chen Yu who had saved her, she was at a loss for how to face him. For all these years, she had harbored countless grievances against Chen Yu over this matter, simply because Chen Yu, being her husband, had not come to her rescue. In her moment of utmost need, it was Xiao Xiao who had appeared before her. Xiao Liang, do you now realize how ridiculous you are? Su Xingyue asked coldly, yet, beneath her gaze lay envy, for throughout these years, even Su Xingyue had never enjoyed such treatment. General Manager Xia, there are many such instances. Do you recall the year before last when the company's billboard suddenly fell? It was the chairman who pushed you out of the way, wasn't he it? At that time, you looked down on him. Unwilling to let him into the company, believing you could handle company affairs on your own, often insinuating that he lacked the capability to manage, yet when the billboard came crashing down, he saved you. Sustaining a gash over 20 centimeters long on his back, and was immediately hospitalized. Even then, he never uttered a word. Su Tao continued. Xiao Liang was once again taken aback, staring incredulously at her. You mean to say that the injury on Chen Yu's back was from that incident? Su Tao nodded. Yes, look at you, and you still didn't know. At this moment, I am genuinely relieved that you did not apologize to the chairman, and even more so that you did not heed my advice to return to Lu City from New York. If the chairman were to forgive you, who knows what the consequences would be? Xiao Liang, he loves you so deeply, yet you truly do not deserve him. Boom! Xiao Liang's mind momentarily shut down, akin to being struck by a nuclear bomb. As she was left utterly devoid of thoughts, trembling and quaking, by the time she regained her senses, the entire company hall was empty save for her. It was her absurdity and shamelessness that rendered further explanation meaningless. Even if she came to her senses, so what? Would her awakening erase all that she had done in the past? Chen Yu had done so much for me, why had I never known? Was it that I was ignorant? Or that I simply never cared? Xiao Liang choked back tears, her emotions once again spiraling into chaos. In that moment, her faith collapsed. In the past, she had countless times believed that Chen Yu had hindered her happiness. Yet she had forgotten that it was her parents who had pressured her into marriage. She had forgotten that Chen Yu had never coerced her. It was she who, under her parents' pressure, had desperately clung to him. It was her parents' fault, yet she had blamed Chen Yu. Her younger brother had shown Chen Yu disrespect countless times, and she had never spoken up. Instead, when Chen Yu reprimanded her brother, she had scolded him. In all these years, had she truly been in the wrong? Had she genuinely erred? Chapter 50, The Battlefield. After 4 years, in the Yundeng mansion, Shang Wancheng pulled Chen Yu into a drinking spree, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Sister Qing, please don't do this. I really am fine. Just let me be. It seems you are not trying to comfort me but rather to drive me to my demise. Chen Yu, already possessing commendable drinking capacity, found himself overwhelmed by Shang Wanqing, who, even in her drunken state, could easily bring him down. By status, if Chen Yu were a drinking tyrant, then Shang Wancheng was the goddess of wine. The difference between them was immeasurable. Being so young, how could one claim incapacity? Come, let us continue drinking. Shang Wanqing, evidently unsatisfied, tugged at Chen Yu to keep drinking. Can I just take a sip? Chen Yu asked tentatively. What do you mean, just a sip? You're a man, and I'm a woman. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Moreover, by seniority, I'm still your elder cousin, Shang Wanqing declared, raising her hand to tilt Chen Yu's glass. Downing it in 1.2 liang of liquor, consumed in one breath, left even Chen Yu reeling. Oh my goodness, I can't take it anymore. Sihui, quickly give me a glass of water. Chen Yu felt a burning sensation in his stomach. Had he not pressed his lips together, he would have spewed it out. Su Sihui, laughing at him, handed over the warm water she had prepared in advance. When drinking white liquor, one ought to follow it with warm water for a quicker recovery. Sihui, after all these years, you still coddle him like this. At his age, can't he pour his own water? Shang Wanqing remarked, rolling her eyes. Shang Wanqing transformed entirely when drinking. Without alcohol, she was elegant, confident, and dignified, yet under the influence she became somewhat fierce, which was precisely why Chen Yu dreaded drinking with her. Sister Qing, you know his drinking capacity has reached its limit. Su Sihui chuckled softly. Alas, this is quite dull. Shang Wansheng, somewhat incredulous, looked at Su Sihui. Sihui, let us keep drinking. Su Sihui gently shook her head, saying, No, I have to work tomorrow. Shang Wanqing glanced at Chen Yu, saying, your boss is right here. What is there to fear? The Group 1T collapse if you take a day off. Chen Yu felt a shiver down his spine, nervously responding, Alright, Sister Chang, let us not drink anymore, if you keep this up. We'll run out of Maodai. Shang Wanqing immediately shot him a disgruntled look. No more liquor, is it? I'll call someone to bring more. Chen Yu was taken aback, hastily changing his tone. Sister Chang, that is not what I meant. I just think it's about time to sleep. Shang Wanqing waved her hand impatiently. If you can't drink anymore, just go to sleep. No one is stopping you. Shen Yu, ding ding ding, accompanied by the sound of the doorbell, Su Xingyue emerged from the basement. Su Tao had already completed her mission and was escorted home by Su Xingyue's bodyguard. Have you been drinking? Su Xingyue asked at the door, removing her shoes to reveal exquisitely perfect feet, resembling a work of art that stirred one's heart. Yes, we drank. The party is winding down. Chen Yu, now even more pained, interjected. Su Xingyue had a commendable drinking capacity and could hold her own against Shang Wanqing, but the two of them should never drink together, given their previous enmity. If they were to drink together, wouldn't they end up clashing? Darling, you actually dared to drink while I wasn't around. Have you become quite bold? Su Xingyue smiled sweetly at Chen Yu. Her beautiful eyes twinkling under the light, but it sent a chill down Chen Yu's spine. Miss Su, care for a drink? Shang Wanqing turned to ask. Sure. Su Xingyue's smile widened, but she firmly grasped Chen Yu's arm. Dragging him down to sit with her, Chen Yu felt as if he might explode, wishing he could self-destruct alongside Su Xingyue. Although they likely wouldn't come to blows, sparks would surely fly in his direction. Why are you pulling me down to sit? I have no intention of becoming a son-in-law for either of your families. Sihui, why don't you go rest? It's perfect timing that Miss Su has returned. And we can sort some matters out, Shang Wanqing said with a smile, though her smile held the calm before a storm. No, I'm going to work a little later tomorrow. It's no big deal. Su Sihui surprisingly shook her head with a smile, her expression carrying a hint of defiance. Her reaction caused both Shang Wanqing and Su Xingyue to pause, their eyes filled with astonishment as they turned to look at her. She remained unperturbed, pouring herself a drink. After observing her, both Shang Wanqing and Su Xingyue instinctively shifted their gaze back to Chen Yu, scrutinizing him closely. Su Sihui's attitude was apparent to even the most oblivious observer. But why, if 4 years ago, she seemed too timid for such behavior? What? Why are you both staring at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face? Chen Yu forced out. Have you two become close? Su Xingyue pointed at Su Sihui, her expression suddenly darkening. Not at all. Su Sihui shook her head, raising her glass to toast Su Xingyue. Miss Su, it has been quite a while. Allow me to raise a glass to you. Su Xingyue quickly waved her hand, frowning. Wait a moment, Sihui, everyone knows you like Xingyu, but what is your current attitude towards him? Su Sihui replied with a smile. Does my attitude really matter? Su Xingyue nodded and said, of course it's important. In fact, your attitude is even more crucial than that of Shang Wanling. Chen Yu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back and suggested, perhaps we should end things here for tonight. It's getting late. We should all rest. The hellish predicament that could not be resolved 4 years ago remains unresolved even now, which is precisely why Chen Yu was extremely reluctant to let Su Xingyue come over. The crux of this torment is twofold. First, Chen Yu's unwillingness, and second, the circumstance that does not heed Chen Yu's will. In other words, regardless of Chen Yu's refusals, what is destined to happen will inevitably unfold. My dear, this no longer concerns you. This is a matter for the three of us now, and if you wish to sleep, then go ahead. Su Xingyue did not even glance at him, her gaze fixed intently on Su Sihui. We might as well all go to sleep. After all, you won't be staying in Lucheng for long. Chen Yu coughed awkwardly. Be ye good, go to sleep. Su Xingyue's voice brooked no argument. Should Chen Yu dare to resist, he might find himself dragged into the bedroom and locked away. Chairman, you should go rest. I will ensure nothing happens. Su Sihui smiled at him, her eyes brimming with warmth and reassurance. No, they'd bang before Chen Yu could finish. Su Xingyue stepped on his foot and, seizing his collar, pulled him into the bedroom. With a loud bang, the door closed behind them, leaving only the three stunning beauties in the vast dining room. They sat at the table, scrutinizing one another, yet none initiated conversation. Chapter 51. Xiao Xiao, have you ever deceived me? After leaving the company, Xiao Liang wandered aimlessly down the street. Her phone rang several times, yet she had no inclination to answer. Her body moved like a machine, guiding her back to the Yunding mansion, and as she lifted her gaze, she found herself back in the place she had resided for 4 years. Staring at the grand entrance and the flanking lush greenery worth hundreds of thousands, her heart sank with an indescribable feeling. It was as if she were meeting herself for the first time. Suddenly feeling alienated from her past, upon reflection, Chen Yu's study was adorned with various awards he had received, including trophies from Ken, Berlin, and the Golden Flower Award. He had never concealed his identity from her. It was merely that she had chosen to disregard it. Once she believed herself to be a competent wife, having committed no transgressions against Chen Yu, but now it seemed she was gravely mistaken. The thought of visiting other men during her husband's serious illness, or ignoring him as he lay unconscious in the living room, merely assuming he was asleep without even checking his breath, was she truly a qualified wife? It appeared, not quite. She had thought her efforts had brought significant profit to the Oriental Group and that her husband had no grounds to reproach her, but after reviewing all the contracts, she realized that not only had the Oriental Group not profited from her, but they had also continuously invested in her, at that moment she collapsed onto a stone pillar by the roadside. Gazing up at the flickering lights of several homes in the community, even her obsessive cleanliness seemed to have been cured. One particular light caught her attention, as it was her former home. The couple's residence with Chenyu, where she sat, she could overlook the main bedroom's balcony, and as she watched, the light in the master bedroom flickered on, revealing a figure standing on the balcony. Due to the height, she could not discern the person's features, but from their posture, it appeared they were leaning against the half-height glass railing, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, a melodious horn echoed from the distant cross-sea bridge. Not disruptive from afar but rather serving as a melancholic backdrop to the stillness of the night, once upon a time, Xia Liying had sat on the balcony, finding little beauty in the view. As she preferred the bustling crowds and the sensation of looking down upon the masses from above, but now nostalgia washed over her. Her phone, having rung until it died, no longer mattered. She merely silenced it and let it be. Occasionally, cars passed on the road behind her, their red and white lights fleeting like a flash in the night. The figure on the balcony stood for about 10 minutes before turning to enter the room. Vanishing completely from Xia Liying's sight, she sat by the roadside, unaware of how long she had remained there. With the arrival of dawn, she hugged her legs, feeling it chilled. At this moment, she still did not know how to face Chenyu. Should she feel guilt, regret, or self-reproach? Reflecting on their childhood years, Chenyu had always protected her like an older brother, yet she had grown weary of his guardianship. When had this feeling begun? What had ignited it? It seemed to stem from possessiveness. She had sensed Chenyu's protectiveness as possessiveness, deeming it childish, yet from her current perspective, it was merely his earnest desire to safeguard her. Liying, what are you doing here? Do you know we searched for you all night? A voice came from beside her, laced with urgency and restrained anger. Xia Liying turned to see Xiao Xiao approaching. Under normal circumstances, she would have felt joy at being found by him. But now she could not muster any happiness. Xiao Xiao, why are you here? Xia Liying asked, a bitter smile unconsciously forming at the corners of her mouth. You weren't answering your phone or responding to messages. The woman named Su took you away, so naturally, I had to come here to find you, Xiao Xiao replied, frowning as he approached, unable to comprehend why Xia Liying was sitting there. Isn't it filthy here? Xiao Xiao, may I pose a question? Xia Liying suddenly asked. What is it? He replied, perplexed, his brow furrowing deeper. He felt something was off about Xia Liying at that moment. Are we friends? Xia Liying asked earnestly, posing what seemed to be a rather foolish question. Xiao Xiao chuckled in surprise. Liying, isn't that a redundant question? Of course, we are friends for many years. Xia Liying gazed into his eyes and inquired, then have you ever deceived me? Xiao Xiao's heart skipped a beat. His smile faltering as he replied, of course not. Why would I deceive you when everything is fine between us, and given our relationship, what reason would I have to lie? Upon hearing this, Xia Liying fell silent for a moment. Xiao Xiao's expression shifted from confusion to suspicion, then to anger, and finally to a hint of panic. Liying, what is wrong? Have you heard some nonsensical rumors? He asked urgently. Xiao Xiao, since we are friends, you should not and need not deceive me. Xia Liying hugged her legs tightly, no longer looking at him, finally giving him the cold shoulder. Xiao Xiao was taken aback. I have no reason to deceive you. Liying, what exactly is going on? He felt an overwhelming urge to kick something. After all the trouble he had gone through to find her, she was now playing a game of silence. After all this time, she still refused to clarify. Forget it, it's nothing, let us go back. Xia Liying forced a smile as she rose from the stone pillar. Liying, what is really going on? Since we are friends, you should tell me everything. Xiao Xiao grasped her hand, pulling her back and gripping her shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze, his expression serious and tense. In the past, this kind of look had made Xia Liying shy and unwilling to hide anything from him. But this time, Xia Liying shook her head. Xiao Xiao, it's really nothing, let us just go back. She wished to process the events of the night alone. Their long-standing friendship wouldn't waver because of the deceit in London. And knowing the truth was enough for her. Xiao Xiao furrowed his brows fiercely, refusing to release her shoulders. Since she wouldn't speak, he would resort to another method. With that thought, Xiao Xiao leaned in closer, his cool lips drawing nearer. Chapter 52. A sharp slap, swift as lightning. The street lamps generously cast their glow upon them, and Xia Liying watched as that handsome face drew ever closer. Those dark, shimmering eyes embodying the tenderness she had once imagined, now within arm's reach. Even the pores were discernible. Xiao Xiao's forehead was both broad and narrow, his meticulously shaped eyebrows accentuating his striking eyes. A high nose that ran smoothly from his forehead down to the bridge, rendering his face classically handsome. During the crew visits, Xia Liying had often seen him in traditional garb, which had always captivated her at first glance. Closer, closer, ever closer, a self-satisfied smile crept onto Xiao Xiao's lips, convinced that this approach would charm any woman, as long as he exuded enough tenderness, he believed all women would inevitably succumb. His visage served as the very foundation of his confidence. Yet just as Xiao Zhao's lips were poised to draw near, an inexplicable wave of panic surged within Xiao Liying, causing her charming face to suddenly lose its color under Xiao Zhao's bewildered and incredulous gaze. Xiao Liying instinctively took a step back. Then, with a resounding slap, the silence that enveloped the surroundings was utterly shattered. Xiao Zhao covered his face, staring in confusion and shock at Xiao Liying, unable to fathom how she could have struck him. Xiao Liying, too, was in a state of shock. She glanced at Xiao Zhao and then at her own hand, utterly astonished by her own actions. In that moment, she felt as though her hand no longer belonged to her. For she had not even been aware of it. Liying, you. Xiao Zhao inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger that surged within him. He demanded a reasonable explanation. I'm sorry, Xiao Zhao. Are you hurt? Does it hurt badly? Xiao Liying's concern flared anew as she reached out to gently brush aside Xiao Zhao's hand to inspect the place she had struck. Xiao Zhao forced a smile, pretending it was nothing. It's fine, really, you just used a bit too much force earlier. Please refrain from doing so in the future. Xiao Liying quickly apologized. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. I just felt so frazzled inside. Xiao Zhao feigned concern. Did that woman surnamed Su say something to you? This matter was what he was most anxious about. Xiao Liying remained silent, yet he needed to understand what had transpired that night. It has nothing to do with her. I was just. Xiao Liying trailed off, uncertain how to articulate her thoughts amidst the chaos and agitation. She had inexplicably felt disgust towards Xiao Zhao's increasingly encroaching face. Yes, it was indeed disgust, to the point where she herself could not comprehend it. But why? Xiao Zhao's dissatisfaction with her attitude grew. In the past, she would readily divulge everything he wished to know with just a casual inquiry. After all, he was her best friend, her white moonlight. It's nothing. Xiao Zhao, let us head back. Xiao Liying shifted the topic. All right, Xiao Zhao nodded, leading her to a car by the roadside. Though his brow was increasingly furrowed, with utmost gentlemanly grace, he opened the passenger door for her and attentively fastened her seatbelt, all while maintaining an incredibly gentle smile. Yet, as she observed Xiao Zhao's focused demeanor, the image of Chen Yu unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. At that moment, Xiao Zhao's figure was eclipsed, replaced by Chen Yu. Chen Yu would often look at her in such a manner when picking her up from work and taking her home. Yet that gaze lacked the oily quality of Xiao Zhao's. The thought startled her. How could she harbor such feelings towards Xiao Zhao? Liying, where on earth have you been all night? Ignoring calls and messages. Do you have any idea how close we were to calling the police? As soon as she returned home, her mother, Wu Guilan, launched into a barrage of reproaches. Auntie, please don't be so agitated. Liying just went out for a bit. Xiao Zhao began to explain, only to be interrupted by Xiao Liying. Mom, I was merely meeting with an investor. He expressed great interest in our company, which is why our discussion extended until now. Wu Guilan, not inclined to suspect her daughter of deceit, softened her expression and asked, how did it go? Once the shares in the Xia family were sold, the cash flow for Liying Media would become quite substantial. Who would ever frown upon having too much money? The more cash flow Liying Media had, the more projects they could undertake. He is very interested in our company, but he still needs to deliberate. Xiao Liying replied casually, feeling Xiao Zhao's bewildered gaze upon her, and she quickly signaled him to remain silent about the incident at the Yunding Pavilion. You've been negotiating for so long and all you've accomplished is to pique his interest? He still needs to think it over. Wu Guilan nearly choked in exasperation. Mom, investing isn't childless play. When it involves tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, doesn't he need to be prudent? Xiao Liying retorted. Wu Guilan waved her hand impatiently. I'm not well versed in company matters. But one thing is clear, your father is out there tirelessly working connections for you, so you must show some promise. Understand? Xiao Liying nodded. Mom, I understand. I will do my utmost to revitalize the company and will not let you down. Wu Guilan shot her one last glare. Enough, you've been out all night, making me worry endlessly. Hurry and take a shower and get some sleep. As Xiao Liying watched her mother ascend the stairs, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. If her mother were to discover that she had been at the Yunding Pavilion until just moments ago, she would surely scold her for a long time. The state of their family had deteriorated because of Chen Yu, and what would it mean for her to have been at the doorstep of their enemy in the dead of night? Liying, you aren't having second thoughts about Chen Yu, are you? Xiao Zhao's curiosity intensified. Earlier, he had intentionally sought to mention the Yunding Pavilion, hoping Wu Guilan would scold Xiao Liying thoroughly, ideally knocking some sense into her. Something was decidedly off about Xiao Liying tonight. Have second thoughts about him? Impossible. He is the one who has acted so atrociously of forcing our family into this state. Even if he were to come to me and apologize, I could never forgive him. Xiao Liying shook her head, though her tone lacked the fervor of her earlier declarations. Are you certain? Xiao Xiao pressed, locking eyes with her. Absolutely, Xiao Liying declared, firming her tone. Yet, when she glanced at the garbage can and spotted a talisman lying within, she found herself momentarily dazed. Chapter 53. It seemed she had never done anything for Qinyu. Xiao Liying stared at the garbage can, her expression shifting from shock to daze and then panic. Until, in the midst of Xiao Zhao's utterly perplexed and astonished gaze, she seized the garbage can and retrieved the talisman from amidst a pile of fruit peels. This talisman had always been her most treasured possession, for it had been obtained through Xiao Zhao's efforts on her behalf. After she was kidnapped in London, she fell into a period of despondency, living in constant fear of a repeat of that ordeal. Seeing her in such a state, Xiao Xiao had taken it upon himself to visit Hongyuan Temple, burning incense and praying for her. He devoted an entire week, fasting and offering prayers daily, to procure this talisman. I am so sorry, I truly didn't mean to leave you at home, or let you end up in the garbage. It's all my fault. Xiao Liying's eyes reddened with worry as she hurriedly wiped the talisman. Disregarding the stains upon it, clutching the old, slightly faded red talisman tightly in her hand, her heart felt as though it might shatter from the weight of her sorrow. Liying, what are you doing? Why are you rummaging through the trash? Xiao Xiao furrowed his brow in alarm, quickly grasping her wrist to prevent her from further disturbing the contents of the garbage can, shaking it vigorously and sending the talisman back into the refuse. Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Xiao Liying exclaimed in a panic, pushing him away and once again cradling the talisman as if it were a precious gem. Liying, why would you want to keep something so filthy? It is covered in germs. Xiao Zhao's irritation mounted as he failed to comprehend why Xiao Liying was so distressed over such an old, worn-out object, now contaminated with food remnants, that he could not fathom how she could bring herself to touch it. Was it a gift from Qinyu? Vile creature, how could she still cling to such a thing after all he has done to her? Xiao Zhao's anger simmered. Xiao Xiao, this is a talisman. Xiao Liying gazed at him in confusion. I know it's a talisman, but it's in this condition. Why do you even want it? Liying, you could easily get another talisman if you wanted. Why are you fixated on this one? Xiao Xiao's ire deepened. He is the one who has wronged me and forced me into this situation, so why isn't Xiao Liying standing on my side? Sharing in my indignation, he had traveled thousands of miles from the capital seeking to save the Xia family and Liying media, yet she treated him in such a manner. What did she take him for? But, it was you who gave it to me. Xiao Liying's voice quivered slightly as she struggled to suppress her thoughts, though Xiao Xiao's stance was clear. I gave this to you. Xiao Xiao's anger faltered momentarily, replaced by shock, but more so by confusion. Have you forgotten? After I was kidnapped, you went to Hongyuan Temple, burning incense and praying for an entire week to obtain this talisman for me. Xiao Liying sought to see remorse in his eyes, yet he only exhibited bewilderment followed by a hint of panic. Oh, so it's this talisman. Liying, you really should have mentioned it sooner, but since it's ended up in the trash, just let it go. I'll go back to Hongyuan Temple and get you a new one when I have the chance. Xiao Xiao's troubled expression transformed into one of gentle warmth. He had never been to Hongyuan Temple, let alone sought a talisman for Xiao Liying. This seemingly insignificant item was merely a casual purchase made online, intended to placate Xiao Liying. Liying, let us not dwell on it any longer, it is getting late. So let us hasten upstairs to rest. Xiao Xiao meticulously retrieved a disinfectant wipe from his pocket, meticulously cleaning each of his fingers, even tending to the crevices, yet, throughout this entire process, he never once touched that talisman. He merely grasped Xiao Liying's hand. However, Xiao Liying stood frozen, suddenly reminded of something. It seemed that her so-called obsession with cleanliness had always stemmed from Xiao Zhao's aversion to filth. She had gone to great lengths for him, even altering her own lifestyle, yet, when had she ever done anything for Qinyu? 3 days later, following the conclusion of Qinyu Group's investigation into the Xia Group, the impending auction of the Xia Group became the talk of the town. Xia Yuanshan had initially believed that involving Qinyu Group would resolve everything and allow him to smoothly divest, given that the vast resources of Qinyu Group could easily absorb the Xia Group's multi-billion scale. However, who could have anticipated that Qinyu Group had ties with Qinyu, and that these ties were so intimate? This predicament forced Xia Yuanshan to seek additional capital for intervention, to avert any unforeseen incidents during the auction. Xia Yuanshan intentionally refrained from notifying Qinyu Group on the day of the auction. Ladies and gentlemen, you are already familiar with the operational status of our Xia Group, or allow me to reintroduce it to you. Our Xia Group has been established for over 20 years, evolving from a small enterprise into the colossal entity it is today. Entirely due to my unwavering efforts, the company is currently in good standing. Yet it lacks sufficient capital. Once you take over and inject the necessary funds, revitalization will be instantaneous. I can also provide you with advice to ensure substantial profits. You are likely aware that we have commissioned the prestigious Chinyu Group from the capital to assess our value. They are a state-owned enterprise valued in the hundreds of billions. Their evaluation of us is outstanding. The valuation stands at 12 billion, standing on stage with a beaming smile, dressed in a suit. Xia Yuanshan appeared as if he were a breath of spring. Although he was anxious about Chinyu Group and Chenyu potentially disrupting the proceedings, he still had to present Chinyu Group as a reputable partner, enhancing the perceived desirability of the Xia Group. Upon the revelation of this valuation, the numerous executives in the audience were taken aback, for they had conducted their own assessments, which had placed the Xia Group's overall reference price around 7 billion. Ideally acquiring it for between 5.5 to 6 billion. Yet Xia Yuanshan's quotation was significantly higher. Instantly some executives felt disgruntled, thinking, if you, Xia Yuanshan, have already inflated the Xia Group's value to astronomical heights, why invite us here? Is this not a waste of everyone's time? Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware of the majority of valuation companies' quotes for our group, but those were from a few days ago. I possess a contract worth billions with Pengcheng Dayuan Group, intending to collaborate on upcoming photovoltaic, energy, and commercial charging pile businesses. This is a deal I secured. It can be bundled with the group. As Xia Yuanshan spoke, the executives' minds erupted with astonishment as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. A company valued in the tens of billions discussing a contract worth billions, how could this be possible? Chapter 54, The Final Madness of Xia Yuanshan. Yet, while such occurrences may seem implausible, they have indeed transpired in our country. A prime example is the Huayan Group from several years ago. The market value of Huayan Group was nearly 3 billion, yet they secured an official contract worth 13 billion across the ocean in America. A company that was relatively obscure recorded quarterly revenues of 20 billion, with net profits of 14.3 billion. Their main revenue-generating product lacked any formidable technological moat or significant patent barriers domestically. Competitors, particularly industry leaders, offered superior products at more competitive prices, yet this 130 billion contract fell into their laps. Consequently, prior to the announcement, their stock price surged for several months, skyrocketing from just a few dollars to nearly 100. While a single contract certainly cannot create tens of billions in net profit, the potential it represents is extraordinarily vast. A contract valued in the billions can establish any enterprise's foothold in an industry, granting access to a vast and lucrative market, especially in sectors like photovoltaics, energy, and commercial charging piles, which are poised to become significant trends. Should this contract's insider information leak, market manipulators and speculative investors will collaborate to drive up the stock price, potentially inflating the Xia Group's value to 20 billion. In stock trading, it is not the present that matters, but rather the expectations. The greater the market's imagination regarding a company, the more astronomical its market value can become. Is it true that this contract exists? I just contacted a friend at Dayuan Group who is an executive there, and he confirmed it personally. Dayuan Group is the largest energy enterprise in Pengcheng, with a market value in the thousands of billions, ranking at the forefront even domestically. The Xia Group has secured this contract. My goodness, the Xia Group is on the verge of soaring. The executives were completely engulfed in overwhelming astonishment, unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, they were exhilarated and ecstatic. Even if they had to pay a premium of several billion to finalize this acquisition, they would still reap immense profits. The reasoning is simple. Shareholders and directors of a publicly listed company do not solely rely on profits and dividends to generate wealth, as long as the stock price can be elevated. Even if the company operates at a loss, they can amass terrifying riches. Ladies and gentlemen, you are now fully apprised of the situation. We may now commence the bidding. The starting price for the Xia Group is 7 billion. With minimum increments of no less than 10 million. Xia Yuanshan beamed at the audience, capturing every expression, his grin growing ever wider. In truth, this contract was fundamentally flawed. During Xia Yuanshan's recent visit to Pengcheng, he devised the scheme through a meeting with the executive president of Dayuan Group. Dayuan Group could provide this contract at the corporate level, which would remain executable even after the takeover, as the group has a business requirement in this area. If the new owner manages the business well, the contract could be fulfilled, albeit with minimal profit. The profits stated on the contract appear substantial, yet they can concoct countless reasons to withhold payments. Once the Xia Group is auctioned off, Dayuan Group demands 30 of the auction price, and that is after taxes. One might argue that this operation is illegal, But it is not for everything, including the contract is genuine. Even if the contract is later annulled, all processes remain lawful and compliant, leaving no recourse for anyone. Such shadow contracts have encountered numerous private enterprises in the past during export dealings. 7.5 billion, 7.6 billion, 8 billion. As Xia Yuanshan began the auction, these executives, having confirmed the contract's authenticity through their connections, were invigorated, with each subsequent bid becoming more extravagant. In no time, the amount soared to the billions. Good. Xia Yuanshan's smile was almost splitting his face. As for the consequences of the company being sold at such a high price, he was utterly unconcerned. He had come this far, why worry about anything else? He simply desired to cash out at a premium, 10.5 billion. One executive, already flushed with excitement, shouted amidst a torrent of saliva. 10.51 billion. Many executives found themselves in a tight spot, eager to seize a slice of the Xia Group cake. Yet the company lacked sufficient liquidity. Originally targeting a price of 5 to 6 billion, they now faced a figure nearly double that. How could they possibly bear it? 10.7 billion. 1,000 billion group from the capital called out a sky-high bid. The bidder not being the group's chairman but rather a representative calling the chairman simultaneously. 11 billion. As a multinational corporation chimed in, the room fell into a silence that lasted half a minute. Everyone was frantically weighing the necessity of concluding this deal. Based on a baseline price of 6 billion, this figure represented a premium of 5 billion. A contract valued at merely billions seemed hardly worthwhile. The bidding multinational corporation was no fool either. The upcoming domestic renewable energy framework was likely to expand internationally, potentially shaking the foundations of oil-dependent nations. Their focus was on domestic market experience and technological systems. If this were not a renewable energy contract, they would not be so naive. 11 billion. Is there a higher bid? Xia Yuanshan, already content, inquired of the crowd. 11.01 billion. One group hesitated, but the multinational corporation swiftly countered with 11. 2 billion, extinguishing any further desire to bid from the other party, plunging the room back into silence. 11.02 billion, once. 11.02 billion, twice. 11.02 billion, thrice. Just as Xia Yuanshan eagerly prepared to declare the deal closed, a sudden shift occurred. Bang! With a resounding kick, the massive conference room door was flung open. As the crowd turned in astonishment, they beheld two groups of individuals streaming in. One contingent was led by Su Xingyue of the illustrious Su family from the Magic City, while the other was spearheaded by Sheng Wanqing of the Chinyu Group. All of you, Xia Yuanshan's lips twitched in distress, sensing the gravity of the situation. Damn it, how did they arrive here, at such a critical juncture? No less, if only they had come an hour or two later, the contract would have been signed by now. Clatter, clatter, chairs were tugged from the sides and arranged in the front row right under Xia Yuanshan's nose. Su Xingyue and Sheng Wanqing took their seats in alternating order, flanking one another and establishing a political alliance. Chen Yu flicked away a cigarette but extinguishing it beneath his foot before striding in. He did not sit beside anyone but rather had a bodyguard provide him with a chair, which he dragged over to sit not far from Xia Yuanshan's platform. Mr. Xia, were you not conducting an auction? Please continue. Chapter 55. Abandon this acquisition, and I shall save your life. Chen Yu and his companions had long received word of Xia Yuanshan's auction group. However, Xia Yuanshan had deliberately released a smokescreen to obfuscate the auction's timing. Yet such trivial information posed no challenge for them. As long as someone participated, they would undoubtedly ascertain the accurate timing. Their late arrival was a calculated move, allowing Xia Yuanshan a moment of joy before revealing their intentions. The most excruciating experience is to descend from heaven to hell in the blink of an eye. Chen Yu, what do you intend to do? My auction has concluded. The multinational HT Group expressed their willingness to acquire the Xia family group at a premium price. Mr. John, let us disregard these individuals and expedite our transaction. Xia Yuanshan could no longer remain on stage and hastily descended to confront the opposition. Given Chen Yu's presence, merely signing the contract would not suffice. They must ensure prompt payment. After all, who knew what Chen Yu was plotting? Mr. Xia, our Changyu Group has conducted an audit of your company. Since this is an auction, how can we be excluded from participation? Sheng Wanqing sat gracefully to the side, her long legs clad in black stockings, adopting a demure posture as she crossed them, elegantly dressed in a fitted black business suit paired with a short skirt. She exuded an aura of sophistication, yet her expression was so stern that it deterred any approach. Mr. Xia, our Green Shadow Group from the Magic City should also have the right to partake in the auction. Correct, Su Xingyue donned a casual shirt, lacking the professional air of Shang Wanqing, yet her domineering presence was even more daunting. Both women were extraordinary beauties, yet equally formidable presences that should not be trifled with. The Green Shadow Group, that was a trillion-yuan enterprise in the Magic City, how could they possibly be here to participate in the auction as well? Do you not recognize the lady on the left? She is none other than the esteemed young lady of the Su family, Su Xingyue, the current chairwoman of the Green Shadow Group. My heavens, it truly is her. The figure on the right was equally formidable. She belonged to the Shangguan family of the capital. The Shangguan family, is that the one operating Jiashan capital? Indeed, goodness, how terrifying is the Xia family's influence. How could such notable figures attend a mere auction? It appeared they were not summoned by the Xia family. The individual on stage was none other than Chen Yu, the former son-in-law of the Xia family. With the arrival of Su Xingyue and Shang Wanchang, the atmosphere grew tense among the onlookers, particularly given the direct connection to Chen Yu. Thus, it was highly probable that their intentions were not benevolent. Even if they did not voice it, they were acutely aware that the Xia family might be in grave trouble. Mr. John, let us hasten to finalize the contract. Cold sweat broke out on Xia Yuanshan's brow as he urged urgently. He recognized the prominent status of Su Xingyue and Shang Wanqing, but upon hearing the words Green Shadow Group, he felt his world spin. The Green Shadow Media was not only one of the few trillion-yuan enterprises in the country but also operated in real estate, finance, transportation, media, and numerous other sectors. It was rumored that they even held shares in the Magic City Bank. Ranking among its major shareholders, Ms. Shangwan, the pale-skinned, green-eyed president of the HT Group. John momentarily disregarded Xia Yuanshan and greeted the two women instead. Having spent over a decade in the Dragon Country, he was well-versed in its affairs and spoke fluent Dragon language. John, you possess quite the audacity to value such a lackluster company as the Xia Group at 11 billion. Su Xingyue let out a cold huff. You flatter me, Ms. Su. Business is business. It is only worthwhile when profit is to be gained. The Xia Group possesses its allure, hence we are willing to offer a high price for this acquisition. Might I inquire if Ms. Xia has any insights to share? John's tone was humble, lowering himself to a subordinate status. I know what you desire. You wish to leverage the 100 billion contract with the Dayuan Group to establish a foothold in the renewable energy sector in the Dragon Country. That if the HT Group can secure a portion of the renewable energy market in the Dragon Country, your stock prices will undoubtedly rise. Even a mere fluctuation of a few percentage points in the HT parent company's stock would suffice to cover the entirety of this acquisition's costs. Su Xingyue reasoned. John chuckled awkwardly. Ms. Su, your perceptiveness is truly commendable. You grasp our intentions with such ease. Su Xingyue assertively declared. Abandon this acquisition, and I shall save your life. John held respect for the Su family's status. Yet he was not intimidated by Su Xingyue herself. The renewable energy trade in the Dragon Country was predominantly controlled by domestic enterprises. Foreign entities found expansion exceedingly challenging. The 100 billion contract from the Dayuan Group was a crucial card they needed to secure. Ms. Su, what do you mean by that? It is merely an acquisition. How does it pertain to my life? John's expression shifted. Mr. John, do not heed her nonsense. We are merely engaging in standard business transactions. It is business. And there is no threat to life whatsoever. Besides, the Dragon Country is quite safe, and you, as a senior executive of the HT Group in the Dragon Country, who would dare to harm you? Xia Yuanshan interjected anxiously. That may be so, but what if the Dayuan Group's contract is a forgery? A smirk played at the corners of Su Xingyue's mouth. What, a forgery? John was taken aback, stunned into silence. Not only he but everyone present was incredulous. They could believe that struggling or low-reputation companies might deceive, but the Dayuan Group was a reputable enterprise. Once they stamped their seal and signed, they would never jeopardize their reputation with a fraudulent contract. If it were revealed to be a forgery, any future collaborations by the Dayuan Group would be fraught with difficulty, as all parties would be wary of contractual fraud. 10 minutes, Su Xingyue said coolly. What 10 minutes? John was utterly baffled. In 10 minutes, confirm with the Dayuan Group whether this contract exists. Su Xingyue stretched languidly, her movements accentuating her tall figure, and she even winked at Chen Yu. While the crowd was filled with trepidation, she appeared to be flirting with Chen Yu. This scene left even Chen Yu himself speechless, though he found it more amusing than anything else. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the Dayuan Group. The executive president responsible for signing the contract was apprehended on the spot, and the contract was rendered void had it not been for the intervention of Su Xingyue and Shang Wanqing. The Dayuan Group might have turned a blind eye, pocketing their commission without concern. Chapter 56, Chen Yu, why are you being so unhinged? the executive president had received substantial kickbacks, merely signing the contract would guarantee him billions in profits. If an issue arose, the Daiyuan Group would simply discard him, continuing with the contract while extending its duration. The group stood to profit over 10 billion from the Xia family's endeavors, and the contract project itself held a degree of profitability. So why not pursue it? However, this contract was destined to be unattainable. Rather than chase after illusory benefits, it would be wiser to give face to the Su and Shangwan families. Jinyu, what on earth do you intend to do? Was it not you who urged me to sell the group to repay you? Xia Yuanshan thundered in fury. Mr. Xia, do not fret. Who says your Xia group cannot be sold? Have I not brought people to you? Chen Yu lounged in his chair, crossing his legs with an air of amusement. Initially, he intended to resolve the matter with the Xia family on his own, but with Su Xingyue and Shangwan Qing's assertive involvement, he found it unmanageable. Since it was unmanageable, perhaps it was best to let them take the lead. Chen Yu's true reasons for distancing himself from Su Xingyue and the influential Shangwan Ling were threefold: the events they had orchestrated in the past, their personalities, and their statuses. Accepting one would preclude acceptance of the other, and he could not simultaneously be the son-in-law to two powerful families. Such esteemed clans would never condone such a situation. Thus, the only option left for him was to maintain distance. Yet, sometimes events do not unfold as one envisions. Jinyu, even if I implore you, please take them away and allow me to sign the contract with the HT Group. As long as the transaction is successful, I can always give you several tens of millions more. That should suffice, right? Xia Yuanshan approached him, lowering his voice as he spoke, appearing entirely as if he had suffered a tremendous loss. I apologize, but do I look like someone who is in need of your mere tens of millions? Jinyu scoffed mockingly, although he could not compare to the Su or Shangwan families. He was still quite formidable in the territory of Luqing, with assets worth hundreds of billions, much of which remained unlisted. Should Chen Yu desire, he could readily take his company public and achieve a valuation of $1 trillion within 2 or 3 years. However, going public is a double-edged sword. While it may drive up stock prices and expand valuations, one may also be ensnared by the capital involved. 100 million will do, right? Xia Yuanshan gritted his teeth. Clearly furious, yet still forcing himself to endure. You have embezzled far more than 100 million from my group. Do you think I would stoop so low? Chen Yu replied with a cold sneer. What exactly do you want? Xia Yuanshan shouted, unable to contain his anger. Chen Yu's paramour is the daughter of a trillion-yuan conglomerate from Modu. This situation is truly maddening. Mr. Xia, do you wish to hear the truth or the comforting lies? Chen Yu smirked, a hint of mockery at the corner of his lips. Spare me. Once the funds from HT Group arrive, I will transfer them to you immediately, Xia Yuanshan said, once again adopting a submissive demeanor. Yet Chen Yu shook his head, declaring, no, I want to see you struggle in the muck. Slowly suffocating, Xia Yuanshan erupted in fury, his rage uncontainable. Chen Yu, why must you be so deranged? Are you not afraid that I might sell the group and leave you with not a single cent? Chen Yu replied, why should I be afraid? On what grounds do you believe this situation is within your control? Xia Yuanshan's face turned pale, grinding his teeth in frustration, yet he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and grew to despise Chen Yu's actions even more. A divorce is one thing, but why push someone to the brink, and each time? It was always when the Xia family felt they could turn the tide that Chen Yu would strike hard. Ring, ring, ring. Within 10 minutes, Johnson's phone rang, signaling a response from Pengcheng Daiyuan Group. Johnson, you haven't signed a contract with Xia Corporation. Have you? Came an inquiry in English from the other end. No, Johnson quickly denied. However, the tone from the other side already conveyed a sense of foreboding. That's for the best. This contract is nothing but an insider trading agreement. Xia Yuanshan has promised benefits to the executive president of Daiyuan Group in exchange for signing this contract. If you proceed with the high-priced acquisition of Xia Corporation, you will be finished. The voice on the phone was grave. It was neither a warning nor a threat, but a statement of fact. As the individual responsible for this investment, Johnson could have distanced himself by delegating the task to others. Yet after consecutive investment failures over the past 2 years, he believed Xia Corporation was merely suffering from a drained capital chain and that he could seize a tremendous bargain. With this mindset, he personally came to investigate. If anything went awry, he would face direct accountability from headquarters. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Johnson hung up, already covered in a cold sweat. In that moment, he finally grasped that Su Xingyue's so-called saving his life was not mere coincidence. Ring, ring, ring. The others on the scene also received the news. Although they had not secured Xia Corporation and suffered no losses, they were equally furious. Xia Yuanshan, you truly are something else. You gathered us all in Luqing. Only to lead us into a trap. Xia Yuanshan, I curse you, if you do not provide us with an explanation today, you will be doomed, digging a pit, and such a deep one at that. If it weren't for Miss Su and Miss Shangwan's timely arrival, we would have been buried by you. The crowd erupted in anger, and even though they were executives and CEOs of major corporations, they could not contain their fury had this been abroad. Regardless of whether the collaboration succeeded or failed, Xia Yuanshan could have been abducted and buried alive. Bang! Xia Yuanshan, feeling utterly powerless, collapsed onto the floor. He longed to rise and turn the situation around, yet found himself utterly incapable of doing anything. Mr. Xia, in the game of kings, the victor and the vanquished must be mindful not to take drastic measures. The night air in the towering building was frigid. The psychological pressure before a leap was not something ordinary individuals could bear. Come now, sign this agreement. Chen Yu approached him with a smile, handing over a document. This was a rather ordinary auction delegation agreement, yet simultaneously it represented a path leading the Xia family towards ruin once the agreement was signed, even if Xia Corporation were to be wholly liquidated. Xia Yuanshan would not receive even a penny. However, should Xia Yuanshan wish to retain the Oriental Group's stake in Lying Media, he would need to fork over another 2 billion. Chen Yu, I will kill you. Chapter 57. I have been reduced to this state. How can I still have money? Chen Yu merely sidestepped, slightly evading the hand Xia Yuanshan lunged at him with, and with a grim expression, he tightened his grip on Xia Yuanshan's wrist. Xia Yuanshan, for years you have taken advantage of my trust in you, acting recklessly. When I needed you most, you hid abroad. After my rise, you expect me to save you from your predicament. I did save you, but what have you done in return? My parents had such a good relationship with you, yet did you ever act like a proper elder? I am merely returning the favor for your deeds. And you cannot tolerate it. Xia Yuanshan indeed found it unbearable. If he had treated Chen Yu in such a manner, he would have stood atop the mountain, looking down with disdain. All along, he had acted as if he treated Chen Yu as his own, greeting him with smiles at every meeting, yet every time he siphoned funds from the Oriental Group into his own pockets, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride, regarding Chen Yu as nothing more than a fool. Chen Yu, how you treat me would surely disappoint your parents if they were watching from above. In their eyes, you are nothing but an unfilial son. Xia Yuanshan shouted in exasperation, preparing to strike Chen Yu once more. Bang! Before the onlookers, Chen Yu delivered a kick to Xia Yuanshan's abdomen, causing him to double over on the ground, clutching his stomach like a shrimp. Parents, how dare you mention my parents? Chen Yu's expression was filled with malice. If Xia Yuanshan had not brought them up, Chen Yu might not have been so enraged, but did Xia Yuanshan have the right to mention them? Chen Yu, you actually dare to hit me? Xia Yuanshan's face turned ashen, his voice hoarse. Today, I will hit you. So what? I intend to see your Xia family descend into the abyss, never to rise again. What will you do about it? Rest assured, Xia Yuanshan, until I have fully avenged myself, I won't allow you to enter prison so soon. I will torment you slowly, driving you to despair. Your only fate in this life is to experience the coldness of the rooftop. Chen Yu declared coldly. When Xia Yuanshan and his cohorts leaped from the building, Chen Yu would be present because only by witnessing their complete demise could he finally close the chapter on everything from his past life. As for serving time in prison, that would be far too lenient for them. Even Xia Yuanshan was intimidated by Chen Yu's gaze. After Chen Yu proposed the divorce, Xia Yuanshan's perception of him had been reshaped time and again. In Xia Yuanshan's mind, Chen Yu was once a humble and cultured individual, kind and approachable to everyone, yet who could have anticipated that when angered, he would be so formidable? His methods were even more ruthless than those of the Xia family. Sign it. From this day forth, Xia Corporation shall have no further ties to you, and shall be renamed after today. I am aware of the account you opened abroad under the name of your mistress, which contains a significant amount of money. If you refuse to sign, I will find a way to freeze your overseas accounts. Chen Yu pushed the agreement before him, his voice firm and unyielding. This account was one even Xia Yuanshan's mistress was unaware of, located in Switzerland, held at the Swiss National Bank. Even if the mistress became aware of its existence, there would be no recourse, as the central bank recognized only Xia Yuanshan, not the account holder. You speak nonsense. You have reduced me to this state. How could I possibly have any money left? Xia Yuanshan panicked, his expression grotesque. 556 million Swiss francs, equivalent to 4.5 billion Longwa currency. Chen Yu whispered beside him. This sum represented the funds Xia Yuanshan had siphoned from the Oriental Group over the years, along with some hidden profits from Xia Corporation. He was also concerned that his arrangement with several university students might be exposed, prompting him to prepare extensively for such a scenario. In truth, Chen Yu's withdrawal of investment would significantly impact Xia Corporation, but not to such an extreme, as a corporation typically maintains substantial cash flow internally. Yet, for years Xia Yuanshan had been draining the corporation's available cash flow while solely relying on Chen Yu's funds to generate profit. When the edifice ultimately collapsed, the devastation would be catastrophic. "Chen Yu, how did you uncover this matter?" Xia Yuanshan was taken aback, engulfed by a wave of panic. The fear in his heart had reached its zenith. Most terrifying of all was Chen Yu's ability to articulate his thoughts with such precision, leaving no room for error. "With connections like mine, do you truly believe there exists a matter I cannot uncover?" Chen Yu scoffed and shook his head. "In truth, this affair bore no relation to Su Xingyue and her associates, the Swiss National Bank, known for its stringent confidentiality within the global financial system, would remain impervious to the influence of the Su and Shangguan families, no matter how formidable they were." This figure stemmed largely from Chen Yu's previous life. After Liying Media went public, Xia Yuanshan had been preoccupied with draining the Oriental Group, neglecting to deposit any funds into his account thereafter. "Chen Yu, you are indeed ruthless. I will sign. Is that not sufficient?" Xia Yuanshan, suppressing the pain in his abdomen, gritted his teeth and shakily picked up the pen. Signing his name on the agreement, how bitterly resentful he felt inside, yet what could he do? Just as Chen Yu had stated, he was utterly powerless. "Mr. Xia, isn't this quite agreeable?" Chen Yu continued. "Oh, and if you could kindly provide your bank card as well. This is a legitimate and compliant auction, thus the funds must be transferred to your account." Chen Yu smiled, extending his hand. "You scoundrel!" Xia Yuanshan exclaimed in exasperation. Chen Yu could easily manage everything himself, yet he chose to torment him instead. Was this not a cruel blow to the heart? "The password," Chen Yu stated as he accepted the bank card, "the last 6 digits of my ID." Xia Yuanshan gasped in disbelief, his anger boiling over. "Thank you for your cooperation," Chen Yu proclaimed as he ascended the platform, taking control of the proceedings under the watchful gaze of the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction for the Xia Group shall resume. What was the previous bidding price again? 11.02 billion. Then let us commence from 11 billion. Chen Yu announced with a smile, exuding an air of assuredness that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Xia Yuanshan was momentarily stunned. Beginning at 11 billion meant the proceeds from the sale would not only cover Chen Yu's debts but also yield a surplus. The document he had been compelled to sign was a delegation agreement, not a transfer agreement. According to legal procedure, any excess funds would still belong to him. In that moment, Xia Yuanshan transitioned from fury to elation. He was baffled by Chen Yu's motives, yet he was convinced that Chen Yu was nothing short of a fool. 7 billion. Su Xingyue raised her paddle. 6.5 billion. Shangguan Cheng promptly followed suit. In an instant, the room fell silent once more, everyone staring in disbelief. Chapter 58. I was wrong. I no longer wish to play. Would you return the group to me? They had participated in auctions for years, yet had never witnessed such a reverse bidding process. Reverse bidding typically occurred when an owner was eager to sell an item, continuously lowering the price in hopes of market response. In such cases, negative bids could arise, where the owner reduced the price to below zero, effectively giving the item away while also paying to do so. The most notable instance occurred a few years back with crude oil futures. However, this situation bore no resemblance to the current circumstances. 6 billion, 5.5 billion. The two women continued driving the price downward. The crowd was utterly bewildered. A nervous individual interjected, 4 billion? Instantly Su Xingyue cast a frosty glance over her shoulder, her domineering icy demeanor causing the man to shiver and fall silent. 5.375 billion. Su Xingyue re-elevated the bid. 5.375 billion plus all transaction-related taxes. Shangguan Cheng added. The figure of 5.375 billion was remarkably precise, as the Xia Group was a publicly traded company, with over 80 of its shares controlled by Xia Yuanshan. It was not that Xia Yuanshan was unaware of how to dilute his shares for cash, but rather that he was insatiably greedy. He believed the Xia Group's stock price was still inadequate. He wished to wait until it surpassed 20 billion before initiating a massive sell-off. If he acted now, he would garner merely tens of billions, but once it breached the 20 billion mark, it could rise to 15 billion or more, and 5.375 billion, when calculated against the Xia family's equity, equated precisely to 4.375 billion, the exact amount the Xia family owed Chen Yu. Our Green Shadow Group in Modu also bids 5.375 billion plus taxes, but we shall only acquire the shares held by the Xia family, not repurchase the circulating stocks. Su Xingyue raised her paddle once more. The Changyu Group from the capital city offers the same terms. Shang Wanqing stated, should they repurchase the circulating stocks, it would entail a delisting process, and obtaining a listing qualification domestically was no simple feat, especially since the Xia Group was listed on the Pengcheng Stock Exchange rather than the new third board. Since both parties have made identical offers, why not draw lots to determine the winner? Chen Yu suggested with a smile, leaving everyone utterly flabbergasted. Draw lots? For a multi-billion auction, you propose to decide by drawing lots? Are you mad, or are we? Yet Chen Yu's decision was born from necessity. Acquiring the Xia Group at this price would undoubtedly be a lucrative deal. The question remained, who would receive it? It was a conundrum. Rather than dwell on it, he deemed it more efficient to resolve it through a drawing of lots. Chen Yu penned 2 notes, one inscribed with the word winner, the other left blank, for the 2 women to choose from. This is essentially an internal transaction, and has nothing to do with us. Indeed, if we dared to intervene, we would likely be crushed by both parties. Up 5.375 billion, if our group could secure it at this price. The net profit from the transaction would be several billion. You think it's only a few billion? If our group were to buy it, we could easily accrue tens of billions. Our collaborative ventures allow us to bid up to 6.8 billion. Oh, how envious this situation is. The crowd's eyes turned red with envy, yet who dared to contest the 2 women? Even Johnson in the audience was swallowing hard, longing to seize this juicy opportunity. Yet he lacked the courage to act. Just then, Su Xingyue unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Chen Yu's, her sparkling star-like eyes shining like a galaxy, playfully smiling and leaving everyone dumbstruck. Darling, which one is the winning bid? A hint, perhaps. Chen Yu shot her a glance, exasperated and wishing to pull away, but ultimately relented. Figure it out yourself, just mix them up. I don't even know which one it is anymore. Shang Wanqing also shook her head in disbelief. Had her cousin Shang Wanling been present, a scuffle would likely have ensued. In a swift motion, she grasped a note. Upon unfolding it, she found the words winner inscribed upon it. Chen Yu's handwriting bore the distinctive characteristics of the slender golden script, with strokes both firm and fluid. All right, Miss Su, there is no need for you to dwell on it. I have one, Shang Wanqing remarked, waving the note in her hand. Su Xingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. Although there was a 50 chance, she had not anticipated that Shang Wanchang would draw the winning note so effortlessly. She did not care how much the Xia Group might profit her. The crux was who would control the Xia Group, for that would grant her the justification to fly to Luqing daily. Oh well, no reason. After all, her modus operandi required no justification. Chen Yu, return the bank card to me, and I shall have someone finalize all the proper procedures, Shang Wanqing said with a light laugh. Unlike her usual stern demeanor, she was entirely different with Chen Yu, whom she regarded as her chosen brother-in-law. All right, Chen Yu nodded, handing her the bank card. Shang Wanqing summoned someone over, instructing, go, complete all the necessary procedures, and communicate with the bank, ensure the funds are processed through Xia Yuanshan's account. As for the personal income tax from the sale of shares, it should be filed under Xia Yuanshan's name. Only by adhering to all formal procedures would any issues be averted. What could Xia Yuanshan do, even if he wished to resist? Tap. Within moments, a dozen laptops were set up, rapidly processing the remaining procedures. These individuals were elite members of the Changyu Group, renowned for their terrifying efficiency. Some liaised with the bank, while others prepared documents. Meanwhile, notifications were sent to the Changyu Group's headquarters, dispatching personnel to take over the Xia Group and commence preparations for its renaming. Simultaneously, the renaming of a publicly traded group necessitated a formal application to the stock exchange, during which trading would be suspended. However, it was foreseeable that once the Xia Group came under the Changyu Group's banner, the capital market would immediately propel its value skyward. This was due to the fact that the Changyu Group was a state-owned enterprise, and moreover a trillion-yuan enterprise. Chen Yu are simply crossing the line. Xia Yuanshan plummeted from the initial auction price of 11 billion, experiencing once more the harrowing descent from paradise to hell. Initially, he had deemed Chen Yu a fool. Yet now he came to the realization that the only one who had been foolish all along was himself. Whatever he could conceive, Chen Yu had undoubtedly anticipated as well. Mr. Xia, your presence is no longer required here. You may take your leave. Chen Yu smiled, gesturing for him to exit. Xia Yuanshan's expletives were left unuttered as he was unceremoniously escorted out by Su Xingyue's bodyguard, experiencing a moment reminiscent of the torments Xia Liying had endured that very day. Gazing upon the grand edifice of the Xia Group, Xia Yuanshan's eyes burned with rage, and he erupted in fury. Chen Yu, I curse you, I curse you. My lifelong efforts, all reduced to this by you? How could you? Subs, I was wrong. I won't play anymore. Could you perhaps return the group to me? Chapter 59. it's over. Xia Yuanshan has suffered a stroke, once a man of decisive action. Commanding the winds and clouds, General Xia Yuanshan now sits weeping by the roadside, his face buried in his hands. He could accept the sale of the group, but not in such a humiliating manner. In the end, he received not a single cent. Although Chanyu Group paid taxes in his name, that money is non-refundable. No matter how much tax he paid, what good does it do? It merely serves as a contribution to the state, leaving him no benefit whatsoever. Dad, what are you doing here? How did the auction of the group go? Xia Liying and Xiao Xiao hurried over to help him up. It's all gone, everything has vanished. That scoundrel Chenyu, coughed Xia Yuanshan, in a fit of rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. Dad, Xia Liying panicked. We need to get uncle to the hospital right away, Xiao Xiao exclaimed. Chenyu, Xia Yuanshan shall never share the same sky with you, Xia Yuanshan bellowed, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Dad, please don't speak anymore. Xiao Xiao and I will take you to the hospital immediately. Xia Liying choked back her tears. Xia Yuanshan's mouth twisted, feeling his body slipping out of his control. At that moment, he had indeed suffered a stroke, after taking him to the hospital and receiving the doctor's diagnosis. Even she was devastated. The doctor, holding various examination reports, meticulously analyzed them with her, stating that Xia Yuanshan's stroke was irreversible. Although it wouldn't cause significant physical harm, he would have to speak with a slur from now on. Tilted head and twisted mouth would become the norm. Medication could alleviate some symptoms, but his family members, Xia Liying and the others, had to brace themselves psychologically. Sitting in a wheelchair, Xia Yuanshan listened to the doctor's report. Utterly shattered. He had suffered a stroke, not become an imbecile. How could my illustrious name, Xia Yuanshan, come to this? Damn the heavens, why must even you bully me? What sins did the Xia family commit in our past lives? Miss, the latest news from the hospital. Xia Yuanshan has suffered a stroke. In the banquet hall, a bodyguard hung up the phone and hurried over to Su Xingyue, since the acquisition of the Xia Group was confirmed. Changyu Group should also prepare a celebratory feast to honor the visiting executives. They had all been utilized by Xia Yuanshan, drawn into this mess, and it would be courteous to host them for a meal. Allowing everyone to save face, Xia Yuanshan has suffered a stroke. Su Xingyue froze, her delicate hand holding the champagne flute suddenly stiffening in midair, rendered speechless. Is Xia Yuanshan truly so fragile, to suffer a stroke so easily? It would be laughable to mention it. Darling, come here for a moment, I have good news for you. Su Xingyue dismissed the bodyguard and beckoned to Chenyu with a smile. With so many people here, could you refrain from calling me that? Chenyu truly wished for a piece of tape to seal Su Xingyue's alluring lips. Oh, are you shy now? Su Xingyue extended her fair and slender fingers, attempting to gently lift Chenyu's chin, but he swiftly turned his head away. Humph, so proud. Speak, what is it? Chenyu narrowed his eyes, standing behind her with irritation. The executives who had just conversed with Chenyu were now glancing their way, whispering among themselves. By status, they were above Chenyu, but in terms of standing none could compare to him, the son-in-law of the Su family. Darling, let me touch you for a moment. Su Xingyue pouted, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation and excitement, as if she had spotted a delightful toy. If you're fine, I might just leave. Chenyu casually pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, taking one out to place between his lips. Smack! Su Xingyue firmly grasped Chenyu's hand, pulling him with such force that he stumbled, and before he could utter a curse, he found himself falling into her embrace, her hand clutching his lower back. This position, with a girl sitting on a boy's lap, is pleasing to the eye, but the reverse is utterly wrong. Their gazes met. One was filled with flirtation and playful charm, while the other pressed down on the shoulder of the other, desperately trying to rise. Ouch! Chenyu's soft flesh was pinched by Su Xingyue, causing him to emit a low cry of pain, while her delicate hand tightened like steel, anchoring him firmly before her, preventing him from moving away. With so many people around, could you give me some face? And Chenyu gritted his teeth, uttering the most cowardly words in the fiercest tone. Darling, you're increasingly resembling the little hamster I used to keep. When it got angry, it acted just like you. Su Xingyue giggled. I resemble you? Chenyu exclaimed in exasperation. He felt he needed to enroll in a combat class, preferably with a retired special forces soldier to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, what would he do in the future? This scene caused the executives nearby, who had been observing secretly, to quickly avert their gazes, too frightened to look further. What on earth is happening here? If Su Xingyue shot them a glare, they wouldn't even know where to hide. Let me touch you. No. Chenyu took a deep breath. Such behavior, akin to petting a dog, was his bottom line and absolutely unacceptable. Just once, wait until I tell you some explosive news. Su Xingyue coaxed gently, not interested. Chen Yu propped himself up against the nearby table, still attempting to stand. Chen Yu, Xiaoyuan Shan has suffered a stroke. Shang Wanqing approached to defuse the situation, even knowing the nature of the relationship between Su Xingyue and Chen Yu. And that her cousin Shang Wanling was not present, she couldn't just stand by and watch Su Xingyue bully him. Oh, Xiaoyuan Shan has suffered a stroke. When did that happen? Chen Yu asked in surprise. Even his struggling movements pausing momentarily. Shang Wanqing, could you refrain from being so dull? I was just about to use this news to bait him, and you've revealed it outright. Su Xingyue rolled her eyes dramatically. Exasperated, all right, don't tease him anymore. If the news reaches Ling Ling, she might rush back from abroad tomorrow, Shang Wanling said discontentedly. Speaking, she reached out to grasp Chen Yu's arm, saying, darling, tell me. Have I bullied you? This is hardly bullying, Su Xingyue replied with a charming smile, yet her grin was somewhat grating. Let go. Chen Yu gripped more tightly, was on the verge of turning green. Damn it. Where does she derive such strength? Heavens, save me. Chapter 60. Darling, what did you just say? Ultimately, Chen Yu managed to escape from Su Xingyue's clutches, though the price was a bite on his cheek. Leaving a bright red lip mark and a tooth print, Shang Wanqing introduced Chen Yu to various bosses, equally speechless. Chen Yu, are you alright? Chen Yu, covering the bitten area, rolled his eyes, saying, damn it. After all these years, I still dread such situations. When Shang Wanling was around, it was even worse. Not only did she assign a bodyguard to follow me around day and night, but she also monitored my every meal, sleep, and even bathroom breaks. Though she didn't force me to quit smoking, she bought me a pile of filters. Every seasoned smoker knows that smoking with a filter is worse than not smoking at all. Even if they're disposable, they leave a strange taste, and those who don't bite the mouthpiece inevitably find themselves wanting to gnaw on the plastic filter after using it. Huh? She even monitored your bathroom breaks? Shang Wanqing was astonished. Indeed, every day at the designated time, she would message me to go to the restroom. If I didn't comply, she insisted I must go, stating it was to help me develop a habit of going at regular intervals. Chen Yu recalled the ordeal with exasperation. But do you know, even the entire Shangguan family, even all the people around her, she only treated you like this. Shang Wanqing couldn't help but sigh. Yet the events of 4 years ago were also instigated by her sister Qing. She is just like Su Xingyue. Sometimes, it is precisely those who are incapable of understanding love that can be the most suffocating. Chen Yu said seriously, she will return to the country in 3 months. At that time, she will come home to dissolve the engagement imposed by the family. Shang Wanqing did not respond to this but shifted the topic. A 30-year-old major general, what a coveted status. Chen Yu smiled slightly and began conversing with the other executives. If it were anyone else, not to mention the family's influential connections, even relying solely on such a status would be considered climbing the social ladder. However, such a status, even in Shang Wanling's eyes, was nothing special simply because she is the executive president of Zhaoshan Capital. Established over a century ago, Zhaoshan Capital is the largest and most prestigious capital in the country. All the city investments combined do not compare to it. In this world, the financial battle that erupted in the 1990s in Hong Kong was spearheaded by Zhaoshan Capital, striving to turn the tide. After the tumult had settled, Chen Yu found himself standing at the edge of a hotel, gazing down through the glass curtain wall. Below him, throngs of people bustled and vehicles flowed like a river. It was indeed a picturesque scene, yet it was ill-suited for Chen Yu. Having traversed the vicissitudes of life multiple times, what he sought was not the ostentation and splendor akin to that depicted in Blossoms, nor the sense of looking up from the mountain summit, for he had already ascended that proverbial peak. Chen Yu, we shall return tomorrow. People from the capital will be coming to take over the Xia family group. Care for a drink tonight? Consider it a farewell toast. The next time we meet, who knows when that will be, remarked Shang Wanqing with a smile. All right, Chen Yu nodded in agreement. Darling, I too shall return to the Magic City tomorrow. Su Xingyue clutched his arm and said, oh, that's wonderful. Chen Yu couldn't help but exclaim. No sooner had he spoken than he felt his arm ensnared by a delicate yet firm grip, nearly eliciting a pained whimper from his bones. What did you just say, darling? Su Xingyue inquired with a smile that scarcely concealed her amusement. Accompanying her smile, the gemstone earrings dangling from her earlobes swayed, scattering glimmers of light. I said that is quite unfortunate. Chen Yu stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Now you're being obedient. I know you'll miss me, but I shall return soon, Su Xingyue replied with a cheerful demeanor, finally loosening her grip a tad. On the other side of the city, at the first affiliated hospital of Luqing University, Xia Liying gazed at her father, clad in a hospital gown, as she sat at the bedside, cautiously offering him a piece of apple she had peeled. Xiao Xiao observed from the side, her expression a mix of anger and anxiety, yet internally indifferent. The more trouble Xia Yuanshan encountered, the better it was for him, as it meant fewer obstacles when he aimed to claim Xiao Liying for himself. Once he became the son-in-law of the Xia family, he could seize control of everything. However, there was the matter of a second-hand product. Wu Guilan stood at the side, hands on her hips, fuming and cursing. Her face flushed with indignation, eye in her eyes. Chen Yu was irredeemably wicked, devoid of any moral scruples. Knock knock, the door was politely rapped upon, and Xiao Liying, feeling conflicted, assumed it was the doctor and wearily called, "Come in." Yet, when the door swung open to their astonished and furious gazes, a wreath over a meter high was carried into the room. The left inscription read, "Congratulations, General Xiao, on your stroke," while the right declared, "To celebrate, Chen Yu." "What are you doing? What is the meaning of this? Quickly, take it away." Wu Guilan nearly fainted with rage, while Xia Yuanshan, agitated to the point of another stroke, pointed toward the wreath, struggling to articulate a coherent sentence. His face turning a deep shade of purple, Xiao Liying was momentarily stunned, suddenly experiencing a heart-wrenching pain. "Tearing my heart apart." Chen Yu had already struck and shouted, and even the Xia family's enterprise had been stripped from him. How could he possibly relent now? "Take it away at once, can't you understand?" Wu Guilan shouted frantically, "Take it away, that's not possible. We were specifically instructed to deliver the wreath here. The hospital even provided us with a passage to enter. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to come in at all." "May I ask, has someone in your family passed away?" the bearer of the wreath queried, utterly perplexed. Initially reluctant to come, they had been offered 10 times the usual fee. And knowing the hospital's aversion to disputes, they had managed to gain entry. "Your family must have experienced a loss, you imbecile. Can't you articulate properly?" Wu Guilan exploded, akin to a shrew scolding in the streets. "Auntie, we are merely workers delivering the wreath. Please don't make this difficult for us. We've fulfilled our delivery. Could you kindly settle the payment?" the workers said, suppressing their irritation. "Isn't delivering a wreath synonymous with someone having died? What mistake have I made? What, you actually expect us to pay you?" Wu Guilan's eyes widened in shock, disbelief evident. "Indeed, you haven't paid yet. The total is 11,980. The boss said you could settle for 11,000. The worker maintained a strained smile. "What? For a measly wreath you dare to charge me 11,000? Wu Guilan was incensed beyond reason. Xia Yuanshan trembled, pointing at the wreath as if afflicted by Parkinson's, his eyes reddening with fury. Nearly succumbing to another stroke. "Auntie, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to default on the payment? When you ordered the wreath, you agreed to a 20-fold price increase. Our boss has recordings. If you refuse to pay, we will call the police." Chapter 61, a favorable bias with impunity due to the commotion in the hospital room, compounded by the conspicuous wreath. A crowd gathered outside. Drawn to the spectacle, everyone understood the Xia family was being humiliated, yet with free entertainment at hand, who cared? "Get out, all of you, leave." Wu Guilan trembled with rage, her flesh quivering with each movement, yet she insisted on wearing a cheongsam, attempting to portray herself as an elegant matron. "But, you are being unreasonable. You clearly stated 10 times the fee, yet now you refuse to honor it." The worker laughed incredulously. Earlier, they had thought they might be dealing with a notable family, expecting an easy transaction, yet the Xia family, appearing refined and dignified, turned out to be miserly. "I'll report you." "Do you believe I won't?" Wu Guilan yelled. "Report. Whoever doesn't report is a fool," the worker retorted with a sneer. Chen Yu, Chen Yu." Xia Yuanshan bellowed, the side effects of his stroke rendering his speech labored, spittle flying with each shout. The nurses rushed in, attempting to calm them, yet they ignored the wreath, only stepping in to maintain order during the noise. Further infuriating the Xia family. "All right, enough. Is it 11,000? I will pay you." Xia Liying's voice trembled, her eyes reddened as she stumbled to her feet. "Liying, what on earth are you doing? Is this merely about money? Do you wish to drive your father and me to our graves? How could I possibly have given birth to such a fool?" Wu Guilan was equally exasperated. "Mom, look outside. If you continue to make a scene, what benefit will that bring us? Do you want everyone to witness our humiliation?" Xia Liying said, her voice choked with emotion. Chen Yu was clearly intent on embarrassing them, and with Xiao Xiao present in the room, should a video be captured and shared online, the repercussions would be dire. Moreover, she did not wish to be the center of such scrutiny. Her heart felt unbearably heavy. Wu Guilan began to realize. Her anger now directed at Chen Yu's treacherous intent. This was Chen Yu's blatant scheme. Regardless of their uproar or payment, the moment he had sent the wreath, they had already lost face. That despicable scoundrel Chen Yu. "Liying, quickly pay them to make them leave." Wu Guilan gritted her teeth, overwhelmed by frustration and rage. All right, Xia Liying nodded, retrieving her phone and closing the door, settling the payment within the confines of the room. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had distanced herself, unable to bear the shame, only returning after the workers departed. As the workers collected their payment, they cast a disdainful glance at Wu Guilan, deeming her a shrew, and despite her middle-aged appearance, she attempted to don a cheongsam, hoping to emulate elegance. Their gazes sent Wu Guilan into a fury, feeling as though she might explode. Having paid such a sum, she could not comprehend why they looked at her with such disdain. Despite her advancing age and gaining weight, she had once been a beauty. Liying, Chenyu. Xiao Xiao began intending to admonish her, but was cut off by Xia Liying. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Xia Liying collapsed onto the sofa in the single patient room. Burdened by the realization of her own shortcomings, had she not come to understand Chenyu's sacrifices over the years, she would not have felt such anguish. Yet, Su Xingyue had made her acutely aware of her indebtedness. During Chenyu's most desperate moments, she had chosen to visit the set, and in countless nights she preferred to revel in bars with Xiao Xiao rather than return home, perceiving that home as a prison. In the end, she had been mistaken. She had taken Chenyu's dedication for granted. If only Chenyu would lower his head and offer her a way out, she would be willing to reconcile. Yet, everything had devolved into this. Despite the fact that Chenyu had pushed her father to the brink of a stroke, he still dared to send a wreath. Did Chenyu not love her? Why then did he act thus? Even though she did not love Chenyu at present, after so many years of marriage, she still wished to walk hand in hand with him, striving to cultivate affection. Liying, do not be so sorrowful. Due to the nature of Chenyu, he is not worthy, yet he has oppressed us so, and has even caused my uncle to become this agitated. We should be devising ways to resist. I refuse to believe he can control everything single-handedly, nor do I believe he can render us unable to survive. You must pull yourself together, Xiao Xiao earnestly advised. Kill him, kill him. Xia Yuanshan, sitting upon the hospital bed, was fuming, his face reddened in rage, with veins visibly protruding. Father, over these years it seems we have wronged Chenyu. Xia Liying's mind was in turmoil, her mournful utterance plunging the hospital room into an eerie silence. Following this, a crisp and resounding slap shattered the temporary tranquility. The next morning, Chenyu was roused from his drunken stupor by Su Sihui. Last night, he had clearly stated he was too intoxicated. Yet he had been force-fed by Shang Wanqing until he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the table, rubbing his disheveled hair. Still somewhat dazed, had he known that Xia Liying wished for him to bow down to remarry, and to feign a reluctant affection for her, he would have undoubtedly reacted with a sharp slap at Sihui. What is it? Chenyu yawned, his gaze bleary, still reeking of alcohol. Chairman, Miss Shangwan is about to board her flight. We must escort her to the airport. Su Sihui leaned close, her eyes solely focused on him, speaking softly. Oh, how much longer until the flight? Chenyu forced himself to sit up, though his strength waned. There are still over 2 hours, however, we must hurry. Su Sihui explained, handing him a set of clothes she had prepared in advance. Shang Wanchang was returning to the capital in the morning, while Su Xingyue was leaving in the afternoon. Even though she could have departed in the morning, she simply wanted to linger at Chenyu's home for lunch. All right, tell Qin Jie to wait for me, just 5 minutes. Chenyu patted his face, trying to shake off the remnants of sleep, yet Su Sihui gently placed her warm little hands on his, pressing them against his cheek. In that moment, both were taken aback. Chenyu gazed into Su Sihui's clear amber eyes, watching as a blush bloomed on her delicate face, rendering her unable to contain her embarrassment. She merely wished to avoid seeing Chenyu strike her, for it would break her heart. Chenyu, are you awake? Shang Wanqing's voice floated in from outside, accompanied by the sound of footsteps entering, and upon seeing the two, she was momentarily stunned. The little shadow that once trailed behind Chenyu had transformed into someone so bold after 4 years apart. Chapter 62, dressed so handsomely, is it to entice? After Shang Wanqing entered, Su Sihui, already flustered, became even more so. Her cherubic face turned a deeper shade of crimson, overwhelmed by anxiety. She even let out a hiccup. Adorably charming yet utterly captivating, Shang Wanqing watched as Su Sihui shivered slightly, her head and shoulders shrinking from the hiccup, leaving her both amused and perplexed. Have I interrupted something? Shang Wanqing regarded the pair with an odd expression. Sensing they had likely been sharing sweet nothings, though as Shang Wanling's cousin, she should align with his interests, she was acutely aware of Chenyu's exceptional qualities and the dynamics surrounding him. Back when Shang Wanling was in Luqing, the competitive pressure was immense. Now with Su Sihui stepping onto the stage, the tension had deepened. It was not merely Shang Wanling's status as a member of the Shangwan family, nor his position as the executive president of a capital firm, but rather Su Sihui's presence that placed him at a disadvantage. This was not about status or power, but Chenyu's attitude. Even back then, he was never intimidated by the Shangguan family's influence, nor did he aspire to cling to the grand vessel of the capital, compared to those who craved power and influence. Chen Yu exuded the aura of a learned sage acting solely for his own aspirations. Even amidst the swirling vortex of power and wealth, he remained unperturbed. Such a demeanor was invaluable in Shangguan Qing's eyes. Xing Jia, you misunderstand, I was merely calling the chairman to rise. Su Sihui spoke nervously, her face nearly crimson to the point of bleeding. Oh, is that so? Shangguan Qing replied with a teasing smile. Amused by Su Sihui's expression, unable to resist the urge to jest, Chairman, please prepare yourself, I'll go set the breakfast on the table. Su Sihui, unable to bear another glance at Chen Yu, hurriedly exited the room. Chen Yu, Shangguan Qing smiled helplessly at him before turning to leave, closing the door behind her. Shangguan Qing felt a mix of exasperation and understanding regarding the attitudes of the women around Chen Yu, as well as Chen Yu's own demeanor. If it were another man, he would likely revel in such attention, unable to extricate himself from it, yet, Chen Yu, in the face of their fervor, seemed to strive to maintain their composure. In this scenario, the only solution was to marry someone outside of their circle, and that was precisely what Chen Yu had done years ago. If Chen Yu were still married, they would not be able to return to Luqing. But with the news of his divorce spreading, unresolved matters from the past would inevitably resurface. Moreover, this time, he would not be permitted to resolve them in the same manner, though Shangguan Qing hoped for Chen Yu to become a son-in-law of the Shangguan family. The attitudes of Su Xingyue and Su Sihui were quite evident. On the night of their discussion, Su Sihui had presented a stance that shocked them all, rendering her a non-threat. Click, the door closed. Chen Yu sat on the edge of the bed rubbing his head, still striving to awaken fully. The warmth of Su Sihui's palm lingered on his skin, accompanied by a delightful fragrance and a hint of kitchen aromas. Chen Yu had never envisioned himself entering such a complex world, nor had he ever anticipated gaining notoriety overnight through the influence of others. What he desired was a simple life, tranquility, and the understated companionship of mutual support. After changing into the casual attire prepared by Su Sihui, Chen Yu completed his morning routine, shaved, and tidied his unruly hair. Donning a pair of astronaut sunglasses, along with black-framed clear lenses, enhanced his already refined demeanor. Even though he was aware of his own handsomeness, when he re-encountered Shangguan Chang and Su Sihui minutes later, they were both momentarily taken aback. Su Xingyue, clad in a black spaghetti strap nightgown, revealed her long fair legs beneath the dining table, propping her right elbow on the table and resting her cheek upon her hand. Her breathtaking beauty radiated a smile, her eyes seemingly oblivious to Shangguan Chang and Su Sihui, reflecting only the image of Chen Yu. Darling, are you dressed so splendidly this early to seduce me? Su Xingyue teased with a charming smile. Chen Yu nearly toppled over, perplexed. How could such a stunningly beautiful mouth utter such trite flirtations? Seated opposite, Shangguan Qing was equally speechless, resting her forehead in confusion, unsure where to begin her critique. Su Xingyue, who could have left in the morning, chose to depart in the afternoon solely because she wished for Chen Yu to escort her alone. Eat your food. Chen Yu snatched a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Su Xingyue was momentarily choked, yet she bore no resentment. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, as if the bun Chen Yu had thrust upon her had become even more delectable as Chen Yu sat down. Su Sihui conveniently placed a bowl of white porridge before him, a scene that had previously only occurred with Xia Liying. Indeed, those favored are often emboldened. Chen Yu, how is the investment for Huan Yunyan coming along? Shangguan Qing inquired, sipping her porridge and sampling the dishes Su Sihui had prepared. Their dining manners were exceptionally refined, rarely producing any sound beyond their conversation. Xing Jia, you wouldn't want to invest in me, would you? Chen Yu replied with half-closed eyelids. A hit like Huan Yunyan would be the perfect investment, wouldn't it? What do you say, shall I help you achieve some results? Shangguan Qing replied with a smile. She was well aware that Huan Yunyan did not lack for investment, but the reason for seeking external funding was to bolster the production's lineup, saving on promotional expenses while ensuring the drama became a sensation. Xing Jia, if you invest, I won't be able to stop Su Xingyue from coming to see me frequently. You'd better think it over, Chen Yu lamented. Previously, he had rejected Su Xingyue largely due to the Shangguan family. But now that Shangguan Qing had come in person, what could he do? On my side is merely a standard business investment, not involving Ling Ling. She will handle her matters with Miss Su upon her return. Shangguan Qing clarified her stance, adding, furthermore, if you allow me to invest, I can arrange for the premiere on the central television. Even in today's era, where popularity reigns supreme, having a drama air on central television is an immensely proud achievement. The reason is simple. It is all about the brand effect of Central Television, Channel 8, the drama channel. Chen Yu asked earnestly. Yes, in the context of Huan Yan, there is only the potential for it to air on Channel 8 during prime time. However, should the subsequent works Yuzue and Mekong River Battle pass the review, they might secure a slot on Channel 1 during prime time. Chapter 63 raises the question, is it as if someone has already dug a pit for me to jump into? While both Channel 8 and Channel 1 belong to the same conglomerate, they operate on entirely different levels. Huan Yan on Channel 8 is merely a gilded opportunity, but if Yuzue and Mekong River Battle can be broadcast on Channel 1, they could instantly become a phenomenon, an extraordinary success. Channel 1 primarily focuses on significant news events and patriotic education. Even if Shang Wanqing believes Huan Yan is excellent, her opinion holds no weight. The positioning must align. No matter how exquisite the production, it cannot suffice. Moreover, not only can I facilitate the approval process at Central Television for the primetime slot on Channel 8, but I can also involve the Central Film Company. Shen Yu, our discussions are purely commercial given the excellence of your project. As the investment director of Changyu Group, I cannot overlook the opportunity to invest, Shang Wanqing stated earnestly. Her silence on the matter in the previous days was a strategy to prevent Chen Yu from having time to refuse. The closer it got to her departure, the more likely this deal would be finalized. Qing Jie, are you certain this is merely a standard investment? Chen Yu's expression mirrored her seriousness. If we simply consider the investors? Changyu Group's status is undoubtedly sufficient. I am certain, however, to meet my conditions, you must grant us a larger share. Shang Wanqing nodded. Since you have made such a proposal, I can concede. You handle the negotiations with Central Television, and I will manage the negotiations with Magic City Television. Central Television will serve as the primary broadcaster, while Magic City Television will serve as the secondary broadcaster, with the airing times synchronized with streaming platforms and video websites. Darling, what do you think? Su Xingyue asked with a radiant smile. Shang Wanqing initially proposed this, enabling her to follow suit. Once Chen Yu agreed to Shang Wanqing, he could hardly refuse her terms. It is unprecedented for a television drama to air on two significant networks consecutively. Ordinarily, both Central and Magic City Television would demand exclusivity, making it extremely challenging to achieve a compromise between the two. Thus, I can only offer a maximum of 40 equity, as I must allocate some shares to the video websites. Chen Yu stated solemnly. Miss Su, how about we each take 20? Shang Wanqing turned to inquire. That works. Su Xingyue nodded. Shang Wanqing retrieved a contract from her bag, handwritten the investment amount and equity percentage, and passed it across the table to Chen Yu. Changyu Group values the investment at 300 million, securing 20 equity. The investment amount is merely provisional. Adjustments can be made post-project completion should there be any additional payments required. I am prepared for that. Su Xingyue produced a similar contract from her bag and handed it to Chen Yu, saying, Darling, write in the amount you desire. I can transfer it to you right now. Chen Yu felt a sudden urge to curse. Wasn't it agreed that this was purely a commercial discussion, yet it seemed as though they had set a trap for him to fall into. Although Chen Yu had ample trust in them, contracts must be reviewed legally before he would consider signing. He combined the two contracts and handed them to Su Sihui. After breakfast, the matter was finalized. Su Sihui drove Chen Yu and Shang Wanqing to the airport. In the morning, they saw Shang Wanqing and the Changyu Group team off, and at noon Su Xingyue insisted on cooking for him. Afterward, she insisted on taking a nap together before he sent her off to the airport. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, she again insisted on nibbling on him. Chen Yu felt like he was about to explode. He vowed that once Su Xingyue returned, he would find a more competent coach. Darling, I'm off. Once I finish my business in Magic City, I will come find you. Su Xingyue waved goodbye. Farewell, Chen Yu reciprocated, eager for her to disappear from his sight, yet she barely took a few steps before rushing back, grabbing Chen Yu amidst the gaze of numerous onlookers, and planted a kiss on his lips. While I'm away, you must not engage with Su Sihui, otherwise, do you understand? Su Xingyue warned, inching closer to him. Chen Yu's expression shifted abruptly, cold sweat breaking out, yet he dared not display any unusual behavior. Who would have thought Su Xingyue would be so bold, yet, given her character, such behavior seemed almost expected. Darling, what is your response? Su Xingyue inquired, her peripheral vision keenly observing Su Sihui not far behind. All right, Chen Yu's lips twitched, his mind racing with exasperation. Sister, this is an airport, there are cameras here, be good, I will return. Su Xingyue caressed his face before walking into the airport with her bodyguards. Chen Yu leaned against a pillar, attempting to massage his sore spot, but he refrained from doing so. Chairman, are you alright? Su Sihue approached quickly once she saw Su Xingyue had left. Chen Yu had arrived in Su Xingyue's car, while Su Sihue had driven his Porsche, following closely behind. I'm fine. Chen Yu took a few deep breaths to compose himself. Thankfully, Su Xingyue hadn't squeezed him too hard, otherwise, he would likely be squatting on the ground contemplating life. Seeing the dejected expression on his face, Su Sihue pulled out a pack of cigarettes she had prepared for him and lit one up. Much to his astonishment, Chen Yu took the cigarette and simply stared at her. She, feeling his gaze, turned her head away, blushing with embarrassment, as Chen Yu noticed a strand of her hair fall over her ear. He couldn't help but gently tuck it behind her ear. Just then, a loud crashing sound echoed nearby. A trash can several meters away was kicked, clattering loudly. Meng Yao, are you aware of this? A woman dressed in a loose white t-shirt and denim shorts, wearing high-top canvas shoes, appeared visibly furious. Her eyes reddened. She was tall, resembling a model, dragging a white suitcase, her features both beautiful and serene. Whether it was she or Qin Meng Yao, dressed in a Lolita outfit with white stockings, both were undeniably captivating. They, along with Su Sihue, formed a striking trio, becoming the airport's most alluring spectacle. I don't know, Sister Sihue, she actually. Qin Meng Yao was completely stunned, her body stiffening, her delicate face paling momentarily. If even Su Sihue was involved, their chances would be even slimmer. Meng Yao, Bianwu, Chen Yu turned in shock, spotting the two women by the trash can, equally astonished, though surprised, upon seeing Bianwu's face. Chen Yu felt cold sweat pour down his back. Brother, a sweet voice called out, and she dropped her suitcase, rushing toward Chen Yu and under countless angry gazes, clung to him, her long legs wrapping around his waist. Chapter 64, Brother, I won't install any more cameras. Okay. Bianwu's arrival had already drawn considerable attention to Chen Yu, who had just seen off Su Xingyue and Su Sihue. Now another woman had come. Bianwu, who told you to come? Meng Yao, did you invite her? Chen Yu pushed her away, feeling a rising sense of despair. While most would relish the attention of beautiful women, Chen Yu was overwhelmed. He wished she would just go home. Su Xingyue, Shangguan Ling, Bianwu. These three women were the source of his greatest headaches. One was a Yandere, another was an overbearing control freak, and the last was a cunning manipulator. Despite the endearing way she called him brother and her sweet demeanor, she also had a penchant for installing cameras in his home. Brother, Sister Sihue, Qin Meng Yao approached briskly, dragging Bianwu's suitcase. Her petite feet in white stockings clad in dainty shoes. Bianwu's arrival was to greet Qin Meng Yao, who had been waiting for her. They had been out for a while, intending to take a taxi to Qin Meng Yao's home. But upon spotting Chen Yu seeing Su Xingyue off, they had hidden behind a trash can to spy on him. When Su Xingyue turned back to grab Chen Yu, they shrank back, feeling wronged. And Su Xingyue had even glanced at them. The assertive kiss she had given Chen Yu seemed to be a display for them. Upon witnessing Chen Yu gently tuck hair behind Su Sihue's ear, they felt as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in their minds, leaving them in a state of shock. Qin Meng Yao knew she was no match for Su Xingyue, so she had called Bianwu for assistance. But now it seemed, even together, their chances were slim. Bianwu would get down. No way, let go of me. Chen Yu urgently pushed her away. However, she wrapped her long arms around his neck, refusing to let go, rubbing her fair cheek against him. Their bodies pressed together without a care in the world. No way, it has been an eternity since I last beheld my elder brother. Allow me to bestow upon you a kiss. As Bianwu spoke, she pouted her crimson lips, leaning in for a kiss. Smack. Chen Yu swiftly raised his hand and pressed his palm against her forehead, gently pushing her aside. Bianwu struggled, yearning to inch closer. Yet her strength was no match for Chen Yu's brother. Do you no longer harbor affection for me? Bianwu queried, her voice laced with sorrow, appearing utterly pitiful as she pouted her cherry-like lips. The protrusion so pronounced it seemed one could dangle a soy sauce bottle from it. This moment her gaze wielded a lethal charm, capable of ensnaring the heart of any man. The clarity of her eyes, glimmering with unshed tears, drew envious and resentful glances from numerous men nearby, who cast their murderous stares upon her. I do not fancy someone who would install cameras in my home. Chen Yu gritted his teeth in response. Wu, I was wrong. I promise I shall never install cameras again. Bianwu continued to cling to Chen Yu, burying her face in his shoulder as she began to sob. Were it not for Chen Yu's deep understanding of her, even he might have believed her tears. Yet her feigned sorrow had deceived him time and again. Meng Yao, come here, Chen Yu commanded, one hand still pressing against Bianwu while beckoning Qin Meng Yao over with the other. A joyful smile graced Qin Meng Yao's face, but as she approached, Chen Yu lightly tapped her head. Instantly she too adopted a look of injustice. Why did you summon her over? Chen Yu chastised. I merely noticed that Su Xingyue had arrived. Qin Mangyao replied, her head bowed and her fingers entwined, her eyes brimming with tears. Brother, I am sorry. I was in the wrong. Bianwu, still resting against Chen Yu's shoulder, trembled as she wept. Brother, please do not blame her. If anyone is to be blamed, it is I. Wu. Chen Yu was left speechless. In that moment, the multitude of glances cast upon them seemed to yearn for blood. Chen Yu sought assistance from Su Sihui, only to receive a shake of her head, her expression one of helplessness. Observing a number of onlookers recording the scene, Chen Yu hastily hoisted Bianwu up, carrying her with one arm while dragging her suitcase with the other. Making a swift exit. Su Sihui and Qin Mangyao exchanged glances before hastily following suit. At that moment, Chen Yu resembled a trafficker, while Bianwu appeared as the frail, pitiful victim. After a brief while, as Bianwu felt a rush of blood to her head, she exclaimed, Brother, please set me down. My stomach is quite uncomfortable, and I fear I may no longer be able to bear children. Chen Yu retorted with fierce anger, Who told you to come to Luqing? I shall return you at once. Bianwu whimpered softly, Wu, has my brother grown to despise me, if I have erred in any way? Please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. Brother, I love you, even if it means enduring orthopedic challenges. Qin Mangyao, Bianwu, and Su Xingyue were remnants of a historical issue from 4 years prior. And they had been the source of Chen Yu's greatest headaches. Possessing any one of them would be the dream of any man, yet together, they could upheave Chen Yu's life. Most crucially, his interactions with them had been nothing more than professional and social. He had never sought to entice them, yet, despite Chen Yu's marriage, they continued to await his attention. What the hell, brother and sister, this is utterly scandalous. No, I don't see it that way, big brother. She even came for orthopedic issues. Do you know what that implies? Doesn't that man look familiar? He seems to be the chairman of the Dongfang Group, Chen Yu, who recently made headlines. Indeed, it appears to be him, and the girl in the Lolita attire by his side looks like the protagonist from that trending video. Yes, indeed, damn it, the vile capitalist. Even finding a girlfriend is so arduous for us, yet he has a harem of stunning beauties. The crowd, already filled with envy and resentment, now took to moralizing against Chen Yu. Bianwu, draped over Chen Yu's shoulder, supported herself with her hands on his back, ensuring her clothing did not become too burdensome. Pressing her pelvis against his shoulder blades, she managed to breathe comfortably. Her long straight black hair appeared somewhat disheveled, and her petite feet occasionally swayed gently, reminiscent of playful water. Her feet, a mere size 36, could easily be cradled in one hand. A red lover's knot adorned her fair ankle, accentuating the elegance of her calves. Though she was a renowned author under Chen Yu's aegis, she also reigned as one of the country's top supermodels, still serving as Chanel's exclusive model in the nation. Bang! Bianwu, unable to see ahead, accidentally kicked a passing gentleman with her pristine high-top canvas sneakers. Chapter 65, The Green Tea. Due to a flight having just landed, a throng of people was exiting the terminal. Chen Yu, endeavoring to navigate through the crowd while carrying Bianwu, was caught off guard when her restless feet made contact with someone. Apologies, my friend was careless. Are you alright? Chen Yu quickly offered an apology. How do you walk? The terminal is crowded, and you're carrying someone. Are you insane? Do you have any idea how much this suit costs? The gentleman bellowed angrily at the footprints on his suit. However, upon hearing his words, Chen Yu, Bianwu, and even Qin Mangyao froze for a moment as his statement resonated deeply within them. In an era dominated by sensational narratives, mastering the art of showing off and slapping faces is essential for every author. Sir, it was truly an accident. I apologize. Wu, you wouldn't be angry with me, would you? Would Bianwu turn to him, displaying a woeful expression. Who could possibly refuse such a beautiful, enchanting, and pitiful girl? It's nothing, just be more careful next time. The gentleman softened at the sight of her, his anger dissipating in an instant, his gaze fixated on her lovely face. You're the best, sir. You are a good person. Bianwu smiled at him, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him, filling him with confidence. The notion of green tea and white lotus each represents a distinct archetype, the white lotus being that which invokes an irresistible desire to protect, while the green tea evokes feelings of respect, making one feel powerful, all the while feigning concern only to later drain one's wallet dry. I apologize, I will cover the 200 yuan dry cleaning fee. Would that be acceptable? Chen Yu said apologetically. No worries. It's a trivial matter. Just have your friend be more careful next time. The gentleman waved dismissively. You are truly kind. Goodbye. Bianwu beamed, waving at him. Just moments ago, she had been weeping on Chen Yu's shoulder, her body trembling with sorrow. Goodbye. The gentleman waved back as he watched them depart, yet, once they left, he glanced at the footprints on his suit, smacking it with force, but to no avail, and he felt a pang of frustration. Suddenly, he regretted his earlier bravado. why not simply request the 200 yuan for dry cleaning? Yet those girls truly were stunning. His wife, with her dull visage, could not compare. Bang! Chen Yu tossed Bian Wu into the back seat and threw her suitcase into the trunk. Sihui, I will take you all home first. I shall personally escort Bian Wu back to Chang'an and ensure her brother keeps a close watch on her, preventing her from running away again. Wu Wu, Sister Sihui, my brother no longer wants me. I quarreled with my family and wished to escape to Luqing, but my brother simply does not want me. Wu Wu, Bian Wu's expression shifted. 4 years Chen Yu had contemplated placing her in the entertainment industry due to her looks. Her ability to transform her emotions was remarkable. Her acting skills surpassed those of many professionals to the extent that even after knowing her for so long, Chen Yu could not discern her genuine tears from her feigned ones. Brother, please keep Bian Wu here. I will take good care of her. Please. Qin Mangyao too looked at Chen Yu with a sorrowful gaze. Mangyao, do not say anymore. If my brother truly wished for me to return, I would do so. I would walk back if necessary. Even if I were abducted along the way, I would not trouble my brother. Wu Wu, witnessing someone advocate for her, Bian Wu seized the opportunity, demonstrating her prowess as a top-tier green tea. What prompted the quarrel with your family? Chen Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Because I wanted to see my brother, Bian Wu murmured, her head bowed, sniffling, but my brother does not wish to see me. I will leave. Since it was a quarrel with your family, it is all the more reason for me to return you. Chen Yu shifted his tone. Instantly Bian Wu's expression froze, her entire being stiffening in the back seat as she gazed at Chen Yu in disbelief. After 4 years apart, she never anticipated hearing such callous words from his lips. She specifically took a flight, traveling thousands of miles just to deliver herself into his hands. Shouldn't Chen Yu have welcomed her? Alright. Since brother dislikes me so much, I shall take my leave. Bian Wu, feeling aggrieved, shed tears and suddenly fell silent, lowering her head as she exited the vehicle to retrieve her suitcase from the trunk. Clearly indicating her intention to fly back. Goodbye, let me know when you board the plane, and I'll have your brother pick you up at the airport. Surprisingly, Chen Yu even waved at her. He understood her all too well. Her actions were merely a ploy to elicit his reluctance to let her go. Their acquaintance began at an event hosted by the Oriental Group. Back then, tonight, Seattle had received sponsorship from Chanel, with Bian Wu attending the launch ceremony as Chanel's appointed representative. When she mentioned being one of Chen Yu's authors, he was taken aback. The contracts of the authors signed under him were managed by the group's legal team, and he only knew their genders, never their appearances. Tonight, Seattle, Bian Wu also represented as a model in a 1-minute scene. She was a professional in this regard. Without any training, she could appear utterly natural in front of the camera. Chen Yu, you scoundrel! Bian Wu took a few steps away, genuinely crying, before rushing back and leaping onto Chen Yu, clinging to him tightly, refusing to let go no matter what. Chen Yu was propelled backward by her momentum. Colliding with a nearby pillar, her dark brown eyes brimmed with tears, the irises shimmering with an icy light brown reminiscent of jade, surrounded by a deep black hue, with a circle of sun-like orange-red encircling them. In the lower right corner of her right iris, 2 spots resembling teardrops were distinctly visible. Though small in size, Bian Wu's eyes were the most beautiful Chen Yu had ever seen, captivating enough to hold one's gaze for an eternity. If Su Xingyue's eyes could be likened to amber, then Bian Wu's were a true work of art. To describe them as a miracle of creation would be entirely justified. I won't leave. I refuse to go. I am determined to cling to you for life, even if it means becoming a servant. I would gladly accept. Bian Wu clung to his neck, her voice choked with emotion. I am gravely ill. Chen Yu rolled his eyes, intending to tease her. What? Bian Wu exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 66. Perhaps my feelings for you have moved my brother. Chen Yu's teasing genuinely brought Bian Wu to tears. She sobbed, desperately questioning him about what was wrong. After 4 years apart, to learn of Chen Yu's serious illness upon their reunion was simply unbearable. Her heart felt as though it might shatter. Chen Yu hurriedly clarified that it was a joke, but she did not believe him. It was only when he produced his recent medical report that her emotions began to stabilize. Bian Wu, are you certain you won't return? How will you explain this to your family? Chen Yu, driving, glanced at Bian Wu through the rearview mirror. Though her sobs had subsided, her eyes remained puffy and red. It's nothing at home. I was actually lying to you earlier. My brother took me to the airport before I left, or how could I have run away from home? Bian Wu smiled, her eyes still slightly swollen. What did your brother say? Chen Yu asked in a low voice. Her eldest brother was the most serious of her 3 siblings, having transitioned from the military to a formidable position within the bureaucracy. The Bian family held significant influence in Chang'an, which is why Bian Wu's modeling and writing under Chen Yu were merely side endeavors. Spoiled since childhood, she had always been fearless. As for my brother? He didn't say a word when he dropped me off, but as I was about to enter the airport, he said one thing. Bien Wu reflected wistfully. What did he say? Chen Yu inquired curiously. Bien Wu, gazing at Chen Yu's face through the rearview mirror, broke into a smile. He said that since I was coming out this time, I shouldn't rush back too quickly. He encouraged me to pursue my own happiness. Chen Yu rolled his eyes in disbelief. Ha, do you really think I believe that? He would come all the way to Luqing to confront me over your matter. If you were to come to my side, would he be at ease? Chen Yu was not the type to be easily swayed by emotions, yet in Bien Wu's brother's eyes, he was precisely that kind of person. Years ago, Bien Wu's brother had given him two choices, either marry Bien Wu or sever all ties. He had chosen the latter, believing it was better not to waste Bien Wu's time. After all, with Su Xingyue and Shang Guanling in the picture, there could never be a resolution. His answer had infuriated Bien Wu's brother, leading to a confrontation on the street with the vice mayor of Chang'an, who oversaw the economy. Following that day, Bien Wu was taken back by her family. Chen Yu did not explain the misunderstandings surrounding the Bien family, nor was there any need to. Anyone in his situation would be labeled a scoundrel. He had thought that after that incident, their lives would diverge completely, and their next encounter would merely be a nod of acknowledgement. Yet, Bien Wu returned. Brother, perhaps my feelings for you have moved my brother. Bien Wu grinned. After returning to Chang'an, she had isolated herself for a long time, and only she knew what she had endured over those 4 years. You must be joking, that stern-faced magistrate could be moved? Chen Yu scoffed. Perhaps he could. What if it's true? Bien Wu replied with a laugh. If it is true, I would have to send you back. The group is about to launch the Joyful Years project in short dramas. I need to head to Hangdian. Chen Yu waved his hand dismissively. He understood that establishing a harem would resolve many issues, but was it truly that simple? Bien Wu clung to her companion Qin Mengyao and said, Then I shall stay at Mengyao's house. You go about your business. We won't be a bother. Chen Yu sighed. Call your brother. If he permits you to stay in Luqing, then I won't interfere. Bien Wu eagerly nodded. Calling her brother via video, the tear stains at the corners of her eyes faded due to her excitement. Brother, I've arrived in Luqing, and now I'm with brother Chen Yu. Despite her beaming smile, the expression on the other end of the video was dark, filled with helplessness, reluctance, and resignation. Have you eaten lunch? After a long pause, he merely inquired about something trivial. When they had brought Bien Wu home, they had thought she would only be unhappy for a moment, yet 4 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Bien family only wanted what was best for her. But the situation had spiraled out of control. Regardless of their feelings, they had no choice but to let her go now, for she was their beloved sister, the only one they had doted upon since childhood. And she seemed bewitched by Chen Yu. Even the two princesses from the capital and Magic City were similarly enchanted. This was beyond their imagination. Brother, I've eaten. There was lunch on the plane. Bien Wu smiled sweetly. Where will you stay in Luqing? At Chen Yu's house, the voice on the video asked, struggling to conceal the pain. No, I'll be staying with Mengyao after arriving in Luqing. Bien Wu replied cheerfully. Despite his best efforts to maintain composure, Bien Jun felt his heart shattered. Bien Wu's attitude indicated her willingness to accept other women in Chen Yu's life, but how could any brother tolerate such a situation? Chen Yu, take good care of my sister. If she sheds another tear because of you, I won't spare you. Bien Jun's anger erupted. At that moment, he regretted not being firmer in the past. Had he been more resolute, even a trade-off might have been acceptable. Brother, why are you being so fierce? I'm getting angry, Bien Wu interjected, puffing up her cheeks. However, Bien Jun appeared increasingly exasperated. There is nothing to be angry about. Since you allowed me to leave Chang'an, you should not concern yourself with my affairs in Luqing. I'll come back to see you in a few months. Bien Wu pouted. All right, despite his fury. Bien Jun felt helpless, as if he had nowhere to vent his frustrations. Even if he bit his tongue until it bled, he would have to swallow his anger. Chen Yu, I entrust you with the care of my sister, ensuring she stays by your side. This is my last request as her brother. Bien Jun took a deep breath. Chen Yu hesitated, unsure how to respond. At this moment, he could empathize with Bien Jun's profound helplessness. If it weren't for Bien Wu, they might have become friends, but due to their differing positions, things had become complicated. Chen Yu, I've made this request. Can you not agree? Bien Jun was at his breaking point. Bien Wu grasped her phone, saying, All right, brother, we need to head to where we're staying, tidy up, and have dinner. I'll call you later. Wait, I haven't finished speaking, Bien Jun hurriedly interjected. What else is there to say? Brother, love you. Bye. Bien Wu promptly ended the call. Bien Jun, Chapter 67. Indeed, I am unwell. Lovesickness. Bien Wu's stance had become abundantly clear, in the face of her elder brother Bien Jun's wrath and the presence of Chen Yu. She unhesitatingly chose Chen Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, she ended the call, maneuvering in the midst of the turmoil, even suppressing Bian Jun's fury, solely to alleviate Chen Yu's burdens, even though her brother was involved in this matter. He remained an outsider, oblivious to the true occurrences and even less aware of the headaches Chen Yu endured because of it. In truth, both Bian Wu and Qin Mengyao recognized that their feelings were one-sided. She had fought for her affection and contemplated countless strategies. Since Chen Yu could not be solely hers, she sought alternative paths. Convinced that solutions existed, she did not perceive herself as particularly humble in this relationship. For loving someone was an act beyond her control. Even if she were to return to the past and make her choice anew, she would unreservedly choose to meet Chen Yu again. Willingly succumbing to his charm, the atmosphere grew heavy. Bian Wu understood Chen Yu's current state of mind and thus intentionally shifted the conversation. By the way, your brother, isn't my cultural relics journal about to be adapted? Chen Yu nodded, following the established process. It should be this year, however. The current strategy primarily focuses on Mengyao's joyful years and the short drama. Bian Wu flashed a grin, playfully asking, brother, can I invest? I know you're the best. Just grant me a share. Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle, replying, then you might as well invest as an IP stakeholder. Once I propel joyful years into production, I'll push your project next. Unlike other group chairpersons who merely strategize, Chen Yu, even upon returning, seldom managed the internal affairs of the group. Instead, he personally took charge of the IP. For him, this had always been his role, as long as he set the right direction forward. Others like Su Sihui would naturally follow. When Joyful Years officially begins filming, can Mengyao and I play a couple of minor roles? Bian Wu inquired with a smile. What, are you that picky? Your cultural relics journal has been stagnant for how long? Readers are outraged. Chen Yu couldn't resist commenting. No worries, I have 200,000 words saved up, plus, you know my speed. When I debate online, I can write 400 words a minute. Even while writing, I can manage over 200. Bian Wu boasted. She and Qin Mengyao were polar opposites. Mengyao was a typical homebody who would return home to nest after a brief outing, while Bian Wu worked for an hour, wrote over 10,000 words, and spent her days adventuring. The more she played, the more money she made. Few in the country were like her. If you're so free, should I throw another project your way? Similar to Cultural Relics Journal, called Ghost Blows Out the Light. If feasible, these two projects could be adapted sequentially, with one released during the other's hiatus. Chen Yu stated earnestly. What is Ghost Blows Out the Light? Bian Wu blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously asking. What she adored most about Chen Yu was the brilliance he exuded at all times. Even a casual idea he tossed out could set the internet ablaze. A topic he casually led could become the next big trend for the next few years. Such talent and capability she had never witnessed in anyone else. Sihui, I'll drop you at the group. Then head to Mengyao's for a meeting. Chen Yu turned to his passenger, Su Sihui. All right. Su Sihui nodded with a smile. Without a hint of hesitation, Chen Yu dropped her off at the Group S building. And at her door, he said, after work, drive the group car to Mengyao's for dinner. Su Sihui paused slightly, her smile growing softer as she nodded earnestly. She understood the implications of his words. She didn't care how much of his heart was truly hers. She simply wished to fill her heart with everything belonging to Chen Yu. Mengyao, I warn you, when we get to your house, don't shove your feet into my arms again. Chen Yu turned and said, Qin Mengyao's face flushed a deep red, too shy to meet his gaze. Brother, can I slip you a drug? Bian Wu asked, her large, lively eyes wide with seriousness. What kind of drug? Chen Yu was taken aback. A drug that makes you obedient. Bian Wu grinned, exposing her little tiger teeth, looking like a mischievous imp. Are you out of your mind? Chen Yu nearly choked on his own breath. Bian Wu nodded her small head like a rattle drum. Indeed, I am unwell, lovesickness. Chen Yu slapped his forehead, utterly speechless. He found himself bewildered. Did cheesy pickup lines really have a contagion? He helped Bian Wu carry her luggage upstairs, and upon entering Qin Mengyao's home, it was just as chaotic as during Chen Yu's last visit, with various clothes and undergarments strewn across the sofa. Chen Yu glanced at Qin Mengyao, who stuck out her tongue and helped him tidy the clothes into the changing room. The disarray in the living room left Bian Wu speechless. After all these years, Mengyao had yet to amend this bad habit. In the past, Bian Wu and Qin Mengyao had been at odds, each fighting her own battles, naturally unable to see eye to eye. However, over the years, they had both changed significantly. Mengyao, when did you last wear these little white stockings? They stink, Bian Wu teased, pinching and sniffing them. Qin Mengyao was startled and rushed over, snatching the socks from Bian Wu's hands to smell them, her face reddening with indignation. How could they stink? This pair was changed right before I left. Bian Wu laughed. Perhaps it's because you've worn them, so you can't smell them. Qin Mengyao fumed, wanting to throttle her. You smell. As she spoke, she shook Bien Wu's shoulders vigorously. Bien Wu's little head bobbed in rhythm with her movements, making sounds that were utterly amusing. Mangyao, stop shaking me, I feel a bit dizzy. Qin Mangyao, momentarily taken aback, asked, what do you mean? Bien Wu poked Qin Mengyao's soft flesh, saying, you have too much flab. You ought to lose weight. Qin Mengyao shot her a glance, retorting, I think you're just envious of me. Bien Wu rolled her eyes. What is there to envy? So much flab, so heavy, it doesn't even look good in clothes. Look, the little outfits you wear are all in plus sizes. Qin Yu stuffed the clothes into the washing machine, tossed in a washing ball, set the program, and just as he turned around, he saw Bien Wu unceremoniously lifting Qin Mengyao's garments, examining something. To unlock the following content, please support with love. Side-eye he. Chapter 68. Xiaobo was released from prison, and Xiaobo was knocked away. Qin Yu explained the general concept of ghost blows out the light to Bien Wu, who listened attentively like a diligent student, taking meticulous notes. It had been a long time since she experienced such a moment. In front of her was the man she cherished, speaking passionately. Over the years she had often reminisced about the past, yet Xia Liying had continually occupied the heart of the person she treasured most. Receiving countless affections without a hint of appreciation, Bien Wu, please make sure to push this project forward in the coming days. In a few days Sihui and I will head to Hengdian. The Joyful Years project needs to commence preparations, and the short drama must also progress, Chen Yu stated with utmost seriousness. Alright, understood. Bien Wu replied obediently, nodding. She did not expect to always be by Chen Yu's side, but as long as she could remain in Luqing, it would be a good beginning. A few days later, Chen Yu and Su Sihui drove to Hengdian, with the journey from Luqing taking over 8 hours. Su Sihui would not stay long in Hengdian, as her role was to assist Chen Yu in coordinating matters. Once the crew was established, she would return to oversee the company's affairs. She also brought Su Tao along, and once things progressed smoothly, her responsibilities would be handed over to Su Tao. After spending so much time by Xia Liying's side, Su Tao's professional skills had become exceptionally refined. With just a little guidance, she could seamlessly take over. Mr. Xia, Chen Yu has gone to Hengdian, and the two women by his side are no longer in Luqing. A phone call reached Xia Yuanshan. During this time, Xia Yuanshan had been monitoring Chen Yu closely, for he was recovering from a stroke in the hospital. The Xia family was currently in turmoil and could not afford any further mishaps, thus, keeping an eye on Chen Yu served to guard against most dangers. With Chen Yu's entourage being so complex, his movements inevitably influenced the strategic direction of the group, making it impossible to conceal. Go, find that security guard, give him money, have him sign a settlement. Xia Yuanshan grimaced, speaking with great difficulty. The strain was evident as his face reddened with effort. His son Xiaobo was still detained in the detention center, with lawyers from the Dongfang group working on the case. But the crux of the matter lay with the security guard. As long as the security guard who was struck on that day signs the settlement agreement, this matter can be resolved. Alright, Mr. Xia, how much do you think is appropriate? Inquired the voice on the other end of the line. You decide, but do try to minimize the amount. The urgency was palpable. We must resolve this. It is imperative to settle everything before Chen Yu realizes what has happened. Is 2 hours sufficient? Xia Yuanshan was on the verge of exasperation. How did he find himself in such a predicament? A lifetime of reputation now jeopardized by a stroke. Speaking was a laborious task, akin to the struggles of an elderly person afflicted by dementia. Mr. Xia, 2 hours should suffice. As long as the security guard agrees, I will immediately have him taken to the police station to sign the settlement agreement. However, Mr. Xia, regarding the funding, the voice on the other end spoke in a grave tone. Given the current state of the Xia family, having lost the entire conglomerate, where could they possibly find the funds for a settlement? To persuade that security guard to cooperate willingly, it would demand at least several 100,000. Even if others were to demand exorbitant sums. Please cover the initial costs for me. I will arrange to withdraw funds from abroad. Xia Yuanshan replied that he yearned to escape Luqing, to whisk his family away before Chen Yu had a chance to react, yet he was aware that Chen Yu had people keeping tabs on him as well. It was even possible that just as they were boarding their flight, Chen Yu would receive word of their departure. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Su Xingyue and Shang Guanling, he dared not take the risk. Should Chen Yu choose to confront him openly and legally, without resorting to intimidation tactics, he believed that with his years of operational experience at Liying Media and the foreign funds at his disposal, he could dismantle the Dongfang group within a few years. After all, how could a seasoned mogul like himself possibly be outmaneuvered by a mere fledgling? Cover your costs. The voice on the other end was bewildered. Is that not feasible? Lying Media, even in its current state, possesses liquid assets amounting to several hundred million. Are you truly lacking this trifling sum? Xia Yuanshan was enraged and shouted, then you can use Lying Media's funds to assist me. The voice on the other end fell silent. Borrowing money while at work, was he insane? You are utterly short-sighted. Xia Yuanshan had offered him a chance to align himself with the towering Xia family. And yet he focused solely on immediate gains. Fine, if he was so ungrateful for the opportunity, then let us provide the funds and resolve this issue first. Missing such a chance would surely lead to regret in the future. Alright, Mr. Xia, I've received the funds and will make arrangements immediately. If the other party demands more than 500,000, I will call you to discuss further, the voice on the line stated, with a sharp click. Xia Yuanshan hung up in frustration. Less than 2 hours later, the phone rang again. Mr. Xia, it's been resolved. The other party is asking for 400,000, and I will take 50,000 as my fee, totaling 450,000. Xia Yuanshan asked darkly, when can my son be released? The paperwork is being processed. He should be out by this evening at the latest, came the reply. Xia Yuanshan took a deep breath to steady himself. As soon as he is released, get him on a plane and out of the country. He had raised his son with indulgence and was acutely aware of his temperament after being detained for so long. He would undoubtedly be seething with anger and thirsting for revenge against Chen Yu, but the current Chen Yu was not to be trifled with. Should Chen Yu enlist the help of Su Xingyue and Shang Guanqing, the Xia family would be left without a single breath of reprieve. Fleeing abroad was undoubtedly the best course of action. Understood, Mr. Xia, I will begin preparations immediately, came the response from the other end. By evening, Xiaobo emerged from the detention center, still clad in the clothes he had worn upon his arrest. As the setting sun cast its golden rays upon him, his eyes burned with malice and fury. Filled with an overwhelming desire to annihilate Chen Yu, how could he, Xiaobo, the nephew of Chen Yu, have been subjected to such treatment? Young Master Xia, please get in the car. Mr. Xia has sent me to escort you abroad. A sleek black car pulled up, and a man in a suit gestured for him to enter. Abroad? Why must I leave the country? Xiaobo furrowed his brow and reluctantly slid into the passenger seat. This matter is rather lengthy. I'll explain it to you on the way, the man began. Yet, just as their vehicle exited the confines of the detention center, they were suddenly struck by a truck at an unprotected intersection. Chapter 69. Everything unfolded just right. The violent collision resulted in catastrophic damage. Just a moment ago, Xiaobo had been conversing with the driver, infuriated by the events that had transpired within the Xia family. Consumed by thoughts of revenge, but in the blink of an eye, an unforeseen accident occurred. Shattered glass sprayed throughout the car, akin to a burst of water. The airbags exploded on impact, and the immense force rendered Xiaobo unconscious in an instant. The collision had primarily impacted the passenger side, striking from the right door. Bang, bang. The car was violently thrust aside, rolling several times before finally colliding with a tree at the roadside, coming to a halt amidst a scene of devastation. Shattered automotive parts and spilled fluids littered the ground. The environment descending into an eerie silence. Thick white smoke billowed from the vehicle. The driver, dazed and blood trickling from a wound on his forehead, found himself trapped, the seatbelt constricting him painfully, leaving him gasping for breath. At first, he realized he was suspended, dangling in his seat. Then, a wave of confusion washed over him, his mind struggling to comprehend the calamity that had just unfolded. After a few agonizing seconds, as pain surged through him, clarity slowly returned. Young Master Xia, he rasped, reaching out to gently prod the unconscious Xiaobo beside him. The disorienting sensation of hanging upside down was unbearable, and he could see that Xiaobo was in far worse condition. Several bones visibly broken, especially his right arm, which was bloodied and mangled, shards of glass embedded within. Young Master Xia, he gritted his teeth and called out again, but Xiaobo remained unresponsive. With great effort, he struggled to adjust his body, gritting his teeth to unbuckle the seatbelt, only to come crashing down heavily onto the floor. Xiaobo. He shook Xiaobo again, but still received no reply, checking for a pulse. He found it alarmingly faint. What do I do? What do I do? The truck driver had exited his vehicle, panic etched across his face, his complexion ashen, standing frozen in place, as if in shock. Coincidentally, the spot where he stood was captured by the truck's dashcam, which also recorded sound. Even as the windshield shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, the camera captured his terror. Help, right, help. Finally snapping back to reality, he rushed to the back of the truck to grab tools. However, the tools he had were hardly professional. Approaching the wrecked car where Xiaobo and the driver were trapped, he felt utterly helpless. What happened? How are they? The driver asked in a voice filled with dread. Trembling as he spoke, please break the front windshield. I need to save him," the driver in the front seat urged urgently, yet pain coursed through his body, making it difficult to speak. All right, the truck driver complied, frantically smashing the shattered windshield. The man struggled to sit up, ensuring Xiaobo was positioned correctly before finally unbuckling his seatbelt. With a sudden jolt, the unconscious Xiaobo fell heavily onto the man, but fortunately, the vehicle had rolled completely over. Otherwise, rescuing him in his current state would have been impossible. Due to the accident, another vehicle had stopped, and two individuals emerged to assist in the rescue. They worked tirelessly for over 10 minutes before successfully extricating both men from the wreckage. Thankfully, the car did not catch fire. The Good Samaritans promptly transported Xiaobo and the driver to the hospital, while the truck driver remained at the scene awaiting the arrival of the traffic police. "What? My son was in an accident, and is being rushed to your hospital?" Xia Yuanshan received the call, his entire being frozen in shock. The suddenness of the news left him no time to react. Just moments ago, he had been pondering why the people he had arranged had not yet brought his son to the airport. Logically, he should have received an update by now, yet there was none. Instead, the call he received was not from his own people, but from Lucheng Third Hospital. A deafening explosion rang in his mind as cold sweat trickled down his temples, his eyes widened in horror. Filled with dread, he only had one son. The future of the Xia family depended on Xiaobo's inheritance. "Mr. Xia, your son's condition is extremely critical. He requires immediate surgery. Please send a family member to the hospital as soon as possible." The voice on the line urged. This effectively pulled Xia Yuanshan's thoughts back. Well, I understand now. A sweet taste filled Xia Yuanshan's mouth, nearly causing him to spit out blood. Why did such a coincidental car accident occur? Why was the timing so perfect? It must have been Chen Yu's doing. It must have been Chen Yu. Lying. Your brother had an accident on the way to the airport. Hurry to the emergency surgery room of the third hospital. Xia Yuanshan suppressed his emotions and dialed Xia Liying's number. Xia Liying was completely stunned. She was aware of her brother Xiaobo being bailed out by their father, as the money had initially been drawn from Liying Media's account. However, fearing she might also be targeted, she refrained from visiting the detention center upon hearing the news of her brother's severe car accident. Even she was left in a daze. Hurry, Xia Yuanshan gritted his teeth. His voice already hoarse, his face, flushed with extreme anger, seemed as if the capillaries beneath his skin were about to burst. "I'm going right now." Xia Liying suddenly snapped out of her stupor, her voice turning frantic. "What happened, Liying? What is going on?" Xiao beside her hurriedly inquired. "The Bo had a car accident." Xia Liying's voice trembled with emotion, her eyes reddening instantly. Regardless of Xiaobo's usual behavior, he was still her brother. She could hardly fathom why this accident had occurred so coincidentally. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Xiaobo had already been rushed into the operating room. Xia Liying gazed at the surgical doors before her. Suddenly enveloped by a profound sense of hopelessness, at that moment, the operating room doors, mere meters away, seemed to extend infinitely in her eyes, as though space itself had elongated. Chapter 70. With people already inside the operating room. Was there still responsibility? The surgical doors, which had seemed so close, suddenly appeared so unattainable, as if separated by life and death. Liying, pull yourself together. Xiao quickly supported her, calling out and urging her to regain composure. Yet Xia Liying's ears rang with a deafening silence, her once lively face drained of color, as if trapped in an illusion from which she could not escape. Xiao called to her several times. But when he could no longer bear the weight of her arm, he let her slump to the ground. Xiao could not comprehend why this was such a catastrophe. After all, it was just Xiaobo. That reckless boy, who had been in an accident. Why had it escalated to this extent? It was precisely his lack of emotion that allowed such frenzied thoughts to surface. If one day Xia Liying were to have an accident, he would likely shed no tears, only pondering whether it would affect his control over the Xia family. Tap. A series of footsteps approached. It was the driver involved in the accident and the traffic police arriving at the scene. The unmonitored intersection, devoid of cameras, meant that the analysis of the incident relied heavily on the truck's dashcam footage. Xiaobo's vehicle had approached the intersection without slowing down or assessing the road conditions, barreling straight through, while simultaneously the truck driver had also failed to decelerate, perhaps even exceeding the speed limit. The truck driver bore primary responsibility, while Xiaobo's vehicle was deemed secondary. Such situations were quite common on minor side roads. Typically, when there appeared to be no traffic, many people's instinct was to maintain speed and proceed without hesitation, leaving no discernible traces of intent. After hearing the police's account, Xia Liying's mind went blank once more. Her already chaotic thoughts feeling as though they had been bombarded by a nuclear explosion. How could there be any responsibility in such a severe accident? Why was this the case? Why, indeed, Xia Yuanshan, brought to the hospital by his wife Wu Guilan, nearly fainted from rage upon hearing this news. Do you not hold any regard for the law? My son was clearly injured by someone hired to do so. And yet you say we bear responsibility. Get your traffic police chief over here. I want to report this. Xia Yuanshan, his symptoms of a stroke flaring up again, turned beet red, saliva spraying from his mouth with every word. Observing his state, Xia Liying's tears streamed down her face, her heart aching. First, their father suffered a stroke from anger, and now her brother was fighting for his life after a car accident, ever since Chen Yu's divorce. The Xia family had known no peace. Mr. Xia, I can understand your feelings that if you suspect someone has hired a hitman, you can provide clues, and the police will investigate. However, thus far, we have not seen any evidence of intent at the scene. The driver involved has been actively assisting after the accident. The officer handling the case responded earnestly, you are in cahoots with them, you are incompetent. Such blatant evidence, and you cannot even uncover it? They clearly intended to kill, yet you still assign blame to my son, Xia Yuanshan shouted, coughing violently. Damn it, after such a grievous incident, he could not believe that Chen Yu and his ilk could possess such far-reaching influence. Even if Su Xingyue and Shang Guanling held esteemed positions, so what? We live in the age of the internet. If he were to amplify this issue online, what could they possibly do? Call the police over here. I want to report this. Xia Yuanshan's furious voice echoed through the corridor. In Hengdian, Chen Yu and his associates had already settled into their hotel. Su Sihue personally led Su Tao to arrange various matters. And the team leader had also arrived at the hotel. When Liying Media filmed Huan Yunyan, they had employed personnel solely from the Dongfang group. Xia Liying was oblivious to this fact. And only after the personnel had been withdrawn did she realize the extent of Dongfang Group's influence over Liying Media. Director Lu, I must trouble you to reorganize the preparations for Huan Yunyan. The actors need to abandon the approach of Liying Media, striving to minimize costs while selecting talented individuals. This time, we have a generous budget, but we must allocate the majority of funds to costume and props. Only by elevating the overall quality can a production truly shine. Chen Yu declared with utmost seriousness. Previously, due to Liying Media's coordination with the filming crew, and Xia Liying's direct involvement, many details failed to reach Chen Yu. For instance, the matter of Xiao Xiao being inserted into the project. Director Lu and the others believed Xia Liying was Chen Yu's wife, thus deeming certain communications unnecessary. However, even had they communicated, Chen Yu's unwavering trust in Xia Liying at that time would have prevented him from making any changes. Even if Chen Yu had learned of Xiao Xiao's insertion, Xia Liying could have relied on Chen Yu's favoritism for her own security. Understood, Chairman. Regarding costumes and props, I will ensure key arrangements are made and will personally oversee it. We aim for the revamped Huan Yunyan to become a top-tier sensation. Director Lu nodded emphatically in response. In truth, he had never endorsed Xia Liying's previous maneuvers and philosophies. Xiao Xiao, merely a supporting character, had astonishingly received over 10 million in remuneration. The overall budget had been slashed, resulting in a production of average quality. Director Lu had felt helpless at the time, but what could he do? She was the boss. However, with Chen Yu's return, everything would be different. Chen Yu had granted him a budget of 10 billion, with 10 billion allocated solely for production costs. He was confident he could deliver a satisfactory outcome. Ring ring ring, a phone call came through. Chen Yu looked at the incoming call display, puzzled, as the call was from the Yuan Road police station in Lu City. The accident occurred near Yuan Road, and thus the matter naturally fell under the jurisdiction of that police station. Hello, Chen Yu answered the call, still unsure of the situation. Hello, may I ask if you are Chen Yu? The voice on the other end belonged to a middle-aged officer, his tone somewhat grave. Yes, I am. What seems to be the matter? Chen Yu furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. The Dongfang Group often required road closures for various shoots, necessitating various permits and documentation from the police and traffic authorities. Over time, the Dongfang Group had become acquainted with personnel at the station, yet this was the Yuan Road police station. It belonged to the outskirts of Lu City. Chen Yu, where are you now? Is it convenient for you to come back for an inquiry? Your former brother-in-law Xia Bo was involved in a severe car accident this evening and is currently in surgery at the 3rd hospital. The Xia family is accusing you of hiring someone to kill him. Chapter 71. The Xia family claims I hired a hitman. Ridiculous. Chen Yu was taken aback upon hearing this news. Xia Bo was in an accident? How amusing. Regardless, he had absolutely no involvement in orchestrating this incident, but if it were Su Xingyue or someone else, that was beyond his knowledge. Moreover, he had received no notifications. there were no indications of hiring anyone on his phone or from those around him. So he had no fears regarding the investigation. "Chenyu, are you listening? When would it be convenient for you to come in for questioning?" the officer on the line pressed, since there was no evidence. The police merely wanted Chenyu to provide a statement and at most examine his phone. Viewed in isolation, the accident appeared to be a simple incident, but when considering Chenyu's recent activities, a hint of potential conspiracy emerged. Convenient, of course, assisting law enforcement in their investigations is the duty of every citizen. I shall arrange my affairs and return tonight. However, I am in Hengdian, and the drive requires over 8 hours, approximately 9 hours. Shall we schedule a time for tomorrow morning? With a subtle smile gracing Chenyu's lips, he replied, "Very well, then it shall be tomorrow morning. As for the specific time, we can finalize it once you return to Luqing. We are flexible on our end, primarily contingent on your schedule." On the other end of the phone, the voice continued, "Given that the Xia family has provided their identity, he naturally understands that Chenyu is the chairman of the Oriental Group. The police seldom address citizens with Mr. or MS after their names, as they are not telephone customer service representatives. Nevertheless, a modicum of respect is still warranted should he establish a connection with such a prominent figure. It could potentially elevate him to great heights. In our country, being a police officer is a profession that commands great admiration, albeit with generally low pay, leading everyone to face their own struggles. Particularly those precinct officers in suburban areas. "Sihui, you and Xiaotao are in Hengdian, while I must return to Luqing tonight." Chenyu paused the meeting and called Su Sihui. "What has happened?" Su Sihui immediately sensed that something was amiss. Her tone tinged with concern, yet her voice remained gentle. "Xiaobo has been in a car accident, and they reported that I hired someone to kill him." "Huh?" Chenyu chuckled softly. "The Xia family will find a way to extricate Xiaobo. This does not surprise me in the least. Based on my understanding of the Xia family, this period during my stay in Hengdian is the perfect opportunity, even if the Xia family intervenes. I do not intend to involve myself, especially since Xiaobo's incident of assaulting the security guard with a flower pot is not substantial enough. The lawyers of the Oriental Group are already diligently working on the matter. Yet it is improbable to imprison Xiaobo for several years, let alone a decade. Therefore, should Xiaobo be released, given his temperament, he will undoubtedly seek to retaliate against Chenyu. This outcome is precisely what Chenyu desires. At that point, he merely needs to have someone follow Xiaobo daily, and once Xiaobo makes a move, Chenyu will ensure he is incarcerated. Let him remain there until Chenyu resolves matters with the Xia family, after which he can be reunited with them. However, circumstances have shifted. Now that Xiaobo has sustained severe injuries, the situation has become even more manageable for Chenyu. Is Xiaobo's condition critical? Su Sihui breathed a sigh of relief and inquired. As long as Chenyu is not in danger, she harbors no worries. Even if, hypothetically, it were true that Chenyu hired someone to kill, she would harbor no suspicions. If there were any issues, she would not allow Chenyu to face consequences. Instead, she would step forward to take the blame. Xiaobo is currently in the hospital's operating room, and it remains uncertain when he will emerge. Let us hope for the best. It would be ideal if he were to suffer significant injuries, Chenyu remarked cheerfully. In his previous life, Xiaobo had used Chenyu as leverage, driving to crash into Su Sihui. Yet in this life, it is Xiaobo who has been severely injured. Such is the cycle of karma. "I will have Xiaotao accompany you back. It's quite dangerous for you to drive alone such a long distance from Hengdian." Su Sihui expressed her concern. "No need. She will remain by your side and assist you. I will hire a driver for 3 days. That should suffice to handle everything." Chenyu replied with a light chuckle. "Great. When do you plan to set off?" Su Sihui gently inquired. "I will take the last half hour to wrap up matters with Director Liu and the others. Then I will order a driver online," Chenyu explained. Su Sihui responded. "Once I finish my tasks here, I will return to find you." However, the tasks at hand for Su Sihui and her team would not be completed swiftly. As per their original estimates, it might extend until around 2 a.m. Yet, since Chenyu needs to return first, she must temporarily set her tasks aside and perhaps accomplish a bit more tomorrow. Even if Chenyu is only returning for a few days, she will see him off. Chenyu organized his tasks, ensuring they could maintain normal operations for the next 3 to 5 days without issue. According to police procedures, such voluntary summons for investigation can typically be resolved within a day, often within half a day. Chenyu, having left no trace of error, is prepared to cooperate fully with any inquiries the police may wish to conduct. This process will undoubtedly not take long. Chairman, Su Sihui and Su Xiaotao ascended the stairs, witnessing Chen Yu packing his belongings, and a smile illuminated her face. Their rooms are adjacent to Chen Yu's. Chairman, Sihui and I are nearly overwhelmed with work. Is there any late-night meal allowance? Su Xiaotao grinned, revealing her teeth. Such inquiries would typically never escape another's lips, yet Su Xiaotao possesses a bold and unreserved demeanor. If you wish to eat something, go purchase it yourself, just keep the receipt for reimbursement from finance, Chen Yu replied, zipping up his suitcase with amusement. Thank you, Chairman, you are truly wonderful. You have no idea how stingy Xia Liying was during my time at Shabi Media. Su Xiaotao exclaimed joyfully, taking the opportunity to vent her frustrations about Xia Liying. Reimbursement with receipts is a standard procedure for a well-structured company, and the benefits for staff traveling on behalf of the Oriental Group are quite generous. Alright, Xiaotao, there is no need to mention that unnecessary person in front of the chairman, Su Sihui interjected. Chairman, I trust you understand my meaning. Su Xiaotao playfully stuck out her tongue. When working, you must maintain some boundaries. The authority that Sihui has established over the years cannot be undermined by you. Chen Yu chuckled. Su Sihui maintains a frosty demeanor within the group, decisive in her actions, and instills fear in others precisely because she must uphold her authority for Chen Yu's management of the group. In her position, a lack of ruthlessness would lead to failure. Sihui, the time is right. Once we return, you shall assume the role of president of the group. Chapter 72. Chairman, I refuse. Chen Yu's proclamation left Su Sihui momentarily stunned. Her large eyes filled with bewilderment, instinctively retracting her neck in a rather endearing manner resembling a kitten caught in the act of stealing. She gazed at him with her beautiful, expressive eyes, embodying vulnerability, pity, and confusion. While she has always performed the duties of a group president, her official title remains that of a mere secretary, a position she never aspired to. The reason she had not been appointed president previously stemmed from Chen Yu's marriage to Xia Liying. Chen Yu was concerned that Xia Liying might overthink matters given the close proximity to Su Sihui. Chen Yu has always prioritized Xia Liying's feelings, yet he now realizes that such considerations are ultimately futile. Su Sihui's capabilities have been honed through her 4 years of wielding significant power within the group, and it is time to bestow upon her a title that reflects her abilities. This too is Chen Yu's debt to her, one he intends to gradually repay. Sihui, you are about to become the president of the group. Congratulations. Su Xiaotao was also momentarily taken aback, bursting with excitement, although everyone within the group is aware of Su Sihui's high status and that she will soon become the true second in command. The actualization of this moment holds a fundamentally different significance. Chairman, I refuse. While it may seem a monumental opportunity to others, Su Sihui perceives it differently. Should she assume the presidency, she would no longer be able to accompany Chen Yu as frequently. Nor would many of her tasks permit her to remain by his side. This was not her desire. She did not wish for that. Managing the group on behalf of Chen Yu and alleviating his burdens is precisely what she yearns to do. Moreover, Chen Yu has consistently enhanced her salary and benefits over the years. Her compensation, even within the industry, is extraordinary. After all, how many secretaries earn tens of millions annually, and that is still for a legitimate secretary? Sihui, what are you thinking? The chairman is formally entrusting power to you. How can you refuse? Su Xiaotao said, bewildered. You do not comprehend. Su Sihui shook her head, her gaze solely focused on Chen Yu, observing her expression. Even Su Xiaotao, no matter how slow to react, understood. So that is how it is. Sihui, you have already been wielding significant power within the group, so your ascension is a natural progression. Moreover, I am not dismissing you. I am merely facilitating your rise. Why the excitement? Chen Yu remarked with amusement as he stood with his suitcase. Su Sihui pushed Su Xiaotao out, who wore a bewildered expression, feeling a sense of panic and frustration at being cast aside. Chairman, I simply do not wish to. Everything is perfectly fine as it is. Su Sihui's cheeks flushed slightly, imbued with a hint of a coaxing tone. Chen Yu instructed her to sit, poured her a glass of water, and said with a chuckle, the position of group president has been vacant for quite some time, and it has always been reserved for you. That if you refuse, who else will take it? Besides, if we maintain the current status, your responsibilities will multiply. You will need to manage my affairs as well as the group's. Su Sihui shook her head. I am fine, I can manage. After all these years, she has grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, within the group, there exists a leadership team. as long as she conveys Chen Yu's intentions, the group can operate smoothly. She can resolve various intricate decisions within a short time frame, while significant strategic matters will be determined by Chen Yu's overarching direction. Hence, her role is simply that of a communication bridge. Naturally, whether or not she assumes the position is inconsequential. Do take it easy and alleviate some of that pressure. Our lives stretch on for quite a while yet. Moreover, wouldn't it be splendid to carve out a bit of time for oneself? Chen Yu remarked with a smile. However, I have nothing of my own, Su Sihui replied earnestly. Since the age of 18, her world had revolved solely around Chen Yu, and her existence was entirely centered on him. The notion of finding her own pursuits was utterly foreign to her, even during her leisure moments. Her sole focus was on self-improvement, striving to lessen Chen Yu's burdens. If there is nothing, then seek it out. Your life should encompass more than just work, and it should not solely revolve around me and Dongfang Group. Do you understand? It should shine brighter, be more resplendent. If you continue down this path, you will inevitably become a resentful figure trapped within the confines of a palace. Chen Yu laughed lightly. Chen Yu yearned for her to embrace her individuality, to discover other passions that would invigorate her life, rather than confining herself to this limited sphere. He understood her desires and her hopes, yet it was profoundly unjust for her. It was akin to the walls of a palace. Within those walls, the allure may seem enticing, but for those trapped inside, it often becomes a form of subtle restraint. Chen Yu would never impede Su Sihui in any way. He merely wished for her to find joy each and every day. If I agree, will you promise me something in return? Su Sihui, sensing his sincerity and the tenderness in his gaze, pondered before asking, what is it? Chen Yu nodded with a smile, even without Su Sihui voicing it. Chen Yu was certain her request would be reasonable and entirely within his means. When I take my annual leave, accompany me to Dali. I wish to spend a few days there. Su Sihui said, lowering her head, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Certainly. Chen Yu nodded affirmatively once more. Su Sihui's head snapped up, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her face growing even redder. Then it's settled, you must come with me. Chen Yu chuckled, ruffling her hair. Understood, I'll be there with you. Given all that Su Sihui had done for him, Chen Yu was determined to fulfill her wish. If he could resolve matters with Su Xingyue and Shangguan Ling, then he would take her on a grand tour around the world. Yet, that task loomed quite large. Su Sihui joyously accepted the presidential appointment. In the past, even when she had annual leave, she rarely took time off except during the New Year's. And even then, she carried the weight of work, but now she could allow herself to anticipate. After assuming the presidency, her workload would inevitably lighten, and as long as she planned ahead, she would surely be able to enjoy her time with Chen Yu during her vacation. She dreamed of camping, of witnessing the dawn light upon the mountains, and of sitting by a bonfire with Chen Yu gazing at the stars and the Milky Way above, experiencing the beauty that city life could never capture. If that dream were to come true, it would surely bring her immense happiness. Chapter 73, Chen Yu, return my son's life to me. Chairman, goodbye. Su Sihui waved as she escorted Chen Yu downstairs. Goodbye, Chen Yu nodded in acknowledgement, heading to meet the driver he had arranged online. Since the driver would accompany Chen Yu to Lucheng for several days, he needed to return his electric bike home and prepare a couple of outfits. Once they met, the two set off together for Lucheng. The driver, Old Li, was quite thrilled. Firstly, Chen Yu's payment was generous, and secondly, it felt like a free trip while Chen Yu attended to his business. The driver wouldn't have much to do. Even if it didn't take 3 days, he would still be compensated for the full duration. It had been a long time since he encountered such a good employer. Mr. Chen, you seem rather familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere before. Old Li, now seated in the passenger seat, was not enjoying Chen Yu's driving but rather preparing for a long night shift ahead. That was the more tiring part, and he was earning his keep through this work. If Chen Yu could drive for a few hours, that would already be quite beneficial for him. Familiar? Perhaps you saw me online? Chen Yu inquired tentatively. He had always been an affable person. Even when faced with someone of a vastly different status, he would never condescend. Everyone is fundamentally the same. Chen Yu merely leveraged his advantages to revitalize Dongfang Group. If he had not possessed the means of IP operation, Dongfang Group might have faced bankruptcy, and he could very well be an ordinary person. Oh, I remember now, you're the chairman of Dongfang Group. The one who recently made headlines for a high-profile divorce, Chen Yu? Old Li suddenly recalled, gasping in astonishment. My goodness, I'm sharing a vehicle with a billionaire. If this gets out, it would be a story to boast about for a lifetime. Yes, that is me, Chen Yu replied with a smile. Mr. Chen, I apologize. Did I inadvertently touch upon a sensitive topic? Old Li, realizing his faux pas, adopted an even more respectful demeanor. Chen Yu waved it off. It's fine. After all, this matter has no bearing on me now. Having divorced, there is no need to dwell on past grievances. No matter how well he treated Xia Liang, that was all in the past. By the way, Mr. Chen, I must say, the television dramas produced by Dongfang Group are truly captivating, and your novels are exceptional as well. In my spare time, I often enjoy reading the novels on your group's website. My daughter is particularly fond of your dramas, Oldly praised. He refrained from mentioning that the quality of Dongfang Group's productions had significantly declined in recent years. In the past, every release was a sensation. But now, while they still had hits, they lacked the previous impact. Oh, which novel are you following? Shen Yu casually asked. Engaging in conversation while driving could alleviate some drowsiness. If everyone in the car fell asleep, it would become quite a tedious journey. The one you're currently promoting, The Battle of the Mekong River. The author is a police officer, right? The writing is incredibly authentic, Oldly eagerly responded, thanks to the author's personal experiences and insights into certain events. The narrative felt remarkably real and immersive. You're correct, he is indeed a police officer, though due to the nature of his profession, we haven't confirmed whether he is a criminal investigator. Chen Yu explained with a smile, indeed, only a police officer could depict such scenes so vividly. Oldly elaborated, engaging Chen Yu in conversation, upon learning about the author of the Battle of the Mekong River and his earnings. Oldly couldn't help but feel envious. For an ordinary person, the notion of earning billions seemed utterly unimaginable. The gap was like that between heaven and earth. However, seeing reports of someone earning tens of millions from writing novels truly sparked envy. As many people instinctively believed they could achieve the same, yet those who truly engaged in this field understood that it required not just talent but also perseverance and opportunity. The market evolves, and so do readers' tastes. In the midst of market shifts, those who can create a new bestseller are the ones who may secure significant investment from the industry. In Chen Yu's original world, a successful book would be distributed across various platforms, referred to as channels. In the early 2000s, the leading players were the three major telecom operators, and subsequently some high-traffic websites emerged, also dubbed the wireless platform. With the rise of public accounts, the novel industry entered a new media era. This era initially focused on the fringes, but as public accounts faced regulation, novels like War God and Son-in-Law that specialized in new media began to emerge. After that wave of prosperity waned, the industry transitioned into a free model. Chen Yu, mastering these rhythms, naturally knew how to navigate operations. As the latter part of the night wore on, Chen Yu switched places with Oldly, taking the passenger seat. Due to the time they set off, they arrived in Luqing by 7 a.m. Oldly, here is half of your payment, and here is some extra money for you to find a hotel and get a meal. If I finish my business quickly, I'll contact you to return to Hengdian. Chen Yu transferred 3,000 to him. According to platform rates, a round trip from Hengdian to Luqing would cost over 5,000. But Oldly had proactively lowered the price. Earning several thousand in just 2 or 3 days was previously unimaginable for Oldly. Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll find a hotel and await your call. Oldly responded as Chen Yu dropped him off in a relatively bustling area outside the island, convenient for lodging and dining. I'm off, Chen Yu called out as he drove towards the Anyuan Road police station. The station chief personally came out to greet him, as someone of Chen Yu's stature certainly warranted a meeting with the chief. Upon Chen Yu's entry, he complied with the requirements set forth by the police station. Providing all necessary information, there were no irregularities in Chen Yu's account, nor had his phone engaged in any communication with the reckless driver. From the perspective of their respective movements, there was no discernible connection between Chen Yu and the perpetrator. And furthermore, the driver's family had not received any suspicious remittances. Under these circumstances, unless substantial evidence is presented, it is impossible to prove Chen Yu's involvement. Chen Yu, you scoundrel, return my son's life, a furious roar echoed in the police station. It was Xia Yuanshan storming in with palpable rage. Following him were Xia Liang and Wu Guilan. Even Xiao Xiao had arrived, making it a rather complete family gathering. Chen Yu paused, then with a smirk remarked, "What is this?" Xiaobo succumbed to his injuries on the operating table. The officers present were rendered speechless by Chen Yu's words. It was precisely due to the significant grievances between Chen Yu and the Xia family that suspicions arose. At this moment, he had largely cleared his name, yet his words were rather piercing, provoking an imminent quarrel. Headache? What a headache! If a fight breaks out, I'd have to mediate. How dare you curse my son's death? Xia Yuanshan seated, nearly lunging at Chen Yu, prompting the nearby officers to intervene hastily. Mr. Xia, did you not say it yourself? Return my son's life. If he is indeed alive, how could you say such a thing? Chen Yu's eyes gleamed with mockery. Xia Yuanshan was further enraged. Even if he had misspoken, it was still Chen Yu's fault. Would he have blurted it out if not for Chen Yu's actions? So was he dead or alive? Chen Yu found himself quite curious about the matter. What business is it of yours, you murderer? Xia Yuanshan shouted. Even if my son is alive, he cannot escape the fact that you hired someone to kill him. Xia Yuanshan bellowed. Xia Liying bit her lip, her eyes filled with despair and disappointment as she gazed at Chen Yu. Chen Yu, why did you resort to such actions? In recent days, she had been strategizing the next phase. Aiming to recruit prominent authors to join Liying Media. However, several authors from the Dongfang Group had outright declined her invitations. She believed her actions to be entirely justified. In business, poaching talent was quite common. Though she acknowledged Chen Yu's past contributions and felt indebted to him, they were now unequivocal competitors. While attempting to recruit talent, she had come to a critical realization of her past foolishness. Years ago, after establishing Liying Media, she was eager to prove herself and wanted the industry to recognize her uniqueness. Thus she altered many acclaimed works. Those pieces had already been validated by the market, proving their overall frameworks and rhythms were viable, yet she insisted on making changes according to her own whims, driving those authors to the brink of insanity, seeking to terminate their contracts. After all, who would want to see their painstakingly crafted works turned into rubbish? However, Chen Yu managed to mediate the situation, ultimately taking the credit for what was clearly his achievement, yet she arrogantly basked in the glory. With her current understanding of the market, had Chen Yu not intervened back then and she had followed her own inclinations, she shuddered to think of the disastrous outcomes. What actions are you referring to? Miss Xia, if you claim I orchestrated this accident, then you are sorely mistaken. I suggest you procure evidence before making such accusations against me. Chen Yu replied with a cold laugh. Chen Yu, I am aware of your past contributions, and I recognize that a significant portion of Liying Media's success is due to your efforts, but why must you resort to such ruthless measures? Xia Liying's heart sank. They clearly had room for reconciliation. Yet Chen Yu seemed intent on escalating matters. Did he truly not wish to reconcile with her? Oh, how peculiar. The illustrious Xia Liying acknowledges my contributions over these years, Chen Yu exclaimed, though he found it rather amusing. So only now do you realize my dedication, and that I have played a pivotal role. Chen Yu, there is no need for your sarcasm. I do not deny your contributions. However, your methods are excessively ruthless. What am I to do? Xia Liying gritted her teeth. After so many years of marriage, how could Chen Yu be so heartless? Yes, she had contemplated his downfall, yet that had stemmed from misunderstanding, from not recognizing his sacrifices. Thus, it returned to her initial thought. Had Chen Yu revealed the entire truth sooner, she would never have acted as she did. What I ought to do is of no concern to you. Officer Lin, I have completed my investigation. May I take my leave? I wish to see how Xiaobo is faring after the accident. If he has indeed passed, then I shall send a floral tribute. Chen Yu remarked with a smile. However, his words sent a chill down the spine of Officer Ing Yuan Lu. What? You intend to go to the hospital, to send a floral tribute? Good grief, do you seek to escalate this matter further? Wait, what if a brawl breaks out? Officer Lin, the station head, was caught off guard by Xia Yuanshan's furious outburst directed at him. Xiao Xiao chimed in. Officer Lin, as law enforcement, you should uphold justice, correct? Officer Lin nodded. Naturally, however, Mr. Chen returned late last night and has cooperated fully with our investigation, confirming there are no issues. I know what you were thinking. You likely want me to mobilize police forces to investigate the entire Dongfang Group. To ascertain if others from the group are involved, however, is that even feasible? Firstly, there are no leads. Secondly, there is no evidence. Thirdly, if this incident is indeed unrelated to the Dongfang Group, who will bear the economic losses incurred by halting their operations? This is a rather straightforward principle. The police station summoned Chen Yu for questioning, and while he could voluntarily comply, he could also delay indefinitely, as this was neither a summons nor a conviction. The police operate on evidence. Without any evidence, how could they shut down the Dongfang Group and force all its employees to cease work to cooperate with the investigation? That is simply impossible. Xiao Xiao took out his phone, live streaming. Officer Lin, given that Chen Yu is now a major suspect, shouldn't he be detained for 24 hours for a thorough interrogation? Officer Lin was at a loss for words. This is a crucial investigative area. Video recording or live streaming is prohibited, Xiao Xiao retorted with conviction. I have the right to supervise law enforcement. Xia Yuanshan turned to Xiao Xiao, nodding in approval, indicating that he could proceed with the live stream, assuring him that he would take responsibility for any consequences. Today, they needed to make Chen Yu pay dearly. They must ensure Chen Yu understood the severity of the situation, even if Chen Yu were willing to relinquish the entire Dongfang Group. Xia Yuanshan would not forgive him. I shall remind you once more, live streaming is not permitted here. Officer Lin said, feeling a headache coming on. If it were an ordinary citizen, he would have already reprimanded them. As this was simply unacceptable, you have the right to supervise law enforcement, not to disrupt order. Officer Lin, have you accepted some form of benefit from Chen Yu? As soon as Xiao Xiao uttered this, slap, Chen Yu's hand struck swiftly, the sound crisp and resounding. My apologies, my hand slipped, apologies for the delay today. Chapter 75. Aren't you supposed to be incapacitated? Are you feeling better now? No one expected Chen Yu would dare to act physically in front of them, let alone in front of Xiao Xiao's livestream. Had he lost his mind? Was he truly beyond all restraint? Officer Lin was momentarily stunned, his mind in disarray, unsure of Chen Yu's intentions. If this were an ordinary influencer's livestream, one could not simply resort to violence in a police station, especially not after suspicions had already arisen regarding financial transactions between the two. This slap seemed to convey a sense of "there's no silver here," which would only heighten suspicion. Did Chen Yu not realize this? No, Chen Yu certainly understood. So what exactly was he aiming to achieve? Xiao Xiao, I inadvertently struck you. Will you hold me accountable? Would you like me to arrange for a hospital visit to assess your injuries? Chen Yu inquired with a smile. If Xiao Xiao relished in escalating matters, then so be it, but could he handle the consequences? Defaming a public official's image and broadcasting it widely was particularly serious. Would it result in detention or criminal liability? Once Xiao Xiao received a criminal charge, he would face a complete ban across all platforms. Chen Yu's previous ban was limited to the industry, but an official ban would be tantamount to a death sentence. Chen Yu was fully aware of the potential repercussions and knew how insufferably pretentious Xiao Xiao was. Soon enough, he would find himself at a loss. Xiao Xiao, shut down the livestream, hurry up. Xia Liying suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and urged him anxiously, Liying, what are you doing? Chen Yu is bullying us, and you dare speak on his behalf. What will Xiao Xiao think? Xia Yuanshan expressed his displeasure. Mr. Xia, didn't you suffer a stroke? Are you feeling better now? Chen Yu asked with amusement. He had heard Xia Yuanshan's speech had been somewhat slurred, yet now it appeared to be considerably clearer. However, he remains oblivious to the fact that this is an intentional faade maintained by Xia Yuanshan. As the esteemed Mr. Xia, he cannot bear the thought of others regarding him with peculiar glances. Father, do you still not comprehend? Chen Yu and Director Lin undoubtedly have no vested interests in one another. Otherwise, how could he dare to confront Xiao Xiao directly? Xia Liying urged anxiously. At this moment, her clarity of thought was striking. The sting of Chen Yu striking Xiao Xiao seemed to have dulled in her mind, yet she could not simply stand by and watch Xiao Xiao fall into Chen Yu's trap. Miss Xia, impressive. After being discarded by me, has your intellect undergone a glorious evolution? Nonetheless, it is futile. With a resounding slap, Chen Yu struck Xiao Xiao's face once more, taunting Xiao Xiao, I am now willingly providing you with material. It's a live broadcast after all, I won't cut off your signal. Xiao Xiao's face numbed from the pain, leaving her momentarily speechless as she glared at Chen Yu. Xia Liying's reminder jolted her back to reality. As the saying goes, anomalies often signal trouble. Chen Yu's audacity to act violently in person could not be mere whimsy, yet he found himself in a dilemma. To end the live broadcast would signify his cowardice. Chen Yu's 2 slaps were something he must endure. Conversely, to continue the broadcast would undermine his resolve. Do you not desire trending topics? Fear not, I shall grant them to you. Remember the video of me and Mang Yao at the mall? Are you dissatisfied with the insufficient heat? This time, I shall elevate the buzz to a level known across the internet. Do you accept? Chen Yu raised his hand, delivering another slap. Xiao Xiao fumed, wishing to curse, but the live broadcast rendered her voiceless. Chapter 76. He was wrong. Was that sufficient? At this moment, Xiao Xiao deeply regretted her decision to go live. Why did she question whether Chen Yu and Director Lin were engaged in financial dealings? Had she not uttered those words, Chen Yu would have been the one at a disadvantage. Wait, are you seriously a grown man visiting the police station, and yet you still require makeup on your face? How disgusting, she exclaimed, wiping the oil from her hands. Chen Yu, with evident disdain, extended his hand in front of Xiao Xiao. I just slapped you, and now you want me to clean my hand? Pray tell. What are your thoughts on this? Xiao Xiao cast a frantic glance towards Xia Liying, hoping for her to come to her rescue. Was she not the one who cherished him the most? Was he not her white moonlight? Why was she not rushing to help? She certainly did not wish to be humiliated in such a manner. Chen Yu, please cease this behavior for my sake. Let us consider this matter settled. Xiao Xiao acknowledged her earlier misstep. Chen Yu had retaliated, and thus the matter should be resolved. The crux of the issue remains. Did you or did you not hire someone to confront my brother? Xia Liying pressed, steeling herself to shift the conversation to I in the past. No matter how furious Chen Yu became, a few words from her would calm him, and he would offer her a smile. What relevance do you think you? Xia Liying pulled in my eyes. Chen Yu replied coldly. Moreover, your allowance of Sha to broadcast live here is merely a ploy to manipulate public opinion, attempting to frame me as the perpetrator of something I did not commit. Chen Yu sneered. The internet is rife with keyboard warriors. They would doubt even the official announcements. Should this incident escalate, many would suspect that Chen Yu had even bribed officials to fabricate facts and evade punishment. But did I not just stop him? Xia Liying countered. And when did you intervene? At the very beginning. Chen Yu's derisive laughter echoed again. Chen Yu, I know that you still harbor feelings for me. I also understand that your actions stem from a desire for retribution for my treatment of you over the years. Truly, there is no need for this, the more you act this way. The wider the chasm between us becomes. Xia Liying's expression turned sorrowful. On one side stood her family, while on the other was her former husband. If Chen Yu genuinely cared for her, he ought to reconsider his path. Are you out of your mind? I returned from Hengdian last night due to your baseless suspicions, and now you expect me to settle matters with a few words? Xia Liying, look at how utterly repugnant you are. Chen Yu's gaze hardened, his eyes glinting with malice. In his previous life, he vividly remembered Xia Liying's cold indifference. Their decision to report the incident was simply aimed at inciting chaos. So let them create a ruckus. The louder the commotion, the more the world would recognize the Xia family's true nature, and they would realize that it was impossible to tarnish Chen Yu's reputation without facing public outrage. Mr. Xia, we shall meet at the hospital. Are you withdrawing your funds from abroad? If your mistresses and illegitimate offspring discover that you possess a substantial fortune, how do you suppose the Xia family would react? Chen Yu's tone was laced with mockery as he turned towards Xia Yuanshan. In an instant, Xia Yuanshan began to sweat profusely, anxiety gripping his heart. How did Chen Yu come to know of this? A couple of years ago, one of his mistresses had become pregnant but had withheld the news until her belly was visibly swollen. That mistress, greedy as she was, understood she could never enter the Xia family. Thus, believing the child to be her bargaining chip, her greatest asset, initially Xia Yuanshan had engaged in patient negotiations, but as her demands escalated, he had opted to eliminate her and her unborn child altogether. That woman, if memory serves, was from Leking Jiutsuan, wasn't she? And the driver involved in the incident, didn't he end up in prison? Chen Yu's laughter grew increasingly sardonic. The driver had indeed caused a death. Thus, under Longbo law, even an unintentional act would warrant imprisonment unless it was entirely the fault of the victim. Xia Yuanshan's rage was stifled, his face flushed, yet he felt utterly helpless. The funds he had summoned from abroad were intended for investment in Xia Liying's Liying Media. But now Chen Yu had laid bare all his secrets. His wife's countenance had darkened considerably since Chen Yu's targeting of their family. After the decline of the Xia family, she had contemplated divorce. But it was not financially prudent to do so. However, should she discover that he possessed billions abroad, she would undoubtedly demand a divorce and seek a division of assets. Chen Yu, you beast, you merely suspect me of hiring someone to kill. How could you possibly retaliate in this manner? Xia Yuanshan's impotent fury boiled over as he shot Chen Yu a warning glance, urging him to cease his words. If Wu Guilan decided to divorce him, it would benefit no one. That he was wrong. Was that not sufficient? Moreover, Chen Yu was clearly in possession of evidence, given that he could name the mistress's household registration. Should he expose it on the spot, he would be arrested immediately. Oh, am I merely speaking nonsense, Mr. Xia? Due to these unfounded accusations, I traveled all the way back from Hengdian. I am not one to be without compassion. If you wish to discuss this, I can offer you a solution. We can resolve this privately. Chen Yu shot him a glance, his voice colder still. Should you truly wish to cause a scene at the hospital and drag Xiaobo out of the ICU, it would escalate matters to an untenable level, and you could very well find yourself entangled in legal issues. Now that Chen Yu has openly mentioned the funds, if Xia Yuanshan wishes to avoid financial loss due to divorce, he must inject all funds into Liying Media. Once Xia Yuanshan does so, that money will swiftly cease to bear the Xia name. It will be legally transferred back to the Dongfang Group. Chen Yu, having been reborn, aims to make the Xia family pay dearly to taste the bitter fruit of their actions, while reclaiming everything that belongs to him. He cannot afford to leave any loopholes, lest they become a ticking time bomb in the future. As for whether Xia Yuanshan might hire someone to kill him, he felt no unease on that front. Su Xingyue had hacked into the Xia family's phones, monitoring them in real time. Even their home network had been compromised. Should any unusual activity arise, Su Xingyue would take action. Chapter 77, Digging his own grave. Despite his reluctance, Xia Yuanshan had no choice but to comply. Xia Liying attempted to intervene to halt matters, but her efforts were in vain. Faced with the current Chen Yu, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The obedient, gentle Chen Yu of yesteryears had vanished. Replaced by an icy demeanor, the chill of December winds pierced through her as she watched Chen Yu lead her father away, nearly causing her to falter. She knew her father's visit would yield no good. Yet she felt powerless to intervene. "Get in my car," Chen Yu commanded coldly, directing his gaze at Xia Yuanshan. Xia Yuanshan, his neck stiff and face flushed, struggled to suppress his urge to curse but dared not utter a word. At the police station's entrance, he feared Chen Yu might retaliate, exposing all his sordid affairs. He found himself momentarily powerless against Chen Yu, fully aware that his son had been gravely injured in an incident instigated by Chen Yu. Yet he was at a loss due to the lack of evidence. A sharp slap resonated as Chen Yu struck Xia Yuanshan across the face, icy contempt lacing his words. "Do you have any objections?" Mr. Xia, enduring the searing pain on his face, Xia Yuanshan mustered a stammered response, "And no objections." Chen Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Just as well. I was genuinely concerned you might harbor some dissent. Otherwise, I would have to pay another visit to the station." With a roar, Chen Yu slammed the accelerator, and the Porsche surged away from the police station, a terrifying and resonant sound echoing in the courtyard. Xiao Xiao, witnessing this, seethed with frustration. He had anticipated that this incident would create some trouble for Chen Yu, potentially making him wary or even leading to his incarceration. Yet, in the end, Chen Yu emerged unscathed. Even taking Xia Yuanshan with him, if Chen Yu could maintain such arrogance in their presence, what significance did it hold that Xiaobo had been nearly killed? Thunderously, Chen Yu drove Xia Yuanshan away from the suburban area. Veering into a desolate, secluded stretch of wilderness. As they entered the mountains, the once broad asphalt road transformed into a narrow path, and Xia Yuanshan's anxiety deepened. "Chen Yu, where are you taking me?" Chen Yu dismissed him with disdain. "Silence, you'll know when we arrive." After twisting along the mountain road for several minutes, Chen Yu took a right onto a dirt track, descending further. Before long, they arrived at the riverbank, entering an abandoned aquaculture farm. In the past, Chen Yu wouldn't have known such places existed, but after being imprisoned by Xiaobo for a month in his previous life, he had come to realize that such hidden gems existed in Lu City. "Get out of the car," Chen Yu commanded. "Chen Yu, don't do anything reckless. You can't just take me away from outside the police station, and there are cameras all along the way. If you dare harm me, you are committing a crime." Xia Yuanshan trembled in fear, his legs quaking with terror. Uninterested in his pleas, Chen Yu exited the vehicle, retrieving a shovel from the trunk and tossing it towards him. "Take this and come with me." Terrified and desperate to discern Chen Yu's intentions, Xia Yuanshan was paralyzed by the intensity of Chen Yu's gaze. They walked past the dilapidated aquaculture farm, where Chen Yu selected a favorable location. "All right. This will do, start digging." Chen Yu's calm voice struck Xia Yuanshan like a bolt from the blue, deepening his dread. "Dig what?" he stammered, panic flooding his mind. He could not recall burying anything here, nor had he previously visited such a site. What, then, did Chen Yu want him to do? "Dig as instructed." "Spare me your incessant chatter," Chen Yu snapped, glaring at him, casually lighting a cigarette. Xia Yuanshan's lips twitched uncontrollably, a wave of fear washing over him as an icy chill surged from his feet. His body yearned to flee, yet escape was impossible. As he commenced digging, Chen Yu stood silently by, watching him with a mocking, derisive expression. The scene was excruciatingly torturous, evoking a sensation akin to digging one's own grave. The terror of the unknown and the instinct for survival was far more agonizing than anything else. "Make it rectangular, and dig a bit deeper," Chen Yu instructed, extinguishing his cigarette. Xia Yuanshan's heart raced in horror upon comprehending the implications of Chen Yu's request. He was being asked to excavate a pit deep enough to entomb a living person. "Chen Yu, silence!" Xia Yuanshan's feeble protest was cut short by Chen Yu's command. By the time Xia Yuanshan finally completed the pit, he was on the verge of losing control of his bladder. Despite enduring numerous trials, he had never felt such profound terror. He reasoned that Chen Yu would not actually kill him, but who could guarantee that? What if Chen Yu had lost his sanity? Finished, dig 3 more. Chen Yu leisurely awaited the completion of the task, the sole means of passing time being his cigarettes, though he smoked at a leisurely pace. He had already consumed several. "What, still digging?" Xia Yuanshan exclaimed in disbelief, reluctant. "Very well, I shall pay a visit to the police station and bring some friends to Lu City. The money you left for that driver wasn't without traces. If I dig up a few more of your secrets, you'll soon bid farewell to this world." Chen Yu shrugged nonchalantly. These revelations could indeed lead to Xia Yuanshan's demise, but that was too swift. Chen Yu had not yet exhausted his means of torment. I will dig. Xia Yuanshan felt on the brink of vomiting blood. Uncertain of what Chen Yu truly knew, he forced himself to continue digging. Exhausted and parched, he received no water from Chen Yu. Chen Yu, I've dug it, he gasped. Find a pit and jump in, Chen Yu replied, rising to his feet. What? Xia Yuanshan was stunned and panicked. He had thought Chen Yu would relent. Yet he was now being ordered to do this. Chen Yu, you can't do this, you mustn't. Even if something happens to me, it should be the police who handle it, not you. Before Xia Yuanshan could finish, Chen Yu delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling into the pit. Caught off guard, he landed heavily, stumbling and tasting the damp earth. At that moment, he desperately wished for the presence of the police. Even if Chen Yu exposed him, he would welcome it, for the fearsome Chen Yu was far too terrifying. With a thud, a handful of dirt was shoveled down upon Xia Yuanshan, the pungent smell of earth invading his nostrils, while the gritty particles slipped into his collar, sending a chilling sensation through him that nearly propelled him to his feet. Chen Yu, what are you doing? You can't. Before he could finish, another shovel of dirt cascaded down, much of it landing in his mouth. Chapter 78. I kneel before you. I only ask that you show mercy. Xia Yuanshan choked on a mouthful of dirt, feeling as if he were swallowing a writhing worm. The earthy taste unbearable, especially for someone like him, who prided himself on being part of the upper echelons of society. Chen Yu, you're not really going to bury me alive, are you? You can't. You mustn't, he gasped in terror. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he momentarily dismissed his disgust for the soil and was soon drenched in cold sweat, frantically seeking an escape. With a thud, Chen Yu struck him with the shovel, the sound echoing ominously as Xia Yuanshan crumpled to the ground. Having tormented Chen Yu for an entire month, Xia Bo had reveled in his suffering, compelling him to relinquish his shares now that Xia Bo was incapacitated. It was Xia Yuanshan's turn to endure the torment. Chen Yu, I beg you, please don't do this. After all, our families have been friends for generations. My parents and yours have known each other for many years. Xia Yuanshan implored, his voice trembling. Oh, Chen Yu paid him no mind, continuing to shovel dirt into the pit. Chen Yu, I'm kneeling before you. I only ask that you show mercy. I admit my faults. Without evidence, I wrongfully accused and suspected you. I apologize. With a crash, another shovel of dirt fell, forcefully entering Xia Yuanshan's mouth. He contemplated various strategies to persuade Chen Yu to cease, yet it was as if Chen Yu had activated a noise cancellation mode. Hearing nothing at all, before long Xia Yuanshan found himself buried within the pit. Chen Yu, having experienced this torment himself, understood the agony it entailed. When the dirt reached his ankles, he felt he could still struggle, frantically attempting to climb up, but any ascent would result in a shovel strike. Gradually, even the act of struggling became exceedingly laborious. Once the dirt encroached upon his thighs, no matter how hard he tried, he could not extract his legs. Once it reached his chest, the pressure from the soil became overwhelming. As the earth continued to rise, enveloping his neck, the sensation of suffocation became absolute. Yet, once accustomed to this feeling, he could still manage to breathe. Mr. Xia, you should stop talking. In your current state, attempting to continue speaking will only exacerbate your discomfort, Chen Yu remarked, squatting at the edge of the pit to rest, amusement glinting in his eyes. Chen Yu, if you dare bury me alive today, you will be finished. You must release me. Let me go. Xia Yuanshan roared in fury, though his voice was now hoarse. Even uttering a half-word was an immense effort. If he did not shout, he found even speaking to be impossible. The crushing pressure made it difficult to breathe, and in such a state, it was all too easy to scare oneself to death. The moment his breathing rhythm faltered, the sensation of suffocation intensified. It was akin to a cruel jest. While one could still breathe when being pressed down, the overwhelming sense of pressure and the panic within would only amplify that feeling. Mr. Xia, there is no rush. I could never dream of ending your life. I am a legitimate businessman, whereas you are merely someone who has inadvertently fallen into this pit. Am I not correct? Chen Yu remarked with a smile, using words to provoke him, aiming to ease his emotions. For only when he adjusted could Chen Yu gradually bury him, leaving only his head above ground. I Summer Yuanshan exclaimed in exasperation, unleashing a torrent of curses at Chen Yu. Chen Yu casually allowed the tirade to continue, turning away to retrieve a bottle of water from the car, where he sat for a moment enjoying the cool air conditioning. After a suitable amount of time had passed, he returned, pouring a bottle of water over Summer Yuanshan's head to cool him down and prevent heatstroke. The summer in Lu City is sweltering, with darkness only descending around 7 p.m. At this moment, they still had an hour to wait before nightfall. Mr. Summer, are you feeling better? Once you are, we shall continue, Chen Yu said with a grin. Yet, barely had he spoken when Summer Yuanshan erupted into another round of curses. Undeterred, Chen Yu resumed shoveling dirt back into the pit, patiently and methodically submerging Summer Yuanshan bit by bit. Throughout the entire ordeal, Summer Yuanshan was left with nothing but curses, as time wore on. He even lost the strength to curse. It was only when darkness fell that Chen Yu finally filled the dirt up to his neck. Mr. Summer, you shall remain here for the night. I will return to fetch you in the morning. I have stationed someone outside your son Xiaobo's hospital room, so even if Xiao Liang and the others wish to find you, they will be utterly preoccupied. Chen Yu's smile grew increasingly sardonic, with a glint of mockery in his eyes. If the entire process was excruciating, then being left with only his head exposed for the night would prove even more torturous. It would undoubtedly subject him to dual pressures, both physical and psychological. Having been treated in a similar manner by Xiaobo in his previous life, that night was one etched in pain, fear spawned by darkness, a panic long abandoned by the world, magnifying one's emotions infinitely through the long, dark night. It was akin to standing before calamity, feeling utterly insignificant. Chen Yu, don't leave. Where are you going? Stop, stop. Summer Yuanshan's hoarse roars echoed from behind. But to no avail, Chen Yu resolutely turned his back, driving away, leaving Summer Yuanshan to hear only the fading sound of the vehicle. Unable to see anything, collapsing into despair, Summer Yuanshan's voice grew increasingly hoarse from fear and shouting. Enveloped by darkness, he experienced time stretching endlessly for the first time. It felt interminable, as if it had no bounds. In his agitation, the darkness consumed him. Even his cries were swallowed in the cacophony of his own screams, until only his choked sobs remained in the night. That night, he longed for someone to pass by, to hope for salvation. It was akin to wandering alone in the darkness. Even those unafraid of ghosts would find themselves engulfed in fear within an unsettling environment. His body was constantly on high alert for threats from behind, yet he could do nothing. Thus, he endured a sleepless night, tormented until dawn broke, when he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow at having survived. Merely gazing at the sun nearly brought him to tears. Chapter 79. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. When Chen Yu finally awoke from his slumber, it was already past 10. After a long and arduous journey back from Hengdian, coupled with an entire day without rest, fatigue weighed heavily on him. Last night, Xiao Liang had called Summer Yuanshan's phone, but Chen Yu had simply raised his hand to reject the call. After enjoying a comfortable breakfast, Chen Yu drove back to the abandoned farm. Upon witnessing Summer Yuanshan's disheveled appearance after a night of distress, he couldn't help but chuckle. Surely, when Xiaobo confronted him the next day, he would have worn a similar expression, yet Xiaobo had buried him for 3 days, whereas he had only confined Xiaobo for a single night. Chen Yu, please pull me up. I was wrong. I truly was. Summer Yuanshan pleaded, nearly in tears at the sight of him. This moment, he dared not utter any harsh words, nor curse. All he wished was for Chen Yu to lift him out of this predicament, and everything would be well. Mr. Summer, did you not fall into this pit by your own doing? It has nothing to do with anyone else, does it? Chen Yu crouched beside him, smiling however. To Summer Yuanshan, Chen Yu's smile resembled that of a devil, inciting a desperate urge to flee. It was my own doing, my own doing. It has nothing to do with you, Summer Yuanshan hastily replied. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? This situation appears to have originally been unrelated to me, does it not? Chen Yu responded with a smile. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. I misspoke, I was wrong just now. Summer Yuanshan nearly cried again, as the agony of the previous night washed over him once more. Good boy, Chen Yu nodded in satisfaction, digging him out of the pit. As Summer Yuanshan stood there, trembling and utterly disheveled, Chen Yu tossed him a breakfast and a bottle of water, saying, Mr. Summer, I advise you not to disclose what transpired here to a third party, even when facing Xiao Liang and the others. Claim you were out having fun last night, otherwise I cannot guarantee that certain matters of yours won't suddenly find their way onto a police desk. Chen Yu's smile was alluringly wicked, sending chills down Summer Yuanshan's spine. He shook his head frantically, feeling hunched and diminished, his head hanging low like that of a quail. When had he ever felt this abject? Good attitude. Now figure out your own way back. I'll return your phone. Chen Yu casually tossed the phone to him and drove away right before his eyes to eye. In that moment, Summer Yuanshan was left in stunned silence. Chen Yu was even unwilling to drive him back to the city. It had been a long time since he felt so powerless, but after last night, he even thought that it might be better if Chen Yu simply ended his life with a single blow. If that were to happen, he would be spared from this torment. In the midst of his panic last night, he began to reflect, had he not treated Chen Yu in such a manner? Had he not schemed to swallow Chen Yu's assets, presenting one face to the world while hiding another? Would Chen Yu have treated him this way? In that precarious state, facing death, he found himself embodying that adage, as one approaches death, Their words become kind, reflecting carefully, he indeed felt deserving of death. Over the years, he had committed countless vile acts, only he was aware of them. Besides Chen Yu and the Dongfang group, he bore the burden of lives lost. Yet, memories of past misdeeds long forgotten tormented him last night. The mistress he had arranged to be killed years ago, akin to a child lost in utero, whispered incessantly in his ear, though her voice was soft. Her words demanded his retribution. After several hours of walking, Summer Yuanshan finally reached the foot of the mountain and called Xia Liying, requesting her to come pick him up after nearly 2 hours of driving. Xia Liying arrived at his location. At that moment, Summer Yuanshan no longer possessed his former arrogance, nor the commanding presence of a business mogul. He sat by the roadside, his eyes filled with despondency. Xiao Xiao, who accompanied her in the car, furrowed her brows upon seeing him, for he reeked of dirt and appeared more disheveled than a beggar by the roadside. Dad, what happened to you? Xia Liying's eyes reddened instantly as she rushed over. I am fine. Summer Yuanshan forced a bitter smile, rising to his feet. Does it look like you're fine? What on earth happened? Xia Liying asked, her voice tinged with concern. Ever since her father had been taken away by Chen Yu the previous day, her heart had been in a state of constant anxiety, worry, and fear. Given Chen Yu's current ruthlessness, it was unfathomable what he might have done to her father over the course of the night. And indeed, her fears were confirmed. Not only was her father in poor condition, but it could only be described as dire. It's nothing. I truly am fine. Summer Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively. Suddenly, he began to dread the moment his daughter would discover everything he had done, unsure of how to face her when that time came. In her youth, she had always regarded him as a role model, believing him to be a superman capable of anything. Yet, after many years, he had become this way. When had he transformed into such a person, or had he always been this way? He too was a self-made man, having clawed his way to success through sheer determination and various opportunities. The key growth point of the Xia group had been the assistance from Chen Yu's parents. Without their help, he might have been wealthy, but he could never have built such a vast empire. What had he done the year Chen Yu's parents died? Not only did he fail to assist, but he even provided crucial information to those seeking to harm them. It could be said that the deaths of Chen Yu's parents bore a direct connection to him. Those individuals had aimed to divide the group after the demise of Chen Yu's parents. However, no one had anticipated that a mere 18-year-old boy would rise to shoulder the responsibility of the entire organization. He remembered, he finally recalled, even the Xia Group's ability to surpass the pinnacle valuation of 100 billion relies upon the foundation laid by the Dongfang Group. The transformation of those years depended on the Chen family, yet, as the Chen family teetered on the brink of collapse, he clung to their lifeless remains, idly consuming their legacy. Father, Xia Liying, witnessing his despondent demeanor, could not help but choke back tears. It's all right, let's go home. Xia Yuanshan, as if transformed into a different person, smiled and gently ruffled her hair, revealing a warm smile not seen in decades. In that moment, it felt as though they had returned to the past, a time when Xia Liying was still a child. Chapter 80. Xiao Xiao. So much money, have I struck it rich? Xia Yuanshan finally recognized the depths of his own shamelessness, as well as the extent of his own loathing. After a night of torment, his heart was utterly shattered, forcing him to confront his true self and acknowledge the mistakes he had made over the years. He suddenly realized he was no longer entitled to demand anything from Chen Yu, nor did he have the right to usurp what belonged to Chen Yu, foolishly claiming it as his own effort. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that his relationship with Chen Yu's parents had been quite amicable, as they had been grateful for his recognition. The two families were close friends, and the parents on both sides knew each other well. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Yu's parents were willing to lend him a helping hand during critical moments. However, driven by greed and jealousy over Chen Yu's parents' success, and their reluctance to delegate certain collaborations to him, he succumbed to envy. But upon closer examination, were Chen Yu's parents truly at fault? Back then, Chen Yu had offered him every possible collaboration. He simply could not meet the standards set for partnership. What they provided had been more than sufficient, yet he ultimately harbored resentment, gradually transforming into a person he no longer recognized under the influence of greed, even though he had idly consumed the legacy left by Chen Yu's parents after their passing, and had failed to offer support when Chen Yu needed it most. In the end, Chen Yu was still willing to help him. When he faced setbacks in his overseas investments, it was Chen Yu who came to his rescue. Chen Yu disregarded all the sacrifices and costs involved, extending a helping hand at a crucial moment, coupled with the actions he had taken over the years, even if Chen Yu were to treat him harshly. It would seem almost acceptable, because he deserved it. Father, are you truly alright? Xia Liying's voice trembled with emotion. I'm fine, Xia Yuanshan replied with a smile, shaking his head to eye in the past, even if his sordid deeds were exposed. He would have merely felt anger but thought little of it. After all, he believed his daughter should accept it. But now, this realization struck him like a bolt from the blue. He suddenly understood that his daughter's animosity towards Chen Yu stemmed entirely from his own actions. If he was such a person, how could his daughter be any better? Let's go home, Xia Yuanshan chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. Alright. Xia Liying sensed that something had undoubtedly transpired the previous night, but her father was unwilling to speak. And she felt it inappropriate to press further. She drove towards home. Xiao Xiao, unable to endure the earthy odor within the car, rolled down the window, inhaling fresh air from the passenger seat, observing his actions. Xia Liying felt an immense displeasure. Regardless of the circumstances, this was still her father. How could Xiao Xiao display such a countenance? She finally realized that her perceived cleanliness was merely a reflection of her relationship with Xiao Xiao. She had been willing to subtly alter her habits for Xiao Xiao, yet he was unwilling to tolerate even a moment of discomfort. Ring ring ring, a phone call came through to Xia Yuanshan's mobile. From a domestic bank. Mr. Xia, the funds from your account at the Swiss National Bank have been successfully transferred internationally. After conversion, a total of 4.12369 billion Longwood currency has been credited to your account. May I inquire about your plans? Would you prefer a fixed deposit or an investment option? Should you wish to discuss further, our bank can send a representative at your convenience. The sheer magnitude of this amount was enough to astonish any bank. Even the local branches of the 4 major banks would be shaken. On the other end of the line was a gentle female voice, so soft it could almost melt one's heart. Even if Xia Yuanshan desired something, she would unhesitatingly oblige. A sum of 4.1 billion could easily establish a person as a bank president, accompanied by an extraordinarily lucrative salary within the industry. This is why many wealthy families have a child employed at a bank, to ensure the safety of their funds and to enjoy higher salaries based on their savings, even without working a day. The vast wealth of 4.1 billion would suffice to allow someone to live comfortably for a lifetime. No need. Please assist me in transferring these funds to the account I will provide, which is also under your bank's management. It should be completed within a day, correct? Xia Yuanshan declined. He intended to transfer the money into Liying Media's account now that his wife, Wu Guilan, was aware of the financial situation. He needed to act quickly to secure the funds and prevent a significant portion from being inexplicably siphoned off. Recently, Wu Guilan had been relatively stable, but if she found out about the incoming funds, the household would erupt in chaos. Wu Guilan might abandon their entire family, even leaving behind Xiaobo in the hospital, demanding a divorce and absconding with the money. Xia Yuanshan's transformation was significantly influenced by Wu Guilan. A man's fate can be largely shaped by his wife. Even a bitter and acerbic man married to a cultured and refined woman would gradually change under her influence. Xia Yuanshan could already envision the aftermath of his wife's acquisition of the funds. Her first action would undoubtedly be to spend lavishly on a young lover, indulging in extravagant travels worldwide. Mr. Xia, since this is your request, I will immediately liaise with the president to ensure the complete transfer of these funds into Liying Media's account, the gentle voice on the other end continued. Although she could not definitively classify Xia Yuanshan as her client, as long as the funds remained in their bank, she would not have to worry about being held accountable for making this call. The outflow of over 4 billion in funds, even if transferred to another bank, could entail responsibilities that a bank president might find insurmountable, even if the money merely passed through their bank. However, failing to retain such a significant sum within their institution would constitute a grave error on her part. Very well, Xia Yuanshan nodded and ended the call. Father, what happened? Xia Liying parked the car at a traffic light. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Xia Yuanshan explained, I have another sum of money abroad that has just been transferred back to the country. 4.1 billion, and I've instructed it to be deposited into Liying Media. What? Xia Liying gasped in shock. 4.1 billion? Was her father joking? Where had he suddenly acquired such a vast sum of money, and it was his own? Could it be that Chen Yu's claims were indeed true? All these years, had her father truly been covertly usurping the assets of the Dongfang Group? Otherwise, how could this money be explained? Liying, doesn't Chen Yu still hold shares in the company? Have the lawyer liaised with Dongfang Group to buy back all the shares for 2 billion? Use the remaining funds to urgently get the company up and running. Chapter 81. What scheme is the Xia family concocting? In the past, Xia Yuanshan would have eagerly seized the opportunity to buy back all the shares. But his mindset was entirely different now. Previously, he would have purchased the shares, yet he would have dragged his feet on the 2 billion offered by Chinyu, using such tactics to annoy him. But now his intention was tinged with a sense of guilt and reparation. He himself had no idea what he was thinking. His emotions were in turmoil. He merely wanted to expedite this matter, hoping to avoid future regret. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was utterly astonished, having never expected Xia Yuanshan to possess such wealth abroad. In contrast to Xiao Liang's bewilderment, he was filled with immense excitement upon realizing that if Liang Media received such substantial funding, it could swiftly rejuvenate and reorganize, reclaiming its position at the forefront of the domestic market. If Liang Media emerged as a leading capital entity in the country, he could leverage its influence to surpass previous heights. Should he manage to win over Xia Liang and become the guiding force behind the Xia family, the benefits would be beyond imagination. On the road back to Hengdian, Chen Yu received a call from the group's legal department, informing him that the Xia family was seeking to repurchase their shares in Liang Media. What terms did they propose? Chen Yu, seated in the passenger seat, inquired in a serious tone, even though Xia Yuanshan's funds had returned. The Xia family's request for a repurchase at this juncture seemed highly irregular given the sequence of events. The Xia family had suffered significant setbacks, with Xia Bo hospitalized, and Shen Yu having cast Xia Yuanshan aside at an abandoned breeding farm for an entire night. Thus, even if Xia Yuanshan had injected substantial funds into Liang Media, it would be implausible for them to propose a repurchase at this moment. The Xia family's intentions were undoubtedly suspect. Chairman, the repurchase conditions proposed by the Xia family mirror those you have articulated. Without any additions or amendments, however, they have stipulated 2 requirements. First, to expedite the process. Second, post-transfer of equity, they wish to rename the company once more, the liaison from the group's legal department stated in a serious tone. From an official standpoint, Liang Media has already been renamed Shabi Media, a name largely inspired by Chen Yu's whimsical fancy. From a business perspective, it is evident that the Xia family would not allow the name to persist. Thus, the change in the company's name following the Xia family's acquisition of shares was anticipated by Chen Yu. Are these the only 2 conditions? Chen Yu furrowed his brow. Indeed, Chairman. As for the financial aspect, the funds will be deposited into the group's accounts following the completion of the equity transfer, came the response from the other end of the line. Who is the point of contact for this matter? Chen Yu inquired. It is Xia Liang, was the explanation from the other end. After hanging up, Chen Yu remained ensnared in his suspicions regarding this affair, having endured various tribulations in his previous life. Chen Yu approached their actions with a skeptical mindset, finding everything suspect. Xia Liang's personal involvement in facilitating this matter raised questions about her motives and intentions. The absence of any negotiation, coupled with the urgency to finalize the transfer, prompted further inquiry into the necessity of such haste. During the return journey, Chen Yu pondered deeply but could not arrive at any conclusions. In the past, he would have been inclined to view the Xia family in a favorable light. However, the events of his previous life had stripped him of such sentiments. From Chen Yu's perspective, even if Xia Liang had secured a lucrative project that required immediate commencement, a transitional period of several months remained, which would have been the optimal time for negotiation. Were he in her position, he would have seized those months to negotiate a more favorable price for the acquisition of shares. Thus, no matter how one considered it, the situation appeared disadvantageous. Chen Yu and his driver, Lali, set out in the afternoon and arrived in Hengdian that evening. He sought assistance from Su Sihui to analyze the situation, yet even she could not decipher anything substantial. Remarkably, within a mere 5 days, the legal departments of Dongfang Group and Liang Media had completed all formalities, with a total of 2 billion yuan transferred from Liang Media's corporate account to Dongfang Group's account. Swiftly cleared after a bank security review, both Liang Media and Dongfang Group held accounts at Luqing Bank, a local institution recognized as the first domestic bank with a Taiwanese business background. Emblematic of the significant outcomes of cross-strait financial cooperation and a conduit for fostering financial exchanges between the 2 regions, the rapid arrival of funds only deepened Chen Yu's perplexity, unable to fathom the underlying reasons. He chose to temporarily disregard the matter, secure in the knowledge that his associates in Luqing were vigilantly monitoring the Xia family's movements. Chairman, Director Lu has secured some scene rentals, though most require renovation. Tomorrow morning, you need to assess the usability of these locations, while further renovations will occur at the original filming sites of the last round. The previous scenes were also constructed by our group, but enhancements are necessary. Su Tao stood beside Chen Yu, dutifully arranging his schedule for the following day. Have the renovation designs been completed? I recall the initial version proposed for Huan Yunyan was quite impressive. Chen Yu remarked as he sipped his tea. The first version was indeed meticulously crafted, yet its high production cost led Xiao Liang, as the project leader, to reject it outright. In many historical dramas, scene layouts are often one-time setups dismantled within a certain time frame after use. Since the last filming of Huan Yunyan concluded not long ago, the setups have been preserved for now. Chairman Director Lu's intention is to utilize the previous first version of the design. The real scenes employed during the last shoot of Huan Yunyan were derived from the first version, albeit simplified. Employing the initial design would not only conserve costs but also expedite the overall timeline. Su Tao nodded. Excellent. Let us provisionally agree on this. The remainder will be determined after I and Director Lu conduct an on-site inspection tomorrow. Chen Yu assented. Director Lu is an established filmmaker collaborating with Dongfang Group. Once the costume and set arrangements are finalized, he will adeptly manage the remainder. In truth, Huan Yunyan could proceed without Chen Yu's involvement, yet given the substantial investment this time, he must ensure every detail is meticulously attended to. Chairman, I shall go next door to confer with Sister Sihui and arrange tomorrow's tasks, Su Tao said as she gathered her documents and departed. However, scarcely had Su Tao left when a knock echoed at Chen Yu's door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a woman of striking beauty, adorned with delicate makeup, her attire both alluring and captivating. The moment he opened the door, her enchanting, doe-like eyes met Chen Yu's gaze, instantly mesmerizing him, yet it only served to deepen his frown. Chapter 82. Surprised or not, the woman before him was a complete stranger, yet such encounters were not uncommon along the banks of Hangdian. Some individuals intentionally seek out the rooms of renowned directors or stars, attempting to leverage their charms in hopes of igniting their own stardom. Others, however, harbor ulterior motives, acting on the behest of others to sully reputations. May I inquire if you are Chairman Chen? The woman said, her head bowed, adopting a coy demeanor, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, leaving one to wonder if it stemmed from genuine embarrassment or mere makeup. Her hair cascaded gracefully due to her movements, a strand falling delicately by her ear, which she gently tucked away. Such gestures wield a potent allure over men. In the film industry, temporary couples abound. Once a formal production is established, these arrangements can last for months, even exceeding half a year. Many crews find themselves in remote locations, forming makeshift unions, with clandestine visits occurring at all hours. What is it that you seek? Chen Yu inquired, his brow furrowed. His peripheral vision remained attuned to the corridor outside. Their accommodation was quite upscale, featuring soft carpeting and rooms lining both sides of the hall, illuminated by concealed ceiling lights. Chairman Chen, I have heard that Huan Yunyan is set to resume filming, and I wish to audition for a role. I graduated from the Beijing Opera Academy. What kind of role do you think I am suited for? The woman endeavored to showcase her allure before Chen Yu, her heart racing, the fabric of her blouse subtly trembling in response, revealing her evident nervousness. Chen Yu held considerable influence in the industry, not only due to his substantial capital but also his discerning eye. Actors hand-picked by him often achieve rapid acclaim, resonating deeply with audiences through a singular role. If you are here to audition, please seek out Director Lu downstairs. The project of Huan Yunyan falls under his purview, including casting decisions, Chen Yu replied, maintaining a stoic expression. Chairman, would it be convenient for you to spare a few minutes for me to demonstrate my expertise? The woman gazed at Chen Yu with a pitiful expression. If she could gain entry to his room, she was confident she could keep him occupied for at least an hour or two. Unless, of course, he was unable. Such was the unwritten rule of the entertainment industry, and with her looks she was certain she could win Chen Yu over. I have no time. Just as Chen Yu prepared to shut the door, a sudden ominous whirring sound reminiscent of a helicopter rotor reverberated ominously above the hotel. A blinking navigation light flickered on the helicopter's nose and tail, starkly visible against the dark night sky. What the heck? Chen Yu gasped in surprise. It was rare to encounter someone arriving by helicopter at this hour, even in the entire country. If a prominent figure were to descend, they would surely have a valid reason, particularly for landing directly above Chen Yu's hotel. Excuse me, I must take my leave. Chen Yu maneuvered past the woman, heading toward the upper floors. At such a time, only one person could be arriving. With a click, a nearby door opened, revealing Su Sihui and Su Tao, both wearing expressions of astonishment. Upon noticing Chen Yu's exasperation, Su Sihui stifled a chuckle and followed him upstairs. Meanwhile, the woman at the doorway was intercepted by Su Tao. Before their descent, Su Tao needed to remove the woman and ascertain how she had learned Chen Yu's room number. If it were a matter of hotel negligence, they would need to address it with the establishment. On the rooftop helipad, the helicopter's rotor gradually ceased its rotation, though the turbulent airflow it had generated remained fearsome. With a whoosh, the door opened, revealing a long, elegant leg stepping down from the cabin onto the lower rung. Then onto the ground. Su Xingyue had recently styled her hair into enchanting waves, her silky locks dancing in the brisk wind at the crown of her head upon descending from the helicopter. One must bow their head to navigate unless the altitude permits, otherwise the rotors, in their rhythmic ascent and descent, oscillate with the force of the wind. If fortune smiles, all is well, yet should luck forsake one, it could result in calamity. Even after the helicopter has landed, it cannot halt immediately, as the blades are operated by a hydraulic system requiring time to cease their motion. Today, Su Xingyue seemed to radiate a subtle fragrance, as if she had just bathed before venturing out. Her attire was quite simple yet could not conceal her voluptuous figure. She wore a white t-shirt that accentuated her curves and a gray pleated skirt, complemented by high-top sneakers that further elongated her exquisitely slender legs. It was rare for her to dress in such a manner, and this ensemble bestowed upon her a somewhat cheerleader-like aura. Occasionally she would chew, for she was savoring a piece of bubblegum, a clear indication of her relaxed demeanor. Upon seeing her, Chenyu was rendered speechless. Even Eve, for the first time, beheld her in such a guise. "Darling, are you surprised? Is it unexpected?" Su Xingyue smiled at him, gracefully linking her arm with his. Her gaze naturally swept over Su Sihue, though it lingered only for a moment before losing interest. "What are you doing here?" Chenyu exclaimed, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "I came to play with you. I've nearly finished my tasks these past few days, and I'm treating myself to a couple of days off." Su Xingyue replied with a mischievous grin, her beauty captivating enough to even alter the hue of the moon in the sky. Two bodyguards trailed behind her as she descended, along with a female assistant carrying a suitcase, clearly filled with her clothing for the next few days. Just an hour prior, Su Xingyue had been engaged in corporate affairs at the group, and after completing her tasks, she took a shower in the office, ascended to the top floor via a private elevator, and arrived by helicopter. The distance from the bustling metropolis was a mere 300 kilometers, easily traversable in under an hour by helicopter. "As the head of a corporation, are you truly this idle?" Chenyu remarked, rubbing his temples. "Less chit-chat, I'm hungry. Come downstairs and accompany me for a late-night snack," Su Xingyue asserted, tugging at his arm with determination. The luxurious hotel restaurant was nearly empty at this late hour, with the kitchen staff concluding their shifts by 2 a.m. As they descended, a woman brushed past them, her eyes wide with astonishment. For Su Xingyue's beauty was truly breathtaking, yet it did not overshadow Su Sihue, who walked beside her. In the past, Su Sihue had been merely a background figure, but over 4 years she had blossomed. The two women accompanying Chenyu were striking in their own rights, each capable of overshadowing the woman who had just passed. Even though that woman held her appearance in high regard, she paled in comparison to them. Unable to hold her head high in their presence, "Darling, eat more," Su Xingyue urged, offering a piece of exquisite delicacy to Chenyu with her used chopsticks. Indeed, even for a brief visit, Su Xingyue had brought along a chef. At Chenyu's home, he could manage the cooking himself when he wasn't too busy, but now, in Hengdian, the circumstances were entirely different. Chenyu had to attend the film set during the day and handle various adjustments with the crew at night. Along with other responsibilities, television dramas and films were the most critical aspects of the Oriental Group, surpassing even the investment department in importance, as they directly impacted the corporation's primary revenue. Su Xingyue, "Please, don't do this, I'm frightened." Chenyu's cold sweat poured forth. He desperately wished for someone to rescue him from this predicament, yet no such savior appeared. Even Su Sihue, sitting beside them for the late-night snack, had lowered her gaze, occasionally stealing glances. Chenyu felt on the brink of collapse. After all these years, what is there to be afraid of? Su Xingyue smiled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She relished the sight of Chenyu's flustered expression, perceiving his apparent resistance as nothing more than coyness in her eyes. "Who are you calling an old married couple?" Chenyu retorted, flustered. Their relationship could only be traced back to that fateful night at the hotel. After that, they had had no further connection. Even 4 years ago, Su Xingyue had not been this forward, but she had changed significantly in their time apart. "I'm feeding you," Su Xingyue declared, ignoring his protests, her chopsticks poised as she opened her alluring lips, her gaze fixed on Chenyu. "Sihue, am I forgetting something? Is there any work left unfinished?" Chenyu turned to Su Sihue, seeking her assistance. Su Xingyue's actions only intensified his anxiety, and he yearned to escape from this perilous woman. Despite her captivating allure that could enchant countless men, the potential consequences of being alone with her were daunting. I believe there isn't anything left?" Su Sihui tilted her head, pondering. What? Chen Yu was taken aback, utterly unprepared for her response. Sihui, aren't you supposed to save me? If this woman carries me off to her room tonight, the repercussions would be unfathomable. He exclaimed. Look, even Sihui says so. Su Xingyue's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, her amusement tinged with mischief. Tonight, Chen Yu was hers. There was no escaping. Sihui, are you absolutely certain? I recall there were still several arrangements for tomorrow that needed addressing. I think Director Lu's meeting is still pending to discuss some matters for tomorrow. Chen Yu fervently conveyed his plea to Su Sihui, yet she shook her head once more, her countenance serious. Chairman, you've forgotten, those matters were resolved just earlier. Chen Yu's mind screamed in despair. How had his once gentle and understanding secretary transformed into this? Moreover, why was she now siding against him? He mentally howled. Su Sihui then glanced at Su Xingyue, and their gazes locked, with Su Xingyue wearing a satisfied smile. The earlier conversation at Chen Yu's home had revealed Su Sihui's stance to both Su Xingyue and Sheng Wancheng. However, expressions of attitude and actual actions were two different matters. Su Sihui had validated her words with her actions. If it were Su Sihui, perhaps Su Xingyue might turn a blind eye, granting her some space. But if it were someone else, like the distant Shang Wanling abroad, that would be entirely out of the question. 4 years ago it was impossible, and 4 years later it remains so. Hurry and eat more to nourish your body. Su Xingyue beamed, radiating warmth. Chen Yue's cold sweat continued to trickle down his temples. He wished to refuse, but Su Xingyue stepped on his foot, causing him to stagger momentarily, and involuntarily, his mouth opened wide. Just as he was about to protest, she stuffed a piece of exquisite delicacy into his mouth. Chen Yu's words were utterly stifled, nearly choking on the morsel until he finally managed to swallow. It was often said that only women in petty men are difficult to raise, and in Su Xingyue's case, it was quite literal. She had her own ideas and insisted on forcing others to accept them. To keep such a stunning beauty, not to mention a wealthy heiress, close at hand would certainly be a challenge. No smacking your lips while eating, understand? Su Xingyue even reminded him. Chen Yu wanted to retort that he didn't smack his lips either. But hadn't she just shoved food in his mouth? If he hadn't restrained himself, her judgmental gaze would have nearly made him retch. Chairman, you should rest early tonight. Director Lu's schedule is set for 8 a.m. Su Sihui stated, having finished her meal and preparing to head upstairs. Chen Yu nodded, but his gaze lingered on Su Sihui's departing figure, wishing she would stay just a little longer, while Su Sihui was present. Su Xingyue had acted with such impunity. What might happen once Su Sihui left? Su Xingyue would surely become even bolder, yet Su Sihui seemed oblivious to Chen Yu's apprehensive expression, smiling as she turned to leave. Chen Yu's frustration boiled over, his scalp tingling with anxiety. With a swift motion, Su Xingyue seized Chen Yu's tie, drawing him close, her enchanting yet perilous gaze fixated upon him. Chen Yu, your audacity seems to grow increasingly bold. I am right here, and yet you dare to cast your eyes upon other women, Chen Yu? What the heck? Chapter 84. Very well, so this is how we shall play it. Chen Yu found himself utterly befuddled by Su Xingyue's intermittent jealousy. As soon as Su Sihui departed, her ire ignited, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. My dear, have you had enough to eat? Su Xingyue inquired with a smile. No, Chen Yu stammered in response. Ha. Let's go, she said, interpreting his words contrary to their intent. Gripping Chen Yu's tie, she dragged him out of the dining hall, with only a few of them present. Once they ascended the stairs, the chef brought by Su Xingyue also finished for the day. During her 2 days in Hengdian, the chef and bodyguards had all lodged in the hotel, prepared to serve them at a moment's notice. This chef had been summoned by Su Xingyue's assistant specifically for their needs. The hotel had been informed that whenever Chen Yu and his company returned for a meal, the chef would promptly prepare it in the kitchen. If they did not return, the chef would ready the meals and have them sent directly to Su Xingyue and Chen Yu. Slow down, Chen Yu urged. The sensation of being yanked by his tie was decidedly unpleasant, yet fortunately Su Xingyue's pace was not too swift, sparing him the suffocating feeling of being choked. My dear, you are all sweaty. Go take a shower. It will soon be time for bed, she instructed. Can I skip the shower? Chen Yu's implication was clear. My lady, can I avoid sharing the same bed with you? I am afraid. Su Xingyue fixed him with her gaze, the smile gracing her lips. Her expressive eyes almost seemed to speak as she replied, My dear, what do you think? Chen Yu replied earnestly, I think that's acceptable. I am utterly exhausted and only wish to lie down and sleep. Su Xingyue pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, in this world, individuals as gentle and considerate as she were indeed a rarity. And a sense of pride swelled within her. However, as soon as her words left her lips, Chen Yu was once again left in a state of confusion, questioning whether he had misheard, while Su Xingyue was not excessively fastidious. She was inherently a clean person and would not go to bed without a shower. For her, sleeping without a shower would only leave her feeling uncomfortable. Huh? What did you say? Chen Yu questioned. Doubting his hearing. I said, it's acceptable, Su Xingyue reiterated. Today, she decided to indulge Chen Yu's capricious little request. For a moment, Chen Yu stood frozen, pondering whether the Su Xingyue before him was an impostor. Could it be that she had a twin sister? Today, her attire was distinctly different, and her demeanor had shifted dramatically. What was once impossible had suddenly become feasible. Then, if I were to book another room, would that also be possible? Chen Yu gazed at her. His voice tinged with caution, fearing she might retaliate and drag him forcibly to bed. Not a chance, Su Xingyue chuckled, shaking her head. Indeed, in the next moment, a punch, though delayed, landed softly on Chen Yu's abdomen. Since he had just enjoyed a late-night snack, her punch felt almost playful, as though she were teasing him, entirely lacking in force. Despite his various attempts to escape, Chen Yu was unable to elude Su Xingyue's grasp. In a last-ditch effort to flee, he feigned a need to use the restroom, hoping to dart out while her attention was diverted. However, as soon as he opened the door, he was met by the imposing figure of Su Xingyue's bodyguard standing sentinel. He always knew, Su Xingyue was consistent in this regard. Once she pulled him into the room, escape was impossible, unless he were to leap from the window. What Chen Yu could typically accomplish in mere minutes had taken him the better part of half an hour today. As he was finally coaxed out by Su Xingyue, the room was dimmed, with Su Xingyue sleeping beside him. When they had gone downstairs for a late-night snack, even the mattress had been replaced with an exquisite new one. Adorned with silk bedding, the curtains were drawn tightly, blocking any light from entering, and the soundproofing ensured that the noise from outside could not penetrate their sanctuary, though the night in Hengdian was eerily quiet. The commercial street outside remained brightly lit. Su Xingyue was truly exhausted. Lying beside Chen Yu, her lively eyes closed in the darkness, she soon began to emit soft, steady breaths. She managed numerous responsibilities within the corporation and frequently traveled across the nation for various collaborative matters. While Chen Yu was busy in Hengdian, Su Xingyue's days were far more hectic. Moreover, for a woman to manage such a vast corporation was no simple feat, especially for one as strikingly beautiful as she. A myriad of opposition, skepticism, and insubordination constantly assailed her. Even after her restructuring efforts, many within the organization still resisted her authority. With a sigh of relief, Chen Yu finally relaxed upon witnessing her slumber. Thank goodness his dignity was preserved. However, just as he settled down to sleep, a soft arm snaked beneath his neck, pulling him closer. What the hell? Chen Yu mentally screamed, realizing he had no means of escape. That night, he resigned himself to the confinement of Su Xingyue's embrace. Enduring the night, the following morning, Chen Yu was roused by the alarm clock. Though Su Xingyue had long been awake. In the pitch-black room, she had turned on a small nightlight. Her beautiful eyes blinking as she admired the surroundings. It is often said that a woman's sleeping face is a sight to behold, evoking a desire to avoid waking her. Yet, at that moment, Su Xingyue's gaze seemed to capture such a scene. Chen Yu blinked at her, and she reciprocated, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange that transpired numerous times. Chen Yu requested her to release him, but she refused. It was only when Su Tao knocked at the door that Su Xingyue reluctantly let him go. Could you step outside? I need to use the restroom, Chen Yu said, exasperated as he observed Su Xingyue brushing her teeth and drying her hair. The restroom now boasted an enormous vanity mirror, and Chen Yu pondered how they had managed such renovations during their late-night snack. Go ahead, I won't look, Su Xingyue replied, toothbrush in mouth, as she tousled her hair with a blow-dryer. Adjusting her hairstyle, though she claimed not to observe him, her peripheral vision betrayed her, leaving Chen Yu feeling utterly flustered. Alright, fine, if this is how it is, I'm going next door, Chen Yu declared, slamming the toilet seat down. Gritting his teeth, he refused to believe he could not utilize the restroom without Su Xingyue present. Chapter 85. The reserved sites could not be rented. However, in a swift turn, Su Xingyue grasped the waistband of Chen Yu's trousers, effortlessly pulling him back with just her thumb and forefinger. With her strength, should Chen Yu attempt to escape, he would surely leave his pants behind his atoll, but if he remained, they would be locked in this stalemate. Su Xingyue, are you a pervert? Chen Yu exclaimed in frustration. Chen Yu, what exactly are you feeling insecure about? Su Xingyue's words struck him like a blow, nearly causing him to explode. Asa man, how could he endure such a provocation? It was a blatant insult. Chen Yu sought to intimidate her, but instead, he found himself thoroughly trapped. Good heavens, there's a female thug. After forcibly dragging someone to sleep beside her all night, now she insists on watching me in the restroom. As Su Xingyue prepared her makeup and styled her hair, she urged, "Hurry up, my assistant is coming to help me with my makeup." Naturally beautiful, Su Xingyue required little makeup to captivate, but when preparing to go out, sunscreen and skincare were essential. With these tasks completed, a quick application of makeup was a swift affair. Reluctantly, Chen Yu left behind a pair of trousers, fetching a new pair from his suitcase in the adjoining room. As he emerged, his demeanor exuded an air of triumph, reminiscent of a victorious rooster, eliciting laughter from Su Xingyue, who was unable to contain herself, leaning against the sink in fits of giggles. Chen Yu's antics were simply too amusing. How could he display such self-righteousness in such a situation? To prevent Su Xingyue from causing further mischief, Chen Yu quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face in the neighboring room before returning to change clothes. Su Sihui and Su Tao were also preparing to depart, clad in professional attire, so Chen Yu's presence posed no inconvenience. Once Su Xingyue was ready, the group descended together to enjoy breakfast, since they were all set to depart. Director Liu and the others awaited them in the dining hall. Ms.Su? Upon spotting Su Xingyue, Director Liu froze, an overwhelming sense of apprehension washing over him as cold sweat began to bead on his brow. Before joining the Dongfang Group, Director Liu was a prominent filmmaker at the Su Xingyue Group. Due to Su Xingyue's exceedingly stringent quality demands, even Liu was nearly driven to the brink. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the exceptionally high standards set by Su Xingyue in the past allowed Liu to adapt seamlessly upon joining Dongfang Media. Su Xingyue gave a faint nod in his direction, her demeanor utterly indifferent. Today, she donned a lightweight, high-quality cream-colored long-sleeve shirt, paired with loose, white trousers featuring crisp lines. The fabric exuded an air of luxury. Seemingly impervious to any creases, her permed hair cascaded gracefully over one shoulder, lending her an effortless charm. The bold red gloss on her lips radiated an alluring sheen. Yet aside from Chen Yu, no one dared cast her a lascivious glance, lest they face dire consequences. "Ms. Su, when did you arrive?" As one of the industry's top directors, Liu, while not at the pinnacle of his career, was nonetheless quite renowned. At this moment, he hurriedly wiped the chair for Su Xingyue, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile that accentuated his age. His eagerness stemmed not from courtesy, but from apprehension. Back in the bustling metropolis, he had nearly lost his life from the relentless demands. "Last night," Su Xingyue replied coolly, settling into the chair Liu had prepared for her. Her willingness to sit was, in fact, a gesture of goodwill towards him. Observing this, Liu exhaled a deep sigh of relief, for as long as Su Xingyue was amenable, their meeting would not pose any challenges. "Excellent. I truly wish to avoid experiencing the dread of being under Ms. Su's thumb again. "Chairman, please have a seat as well," Liu offered, personally pulling out a chair for Chen Yu, who was, after all, his current employer. His deference to his former employer mandated that he exhibit a similar respect towards Chen Yu, even if they were akin to family. No need, Chen Yu chuckled, waving his hand dismissively among the diners. This particular table commanded significant attention, not only because of the stunning presence of Su Xingyue and Su Sihui, but also due to Chen Yu's esteemed position and the highly publicized remaking of Huan Yunyan. Chen Yu's staggering investment of 1 billion for the remake had sent shockwaves throughout the industry. Given the astonishing production quality involved, the breakfast before Chen Yu and Su Xingyue was exquisitely prepared, setting it apart from the fare of others. One could easily liken it to a feast fit for a five-star hotel. While the others resembled mere street food, thanks to Chen Yu, even Su Sihui and Su Tao were served breakfasts that mirrored that of their illustrious counterparts. After their meal, the group descended to their vehicles. En route to the filming base. In Hengdian, the areas designated for tourists and those for film crews were distinctly separate, although the tourist zone featured various constructed sets and staff performing shows. It was still markedly different from the filming locations. In this era, Hengdian had expanded its scale akin to Chen Yu's previous world. The domestic film industry had once witnessed a golden age, but due to the suppression from foreign capital, it had veered towards a path of mediocrity, descending into the realm of poorly produced content for foreign investors, as long as domestic films were sufficiently shoddy and distorted the audience's aesthetic sensibilities. Their productions would create a glaring disparity in status. This situation mirrored technological advancement, wherein foreign capital only permitted the existence of low to mid-tier productions within the domestic spheres. Chairman, the locations I chose are spread across several filming parks, so it will require some effort to manage multiple trips, Liu informed Chen Yu as they entered the filming site, instantly adopting a serious demeanor in his area of expertise, whether for a television series or a film. Once they transitioned to industrialized shooting, the production team would first disperse various scenes according to the script, for instance, in a location reminiscent of an imperial garden, if the entire production required 13 distinct filming spots. All would be shot in succession. This demanded a high level of emotional and situational adaptability from the actors. If they failed to switch their emotional states, they risked carrying over the previous scene's energy. In contrast, if it were a star-studded drama, merely assembling a few popular celebrities to recite lines like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 could suffice to complete the production. However, Chen Yu sought quality and craftsmanship. His standards were, of course, vastly different. Director Liu, this is certainly not an issue, Chen Yu began, but was interrupted by a middle-aged man in a suit, sporting an ID badge, who approached under the scorching sun. Director Liu, the locations you reserved are no longer available for rent. With these words, the expressions of Chen Yu and the others froze. Liu was taken aback for a moment before flashing a smile at the man. Manager Zhou, what kind of joke is this? You startled me. My group's chairman is here. Liu was well acquainted with Zhou, having previously interacted with higher-ups in Hengdian, but for convenience, he had since liaised directly with manager Zhou, the one responsible for this aspect. Director Liu, I truly cannot rent out those locations, Zhou continued apologetically. This is not my decision. It comes from the group. An order from the Hengdian group. Liu's demeanor stiffened. Yes, Zhou nodded, looking helpless. Just now, the higher-ups called to inquire whether you had signed a contract with the Dongfang group. If not, your reservation would be cancelled. Liu had only selected a few locations and had yet to finalize any contracts. Thus, he had merely made reservations without signing. Both Liu and the Dongfang group were familiar faces in Hengdian. Yet it was perplexing that such a directive came from above at this juncture. Director Liu, has your group recently offended someone? Zhou lowered his voice, inquiring quietly. Although he was familiar with Liu, he was not well acquainted with Chen Yu, who had not appeared in public for 4 years. Chairman, do you have any insights? Liu turned to Chen Yu, his expression grave. There were only a few film cities in the country, with Hengdian being the largest. It boasted over 2,000 filming bases, categorized by era, genre, and various themes, creating a vast array of shooting zones. In essence, Hengdian could afford to offend any production group, yet those groups could not afford to do without Hengdian. That was their leverage. Could it be the Xia family? Chen Yu furrowed his brow in agitation. The Xia family's sudden provision of 2 billion to buy back the Dongfang group's shares in Liang Media had already raised Chen Yu's suspicions. Coupled with the incident from the previous night involving that woman, he began to connect the dots. Is it possible that the Xia family initially intended to leverage that woman for some scheme? But when it failed, they resorted to spending heavily to contact Hengdian. While the Xia family lacked the clout to manipulate the Hengdian group directly, they certainly had the financial means to influence outcomes. If they were willing to offer a sum equivalent to the rental fee for Huanyuan Yen, Hengdian could easily dismiss the Dongfang group's request, especially since the rental would not encompass many scenes, thus yielding minimal profit for Hengdian. If the Xia family were to pay the equivalent rental for Huanyuan Yen, Hengdian could outright refuse the Dongfang group while remaining unconcerned about the latter's next project not being filmed at Hengdian. Especially considering Chen Yu's low-budget production, Chen Yu had labeled it as low-cost, which would undoubtedly necessitate the use of existing sets for filming. Chairman, it seems improbable that the Xia family would be behind this. They are currently in the process of restructuring their company and lack the capacity for such maneuvers, Liu remarked, furrowing his brow. But they possess wealth, Chen Yu replied, his tone resolute. As he spoke, Chen Yu retrieved his phone and called back to Lu Cheng, confirming the situation with those monitoring the Xia family. When the Dongfang group withdrew its investment from Liang Media, a significant personnel exodus occurred. However, the financial team remained largely unchanged, with several of Chen Yu's people still in place. Chen Yu reconfirmed with the finance department that, first, the 4.1 billion from Xia Yuanshan had quickly transferred to Liang Media's corporate account after entering Luqing Bank. Second, recent expenditures were minimal, primarily for recruitment, security payments, lease renewals, and the 2 billion to the Dongfang group. Chen Yu's internal informants in finance had repeatedly verified that Liang Media had not transferred any funds to Hengdian's accounts. This was indeed perplexing. If it were not the Xia family, then who else could it be? Xia Yuanshan could not possibly possess any other substantial funds, and as for Xiao Xiao, he was equally implausible, given his character. He would never undertake such actions. Chen Yu frowned and spoke solemnly. From his past experiences, he understood both the Xia family and Xiao Xiao all too well, that if the Xia family were akin to venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, poised to strike when ready, then Xiao Xiao was merely an individual with a bit of cunning, yet lacking true capability. It was absurd for someone with such limited resources to engage in illegal fundraising from fans online. only to funnel his compensation into it. Such behavior was both foolish and reckless. Even if Xiao Xiao had the means, he could have invested in a variety show instead. Why not create a show to re-establish his presence on screen? Hello, it's me. The Oriental Group scene rental in Hengdian has been put on hold. You should immediately inquire with Hengdian to confirm the specific reasons. I will give you 3 minutes. After that, provide me with the results. Su Xingyue dialed a phone call back to Modu. Yes, Chairman, came the hurried response from the other ENDI. In truth, for Su Xingyue, even if the scene rental in Hengdian were to be cancelled, it would not be a significant loss. After all, the locations chosen by Director Liu for Huan Yunyan are merely scraps, relatively inconsequential scenes. If they are no longer available, the worst-case scenario would be spending a bit more to construct them herself. Spending a little extra now would mean that this cost does not need to be repeated when filming the sequel. Moreover, in her perspective on investing in Huan Yunyan, whether it turns a profit is secondary. Even if the costs are never recouped, it matters not. Ding ding ding. Within 3 minutes, the call from Moda was returned. Chairman, I have already inquired with Hengdian, but their attitude is exceedingly firm. They have outright cancelled the rental without providing any explanation. The voice on the other end stated solemnly. Hot, no explanation. Su Xingyue scoffed coldly, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. Chairman, should I find someone to liaise with Hengdian and ensure this matter is resolved? The voice inquired hurriedly. There's no need for that. Investigate who is behind this arrangement in Hengdian, uncover their dark secrets, and bring them down. Su Xingyue replied icily. Given her nature, once Hengdian had refused, she would never seek to negotiate with them, as that would feel like conceding. Since the situation had arisen, someone must bear the consequences. The one who issued that order should be ousted from their position. That is the most effective approach. Understood, Chairman. I will arrange it immediately, came the prompt response from the other end. Xinyu, listening nearby, found himself at a loss for words, but that was simply Su Xingyue's character. Chapter 87. Are you still 3 years old? Since Hengdian would not rent the scenes, Chen Yu and his team returned to the Real set constructed for the previous filming of Huan Yunyan to reconsider the scene layout. It had cost the crew a staggering 50 million and taken 9 months to build this set, yet, compared to the grand scale Chen Yu envisioned, there remained a considerable gap. Thus, even though the set was fixed, certain areas would need to be dismantled and rebuilt, while most others would merely require reinforcement of the original structure. Director Liu, when the construction teams come in to rearrange the scenes, they should also begin preparing the layout for the sequel. While the first installment is filming, we should expedite the shooting for the sequel as much as possible, Chen Yu instructed, turning to him. Before Chen Yu arrived in this world, there had been a 5-year gap between the first and second installments of the original work, primarily due to capital betting agreements. Yet, it was precisely this aspect that had drained the audience's patience for a sequel. The time gap between the first and second installments needed to be preserved to maintain momentum. Extending the revenue period of a drama as much as possible would yield greater investment returns, but if it dragged on for too long, it would only draw criticism. Boom, just as they were speaking, a car suddenly barreled into the park. Under Chen Yu's furrowed brow, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class skidded to a halt right in front of them, its abrupt stop indicating ill intent. This real set was constructed by the Oriental Group, so theoretically no vehicles other than those belonging to the Oriental Group were permitted entry. Moreover, Chen Yu and the others were moving about in a sightseeing vehicle while filming real scenes, yet this individual had driven in. Su Xingyue, long time no see. The window rolled down to reveal an exceedingly arrogant and mocking young man. He wore a black shirt, crafted from an exquisite fabric that clearly indicated luxury. A glimpse of a green tattoo peeking from his neck resembled a dragon's head, harmonizing with his buzz cut. Looking at him evoked an impression of an unrestrained scion of wealth. Bo Dong, you actually returned to the country. Su Xingyue's eyes narrowed immediately, her beautiful gaze now brimming with a dangerous aura. Bang! Bo Dong stepped out of the car, slamming the door behind him, and sauntered over to Su Xingyue with an air of mockery. Thanks to you, Su Xingyue, I've had to endure being abroad for so long. I only just returned in the past few days. I heard you brought your old flame to Hengdian, and I thought I ought to extend the courtesy, the reservation made by the Oriental Group in Hengdian. That was my doing. Aren't you thrilled? The animosity between him and Su Xingyue could be traced back several years to when they met at a banquet. His father had tasked him with the collaboration with Su Xingyue to hone his skills. Su Xingyue's stunning beauty had captivated him, and though he initially hesitated to pursue her, he eventually mustered the courage only to be met with a punch from her. He still vividly remembered that moment. Thinking he had orchestrated a romantic scene to confess his feelings to Su Xingyue, he leaned in for a kiss, but his actions were met with a fist to the gut, landing him in the hospital for several days. His father had tried to seek an explanation from Su Xingyue, and while he hadn't been physically beaten, he had been thrown out. From that day forward, their relationship had soured after a few altercations. He found himself being hunted down by Su Xingyue, forcing him to flee abroad. It could be said that they were the quintessential example of a romantic confession gone awry, turning into enmity. Upon learning of Chen Yu's relationship with Su Xingyue, Bo Dong felt a surge of excitement, for as long as Chen Yu was present, he held leverage over Su Xingyue. None of them were ordinary individuals. Should Su Xingyue dare to provoke him again, he could immediately take action against Chen Yu. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of resentment. Why had he failed to win Su Xingyue's affection, only to be hunted down? Yet, why did Chen Yu get to have her? Su Xingyue, because of you, my time abroad was utterly torturous, and amusingly enough, after all these years, I've just learned that the infamous Yushin is your lover. Your old flame, Bo Dong scoffed disdainfully, relishing in his mockery. No matter how great Chen Yu's reputation had been in the past, that was all history. Furthermore, while the Oriental Group appeared to be a large enterprise to outsiders, to Bo Dong, it was merely one of many subsidiaries under their vast conglomerate, which boasted over 100 subsidiaries and a dozen publicly listed companies. So, what are you trying to convey? Su Xingyue inquired coldly. Su Xingyue, as long as you apologize to me for what happened back then, I can let the Oriental Group off the hook. Otherwise, I assure you the Oriental Group will find it exceedingly difficult to operate in Hengdian. Bo Dong smirked, feeling triumphant. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to appear before Su Xingyue without bringing along several bodyguards, but now things had changed. He could finally turn the tables and revel in his triumph. Are you really just seeking an apology from me? Su Xingyue rolled her eyes, momentarily dimming the world around her. Of course, or else what? Do you think I would demand you to sleep with me like some villain from a novel or film? Not a chance, Bo Dong huffed, trying to sound imposing, or originally intending to say he wouldn't dare. The words morphed into not a chance as they left his lips, giving him a semblance of bravado. What a joke. Even if he desired Su Xingyue's beauty, he had no intention of becoming a eunuch. If he dared propose such conditions to Su Xingyue, even if it never materialized, there was a high likelihood she would find someone to ensure he was rendered impotent. Thus, preserving his own life was the priority. Bo Dong, are you still 3 years old? Su Xingyue remarked dryly, casting him a glance. You're the one who is 3 years old? Bo Dong gritted his teeth. Exasperated, over the years, he had felt exceedingly repressed under Su Xingyue's influence, and he was not the only one who had suffered at her hands. Many others had faced dire consequences. He had merely been chased down and forced to flee abroad. But others had truly met their demise, and entire family businesses, once targeted by Su Xingyue, had crumbled, their assets absorbed into her own empire. You're insane. Su Xingyue rolled her eyes once more, choosing not to engage further. Damn, you're the one who was insane, Bo Dong retorted, incredulous. A maniacal person had the audacity to label others as such. How shameless. Chapter 88. Don't get carried away, I really might act. Bo Dong realized that his previous affection for Su Xingyue stemmed purely from a momentary lapse in judgment. His eyes had been blind, his ears deaf, and his brain had been ruled by desire. If someone were to offer him a life-sized replica of Su Xingyue, he would gladly display it in his home. However, the thought of having Su Xingyue live under the same roof with him was enough to send him into a frenzy. A woman like Su Xingyue would surely bring misfortune to whoever married her. Hypothetically speaking, had he successfully pursued Su Xingyue back then, if he were to go on a date with a young star, would he not risk being buried alive? Therefore, his current feelings toward Su Xingyue were purely driven by a desire for vengeance. He yearned for Su Xingyue to acknowledge her mistakes before him, to apologize and bow her head, but did he harbor any other thoughts? Absolutely none. As for his current appearance, it was predominantly a result of being intimidated by Su Xingyue. In the past, he had tattoos, though they were not particularly conspicuous, and he did not sport a buzz cut. He deliberately styled himself to resemble a member of a gang wall in an attempt to appear more formidable. Su Xingyue, spare me your nonsense, just say whether you will apologize or not. If you refuse, given my family's film resources in the country, it would be rather effortless to bring down the Dongfang group. Wodong asserted from a position of superiority. Crack. Su Xingyue's delicate fist nearly crushed, the knuckles emitted a sharp crack, indicating her owner's fury. What the hell do you think you're doing? I warn you, the power of speech lies with me now. If you dare lay a finger on me, I will declare war on the Dongfang group. Wodong, taken aback, felt cold sweat trickling down his back as the terror of having been violently beaten before resurfaced. Such agony, such torment, such unbearable discomfort, Bodong, after years apart, are you still this insufferable? A chilling smile curled at the corners of Su Xingyue's lips, causing Bodong's heart to race. Ha, I've made it clear, if you dare to touch me, the Dongfang group will be finished. Bodong steeled himself. Xinyu, standing by, was utterly speechless. He wanted to argue that this had nothing to do with him and to plead for the innocent to be spared. Having encountered numerous individuals in troubles from major film companies, he could discern whether the other party was genuinely looking for trouble. At the very least, Bodong before him was half-hearted in his intentions. Bodong's disdain for Xinyu stemmed entirely from the fact that he once pursued Su Xingyue, only to be violently beaten by her. Xinyu succeeded where he had failed. Even if he no longer had feelings for Su Xingyue, he would still feel disgruntled. This sensation was akin to that of a detested ex-girlfriend finding a new boyfriend, where the irritation was one aspect, but the greater feeling was that the new boyfriend was a fool. Inferior to even his little toe. Bodong, where is your bodyguard? Su Xingyue glanced to her side and inquired. I didn't bring one, Bodong replied boastfully. Su Xingyue nodded and approached him. Su Xingyue, you lunatic, what do you think you're doing? Bodong's lips twitched, and his body instinctively sought refuge behind the car. Though he wished to uphold his dignity as a man, the fear within him whispered, "You are unworthy." Su Xingyue sneered, "Did you not just call me a Yandere?" Suggesting that I am unwell. It has been ages since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Congratulations, you have triggered my red flag. Bodong dashed to the driver's side, anxiously calling out from behind the engine hood, "Don't do anything rash. I truly will retaliate." Bang! Su Xingyue delivered a powerful kick to the Mercedes. The metal frame let out a mournful wail. Xinyu, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming urge to look away, for he had experienced the same when dealing with Su Xingyue. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Bodong. "Bodong, if you dare lay a hand on my man, I will personally break your bones one by one. Kneel before me," Su Xingyue proclaimed icily. "Do I refuse?" Bodong's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and in that moment, he truly regretted not bringing a bodyguard. Was he a fool, to come here without a bodyguard and act tough? Deservedly so. Su Xingyue rubbed her fists. Her tone icy white. Su Xingyue, you will pay for this. I will have the set of Huan Yunyan sealed off. Bodong rushed to his car, not even fastening his seatbelt, hastily attempting to escape. Fortunately, he had not turned off the engine when he disembarked. Otherwise, he would be doomed. His Virum. Bodong drove the Mercedes G-Class in reverse, flooring the accelerator, then rapidly turned at the intersection, fleeing in a panic. Xinyu, Director Liu. At that moment, everyone finally understood why Hengdian was not renting out locations. It seemed Xinyu and his team had been caught in the crossfire. Had it not been for Su Xingyue's arrival, everything would have been just fine. However, judging from the recent scene, even if Bodong truly sealed off the Huan Yunyan set, it could be somewhat emotionally justified, yet from a practical standpoint, it was utterly incomprehensible. Sihue, go find out the identity of that person from earlier and arrange a dinner with him. It is best to resolve this matter. Otherwise, many of our upcoming projects will face significant obstacles, Xinyu said helplessly. With a mere word, he could command Hengdian to cancel the lease for Huan Yunyan, and still dare to claim that the Dongfang group would find it impossible to operate in Hengdian. Su Xingyue's lack of a direct rebuttal only confirmed that the other party indeed possessed the power to accomplish such a feat. This was extremely detrimental to the Dongfang group's operations, particularly in the realm of short dramas. Moreover, considering Bodong's attitude, there was no fundamental deadly feud between him and Su Xingyue. Naturally, it would be better to resolve conflicts than to escalate them. Darling, you wish to treat him to dinner? Su Xingyue's expression soured slightly, her smile lacking warmth as she inquired. Just to negotiate. You know the location here requires expansion, and we still need to operate the upcoming short dramas, even if he doesn't seal off the set. If he hires someone to obstruct the transport of materials, we cannot afford any delays, Xinyu replied awkwardly with a smile. Business is just like that, sometimes even when aware of the other party's deliberate hindrance, one must grit their teeth and find a way to negotiate a deal. Yes, you make a valid point, then let us have him treat us to dinner tonight. Su Xingyue nodded and walked aside to make a phone call. However, as her words left her lips, Xinyu suddenly felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, unable to envision what Bodong was about to face. Ring ring ring. Moments later, a call from an unfamiliar number came through on Chen phone. Hello, this is Chen. May I ask who this is? Xinyu inquired straightforwardly. Brother, I was wrong. The location's reserved by your Dongfang group. I will have the company bill you at the lowest prices possible. Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. Please, I beg you, do not bring Su Xingyue along. I implore you to say some kind words to her, so she doesn't come to torment me. The moment the call was answered, Bodong's frantic wails echoed through. Chapter 89. Are you planning something against me again? Chenyu looked at his phone in confusion, as Bodong's pleas were so fervent they resembled the cries of a slaughtered pig, causing Chenyu to hold the phone at arm's length. He had no idea what calamity had befallen Bodong, but it was undoubtedly nothing good. Bodong's treatment could be understood as what Chenyu might experience, minus the pampering aspect, amplified 1,000-fold. What has she done to you? Chenyu asked, puzzled. Don't ask, I want to die right now, Bodong whimpered. Su Xingyue had countless methods and schemes to deal with him, even if she had not sent anyone to beat him up at the moment. The barrage of calls from others had him on the brink of collapse. To say it was like in novels or films, directly punishing Bodong's Hengdian group would be too slow and costly. The Hengdian group was a colossal entity. Bringing it down was no simple task. However, Bodong was burdened with numerous troublesome issues and scandals. If those matters were exposed, it would undoubtedly lead to Bodong's social demise nationwide. Brother, I will have the company restore your access right away. Whatever locations you want, just communicate with the team. As long as they are available, they will prioritize you. Let's discuss everything over dinner tonight. Bodong hurriedly offered. Fine. Xinyu found himself at a loss for words. He could scarcely comprehend what Su Xingyue had done to frighten Bodong so thoroughly. Just a short while ago, he had come strutting in with bravado, and now a single phone call had rendered him utterly powerless. Darling, how did it go? Did Bodong call you? Su Xingyue returned with a smile. Her smile was akin to the most exquisite work of art in the world, captivating the gaze of all who beheld it, yet at the same time, she embodied the essence of the more beautiful the existence, the more perilous it becomes. He invited me to dinner tonight. Chenyu nodded in response. Oh, then you should go. I will return to the hotel with Sihui and the others. To Chenyu's astonishment, Su Xingyue readily agreed, leaving him momentarily speechless. In his mind, he had expected that upon encountering such a situation, Su Xingyue would insist on accompanying him assertively. Even if she ultimately agreed not to go, it would have to come at some cost to Chenyu. Yet now, she had consented so effortlessly. Are you up to something? Are you planning something against me again? Chenyu lowered his voice, suddenly alert, for Su Xingyue was acting unusually. Moreover, her odd behavior had begun the moment she had landed at the hotel yesterday. Crack! Su Xingyue's lips curled into a smile as she forcefully pinched Chenyu's waist, outwardly appearing unremarkable, yet her grip was painfully tight, nearly causing his skin to break. Chenyu's mouth twitched wildly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He was in immense pain but dared not cry out, for with Su Xingyue's typical temperament, any overly intense negative reaction while she smiled was strictly forbidden. If Chenyu were to call out now, it would indicate that there is either something happening at this moment or there will be something later tonight. Suddenly, Chenyu found himself at a loss as to whether he should feel sympathy for himself or for Bodong. In a certain sense, they truly shared a sense of camaraderie akin to that of distressed brothers. After reassessing some of the real-life set arrangements, Chenyu and his team returned to the film studio to finalize the locations that director Liu wished to rent. From Liu's discerning perspective, the selected scenes posed no issues, and Chenyu confirmed them with just a glance. Due to the arrangements on Bodong's end, Hengdian promptly dispatched personnel to follow closely. Specifically the rotund manager Zhou. From before, owing to the delays, they only managed to confirm the style of costumes and props around 3 p.m. that afternoon. Given that Huan Yunyan is set in an alternate reality, it does not necessitate a complete adherence to historical details, allowing for innovation based on certain historical styles. However, regardless of the creative liberties taken, there was one overarching demand: it must be grand and magnificent. The Oriental Group, which originally thrived on production, aimed to restore its prestigious image through the substantial investment in Huan Yunyan. As it was summer, dusk did not fall until quite late, and Bodong and Chenyu had agreed to meet at 6:30 p.m. After wrapping up his current tasks, Chenyu drove to the restaurant address sent by Bodong, instructing Su Xingyue and Su Sihui to return to the hotel first. Bodong had chosen a rather upscale private dining establishment. Just as Chenyu parked his car, a black vintage Bentley followed closely behind and came to a stop opposite him. From the vehicle emerged a middle-aged man clad in a polo shirt, his thinning hair betraying his years. He exited from the driver's seat, while the passenger door opened to reveal a brightly dressed woman adorned with a mask and a baseball cap, who gracefully stepped out. Such scenes were not uncommon in this locale. Wealthy patrons often kept starlets, and clandestine meetings with them were a daily occurrence in Hengdian. Yet, upon their brief exchange of glances, Chenyu's countenance fell instantly. Chairman Chen, the middle-aged man, hesitated momentarily before approaching, a smile plastered on his face, his somewhat corpulent figure starkly contrasting with that of the woman beside him. His cheerful demeanor was in sharp contrast to Chenyu's sullen expression. Reflecting on the past, Chen Yu recalled how, in his early 20s, he had already achieved considerable success within the industry, drawing the attention of several major players. This man was named Zhang Yu, while not among the first to cause Chen Yu trouble. The impact he had on Chen Yu was profound. At the height of his company's success, which boasted a valuation of 5 billion, Zhang Yu had systematically undermined Chen Yu's resources, even deploying corporate spies to infiltrate the Oriental Group. It was only after the Oriental Group regained its footing with a valuation exceeding 10 billion that Zhang Yu's underhanded tactics ceased. Strangely, once they did, he adopted a completely different persona, as if nothing had ever transpired. "Zhang, it has been years, why do you still appear like a lingering shadow? I just returned to Hengdian, and lo and behold, here you are." Chen Yu retorted without restraint. "Chairman Chen, how could you say that? I have been residing in Hengdian for nearly half a month now. I heard you were in town and had hoped to arrange a dinner with you. What a coincidence to run into you here." Zhang Yu deftly sidestepped Chen Yu's sarcasm, seamlessly deflecting the barbs with a disarming smile. He claimed to have arrived first in Hengdian, presenting himself as amiable, leaving Chen Yu with no choice but to appear unreasonable should he continue to confront him. "What secrets are you hoping to uncover about me this time during your stay in Hengdian?" Chen Yu regarded Zhang Yu with an icy indifference, entirely aware that this man would resort to any means for personal gain. In the past, whenever Chen Yu spearheaded projects, Zhang Yu seemed to possess an uncanny ability to anticipate his movements, appearing at the project sites to spy, during a time when Chen Yu lacked full control over the group. The internal dynamics were far from cohesive, compounded by external threats aiming to absorb the group. This led to considerable turmoil within. Ironically, there existed a comically absurd scenario where, despite the group paying salaries to certain individuals, they refused to heed Chen Yu's commands due to their elevated positions. At that time, Chen Yu found himself powerless to dismiss them, while Chen Yu's external projects yielded fruitful results and generated profits for the group. He was forced to watch as a portion of those earnings lined the pockets of others, who not only stifled the group but also held shares within it. It was only when Chen Yu began liquidating substantial assets and pivoting the group's operations towards film and media that these individuals fell silent. Zhang Yu employed a myriad of tactics against Chen Yu during those years. In the early stages of Chen Yu's productions, Zhang Yu fabricated evidence to accuse the Oriental Group of plagiarism online. Yet when the truth eventually surfaced, he conveniently scapegoated someone else, claiming he was merely defending the so-called rights holders. The veracity of the plagiarism allegations was inconsequential. What mattered was the damage inflicted upon Chen Yu and the Oriental Group's film industry. Inciting a segment of netizens to boycott, thus diminishing the enthusiasm for their releases, this was a direct financial blow to Chen Yu. Simultaneously, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to have his employees pilfer Chen Yu's achievements, replicating his projects while merely substituting the plot, leaving Chen Yu powerless to contest the infringement. Zhang Yu profited significantly from this strategy, but as the Oriental Group grew ever more formidable, he found himself on the opposing end, resulting in a drastic decline in his company's revenue. Once a fervent instigator of public sentiment against the Oriental Group, he ultimately faced backlash, with his company's valuation plummeting from 5 billion to just over a billion in recent years. "Zhang, do enlighten me about your current situation. Your company's valuation has long since faltered. Are you truly contemplating the same old path of plagiarism?" Chen Yu mocked with a derisive chuckle. "Chairman Chen, you jest. When has my company ever engaged in plagiarism? We merely draw inspiration from the industry. As the saying goes, great designs resonate with each other. Your talents are well known among our peers. Trends are dictated by you, and I am simply gleaning insights from your expertise." Zhang Yu laughed heartily, attempting to absolve his past transgressions with a few choice words. Despite his despicable history, he skillfully evaded accountability, now seeking to shift blame onto others. Time and again, he had tried to undermine the Oriental Group, and now that he was unable to exert his influence, he sought to feign humility instead. "So Zhang, did you come here to discern the nature of my upcoming short drama? Are you hoping to replicate my operational methods for your own company's benefit, streamlining your processes to restore your former glory?" Chen Yu scoffed. Since Chen Yu signaled the launch of his short dramas, considerable time had elapsed, and those who needed to notice had certainly done so. While the prevailing sentiment in the industry was one of disdain, Chen Yu's past achievements still compelled many to take a closer look. Ideally, they hoped Chen Yu would take the initiative, allowing them to adopt his methods to reap the rewards. My downfall is already a foregone conclusion. Only you, Chairman Chen, embody the future star of this industry. While you forge ahead, could you perhaps leave us a bit of your bounty? Zhang Yu shamelessly inquired. "So you genuinely wish to replicate my short dramas?" Chen Yu retorted with a cold laugh. "Not plagiarism. Merely collaboration, ahem, collaboration. Chairman Chen, this is hardly the place for such discussions. I have reserved a private room in the restaurant. Shall we sit down and converse properly, and since we are speaking of collaboration? I assure you that your interests will be safeguarded. How does a 30-70 split sound? Zheng Yu proposed, eager to present the benefits given Chen Yu's evident disdain. Zheng Yu knew he had to devise a strategy to sit across the table from him. However, the proposed 30-70 split was merely a starting point. Once he understood the lucrative mechanics, he could establish a subsidiary and have it operate in that manner, rendering any formal contracts irrelevant, as they would not be bound to the same entity. Scram, Zheng, during my absence your company managed to catch its breath, but now that I have returned you should prepare for bankruptcy. Chen Yu shot him a frosty glare before turning to leave. Chen Yu's initial intention in launching short dramas was to swiftly generate cash flow to support the group's grand productions. The entry barrier for short dramas was considerably lower than that for traditional film and television productions. Artistic cinematography, overall visual coherence, and acting prowess could all be cast aside. The essence of short dramas can be distilled into 4 fundamental shot types: characters, close-ups, medium shots, and long shots. The singular focus lies in the profound emotional resonance they evoke. However, with a robust script in hand, short dramas can operate swiftly and efficiently within an industrial framework, akin to an assembly line. The script, as the pivotal element, possesses the potential for infinite bifurcation. A single script can yield dozens, if not hundreds, of variations. At the heart of a script is its subject matter. In simpler terms, it is the hook, whether it be the return of the war god, the son-in-law's counterattack, or the Dragon King's nanny. These are all essential hook elements of short dramas. Given that Chen Yu currently possesses a relatively ample flow of funds, he must adopt a different strategy. Following the success of the first explosive short drama, other companies will swiftly follow suit. Thus, Chen Yu must triumph through quantity. Once other companies enter the fray on a large scale, he should cast aside all his short dramas, effectively stifling these competitors, transforming short dramas from a pay-per-view model to a free offering. However, such an approach has far-reaching implications. How then can Chen Yu precisely stifle his former adversaries? By offering them scripts along with a comprehensive suite of modular services. Moreover, from the very outset, he must thoroughly skew the trajectory of short dramas.